And what I'll do now is return to call, see what I can do to bring the others on, and let's hit Aristides and Brendan Zogit, and we'll take it from there. Give a add button, press a, and then I'm gonna go over to check out the online broadcasting software and see if we're registering. Everybody say hello. Let's start with Peter.
Hello, I'm here.
Good, you're registering on the online broadcasting software. How about yourself, Aristides? Let's see if he's joined us. Let's see if anybody's joined us. Brendan? Oh, Brendan's on mute. Brendan, yes, if you could unmute, dear Brendan, for a moment. Let's see if we can hear your voice. Aristides joined. Okay, wonderful. He's on camera, too.
No, yeah.
No, he's not. Yes. So, Aristides, let me see if you're registering on our online broadcasting software. Say hello.
Hello, I hope I am registering on the online broadcasting software.
Excellent. Okay, so we're all we're all here. Brendan's not talking; he's on mute. But God bless him. Hopefully, he'll open up later on tonight. Let me refresh these settings and then check live stream. Looks like we're showing up. T Tank Barry says good evening, loud and clear. God has blessed DDD, these transmissions, and Team Dietrich, and he gives us the lightning bolts. God bless him. Hugs to you, T Tank Barry. El Nemo says loud and clear. We're so glad to have you with us, dear El Nemo. Okay, and Eric Cradle says everybody's loud and clear. Goddess bless you, Eric Cradle. Thank you, all ye merry gentlemen, for joining us. And yes,
sorry. Yes, greetings.
Yes. Oh, so let's see if you're registered.
I managed to get into reception.
Got it. Oh, thank you so much for that. Now, before we begin anything, because this is always important due to everything that you've underwent lately, give us a situational report, a kind of an update with your situation status, please.
Well, the work has ramped up, so I've...
Okay. Little glitch there.
Slaving away.
Yes.
In the realm of... So,
Okay, there's a little glitch, little break in your transmission there. So you know, we're getting.
So everything's going well though.
Okay.
Hear me. So everything's well with myself, and hope all is well with everyone.
Thank you.
I will. I'll attempt to join later, but I'm currently obviously in a place with bad reception.
Understood. But we're so glad for you, and we're definitely glad
that it is the day of victory of divine. It's the 10th day of the Navaratri celebrations.
Wonderful.
So they're wrapping up the 9 nights of the goddess. So it's a good time to reflect and try to get out of any kind of non-well-being oriented things. So,
thank you. No, that's incredible. And just before you go, any little summary on the eclipse and what it bodes?
The eclipse that had happened,
and the astrology, and all the astrology lately, what it bodes. A little kind of summary of that.
Yeah, I mean, it has to do with just briefly. It has to do with like the from the sidereal perspective. You have like Rahu is in Pisces, so it is going to affect trade on the oceans, and definitely the markets, because that would correspond with the 6th. So 12-6 axis, that would be the sidereal perspective. So it's the markets and trade over water are going to be the most affected. And as we can see, that's pretty much what's happening.
Yes.
So, and even if you go as per Western, you have it in, so it can correspond as well with the tropical. Similar energies there. So, that's where we're at.
Thank you. And it's appreciated profoundly. And we look forward to your joining us on the roundtable, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Gratitude.
Yeah, my gratitude as well. And with that, dear Aristides, give us a situational update, a situation report on your own status, if you wish, as well as the usual bit about how people can help with their upvotes.
Okay, I can do that. I'm doing well. Work is pretty busy, so it's a little hectic, but, of course, all the little critters always keep me busy. And other than that, things are about the same. As far as giving upvotes for the program, I believe you need to be signed into YouTube on a YouTube account to do so, from what I've seen. So you can click make an upvote with that, and then with your YouTube account, you can also go into the settings and create alternate channels under your main profile, and it's under Switch account, and then you can upvote with each one of those as well. So I've just provided 2 myself, and I'm working on a 3rd right now.
Excellent. Bless you. Thank you so much. And everyone, you won't regret it. Of course, this is all for the good of the future. We have an enemy that actually employs automated bots that give us downvotes every time we start transmission, and that prevents us from appearing on searches. So the only way we can appear on searches is through your help. This is guerrilla warfare, but it's your war, and you have to fight it. And certainly T-Tank Barry is fighting it. T-Tank Barry contributed 100 United States dollars by dropping it through my mail slot just the other day, and goddess bless him for it. I used it immediately, of course, for a supply run to get myself potable water, and of course the usual staples of beer and Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is my coffee, and the beer is just liquid bread. It's just basically a staple. And altogether, of course, from the corner store, just the amount to keep me going for a comparatively short period of time is $100 right there. We're going to try and raise $400 more towards rent. That will require about, if we average it out, $100 an episode for the next 4 episodes. The first day of next month is when the rent is due, will be a Wednesday episode, and I will have to cut that episode short because, believe it or not, I have a dental appointment the next day. Something that I wish I could change and reschedule, but this place is that... with what they've done with my insurance, until I restructure my insurance, which will take some work, and I'll have to make sure I'm doing the right thing. I'm stuck with going to this place that's just not like UCSF where I was going before. It's all pure harassment, just as Peter Moon said, and there is no rhyme or reason to it. Such being said, I adore this GIF, this graphic interchange format that was just shared by Aristides. Of course it says yes, miss, but I don't mind that at all. Obviously, I'm not hung up on role or gender identity. So I actually appreciate that just as much as I would something that said yes, sir. Such being said, I do want to remind people of that there's plenty of other people that I owe gratitude to who have contributed, and I will remember to thank them. Please remind me, Aristides, to remember to thank them during Roundtable. So, yes, with that being said, we're going to turn the court over to Peter Moon soon, or the ball it will be in his court within a matter of moments. I'm trying to think if there's something else I should share with the audience about anything that's more immediately relevant, aside from, of course, the great and emergent need towards making rent money, because this is, again, a heavy holiday season. The Cherry Blossom Festival is ongoing throughout the month. We have, of course, the parade in San Francisco will be next Sunday. This Sunday. It'll be this Sunday. And then I'll be home in time for the transmission, of course. But for those of you who don't know, you can look it up. And, of course, everyone is invited to visit San Francisco and attend the Cherry Blossom Day Parade. And that will be at 1 p.m., 1300 hours. In San Francisco. You can look that up online and find out all of the details you need to know. We will, of course, be with George Knight later tonight, should everything go well. And aside from that, I attended a California Cherry Blossom Festival celebration earlier in the month, and that was, of course, it was the Cherry Blossom Cultural Festival, which is quite different, and that was in a different city. Again, there will be a 40th annual Cherry Blossom Festival, and that will be in Cupertino, and that will be on the 27th. So this will be at Quinlan and Senior Center on-site Cupertino Memorial Park. So there's just a lot going on this month, and I've had to spend money privately with some of my Asian relations. These are not blood relations per se, except for my blood brother, my gang brother Beaver, who I am a blood brother to because we went through the whole initiation ceremony for my membership into the Tong, which is a blood ceremony. So we are indeed blood brothers, the equivalent of real blood brothers in that sense. And aside from all of that, simply because of my dealing with other people inside of the Asian community and other responsibilities I had to meet, we are left with my doing my best to make rent at the end of the month, which will be May 1st. That's when it's due. And we'll have a short transmission that night. That will obviously not be a fundraising night because that'll be, I'd have to have paid my rent before the transmission even starts. So I'll be paying it that day. And probably going to the bank and coming home and just in time for transmission after dropping the rent off next door. Then going to the dentist the day after that. It's not going to be a period of 48 hours I'm really looking forward to. This is a new dentist. I'm not going to be used to them. I'm hoping things work out as well as possible. All of this has to do with just pure federal harassment and changes in my insurance system. And I'm going to do my best to find out what I can do to rechange the insurance, but I got to find out what I'm going to lose. All that being said, we are going to, at this moment, take a little look at the chat room. And I want to thank everyone who's here. Do me a favor, dear Aristides. I believe we've seen City of the Silent before. And I believe City of the Silent in the chat is legitimate, but take a look anyway and provide me a link just in case. Okay. And thank you so much. So shout out to everyone who's joined us, including Ahmad Rashad. So T-Tank Berry says, cheers, brother. God bless you, T-Tank Berry. Know that my gratitude towards you and what you provide is, I can never express enough gratitude for you. Just for being you, as well as being of moral and fiscal support. So we've got a good number of listeners now, a lot of concurrent viewers. Let's turn it over to Peter, and he'll take it from here.
Well, thank you. And I promise a very interesting show tonight. And I did make an announcement about on my newsletter about Radu Sinamar being under house arrest. I will address that briefly. Yeah. And I want to tell you that the way things are developing, with my work, mm-hmm. because my work goes back to Montauk.
Yeah.
And then it comes forward. I mean, it even goes back to Hubbard, and he goes back to Crowley, and blah. Mm-hmm. Everything in the work of David Anderson teaches us. Well, I don't think he mentions it. He mentions the closed time-like curve. This is the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail, the cyclic nature of the universe, which can even be viewed as the wheel of samsara itself, or even Einsteinian general theory of relativity, the going around in a circle, where you pursue a point in space, you'll come back upon itself. So things come back home. Now, Douglas is a very important part of the phenomena I'm dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I want to encourage everybody to donate to him and to help him make his rent. T-Tank Berry, thank you. I'd love to meet you next time I'm out in California. But who the hell knows when that will be. But in any case, people really appreciate it if you can donate. I think somebody should go on mute. I hear some little tinkling going on. So it might be you, it might not. But in any case, be prepared to come back because I might have some questions. Okay. So,
yes, of course.
yes. So in any case, yes, I did receive a report yesterday. Now, what I'm going to preface this with, though, is this Uranian, Uranus-Jupiter conjunction happening in the skies this weekend, and it extends into the whole weekend, and it even extends beyond that. It comes on the back of the eclipse that Brennan was just alluding to. There is a lot of political shaking out going on right now, not all of which will necessarily turn out bad. But I'm dealing with parapolitical issues, and because we're getting at the whole crux of civilization, what's behind it, so on and so forth. Now, I've been working on Douglas's book, and I didn't get to listen to the last transmission, which went into some of the current events, so I didn't get to hear that. But I think what I'll be talking about tonight supersedes that, or at least that's the angle I'm going at. And some of that has changed already. Deflates, it inflates, and it deflates, and it's, you know, and the news cycles are stupid because you'll look at CNN and they'll tell you how, you know, they're framing Trump as a criminal to be convicted. And then you listen to Fox News and they say, there's no way he's going to be convicted and it'll be overturned because the case has no merits. And they're hitting it from a legal angle. But, and then it's that way on other issues too. That's just the Trump issue. And then I guess the Palestinian issue is the people are, if you listen to either station, people are protesting Israel worldwide. And Fox News makes it sound like people just don't get it. These people just don't get it.
Yes, they make them sound like they're terrorists themselves. Go on.
Yeah, like what's wrong with these people? They don't understand what harm they're doing, and that, you know, and what they really, the panacea for all of this is the book we're working on.
Thank you.
And my dear friend Stephanie South, you know, she had said to me, called me, and said, you know, the work you're doing, she says, it doesn't, yes, it has to get out to people, but it's just important that you write it. She says, because when you write it, it changes things.
It really does. And certainly you also learned that from your friend with the carbon pencils.
Yes, Dennis Adams, yes. Incredible healer. Now, what, and Stephanie said something to me, you know, because she couldn't make it to Romania last year for the dream workshop that she helped me concoct. What she said to me before I left, she says, all you need to do is just show up, which is basically what I did do, and it worked out very well.
Yes.
And I've had some very penetrating and powerful dreams, which I just shared with her.
Wow.
And God, I don't even remember them right now, but they were very powerful. I did share it with you, Douglas, because I came down and shared it with you in the morning.
Yes.
But so anyway, with this Uranus-Jupiter conjunction, this is something that's going to change things, and it's going to change all of us. It depends what house it's in. So from my own perspective, it's in my 9th house of higher learning, foreign travel, the law, and rehabilitation. So what's and there's going to be changes happening in the next week, maybe more, that are coming. Uranus is coming out of the blue. They're things that I'm not expecting. Also been told that there's a lot of things being pieced together that I can't will. I will step into it and have a role to play. It reminds me of my when I was 13 and I was graduating from Little League to Babe Ruth League, and I was what do you call it? Chosen to. They pick the players to choose on the. This team we won the championship, but we started practicing before everybody else. And I show up and I'm like in the lower age group, and you can see these guys. It's like, wow, this is a team, and you just knew we were the best, and it was great to be a part of that, even though I was I guess low on the totem pole in terms of age and position, but it was a great experience. But you saw, I just looking back, I'm seeing you saw it all formulating, the winning team happening. Only time I ever was on a baseball team quite like that.
Wow. The second year was disappointing because we would have won the championship, except that the stupid manager who had done such a good job the year before didn't have me in right field. He had some idiot out there. Oh.
And the guy just dropped the ball, and it cost us the game. You know, I quit after that. I quit the team. I was so disgusted.
I don't blame you. Yes, so sad.
Yeah, and even the best players said, you know, I should have been out there, because this guy was just, you know, he'd been cut earlier in the year. He came back. He's like crying while the ball's up in the air. He's like crying and he misses it, like crying. So anyway, and the coach says, "Oh, I thought Olsen would catch it. I thought he would catch it. I knew he would drop it as soon as it was hit." It's really damn lame. And this guy, this manager, our best player was his son, and he had another older son who was very good. His sons were very good players, and I don't know how he could be so stupid.
Yes.
How, you know, and through so much of my youth, I saw adults being so stupid.
Yeah.
And I guess we still have it now. You know, just look at not just our president and some of these politicians, but the people who are on the news.
Yes.
And the people that produce these shows.
On the list.
I think the most vindicatable ones are the comedians, the people who write comedy, whether you like it or not. I don't really enjoy watching comedy that much, but I don't seek it out.
Right.
But, you know, at least they're rejecting things. Comedy is rejection.
Yes.
But anyway, so to get back to the heart of the matter with Radu Sinamar. Now, simultaneous to this, I'm doing the chapter. I may rename the chapters. I don't think I will, but I may re-edit the whole thing because I'm still piecing it together. The chapter on the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus.
Yes.
Which is something we've talked about extensively. And who comes behind all of this is the entity behind it is the Emerald Llama.
Yes.
Which I have a predisposition to call him the Green Llama.
Right. Which would not be a bad, shall we say, not too inaccurate.
No, but it's technically the Emerald Llama.
Yeah.
And the Buddha referred to him in the Forbidden Sutra as the shimmering green one.
Yes. Yes. Which, just to remind all of our listeners, in Asian culture, green is the color of danger. This is why the Japanese red cross is the green cross. They use the green cross because to them, green light means danger. This is the same in their cars. If you are driving a car that's built in Japan, that's sold in Japan, not the cars they sell to the West, mind you, but the cars they sell to fellow Japanese, the danger symbols are in green as opposed to red. Green is the color of evil, of hell, and this is why the identity of the Emerald Llama is the deepest green, or one of the deepest shades of green, and as opposed to red, which is considered the color of the gods and considered good fortune and a positive color. Back to Peter. I just had to get that out there so people understand some of the color psychology here.
Yes, indeed. So the Emerald Llama goes back into history, and as I'm putting this together, based upon the lectures Douglas has given going back into December, it presents a bigger picture. And the Emerald Llama is the antithesis of the Golden Child, the Mongolian Messiah who Franklin Roosevelt wanted secured so that he could have his blood to cure his polio. Another thing Douglas has talked about, using his agent, Nicholas Roerich. And all of this pieces together very coherently. The whole key is to make it coherent. As a writer, that's what I need to do. And one of the biggest things we lack in our culture is coherency, and in writing in general.
Yes.
One of my dear friends who has contributed to Douglas's cause many times, he said to me, and this followed up another friend of mine who said, the Battle of Los Angeles is on the History Channel, indicating I should watch it. I said, well, I don't get the History Channel. I certainly don't miss it. Whether I miss it or not, I don't get it. I don't need it. But he said that they're doing the Battle of Los Angeles. So he gave me a summary of it. And basically, I'll try and dig it up what he said here. But he just took some notes to tell me what it said. And of course, let me see here. I'll have it in a second. Basically, he said that the balloons, they acknowledged that there were some balloons, Japanese balloons, but that they didn't happen till, I think, 1945 or something like that. In other words, it was bullshit.
Yes.
But these were his notes. He said it was a 30-hour trip from Japan, which is that's a damn fast trip.
Yes.
To get to Japan to the United States. Now, okay, they get a shot, they get a positive vote for that. A 33-inch wide balloon holding bombs to hit Pacific Northwest to create forest fires. I think many of them were bigger than 33 inches. 33 feet. I'm sorry. 33 feet.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah. Jet stream, perfect at the time, yes. They probably, I don't know if they explain, they call it the jet stream.
Mm-hmm.
It is a jet stream. We refer to it as the Kuroshio current.
Yes.
Which is more proper.
Yes.
They say the Fugo production started in 1945, not 1942.
Which, of course, is...
9,000 balloon. Pardon me, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, as you know, of course, that's completely false. That's,
Yeah. They made 9,000 balloons, but only 300 reached the USA and Canada.
Yeah. Again, by the way, just a false number, just so people understand
Completely
that.
false.
Yeah.
May 1945, Oregon family finds a down balloon fabric bomb goes off, kills family. And then 1950, Don Kehoe states that UFOs, that they're UFOs. So they're kind of like, I didn't see the show, and I don't know if he's being real careful here, but it sounds like that the show is kind of saying that these balloons might have been mistaken for UFOs. And the Secretary of War, Simpson, parlays it into war effort propaganda. In other words, UFOs are now war propaganda. So it almost sounds like they're co-opting a couple themes from the book that we did.
Oh, no surprise there.
But really kind of screwing it around to make it, oh yeah, like the History Channel's got it covered.
Yeah, right. Well, first off, it's hard to understand even what they're saying, because when they say that Don Kehoe said they were UFOs, basically what Don Kehoe had said was that he was the first person to basically come out with, well, what happened at Roswell was a variant on the Japanese balloon bombs. He knew that much, but he pretty much didn't know enough to go beyond that, and they also shut him down. So I've seen that every once in a while people will bring that up about Donald Kehoe only out of respect for him, because he was one of the first men to speak up about UFOs at all. So since he's like one of the founding fathers of a UFO awareness, they will acknowledge that and then just go on with their fantasy, and then the aliens, and since we did such a good job in our book, which of course, as I said, could still use a lot more revision and expansion, but gets all the basics out there, and that's the important part, probably far more digestibly in the format that it's in now. But the way that it does it is such that they had to come up with a new myth of aliens landing in 1943 and Roosevelt committing suicide because they landed, as opposed to his being assassinated, which we articulate in the book. So when it comes to all of this, they're going to take the reality of what we expose and they're going to twist it around, just like they did as soon as I became a public informant. And then they basically cornered poor Annie Jacobson and forced her into adding 17 pages to her book that destroyed her career. Even though she is still publishing and writing, it's she's never recovered from that. So back to Peter for now.
Well, yeah, and it just this stuff goes on and on and on, and I don't want to dwell on it anymore.
Yeah.
But I thank him for his report. But this is what we have to put up with, and it's not enough that they put out shit, but they swear up and down by it. Yeah. And expect other people to fall in line with it, which other people happily do. And why? Because it's on TV. It's like, well, we're watching it on the show. There's a certain reality when you see something on TV or even hear the news that this is why many people don't turn on the TV. But in any case, back to the Emerald Llama, because he is the epitome of chaos, negative entropy, and he's in existence long before even Mata, the Lord of Evil, comes on the scene. He's a Hindu deity.
Yes.
But the Emerald Llama goes back to ancient Mua.
Yes.
The ancient continents of Mua or Lemuria or Hyperborea.
Yeah. Muvaya is a good way of saying it, because that way people get all the syllables out, because the Mua is just too subtle for them. So we'll just say Muvaya from this point.
But in any case, he has a presence. And this is even because this stuff is even before there's the biblical characters.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I mean, you can correct me or say what you want about the Adamic race,
Mm-hmm.
but I've never heard Adam associated with pre-Lemuria,
Yeah, Hyperborea. Yeah, Hyperborea would be in the north. So you don't hear Adam associated with these what are now considered somewhat submerged continents or semi-submerged continents that were greatly expanded by the ice ages, of course. Yeah, but go on.
Yes, yes. Now, so here we're dealing. Now, of course, it stands to reason that you're dealing with the concept of yin and yang, or the concept of primordial intelligence, primordial evolution, that this whole Bible stuff comes very late on the chain in terms of history. And you have this insane advocacy of people saying, the earth is only 4,000 years old.
Yeah. Yes.
And maybe they say it's flat too. But just people that can't think, if their thinking is very limited, and they can only see things one way because it's written and because it's literal.
Yes.
This is just, something that we've all experienced one way or another.
That's right, and of course, what we do want to do is have people understand that we deal with a lot of theological subjects in this program, and but there are things such as this concept of a creationism that take biblical fundamentalist literalism to a degree that is very hard to deal with. It becomes very untenable in terms of its simple-mindedness, and people, they can do better than that. Humanity can do better than that. I do want to, speaking of literalism, I did go through my mother's notes, and I did find out a bit more. I remember now what I had said about Rorik last time, but I'll say it again when Peter's ready, when we get back on that. Of course, Peter's got a lot to discuss in the opening hours, so back to Peter.
I do have some questions vis-a-vis Blavatsky.
Sure.
And some of her semi-coherent iterations.
Yes, and
she was semi-coherent, but and ardently followed by Rorik. Rorik even translated her book, although they both spoke Russian.
Yes.
He and his wife translated this, the Secret Doctrine into Russian. She wrote it in English, but he translated. That's how close they were. And Vice President Wallace was also a theosophist. And one of the most disturbing things I have found is how popular theosophy is with people. Like they think they actually know something. Now, and it's not that some of it's not interesting and some of it's not true. That's not what I'm saying. But that's a whole nother subject. But why are people so preoccupied with the Bible? Well, it's just like I said, because it's on TV. Now, the Bible, which is on TV, that's not what I'm meaning. It's like it's there, it's in front of you. That's the available literature. And it was the big book for a long, long time. It was, quote unquote, all there was to read, all the news that's fit to print. So this is what you read. Now, before I don't know when the Bible was written down initially. I think it was after the Babylonian captivity, and there are a lot of issues. I think you know more about this with the Q stuff.
Yes.
I'm not referring to QAnon, but the Q documents. But so much of this Judaism was written down by the wrong sect. If you go back deep into it, but I'm not making a case for this because I don't care. I have no. My point is that this stuff was written, and it was written, and so people say, "Wow, look at that." If you want to follow, now we have the internet. Before we have the internet, if you want to follow Major League Baseball, you read the newspaper.
Yeah.
And because it's about objective events, it's going to be pretty accurate. Then again, they like to say if somebody gets a blue pit, a cheap hit, an accidental hit, it'll look like a regular line drive good hit in the paper because it just says got a hit. So even that leaves room for improvement in terms of accuracy of depicting what actually went on. And so any written document leaves a lot to be desired. When we go back into Buddhism, which, formulated approximately 500 years before the Common Era, 400 or 500 years before the Common Era, this stuff took a while to be written down. And then what was before your eyes was classical Buddhism, if you read the sutras, which are the texts. What was not before your eyes was the Forbidden Sutra, which was induced into the Buddha by drugs he was given by the Black Brotherhood,
Yes.
which is the drug-happy cult
Yes.
of which the Emerald Llama is in charge.
Yes.
Now I'm saying a mouthful there, but we're going to fast forward with all this. This green llama is, somebody who Aquino could only hope in his wildest dreams to kiss his ass.
Yes.
That's how powerful he was. That's how powerful he is. He doesn't get much press. He doesn't want much press.
Right.
This explains why some of the dreams I've had have been a little on the challenging side, but certainly not as insufferable as the dreams I was having when I was writing the Presidio book. I was just not to do that. I wasn't to go down that pathway. Now, the Emerald Llama, I'm going to tie it into the Radu scenario shortly here. But what I want to say, one of the most profound teachings I have ever been afforded with or given, and it's not like it's not like I'm really shocked or surprised. It's not new to me. It's a great gift, and it's from Douglas, and I'm going to iterate it. It's about the Emerald Llama. And the Emerald Llama lays a path before the initiate. He pulls them in. And I'm going to compare this to Scientology, which Scientology allures you with unlimited capability.
Yes.
The ability to create matter, energy, space, and time, objective and subjective, to go out of your body at will and to roam around the planes of existence. And in my case, it delivered more than I ever would have. I popped out of my body and it was like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. This stuff is real.
Mhm.
I was reading it as theory and saying, oh, well, this stuff, I didn't expect it to happen. And boy, did it happen. And of course, the same thing happened with Hubbard, and to his final days, Hubbard did not master it, but he knew it, and he sold it, and he helped people achieve it in varying degrees. And to the degree they couldn't achieve it, they were given the dream. Now, that was an allurement, an enticement, and he had a whole protocol, which Crowley referred to as crossing the abyss. Crowley's writings were much more esoteric and rambling, and was much more of a closed society. Hubbard made it every man's game. He brought it to the common man, as he did with his Dianetics book, which is to bring psychological counseling on a deeper level than people could even experience it with a typical psychologist, certainly in its day. And he brought it to the common man, where you could just buy the book, read it, and do it on each other without going to an organization, if you wanted to. And you still can. But that was novel for its time. And he would bring things to the common man. But what it amounts to is not only this whole categorization, it's called a bridge to freedom, extensive courses, extensive literature, extensive tape recordings, and the marketing of it was ever present, but it was very minimal in compared to the actual amount of work done. Even though the people think they market themselves to death. And I'm talking about Scientology in the 70s, 60s and 70s, and to a little, maybe the first couple years of the 80s. But the thing is that Hubbard, so he offered this incredible path. Now, it's an enticement, it's an allurement, and I'm not even talking about the merits of the actual deliverance of it. You have Freemasonry, which is a whole series of initiations. You can go to Masonic libraries and find books that are written in code, find books that you don't understand, find all sorts of crap. And somewhere, if you're fortunate enough, you might be able to negotiate a pathway that leads to some degree of increased knowledge, if not enlightenment. And there are other hidden societies that most of you haven't heard of. And there are some you have heard of, like the Rosicrucians. And it's like, but there are so many, and then there's all the schools of Asia. And the whole thing with the Emerald Llama is he will reel you in like a fish. You know how a fish has a
lure,
attractive lure. You go to a fishing shop and they have all these attractive lures. And I always used to ask my father, why don't we get any of these attractive lures?
Mm-hmm.
You know, well, basically, we had maybe a few, but we would use live anchovies because they got better results. If you're, he explained that a lot of that was for trolling.
Interesting.
If you're on the internet, you get a live lure. I'm joking. He didn't have the internet then. Trolling for a big fish like going along on a boat, and you're just kind of moving it fast along.
Yes.
But those attractive lures were so pretty, and the Emerald Llama is luring you in. Yes. This is what he does. He lures you into a mystery school, a secret society. Now, many of these secret societies, not initially, perhaps initially if you're suited for it, they will pull you into dark corridors and get you to commit crimes.
Yes.
And when they get you to commit a crime, they will own you.
Yes.
They will own you. Pluto. This is the realm of Pluto. You're now in the employ of the Emerald Llama. Now, it can often be just to the end of the path. This is where the person rejects born-again Christianity. He rejects the Jehovah's Witnesses. Like my friends in football, they grew up as Jehovah's Witnesses. They weren't. I mean, they didn't have even a choice. Their mother, there were three of the brothers, and I can talk to them about the Bible. They know it backwards and forwards. But they're regular guys now. And I remember driving one home to his grandmother's, and he said they didn't want to go. One of them didn't want to go in because his mother was there. He said, I said, whose car is it? It's my mother's. I would have loved to have gone in and meet the mother, who's a Jehovah's Witness, but I didn't have time. I didn't say that at the time, but I would have loved to have met her because she shuns them. She shuns her own kids.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah. So, but basically, at some point, you find out that you're living a programmed life that is not life. It's it's like, you find out, your mother's been feeding you TV dinners all your life. You find out that other families don't eat TV dinners. Actually, I love the Swanson's TV turkey dinner. That was my favorite when I was a kid. She didn't feed that to us every night. I mean, I loved it. It just tasted so good to me.
Yes. Yeah, when I was young, I loved that shit too. Yeah. My dad would give that to us whenever mother was gone on her hunts and unable to cook for us. Whenever she was out hunting.
You can understand a father doing that, who as an expedient.
Yes.
But I mean, I loved it. But I'm just saying, is if your mother just fed you, or just fed you porridge.
Yeah. Yes.
And I mean, I've heard, and some families are poor, and they have to, their people are fed on a diet that would be subpar to somebody who has I guess what you call an adequate income. So, but that's different. That's a different situation where you're just, where you're just being fed because that's circumstance. But you could just be being, fed a line of, TV dinners, not realizing you should be eating real food.
Right.
So you can get to the end of any spiritual class, and this also applies to the martial arts, where people are studying crap.
There's plenty of that. Yes.
And you would see these martial artists on Facebook that they will say that. But I'm starting to see one problem with the martial artists who I respect. They're continually posting stuff, and I'm starting to think, this stuff is too much to assimilate. And I saw somebody that I admired listening to him. He's talking so fast and so rapidly that I can follow the gist of what he's saying, but I can't. I said, you know what? Why don't you slow it down, and why don't you teach us this stuff rather than just talking about it and demonstrating it? It was good. It was impressive. And of course, did I learn from it? Yeah. I remember watching my teacher and watching him do things and watching him just lay people out. When I say lay them out, he was just outmaneuvering them in push hands. He wasn't hurting them. I could see what he was doing. I could see it. I could see it. It was incredible. And I felt that other people didn't necessarily see it.
Right.
But that really wasn't my concern. What was my important is I could see what he was doing.
Yes.
And I learned from him. Now, what he was using was hidden force or non-obvious force, rather than what would be called mystical force, which is mysterious force. Mysterious force, where you really can't see where it's coming from. That all comes from sacred geometry. And I deduced this from watching this guy I was just talking about, because he's talking about it. He's kind of alluding to geometry, but he's not putting it really in the context of geometry. And I wanted to study something like what's called the vector equilibrium. And if you want to look at the vector equilibrium, you look up YouTube and Buckminster Fuller, and it'll show the actual Buckminster Fuller, which is an actual person, famous for the Fuller brush. No, that's a joke. Buckminster Fuller. And he's showing the vector equilibrium, and he's showing how it is he's showing the geometrical basic building blocks of the universe. And I was trying to understand, now this is something I'm not unfamiliar with, but where it always missed to me was its functionality. And this all is going to relate to the Radu stuff I'm going to talk about. I watched some guy from Australia who talks all about sacred geometry, and he puts it all together. He's talking a mile a minute. He might as well be autistic. He's not autistic in any, I guess what you would say, I don't think you would categorize him as autistic, but I would. Because he's talking, and it's very clear that he understands what he's talking about in his own mind, but he couldn't practice, he couldn't apply it. He couldn't apply it. He's explaining it, and he's very smug. Maybe he doesn't understand it. Maybe he's just repeating it. And this is a problem. It's a big problem, and I noticed this with certain Ivy League people. And I shouldn't compare the Ivy League of today with Ivy League of yesterday, because I think they're two different things. Because Ivy League has downgraded a lot in terms of its quality of education.
Yes.
But the Ivy Leaguers of yesteryear, they're very good at parroting, repeating data. They can just repeat it right back at you. I've also noticed that policemen can do this.
Yes.
They can repeat a law back to you like, God, where did you learn that? Looks painful. But in any case, as opposed to actually understanding it. And, it's like education without a heart. And when I'm listening to this guy repeat his sacred geometry, I'm like trying to break it down and look at it, and I finally figured out, not super specifically, but generally specifically, how my teacher, the second time I saw him, had a person standing in front of him, and the person, he didn't even know the person, and he just, he'd stand up, put your hands out, and my teacher's standing there in front of him, and the guy just collapsed. He just physically collapsed. That was mysterious force. And he said that No, I never asked him how he did it. I think I did ask him one time. Well, that might have been some, but it doesn't matter. He was basically using the vector equilibrium, and he was filling the space and collapsing it. Now, how do you do that? The issue becomes, how do you do that mentally? Higher level Qigong is mental. There are mental principles, and it's about being able to focus mentally, and that's focusing on the space around you and collapsing it. Let me put it this way. This gave me a step forward to seeing how he did it. I don't know specifically how he did it. I can't do it, but it gave me an insight. Now, the basic theme here is it has to do with geometry and creating space around you. You could call it the void. The void. I saw other examples of him doing stuff with the void. It was unmistakable. It was fascinating. It was like you'd feel all the air get sucked out of the room or something. And these were feats of concentration, basically. But what it all comes down to in the end is living your life. And that's the big challenge. But now I'm going to talk about how this relates to Radu Sinamar and him being allegedly under house arrest. I don't know that he's under house arrest, but I have, as people know, many different connections and contacts in Romania. Most of them who do not know each other. There is some cross-pollination, but surprisingly relatively little. Some of my key people they might know of each other and know each other to a certain degree, but many not the case. And maybe the occasion is just casual. Connection is just casual. Now, Now, there is let me put it this way. I've heard from a person, or the information is sourcing from. Wasn't in touch with this person directly. And I assume it is the person I think it is. He has been a colleague of Radu Sinamar's. Assuming he is who he says he is, and I believe he is, a colleague of the person who uses the pen name Radu Sinamar. And he is, I'm just reviewing specifics here. This person basically says that the precise places of access are hidden, but we know this from the books. Radu also states that they're hidden by technology. And he's basically saying that the core to the story that there's this underground complex is very real. Because if you try to do some serious digging in that area, you will be stopped right away. They've also closed up the caves. When I say closed up the caves, either physically or they have the gendarmeria, the police force there guarding the caves. Now, what this person is saying, and I'm saying, I believe he's a colleague of Radu's,
Mm-hmm.
and he's saying there's huge things at stake. And he's oversimplifying when he refers to the computer beneath the Sphinx. He says they started to extract and use technologies that are now starting to be used in World War III. I don't know what he's alluding to.
Well, I've always referred to the Cold War as the Third World War, that it was in effect a Third World War which America fought and won.
He's not referring to that.
Okay.
He's referring to what most people would think of as World War III. He's referring to high-tech technologies, or perhaps subtle technologies, perhaps even AI-type technologies. I don't know. But he's saying that they're extracting it from the computer. I don't know that he's right. And he's alluding to Iran having suddenly sophisticated weapons and saying that their drones are just a warning. I don't know. I think these drones are basically US type drones that may or may not be as good, and they're not very powerful.
You mean the ones Iran deployed in the latest attack?
Yeah, a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it was awful. It was like stuff they bought off from, I don't even know if we have Radio Shack anymore, but it would remind me of what Radio Shack drones would look like, yeah.
Yeah. Now, he's also suggesting that all of this can be misconstrued with an astral underground. Okay, now there are some disturbing issues that have been brought up, but there's just this statement that Radu was put under house arrest, and I don't know what period it was, but this guy's also saying that Radu was interfered with.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also stating, and I as I say, I can't verify this, that much of what Radu stated is channeled information. But that he got overtaken.
Mm.
He got waylaid. Now, what did he get overtaken by? Entities.
Hmm.
Now I found the key thing. Let's see here. Now, he basically got in touch with ancestral memories or ancestral aspects and worked through channeling. It says from a certain point, he had interference with evil entities that started to intoxicate him with bizarre information. Now, where I would relate to this I don't know if this is fair, because only parts of his information to me are bizarre. I mean, it's all far out and interesting. Where it becomes bizarre, which is a very popular book, Forgotten Genesis, where he goes into the genetics of ancient mankind and the spiritual beings versus the non-spiritual beings. And he goes into, it's a division. And he lays out this genetic, and there are many detailed diagrams of which I had to slavishly labor over to render properly and accurately, which I did. It was slavish. It was hard work. And he said it was also very problematic to him to get these. It was as if he was watching them on a holographic computer. And it's hard to believe he didn't get it from a holographic computer. So this to me suggests that it wasn't just channeling. He was being fed information. And he was being fed it in a holographic reference frame. Now, this could lead one to easily conclude he was using substances, or he was being assisted. We know he was being assisted, if we take his work at face value, by the devices, the so-called AI devices, or whatever you want to call them, the computer systems that were bioresonant, that were stimulating his pineal gland. And if you stimulate the pineal gland enough, you're going to come up with some pretty incredible stuff. And I've said this before. If I tried to, I could do a better job than most channelers. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that, because to me it's disingenuous. And I wouldn't want to be there on a soapbox like a preacher, talking to people. You're talking down to them. Friends, I come to you. Greetings. And this sort of stuff. Because you can open up a part of your mind. If you hype it up with substances, including ayahuasca, hallucinogenics, the mind can be extremely creative. It can accomplish incredible things. I one time thought, after I went through my divorce, I was having a horrible time sleeping. Therefore, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't work. And I said, God, if I took speed, I could probably just rattle out stuff like crazy. But I rejected that wisely. Because I was having a hard time working. And I had the good fortune to have some other authors come along and do some books where I didn't have to work so hard. But that's not something that I advise. Nevertheless, one could come up with elaborate and phantasmagorical, means fantasy-like scenarios. And when you tie them into some of the themes that I've worked with, wow. Preston Nichols' main problem was that he was a genius who couldn't think in a linear fashion.
Mm.
He had too much air in his chart.
Wow.
He was just out there.
Poor guy.
And that's where he was comfortable.
Okay.
He was living in his own quote unquote comfort zone, which wasn't too comfortable for other people. And ultimately, but I mean, everybody has their own comfort zone, which may or may not be that comfortable. But the thing is, as I say, it's been over 3 years since we've had a book from Radu. And I say, is he under house arrest now? Is he under house arrest 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago? I don't know. And I've yet to confirm this. He's not going to confirm it for me. I wouldn't think. But what's important here, and here we get to is when we talk about evil entities, if this report is correct, and I don't believe it's incorrect, I guess what you call principled journalism, you want to have 3 sources. I've got one source right now. It's just a report on one source, which I believe to be is worth taking at face value. But as I say, I'm just putting it in context. Combined with other information I know, which could be considered circumstantial evidence, it's reasonable to believe I feel that it's worth reporting. But it's a report what it is. It doesn't say, aha, this is the way it is. This is report with other available information. However, when we talk about the holographic chambers, the technology with the chambers beneath the earth with holographic technology, it's very clear from his own writing that he's talking about different vibrational frequencies. And one entering different realms of vibrational frequency. His theory on the inside of the earth is astounding, what he's offered. You won't see that being discussed in any universities. I'm not going to go into that now. It's in his book Inside the Earth. I summarized it in one of my newsletters. Maybe we can revisit that at some point. It also, if I'm not mistaken, corroborates what you say about the oceans inside the Earth.
Yes.
But there's so much that's not understood about the physics of the inner Earth.
Yes.
But then, despite that, even though the physics of the Earth is not a molten core, it's and there are civilizations that are quite physical beneath the Earth. There's a certain point where you go into a vibrational frequency that is completely not of this corporeal world as we know it. There's gates or conduits.
Yes.
And in the very center is Shambhala. And the paradise version of Shambhala, not the one from the Emerald Lama's version.
Always good to qualify. Yes.
Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is the influence. Now, I have stated that it's quite plausible, that the Artilect yourself could have created this entire rigmarole that I'm involved in.
Right.
That's a plausible hypothetical theory of mine that I came to in an aha moment in September during Mercury Cassimi, which means Mercury's directly aligned with the sun, and it's a moment of intense enlightenment. That I had, boom, this is, boom, aha. I thought of that idea. In Scientology, we call it a cognition. Like, boom. Wow. And I have not been dissuaded of that theory. Where that theory is, or that idea is weak, vis-a-vis the story at face value, is if I go back to if I've taken the story at face value, the early antecedents of this Tibetan Lama who's displaced during the Dalai Lama. He escapes from Lhasa, goes to China, and he sets up their paranormal department. This is a Lama who is an active operating spirit. Scientologists would call him an operating Thetan, operating spirit who is highly aware and highly capable, and is basically operating at a level of which ascended masters could only dream of. And he doesn't have the stigma of ascended masters either. And he's, so anyway, at least as he's portrayed. And he comes into Romania, which is under the constricts of communism.
Yes.
And he sets up their paranormal department. This is the perfect, what's very pleasing about the whole story is it's the yin and the yang. It's the opposite in this repressive atmosphere of communist China. Communist China is more repressive than communist Romania. Not to give communist Romania too many stars. But communist Romania excelled in education and intelligence. And so you have this Lama coming in and setting up paranormal, finding this kid, Cesar Brad, who's got this huge umbilical cord, and he stewards him into his psychic life. Now, I don't believe that this colleague of Radu's is that person. He could be, but I don't believe he is. I just don't know. That the line between the Lama and Cesar Brad, these people, if I take the story at face value, they are a priori to the art elect. Maybe not. Well, I mean, because Cesar Brad's born in the 1970s. I think the paranormal squad comes in is already there in the early 70s. Like probably around the post, when Mao's losing his marbles. When Mao was doing his imitation of Joe Biden. So that aspect of the story says that there was a paranormal apparatus in the Romanian government being stewarded by a Tibetan elder, wise man. But it was all sort of on the sly, incognito. And he drums to his own tune. This is a very appealing maverick. He certainly didn't follow the Dalai Lama to Nepal or India, or wherever he went. He went to communist China, where he's going into the heart of the enemy. It was the communist China,
yes,
that threw out the Dalai Lama.
That's right.
And so he's going into the heart of the enemy, which is impressive in itself. An idea. Now, the Artelect really comes into its own around the time the Presidio falls apart.
Yes.
And that's, pre-1990, pre-1990,
That's right.
around the time Mae Brussel is dead, dying. All of that sort of goes together. And it's very interesting when you talk about it and you get some perspective. But the Artilect had the capability to not only project holograms, but to connect with other intelligences. And there is the potential for it to have, if these characters are real. Now, Cesar Brad, he discovers this holography. He doesn't, he's not part of creating it. The Artilect has the capability of manifesting it, creating it, mocking it up. Cesar Brad is specifically, his handprint is what opens it up. The llama is kind of arranging things behind the background. So the llama, which is called Ripasundi, or Dr. Zien in his Chinese name, he is, he would be the, what would you call it, the outlier here. And because of his nature, he would have the capability of being connected to the Artilect, connecting to it through causal plane, through God knows what manifestation. And although that is a weak link in my theory, makes my theory a little weaker, the more I think about it, this llama is wise. His statements in the book are impeccably intelligent. You can tell when the llama is talking, you can tell when Cesar is talking, and you can tell when Radu is talking or thinking. And Radu even portrays himself as the fool in certain cases. He's not necessarily, pounding his own drum in certain cases, especially when he was thinking of hopelessness. And one of the great lessons in The Secret Parchment, because he goes into the text of Buddhism and what is that, the terma, these documents will surface at certain times.
Yes.
Which is the secret parchment, and we have this one is basically, you resonate with what you resonate with, the law of resonant rapport. So it's like, what do you resonate with? And of course, right now I'm resonating with the work of Douglas, and this is what I'm doing because it's leading to revelation of information. Radu has turned into a dry well.
Yes.
And perhaps that's by nature. Perhaps that's the natural situation. This communication that I received and some other communications I have received have definitely indicated that the direction I'm going in vis-a-vis Douglas, but not only with the book I'm working on now, but where we're going is to carry forward, is the bigger picture. Now, when I was speaking of the Emerald Llama is a very good name because it's so evocative of the Wizard of Oz. When you follow the yellow brick road and you get to, you got to have a brain, you got to have a heart, you got to have courage. And then you go to Oz, and you find out the wizard is a fraud, or he's not what he appears to be.
Yes.
He's clever. He lives in a great emerald palace in a paradise where people are very nice, but they're just not quite there. They can sing and dance and be very happy, but they get scared as hell when the evil witch flies over and says, "Surrender, Dorothy." Or they get scared. And then the wizard says, well, go kill the evil witch. Go bring her broomstick back. And then the lesson is that Dorothy she always has the ruby red slippers, the Merkaba, the vehicle which to go home and make her wish. Her own shoes. It's her own shoes. That can take her home. She's given the shoes. And so the story of the Emerald Llama is, you get to the end of the rainbow. And it's very funny that in the Sea Organization of the Church of Scientology, when they had their base in the desert, and it was all very confidential, it was always referred to as, he went OTR, which stood for over the rainbow. It was referred to over the rainbow. And over the rainbow turned into a living nightmare for most of the people who were there. Because Hubbard was there for a relatively short period of a few years. And he departed eventually to Crestone near San Luis Obispo. But the over the rainbow became, you get there and you see the emerald midget. People like to refer to him as a midget. I don't think it's fair, but that's what they call him, the emerald midget. And speaking of this, they like to make fun of Tom Cruise being short.
Yes.
But I read something or saw something by somebody, I think it was Jimmy Stewart, who said that tall people were not the reason so many movie stars are short is because it's about the camera. If you have somebody too tall, they don't fit into the camera scope. This is why short movie stars are so ubiquitous. That they're in other words, it has to do with camera.
Interesting.
And I never would have thought of that, but this is a camera guy talking.
Okay.
So,
and also, it's been noted that actors have physically larger heads than your average person. So you're talking about people who are essentially kind of like larger dwarfs. Dwarfs are famous for small.
That's not really fair. That's I mean that's too much. It's like dwarf. Dwarves, for those of you who don't know, are not midgets. They are people with normal size heads but smaller body. Whereas a midget is the whole body is smaller. To be technical, and it's not, I guess what you call it's insensitive to refer to people as midgets or dwarves. I think you call them little people to be polite.
That sounds awfully condescending.
What?
Little people.
No, that's what they prefer.
Okay.
They have the Little People's Convention in Salt Lake City. They used to have it every year. Now they probably do it on Zoom.
Yeah.
But
yes.
So anyway, when you get to the end of any discipline, there, especially many roads of where you're laying out pathways of intrigue and mystery, you might find you're in the realm of the Emerald Llama, because this is what he does. He spins intrigue. He spins a tale and reels you in with that fishing lure.
Yes.
Only to find that, you're the codfish. And if you ever pull up a codfish from the bottom of the ocean, its eyes bulge out because of the pressure.
Yes.
So you end up, that's kind of what you end up. And this is unfortunately what so many people have suffered with Scientology. It's like, the Emerald Llama sport fishing boat.
But another good. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
He's the captain. The Emerald Llama is the captain. And all these people are coming up, and they might have studied this discipline or that discipline, and I've seen so many stories or met people where their spiritual gurus were just sucking the life force out of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, sucking their prana.
Yeah, spiritual parasitism.
Energy vampire.
Yeah, I always prefer the term spiritual or energy parasitism as opposed to vampirism for understandable reasons, I would hope.
Yeah, but this is what happens. They just suck the life force out of people.
Right, but oh yeah, I was just going to say another organic parallel would be, as opposed to the fisherman with the fishing lure, would be the deep sea fish or the angler fish that has an organic lure that they use that oftentimes casts a phosphorescent light or dances as if it were another fish, and this attracts fish that they devour. Certainly what you speak of with the fishing person is apropos, but it's almost more apropos for the concept of a large entity that's devouring people. But back to Peter.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you go into these deep sea fishes that do have these very fluorescent style flashes, a lot of those fish are small, are they not?
Yeah, those are small. Not the anglerfish, though. I mean, closer to the surface, you have these anglerfish or rockfish, as they call them, and they're larger than the deep sea fish. Yeah.
Okay. So, but this whole idea, and what I'm getting here is what I'm concerned about for the character we know as Radu. Mm-hmm. He had. I know he was involved with very deep yogic practices. Mm-hmm. And I'm being told that he's been basically overtaken by evil entities.
Yeah.
If that's or more than he can process. But if one were to take his stories at face value, there's this Department Zero, which I don't know is real in terms of being a physical place. I've often said I've been supported by Department Zero for over a decade.
Right.
Not because I'm getting a check from Department Zero, but because, the books, that I've published are essentially, inspired by Department Zero, whoever and whatever that is, whether it's in his mind or in the astral plane or causal plane or wherever it is. But
well, for what it's worth, just to kind of validate that, I do want people to understand that every nation of any consequence has its equivalent of a Department Zero. It's simply a conceptualization of their paranormal department. So it would be a sub-branch generally of their intelligence networks, And at some point, the intelligence network would have a sub-branch that deals specifically with the occult, and that would be the quote-unquote Department Zero. They would all have different names for different nations, but Department Zero really captures the essence or the spirit of that kind of work. So whether there is a Department Zero per se in Romania is a moot point. They have the functional equivalent thereof regardless. But back to Peter.
Well, exactly. And as Joe Mazzini said to me, I think it was the last time I saw him, and it was in Venice Beach. And I was telling him about the story about Radu's work. And he says, you want to know my take on it? I said, what? He says, I'm pretty good with this stuff. He says, I think it's basically real, but it's not the way he says it is. In other words, what he was saying was, well, and he's just listening to me, he didn't read the book. He's just to say, I think it's real, but it's not quite the way he says it is. In other words, he was telling an acceptable truth for an audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is, and of course, the first book struck a big chord because so many people wrote in and said, yeah, well, we know this part of the story to be true, that part of the story to be true. And the most exciting part of the whole series for me was the mystical character Eleanor, the alchemist, who is really been initiated into a tradition of alchemy, which will elongate the life forever if you're not physically killed. But he says after 300 years, you kind of just transform out of the physical body, which, as I've said, would make, the Jesus experience seem awkward, uncomfortable, and unnecessary. In other words, to ascend into beyond physical matter without dying. He says after 3, and this is a practice, and it's said with such lucidity and coherency, it's incredible. It's the coherency of it is that, wow. And one of the whole principle, what makes it work, is a geometric device that you have to build yourself. And it's a I forget what it is. It's like I think it's a cube, and inside is maybe a octahedron inside of a sphere inside of one, and the core of it is a crystal. And you have to actually make that crystal turn violet with your own mental energy. And then that evokes a vibration that will keep you young. And when it keep you young, that basically tells me you would have your telomeres stop getting shorter, part of your DNA. Right. They would stay long or get longer or whatever.
Basically, they wouldn't unravel. Just so people understand what a telomere is, the telomere is the eyelet that's at the end of your DNA strands. Just like you have an eyelet that's at the end of your shoelaces. Basically, that tape at the end of your shoelaces that prevents them from fraying. But at some point, that tape wears down and your laces begin to fray. And if your shoes are still redeemable or useful, then you have to get new shoelaces. You can't do that with your DNA. I'm painfully aware of the phenomenon of telomeres because it was proven that telomeres wear out the quickest in the most stressful work on Earth, which was the work I did for 10 years, which was care provision for my parents, 11 years really. So my telomeres are probably shot to hell. But yeah, it was just At any rate, that's what Peter Moon is speaking of, and that's what they're addressing. Is imagine if your telomeres didn't fray, then your DNA could continue to restrand itself, meaning that you would not age, which is basically what you do because your telomeres begin to fray. That's like a key component of the self-destruction process, the aging process. So hopefully we'll find a way to alter that through gene engineering. But in the interim, back to Peter.
And this doesn't require the gene engineering. This is more of the vibrational plane taking care of business.
Right.
And that's not to minimize genetic engineering, but it's like when you do something right, like just like I was talking about that baseball team, when you put together the right team with the right players, boom, it happens. Boom,
Yeah.
it happens.
Yeah.
And it's funny, I've talked about this once before, but that season, although I was like a minimal player because I was 13, the other guys were 14 and 15. I did play, but I made the, in the game that won us clinched us the championship. I was like, we were behind 7-0, and I was like the first one to get on base and start the rally, which I was greatly, I guess what you'd say, congratulated for that. Nobody could get on base.
Wow.
Nobody could get on base until I stood up to pinch hit, and I walked because the pitcher who had thrown the best game of his entire life, could not throw the ball over the plate to me.
Mm-hmm.
He began to get angry. He began to shake his fist at me.
Oh.
And I'm like, I'm laughing inside because, your fist doesn't do anything out here.
Yes.
And it's like, he ended up, bawling his eyes out because he fell apart. He fell apart and we beat him. It was like, but that was like, I felt like I contributed greatly, although it took the rest of the team to win. And it really made me feel a part of things. Mm-hmm. But the point I'm saying is, you get a team gathering. This is happening. It's happening in the sphere. It's like anything that unites. It's an egregore. And it was just a great spirit of energy with the team. It was great to be a part of it. Just like we had with our recent football championship that we just won. I felt very much part of that team. Now, things are going on. This is a bigger game. This isn't just a sporting activity. This is a bigger game that, might or might not include David Anderson.
Yeah.
I don't know because the team is being put together.
Yes.
And I don't know exactly who I'm going to Romania with. I mean, I'm going to Romania by myself, but who I will be with, there's always an unpredictability factor.
Right.
And how am I going to get from point A to point B in this stuff? And I'm so good at doing it. I have so much experience. But a lot of my old friends I can't depend on for various reasons. So, I just communicated to a very relatively new and dear friend. I said, "Oh, yeah, I'm coming back. I want to see you. I want, her and her friends, her and her husband and her friends came over to see me, I think 3 times when I was at Chocolina.
Ah.
I really connected well with this, not just her, but her friends and her husband. They were just, it was an incredible connection. It wasn't the quote unquote old connections. It was the new connection. And it's really funny how she's like family to me. She felt even more like family than my in-laws did. Not that they didn't feel like family, but more family. So it's like I don't know what it is. And then that's just one person, one grouping of people. But I'm not going to be traveling with them because I don't know who I'm traveling with. I know who I'd like to travel with. I know how I'd like to travel, but that doesn't necessarily mean that these things will manifest the way I want them. So it's like I have to go with the flow. I'm hoping to meet with some of these contacts and whatnot. In fact, I just had it might be possible for, I'm going to explore the possibility of actually meeting with this so-called person, this contact, because it's possible. It's not impossible at all. It's just a question of whether I want to. And I did have a dream. I did have a second dream followed up, and I was in the city of Sibiu. Sibiu is a very beautiful city. It's Paula's favorite city. It's in southern Transylvania, and it's the German, in the German section. This is where Hermann Oberth, he was the rocket scientist I couldn't remember when we were talking privately the other day. Hermann Oberth.
Okay.
He was the mentor of Wernher von Braun. Sibiu is a museum where they've got designs of rockets that existed in the 1400s. But I've been told by Paula's stepmother that most of the stuff in there was, confiscated and taken out. Hermann Oberth was her teacher at one point in school. And Hermann Oberth was repatriated. He was top rocket scientist for the Germans, but he was the mentor of Wernher von Braun. And Wernher von Braun gets most of the credit, but Hermann Oberth was repatriated to the United States. He was a Romanian citizen who worked for the Third Reich. And I believe he was a Rosicrucian, but he was from the city of Sibiu, which is, I say, the German area. The German area, so, and see, I was putting this together because I saw my actress friend, Veronica. She was in the dream. Veronica was the star of my movie that I did in 2010. And she played the good girl and the bad girl. She was supposed to be cast as the bad girl because she fit the perfect part, but then I didn't have the right person for the good girl, so I had to make her be the good and the bad. It worked out very well. Two personalities. She was, the good elf and the bad elf. She was. But she was. She represents, in my dream, she represents my work. She's the actress, the star of my show that I did. This was My Kentucky Cousin was the name of the play. And this is the thing is, Radu writes in The Forgotten Genesis about the genetics of mankind. And this story is about the 24th gene pair and how if you unjam it, it unleashes your paranormal abilities. So if I had access to all of the technology that he talks about, and I'm asking it questions, or it's bioresonant with me, I'm going to be zoning in on this issue. I'm going to zone in on it. And if I wanted to channel it, I suppose I could focus on there and channel it. But I don't like to spend too much time channeling. I don't spend any time channeling, really, if I want to focus on it. It's like a creative process. So that was the unlocking of the 24th gene pair, which tied to blue blood, Rh negative, all fun stuff that I've written about. And these are the questions I would ask the great computer. And of course, the theory here is that if you unjam that gene pair, you loosen it up, then you're going to have, I guess you're uncollapsing geometry in a sense, and you're going to have free flowing chi.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have things won't be so difficult. You're tying into the synchronicity of the human body and the interaction. And this would have been, to me, a much more productive and intelligent way to go than where he went.
Yes.
This is just my opinion, you know. And I know Paula's brother was very unimpressed with the book. I know one of her stepmother's students was very impressed with the book. She loved it. It just resonated with her. So, you know, people have different opinions. I was non-judgmental about it. I said, I don't, you know, this was, everything he said was plausibly true from a logical standpoint in terms of the DNA. It's a very challenging thing to try and describe because you're going into the history of how DNA changed, and there's a lot of diagrams and stuff, but to me, it was off point. Because I don't care so much about the history and about how this connects to that, but rather what's jamming these frequencies. It's kind of like if your car doesn't work, you take it to the mechanic, you're more interested in the car working than you are in you're seeing a diagram of the engine and why it didn't work, or how this car is better than that car. So I would have said, all right, you need to put in a better fuel injection system so that it gets a lot more miles per gallon. Rather than whatever it is. So that was. So when we get to the back to the theme of the Emerald Llama, it's like I have become what one might call over-involved in Romania.
Mm-hmm.
I was invited there a couple of years after I met David.
Mm-hmm.
I was warned not to go. I don't know if that warning was valid or not. It's by a dear friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And I took her. She thought it was much more dangerous than it was. Maybe it was dangerous. Who the hell knows?
Mm-hmm.
But then, you know, it took years to happen, and then David made me an offer I couldn't refuse. You know, he offered to pay my way. Because when he offered me initially, it's like, I'm not really thinking about money. But it's kind of like, when he offered to pay my way, it makes it, and to pay somebody, and to go with somebody else, it's kind of hard to turn down. Especially when you've just signed a contract for Radu's book to do it. You've just made this connection with Romania, and you've just had contact with David for the first time in 5 years. It was hard to turn down.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, wow, I'm going to get some big revelation of information. That was in 2008. That's a long time ago. That's 16 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I get, very involved in Romania. I even end up marrying a Romanian, which is never something I ever thought would happen. And acquired so many friends. And then I've got this on-living drama with the Solomonari. Now, this is getting very interesting to me because the one who introduced me to the Solomonari first and foremost was my friend Tantra Venska. And that is, I'm beginning to realize that probably wasn't an accident either. There's a whole aspect to Tantra that is very paranormal. And she suffered for this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really, I do dialogue with her, but it's very casual and very short. But I'm beginning to wonder or think if there's something more there, because she's the one that put me onto the Solomonari initially,
Mm-hmm.
and she taught me to give to the beggar.
Yeah.
I sent an article, and if you give the beggar, they will give you the heart of Romania. Well, so I've been following that path. It's almost, but David Anderson's the one who brought me there. But what initially brought me there was Montauk, was the publishing of my work in Montauk, which induced the publication of Radu's book. Montauk came first. Radu's book was on the heel of that. It's a response, if not a reaction, is the power of that book, the Montauk Project. It's, without a doubt, the most powerful book that I've written. I don't know that it's the best book I've written, but it was like, wow, this is powerful. And so it created a response in this country of Romania. And it's so far in my past. I guess the first copyright is run out on it, 28 years. Now we're in the renewal stage of the copyright.
Well,
Second 28 years. So, wow, it's like, and of course, I said this is in my 9th house of foreign countries, foreign travel, higher learning, and there is a gathering, an egregore of energy that's going to manifest, most probably in Romania, of different people, places, and things that will lead to further revelation. If the question becomes, has Radu been upended by the Emerald Llama or the forces of the Emerald Llama? This I cannot answer. The implication I'm being told is yes.
right.
Being told yes by this person in Romania who might have some complications, if not affiliations, with the Emerald Llama himself.
Well, it does take one to know one, right?
I don't know even if he knows who the Emerald Llama is.
No, but you get what I'm saying.
But I will say this. My dear friend that got on the line with me at Montauk when Paul and I were out there for New Year's Eve, she had heard of this stuff. She was aware of it because she's very tied into the Buddhist monastery in Woodstock, or near Woodstock. It's not actually in Woodstock. She's very tied into it, into the Buddhism. She knew this stuff. It's not new to her. She's not necessarily versed in it, but she's aware of it. And there might be some things to explore up there. So I've been working on this chapter, and I've gone through various fits and start with it. One day I'd work on it, write a few paragraphs or a page, walk away from it, do something else, come back to it. That's not usually how I write, but I kept coming back at it. And then today I got up at, I think, 5 in the morning and wrote on it. Wrote some more during the day, during the morning, during the afternoon. Finally, I just said, enough's enough. I got to stop because it becomes hard to process.
Yes.
I'm very pleased with how it's coming along. I've looked deeper. In fact, I think I've got it together, and I wanted to run to the library to get a book on Wallace.
Right.
Henry Wallace, of course, is the vice president who ordered, as Secretary of Agriculture, the first mission of Nicholas Roerich, which was to go find the Golden Child and bring back the blood of the Golden Child for FDR.
At the very least, they were supposed to bring back the child himself, if at all possible. It's one of those dead or alive scenarios. If not the child, then the blood. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. And have him dance for Eleanor in the Rose Garden.
Yes. It would have amounted to something that disgusting, yes.
Yeah. Or stuffed him and put him in the museum.
Yes. That option as well.
Yeah. So, but anyway, there is a biography of Henry Wallace.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very tempted to go out and just go to the library and read it or check it out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's not checked out. I can almost guarantee you. But I said, no, I'm not going to do it because I'll do it when I'm driving in that direction and have time to stop at the library. You know, I'm not going to go out of my way because it's just going to take up too much time. But back in the day, I would have done that. Right. You know, back when we didn't have the internet.
Yes.
I would have gone to the library and read and got over involved.
Right. And
wasted time. I wasn't going to do that because I said time, you know, I probably won't find out. But with the one thing I realized, there is no occult biography of Henry Wallace. You will go on the internet and you'll see, you know, oh, he got Nicholas Roerich to, you know, design the back of the dollar bill and the New World Order. And it's like, you know, it's like, okay. It's like, whoa, the New World Order. You know, it's such a tired and beat up story. And yeah, he did do these things, but there is no occult biography. Now, if you look, you'll find out he was a member of the Theosophical Society, as was Roerich, and I looked and I found out that Roerich did indeed translate the secret doctrine of Blavatsky.
Yes.
And Douglas had pointed out to me that Blavatsky was the only one, well, not maybe the only one, seemingly the only one, to have known about the Cho.
Yes.
Or not the Cho, the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, excuse me.
Yes.
It's easy to conflate these.
Well, they're all ultimately connected after all. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but, yeah. It's like they're playing on the same team.
Yes.
Now, and I want to, I'm not a fan of Blavatsky, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I'm not is because she's suffers from a certain amount of incoherency. And that's not, you know, My friend Chelsea Floor could understand Blavatsky and read her stuff and understand it beyond what she wrote, much the way Preston Nichols could pick up a book on technical stuff and just pick it up. They're two different areas of gift. But there is a statement here, and I want to give her some credit here, because Blavatsky. It says that a Russian explorer, General Przewalski, in 1873, this is 2 years before the Theosophical Society was founded and 2 years before Aleister Crowley was born. In 1873, this General Przewalski, Russian explorer, he sounds like a military man, general, unless that was his first name. Like that Russian I told you about, Toilet Exactly. Toilet Exactly, General Exactly. Toilet Przewalski, maybe his name was, but anyway, General Przewalski in 1873 made an account of his discoveries in the Taklamakan Desert. He found at the oasis of Chechen naturally dehydrated bodies of Western men and women.
Yes.
Przewalski also heard legends about 23 other cities buried for centuries under the desert sands. The story of the Russian explorer Przewalski regarding Western mummies did not have an echo in the scientific field. His discoveries would have ended up in oblivion if H.P. Blavatsky in the 19th century had not reported them in the preface of The Secret Doctrine. It is well known that time is a gentleman who gives everyone back to him. But 100 years had to pass, waiting for 1978 with the official discovery of mummies with Western Semitic characteristics by Chinese archaeologists. We've all heard of these Celtic mummies in this region, but I did not know this. In 1873, a Russian general found them. And of course, this is the preface to the book that Blavatsky wrote and Roerich translated. And then went on his mission for Happy Henry Wallace.
Yes.
And now there is a quotation I'm going to read where she identifies the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, referring to them as Dugpas.
Yes.
Now, these are from the Mahatma letters. The Mahatma letters are a series of letters that she channeled. Now, and this is what I want to ask you. I kind of know the answer, but listen to what I say. It's a whole, fairly long paragraph, because she's going to define the red caps as Dugpas, and this isn't quite, I don't believe what she's saying is she's quite got it right.
Right.
But you can comment after I read it. Okay, here's her. In the Mahatma letter, she states the following. Dugpas, defined in Tibetan, literally, red caps, a sect in Tibet. Before the advent of Tsongkhapa in the 14th century, Tsongkhapa is a great Buddhist reformer, writer, scholar. Before the advent of Tsongkhapa in the 14th century, the Tibetans, whose Buddhism had deteriorated and been dreadfully adulterated with the tenets of the old Bon religion, were all Dugpas. From that century, however, and after the rigid laws imposed upon the Gelugpas, the yellow caps, and the general reform and purification of Buddhism, or Lamaism, the Dugpas have given themselves over more than ever to sorcery, immorality, and drunkenness. Since then, the word Dugpas has become a synonym of sorcerer, adept of black magic, and everything vile. There are few, if any, Dugpas in eastern Tibet, but they congregate in Bhutan, Sikkim, and the borderlands generally. Now, to me, the red caps and the Dugpas are not synonymous.
That's correct.
Okay. So now, I don't know why she says that.
Well, it could be simply the fact that she's an Orientalist and she has her own sense of trying to make sense of a culture that she doesn't quite understand. As you say, she's just not getting it. She may be malevolent and attempting to confuse people, throw them off. Perhaps even she's might be on the side of the enemy. I'm not very familiar with.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
She's incoherent.
Yeah, to a degree. To a degree.
Yeah, and sometimes she's like saying, "Oh God." It's like, you know,
yeah, I think that in a sense she has coherency over a certain cosmology that she's articulating, but when she's speaking of another culture's cosmology, then she kind of just pulls. It's kind of like how would we say it, Dr. Michio Kaku? He's kind of like expected to know everything. So he's not going to, shall we say, admit to the fact that he doesn't. So he just pulls shit out of his ass whenever he's on stage. And people just roll with it because, oh, he's the guy who's supposed to know what he's talking about. And so when it comes to Madame Blavatsky, it's the same thing, really. She was a celebrity in her day. We're talking about a very famous person, so it's almost like people have expectations. And so she's just going to make it sound like she knows everything. Accuracy be damned. She'll just throw it out there, pull shit out of her ass. But this will come to, when she's talking about certain cultures that she just wasn't raised in. And other than that, she probably knows very well what she's talking about, albeit she may be categorizing it in her own manner and according to her own agenda when it comes to other elements of theosophy, or maybe, shall I say, the totality of theosophy. But what she's talking about now is not theosophy, but she's talking about Buddhism. So then she's, venturing. It's kind of like a specialist venturing out of their field. If she's not a cross-religionist, in other words, she's not a seminarian who's specializing in what you'd call comparative religious studies. She's basically an occultist who is codifying theosophy, her own cosmology, and she may do this with a degree of cross-comparative religious studies, but you get my point. There's going to be a limit to what one can comprehend about these other cultures. She does, however, grasp that there's an enormity of history, that history is vast, and that there were sentient races before man. She categorizes them and presents them in her own way, but it's not that she's ignorant in the general sense. But in the Asian sense, yeah, sure. But then again, very few Asians know their own history, so it's hardly something to really hold against her. Well, what we can hold against her is that in this case, she's way off. But then again, so is Michio Kaku in many cases.
Well, you've answered that was my main question.
Yeah.
But I have some more to say here with regards to her.
Sure.
And as I say, my main problem with her is lack of coherency. But let's see here. I had a nice. I'll have it in a second here. This is about Blavatsky. I want you to take over for a second here.
Of course.
I've got to go take care of something.
Sure. And what I'll do is I'll give people a kind of generic history of Asia and in the occult sense while Peter is gone. So let's start with the fact that we had gods in conflict. Kami versus Oni. So throughout Japanese history, there was this secret battle that raged between the forces of light and darkness. The kami were the spirits, the gods, the forces of nature. The oni were devils dwelling outside our reality, seeking footholds here. Since before the age of man, the kami struggled to hold the oni back by using humans as their tools of war. The distinguished heavenly kami, the Kotowa Matsukami, they comprised the greatest powers of the spirit world, dwelling in the higher celestial plane, or celestial as it would be anglicized. They empowered human agents, teaching them magical techniques and rituals that formed the basis of the Shinto religion. And to support their human followers, the sun goddess, Ame Torasu, Omi Kami-sama, she sent her own grandson, Ninigi no Mikoto, bodily to do battle with the Oni-spawned beasts of the earth. The inspirations for the kaiju of 20th century Japanese cinema are big giant monsters, okay? What Americans nowadays, thanks to all the Godzilla vs. Kong franchise, think of as titans. At any rate, being a man, this kami, not to be confused with the kaiju, kami are, of course, the spirits of nature that I'm speaking of. He took a wife and he sired a bloodline that would eventually rule all of Japan, beginning with Jimmu Tenno, the first emperor. And not to be outdone or outflanked, the Oni also bred with human captives and spawned an awful race of ogres who made war against humans from that day forth. Humanity's defenders were great warriors that upheld a strict code of honor, the samurai, and those that revered the kami and drew strength from centuries of war. They were the priests of Shinto, drawing, of course, the essence of their own power from the spiritual power of the kami, as kind of like a battery, if you will, the source for that energized their activities. And after many more centuries of this kind of conflict, humanity at last smashed the great ogre armies, but only because the Oni withdrew their support of the monsters. Unbeknownst to either side, the devils had found new servitors within the weak heart of humanity itself and other sentient races. This was always a gray area, of course. Understand that life is not black and white, and neither is history, and neither is mythology or cosmology. Of course, my mother's background comes from that gray area in between, because in the Great Ogre War, humanity used righteous, highly trained agents as long-range reconnaissance scouts, undercover operatives, and, of course, as necessary, assassins. And over the years, the training of these agents was codified into the Ryu teachings of the mysterious and deadly ninja, classless in Japan, but not held in contempt. Unlike the Barukamen, classless, but held in contempt. The difference between the twain being one works the Barukamen with the dead and the leathering of animal skins, which was considered a great crime because for thousands of years the Japanese were vegetarians. And in fact, their eating of meat was only in the last few generations. Something so alien to them that there is a temple of the slaughtered cow in Japan, which Brendan Soget can go to great length in discussing the history of the temple of the slaughtered cow from the time the Christians invaded Japan and tried to invade it spiritually with their concepts of eating animals, a sin in the eyes of Buddhism. And the reason that the outcast, classless people, the Barukamen, who work with the killing and skinning of animals, were held in contempt for ages, untold. The ninja, of course, are also without a caste officially in Japan, therefore also classless, but no one disrespects them, and everyone fears them. And of course, as happens tragically during their lengthy missions in ogre-controlled lands, some ninja fell under the sway of the Oni, and brought their secret warship back to civilization, where it, of course, has always been there. Some would say it grew and festered like a disease in the body, because there's always such a thing as a double agent, and in some cases, triple agents, which means that some ninja had to do this in order to ultimately reinsert themselves and bring devastating blows to the enemy forces. This is, of course, one element of the history. Blavatsky speaks in terms like these, great, grand, sweeping, prehistorical narratives. But I'm doing so from the Asian perspective that Blavatsky does not understand. Of course, there was always the fact that the war against the Oni was not the only great battle against dark forces beyond our ken in the southern hemisphere of the region now called the Pacific Ocean. That's where all of this really incepted, the genesis thereof. There was a mighty island continent that stood there. Only the mountain ranges above the waters today, known as New Zealand. Western nations, of course, would think of Atlantis, but that would be the Atlantic Ocean. Lemuria is the Indian Ocean. The true name of this continent in the Pacific was Mu, or Muvaya, or Mua, to make it more basically euphonic, since the term Mu, it requires a lengthened U, so it'd be more like Mu, but it sounds like the loo of a cow. So you really just want to say Mua or Muvaya. For thousands of years, the Muans, or the Muvayans, they fought the Oni alongside the Japanese. But the sorcerers there sought to use the Oni's dark magic for themselves. And there we have one of the root causes of the ultimate fall of that continent. Peter Moon is back with us. I can continue with the narrative, or if you wish, Peter.
It's probably best if I cut in here.
Sure.
I haven't been listening, but except that I just heard a little bit. But what I wanted to mention, and this could get even more to the core. It's something that I haven't brought up with you before. I haven't brought it up with anybody. And this ties to Blavatsky and her Mahatma letters. I was one time, over 20 years ago, you might say approached by somebody I know who was in touch, and I take this person very seriously, was in touch with Master Kutumi. Now, first I will explain what Master Kutumi is. Ascended Master Kutumi was one of the first masters to bring forth to our planet the knowledge of the Great White Brotherhood of Masters. It was Master Kutumi who gave the sacred teachings to Madame Blavatsky that resulted in the establishment of the Theosophical Society in the late 19th century. Well, when I was told this over 20 years ago, my response was inside of me. I didn't say this to the person. It's like, well, I'm in touch with Howdy Doody. The puppet of 1950s. It's not something that I would seriously entertain, because this person I respect and has very strong connections to some of these shambolic realms. But as they say, you know, if you're in touch with Master Katomi, I'm in league with the guy down at the local deli who gives me a sandwich every day. Now, I mean, this is how I am. I don't, and I say I don't have a lot of regard for Madame Blavatsky. Although I will tell you, she's got a huge following, even after her death.
Mm-hmm.
And Crowley was very proud of the fact that he was born on the day she founded the year she founded the Theosophical Society. He regarded her, he had some regard for her, and he even made a comment, which I put in my book, Encountering the Pleiades, that he said Blavatsky would deliberately do shams of, whether it be a seance or whatever she was doing, to immediately get rid of the people who weren't serious students. So she might do, commit some serious faux pas, but it was all just to get rid of the people who weren't serious students.
Mm-hmm.
And he was practically extolling this as a virtue. And I was referring to this in the book, and my proofreader, who grew up as a theosophist, just got so upset over this. She goes, "Blasphemy! This is blasphemy! You can't say this! It's blasphemy!" And I said, well, first off, I'm not saying it. I'm just quoting Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
It's blasphemy! Now, of course, she grew up in a theosophical household with her sister, and they were both paralyzed. They couldn't walk from, because the mother was such she was implanting them with engrams in the Scientology vocabulary by just ramming theosophy down their throats.
Wow.
I don't know that her sister Ruth ever recovered from it. I mean, to the point where she could walk. Margot could walk. She recovered her walkability. She's a very dear lady, but she was just so rabid, like parochial about theosophy. And I mean, it's just, to me, it's just, it's just a bunch of books. Okay. I'm not saying that there's not wisdom in there, but man, it was a bit much,
to say the least.
Yeah. So, it's like anything can be taken to extremes. But anyway, so I'm now thinking, if my friend who was in touch with Katomi, I don't know what this is all about. I need to revisit that conversation of over 20 years ago. But this was the whole founding of the Theosophical Society and the, quote, the Great White Brotherhood of Masters. And I've never been, I don't know. I'm not enamored of masters. It's not that they don't have something to value. Some of these people were brilliant. But it's kind of like, you get down on your knees and you look at the saints at the top of the church. What's going on here? So I'm wondering how Blavatsky intertwines with any of this. It says here that, let me see here. According to theosophical teachings, a spiritual hierarchy exists composed of individuals who have finished their round of earthly reincarnations and have evolved to a position from which they guide the affairs of humanity from the spiritual planes. Well, it sounds reasonable that there are such characters. Members of the hierarchy closest to the humanity are the lords of the 7 rays of the light spectrum. Each ray is representative of a particular virtue that the lord of that ray exemplifies. Master Kutumi, generally referred to simply as Master KH, is the lord of the 2nd ray and exemplar of wisdom. He is especially concerned with culture, art, religion, and education, and is the guardian of a vast museum located in the remote Tibetan valley where he and Master Moria reside. In one of his past incarnations, Kutumi was the philosopher Pythagoras, but today he inhabits the body of a Kashmirian Indian. Like Moria, he travels frequently, and many members of the Theosophical Society have reported seeing him. Blavatsky reportedly first met him in 1868. He also had a special relationship with A.P. Sinnett, one of the early Theosophical leaders. Master Kutumi was one of the 3 main communicators, the others being Master Moria and the Jewel of what were compiled as the Mahatma letters, the ultimate source for many theosophical ideas. Kutumi has been one of the masters with whom leaders of the Theosophical movement, independent of the Theosophical Society, have claimed frequent contact. To me, I don't know what to say. To me, it still comes off as a squirrel cage. And then there is the famous Lucis Trust. You've heard of that, right?
Vaguely, but I know nothing of it. Or nothing I can consciously remember.
Okay, well, this person actually told me about the Lucis Trust. She looked quite a bit into it.
Okay.
And this comes from Alice Bailey. Alice Bailey was a writer of more than 24 books on theosophical subjects and one of the first writers to use the term New Age. She passed away 1880 to 1949. Bailey was born as Alice Latrobe Bateman in Manchester. She moved to the United States in 1907, where she spent most of her life writing and teaching. Her books describe a wide-ranging neo-theosophical system of esoteric thought covering such topics as how spirituality relates to the solar system, meditation, healing, spiritual psychology, the destination of nations, and prescriptions for society in general. She described the majority of her work as having been telepathically dictated to her by a master of wisdom, initially referred to only as the Tibetan or by the initials DK, later identified as Dwal Kul, who was one of the people in touch with Kutumi. Her writings bore some similarity to those of Blavatsky and are among the teachings often referred to as ageless wisdom. Though Bailey's writings differ in some respects from the theosophy of Blavatsky, they have much in common with it. She wrote on religious themes, including Christianity, though her writings were fundamentally different from many aspects of Christianity or other Orthodox religions. Her vision of a unified society included a global spirit of religion, different from traditional religious forms and including the concept of the age of Aquarius. Now, the Lucis Trust. Alice and Foster Bailey founded the Lucis Trust in 1922. Its activities include the Arcane School, World Goodwill, Triangles, a quarterly magazine called The Beacon, and a publishing company primarily intended to publish Bailey's many books. The Arcane School gives instruction and guidance in meditation via correspondence based on the ideas in Bailey's books. World Goodwill is intended to promote better human relations through goodwill, which they define as love and action. That action included the support of the United Nations. The Triangles are groups of 3 people who agree to link up in thought each day and to meditate on right human relations, visualizing light and love pouring into human minds and hearts, followed by the use of the great invocation. It is not necessary for each person to link in thought at the same time each day, and it only takes a few moments of time. Alice and Foster Bailey founded Lucifer Publishing Company. Lucifer and Lucis come from the same root word, lucis being the Latin genitive case meaning of light. After the first 2 or 3 years, the name was changed to Lucis Publishing Company. The Theosophical Society also used the name Lucifer for its early magazine. In 1923, with the help of Foster Bailey, Alice Bailey founded the Arcane School, which is part of Lucis Trust. This school provides educational correspondence, meditation instruction, and guided study based on her writings. Now, that all sounds rather innocuous, but the Lucis Trust is I guess a conspiracy theorist's field day. I mean, it's supposed to be huge. It would dwarf the Church of Scientology.
Wow.
And it's not just some cute little New Age movement, but it's. I'm trying to. Let's see. It says the Lucis Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, and World Goodwill is recognized by the Department of Global Communications at the United Nations as a non-governmental organization, NGO. This is, this is a, I guess what you call a
front page.
Very, what did you say?
I said a front page. Just thinking of it in the website says.
It's like it's all tied to the UN, and it's just.
Well, that's Allied warfare bullshit then.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of. I mean, there's whole websites that go into it. It's. Let me see here. Okay. Alice Bailey saw the organization's name changed to Lucis Trust for the advancement of the Luciferian beliefs remain true. In Blavatsky's words, beliefs, quote, oppose the materialism of science and every dogmatic theology, especially the Christian, which the chiefs of society regard as particularly pernicious. Lucis Trust promulgates the work of an ascended master who was working through Alice Bailey for some 30 years. The Lucis Trust Publishing Company and their many fronts and organizations worship an externalized hierarchy of ascended masters who carry out the work of a Luciferian master plan for the establishment of a permanent age of Aquarius, ruled by one Sanat Kumara, the Lord of the World. The Lucis Trust is a powerful institution that enjoys consultative status with the UN, which permits it to have a close working relationship with the UN, including a seat on the weekly sessions, but most importantly, influence with powerful business and national leaders throughout the world. Through its founding of Goodwill, Lucis Trust is aggressively involved in promoting a globalist ideology. So it's run through an international board of trustees whose membership is said to have included John D. Rockefeller, Norman Cousins, Robert McNamara, Thomas Watson Jr., the IBM former U.S. ambassador to Moscow, Henry Clausen, the Grand Commander of the Supreme Council, 33rd degree, Southern District, Scottish Rite, and Henry Kissinger. This would then tie Bailey's influential occult organization into the international conspiracy of elitists, including the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, and the Trilateral Commission. This author says, I've been able to confirm some of these connections through Lucis Trust involvement in the Windsor International Bank and Trust Company, where on its site, the Windsor Bank plainly states that it's a member of, advisor to, or affiliate, or friend or benefactor to all these conspiracy organizations. So it's this ties right into the the sort of Wallace type of mindset.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's continuity of that.
Yeah. And then it has a satanic communion. Alice Bailey and Master Dwal Kul. It's a quote here from the book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy. Preparation, too, must be given to the developing of higher psychic powers. Hospitals and schools will appear under the direct guidance of the masters. Teachers will train the minds of the pupils to be responsive to direct inspiration from above. The bulk of her occult teachings are channeled from Tibetan Master Dwal Kul, the plan according to the hierarchy of ascended masters, to implement a new world religion of which humanity as a whole can aid the will of the planetary logos. Emphasis should be laid on the evolution of humanity with a particular attention to its goal, perfection. The objective is the helping of the great ones and the rendering to them of that intelligent assistance which will make their plans for humanity materialize. Their goal is to practice occult meditations, the science of energy flows and energy relationships. So they've got this group meditation.
Group meditation.
I mean, it sounds innocuous, but what's the financial end of it was the most, I guess, unwieldy aspect of it. Tremendous money is what I recall. I never looked into it too deeply because it's like, say, and this friend of mine had looked into it very deeply.
And she was responding positively? You said it sounded like she was really
I
into
wouldn't say positively at all.
Okay.
I don't think she thought it was positive, but she saw it as a problem. But I just this is, it sounds to me as the work of the Green Llama.
Yes.
Is what it sounds like. What it sounds like to me.
Yes.
But this is just the road we've been going down. That's all.
Yes.
But tremendous amount of money. Let's see. It started out as a publishing company. And the trust cites, okay, interesting. The trust cites Gates and Soros as individuals who have helped further its efforts. So it suggests, this is suggesting that George Soros is involved and Bill Gates. Maybe weirdest of all, the trust has an entire multi-century plan based on Alice Bailey's writings related to the externalization of the hierarchy. Has to do with a network of people that has secretly been running the world, starting to make public their plans for the return of the Christ. And some pretty high-level people are involved. The forum post on Graham Hancock's website summarizes a lot of the above.
Ooh, Graham Hancock, of course.
No, it's his website exposing this, supposedly. It mentions the involvement of Robert Mueller, former Assistant Secretary General of the UN, different from the Russiagate Robert Mueller. Mueller was apparently deeply invested in the development of a global model for education and is considered by some to be the grandfather of the Common Core, which Gates is also a major promoter of. Yeah, I mean, there's probably more I can find out about this, but it remains relatively unhidden. What I would say, uh, what what I would say, and I'm going to digress here. And this is pretty much what I had to say. We'll see where all this goes. This is, as far as what I was saying about Radu, this is, kind of spearheading into what's going to be coming down the pike. I don't know what's going to be coming down the pike. It's going to develop over the coming months. There could be some new revelations. I just don't know. It's very interesting. But on the TV news, and of course these people are very disturbed. The news is very disturbed about all of these protests, pro-Palestinian, particularly Columbia University in New York and colleges, saying people have been trained to hate Israel.
That's the, shall we say, that's the trope they're pushing. But go.
Yeah. But what they were saying was that George Soros was that these people are being arrested in mass. How many mass I can't say, but they're being arrested, and they were saying that George Soros is funding. He's not the only one. There's somebody else too. They're bailing these people out, like left, right, and center. They're providing money to bail out the Palestinian protesters. Where this becomes disturbing is George Soros is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he be pro-Palestinian?
Because he's a humanitarian?
No, he's not a humanitarian. He's known to kill whole countries financially. Because he's playing both sides. It's as if how much of this is being stirred up to feed Israel. Do you see what I'm saying?
I kind of see what you're saying, but it seems a bit convoluted.
It is convoluted. Of course, it's all convoluted. It's all convoluted. I don't think he's bailing people out because he's humanitarian. I don't think I've never heard anybody say George Soros was a humanitarian. I've never even heard that.
Well, you wouldn't hear it on Fox News, no. I'm not defending George Soros.
I heard this on Fox News. I heard it on CNN.
Okay. Yeah.
That George Soros is bailing these people out. Because in other words, how much is Israel really threatened by all these pro-Palestinian demonstrations?
They're very threatened because they've relied on 100% acquiescence throughout their existence, a lockstep population that worships them. So, yeah, they're really threatened. Yeah.
Well, but they also pride themselves on being able to survive no matter what.
That's the myth. They know they can't survive without the United States and Germany completely behind them and pumping them full of money endlessly. It's they're a parasitic population. And by that I mean the Israeli population, but people can extend that to the Jewish population by, shall I say, a kind of leap in logic, but that's not what I intend to say. I'm talking about the Israeli state is definitely parasitic, to the point where, of course, there are nations that are saying that Germany should be tried for its part in the genocide against the Palestinians because of its total support of Israel. And I agree. Yes, yeah, but go on.
But this becomes the rhetorical question: is that Israel seemingly has an infinite supply of money. and I say this because, first off, there are a lot of rich people who will support Israel. All of them Jewish, for whatever reason. I would also suggest there are mechanisms by which they could even manifest money without that support, either through controlling Congress to print money to send it to Israel or whatever. Like, I just can't see them. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's kind of like, I can't see this football team losing because they just look too good, too strong. Israel, I mean, who's stopping them from destroying Gaza? Nobody. The only thing they have is a lot of people in the streets against them, is a lot of people in the streets complaining. Are these people going to influence Congress?
No.
No. And Congress, I mean, everybody wants to pass this bill to help Israel. There's no question about that, except maybe the Squad and AOC being in tears, which she was about something. Like, this is like an actress.
Mm-hmm.
But they have the issue is supporting Ukraine. The Republicans don't want to support Ukraine, so that becomes a conflict point. So, but they all want to support Israel. Even the Republicans definitely want to support Israel. The question is, how much do the Democrats want to support Israel?
Well, all the older ones do, and the majority of them are quite old. The younger ones don't.
Yeah, but there's still enough votes to give Israel its weaponry to, and it's like, are they even seriously? The Russians aren't coming after them. The Chinese aren't coming after them. The Saudis don't really do that military thing.
That's such a good way of putting it. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah,
yes.
To their own savvy credit, they get other people to do it.
Yeah.
Saudis aren't dumb. The Syrians will attack Israel. Hezbollah is not attacking Israel right now. I mean, they're not involved in this Iranian attack.
No.
Iran will attack Israel. So you basically have Jordan's not going to bug them. Yemen. I mean, Israel is under constant threat because anybody can throw up a bomb on them anytime. But, it's like, who's going to take them out? I don't see anybody taking them out.
Well, let's put it this way. You give a fool enough rope and they're going to hang themselves.
That is quite possible.
They are. You're talking about Israel look, America stopped all of the incoming attack between Iran and Israel. America stopped it all. It wasn't that Israel did much of anything. It was just America was there in full force, and they pretty much stopped all the incoming, Radio Shack little drone copters that the Iranians sent over. So then the Americans, I'm presuming, I'm only presuming these things. It's like I said in my analysis of our latest episode, I said, one presumes that all sides do not want war. One presumes that simply because one hopes that everyone is thinking logically and rationally. We all know it's bullshit, and we all know they're all crazy. The end result is my geopolitical analysis is, in a sense, the only logical analysis you're going to hear out there, but at the same time, it has in its own way, you have to take it for what it's worth, that because nobody thinks logically on planet Earth. You're dealing with the lunatics are running the asylum, and because of this, Israel is nothing but lunatics. It's the lunatics through and through, throughout the whole fucking asylum. They're all fucking lunatics. And when it comes to where their response, this is what I was presuming. I presume the United States, through representatives or their military, said, please, look, we stopped all the incoming Radio Shack drones coming in from Iran. You don't need to respond. Okay, you don't need to respond to this. But no, the Israelis are all saying, we've got to destroy Iran now. They've got it. So, I mean, no, it doesn't matter to them that they're, losing a lot of credibility in the world, that they're...
Aside from the fact that it's crazy.
Yes. It's,
why do they want to do that? They want to show the world how powerful they are and nothing can destroy Israel.
Yes.
And you know what? If they wage a war against Iran, they will only wage it. I don't know how much they have in their own arsenal. I suspect they have a lot more in their arsenal than they say, and they just get the United States. It's like if you had a whole basement full of ammunition, you keep it and you just have the United States say, hey, we need some ammunition, and you just have them keep giving it to you. I think they have a lot of nuclear weapons that they don't talk about and that they could unleash if they wanted to. I don't think they need the United States. I think they use the United States. Now, I don't know that because I don't have privileged information to their stockpiles. But if they are like they act in other areas, they're going to have all these resources and still get you to pay their taxes, get you to pay their bills.
Yes.
That's what I think is going on. And they got the United States shooting over the drones. How could Netanyahu say, we're going after these, da 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 da, and then the United States is over there doing all the work. So they either completely control the United States.
We know that, yes.
Yeah. Or they, have influence. It's like they couldn't do it themselves. And then you have stated many times how superior the United States military is in terms of its equipment and technology. And
Bear in mind, of course, I've always qualified that by talking about how corrupt and incompetent it is as well, but continue.
there's no question of that. But the Israeli intelligence is so much shrewder and survival-oriented unto itself than the United States. The United States does not protect the interests of the United States. The United States protects the interests of other people. It always has.
Yes.
It's going back to Lindbergh. Lindbergh lost out, so the United States became, under FDR, everybody's great giver.
Yes.
The great charitable.
Yes. Oh, disgusting.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is, the biggest danger would be Israel putting its foot in its mouth. And, this is like on a global scale with this Uranus-Jupiter conjunction, there's a lot of things that can go down. There's also room for peace in May. Don't know what'll happen. But this, as they say, this stuff isn't quieting down. The election is messy. What I think is interesting in terms of what if you put this pitcher up against this hitter, to use a baseball terminology? What is analogy? What would Trump do if he steps into this mess? He's prided himself on calming things down. Are all these Eastern nations gonna, these anti-Israeli nations? Oh no, not Trump, not Trump. And what would he do to calm things
Well,
down.
he's already said that he would give how would I say it? Just untempered support to Israel, total support to Israel.
Now that's interesting
Yeah,
because if he said that, I hadn't heard that, and uh, I I think if they're not promoting it, I could see why CNN wouldn't promote him saying that because it might, you know, and I don't know, but I don't doubt that he said it because he is pro-Israeli, uh, but you know, how would he actually deal with it? Whereas Biden's having to keep the squad happy, you know.
that's yeah, pretty much. He's got to at least, how would I say it? Mouth platitudes. Biden at least mouths platitudes, but he's totally up the butt of the Israelis. It's really no difference between the twain. There's like no choice between the twain when it comes to Israel. But Trump would simply be more overt about it. Yes, he's
He doesn't
recommend.
have
Yeah,
to appease the squad,
yeah, that's quite
and
correct.
and they were saying Russia was made significant encroachments onto Ukraine today. They're building back their power base militarily, which is, you know, I suppose disturbing if one wants to get disturbed about it.
Well, what I mean, that would have to be analyzed at various levels. I mean, we hear this sort of thing all the time. Just remember that more and more so, alternative media has always been under, for almost, I would just say, alternative media, as I've always said, is simply Russian propaganda spoken in English. When it comes to the mainstream media, it's coming more and more under control of the Russians via just the infiltration of their propaganda. And so people will often mouth Russian propaganda because they've done this. They did it throughout World War II. They would say, "Oh, look, the Russians. Without them, we couldn't beat the Germans. It's all the Russians did all the work, and the Russians didn't do shit." And instantly I'll get people violently reacting to that.
They raped a lot of women.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get people just violently reacting to that, saying about all the great Russian sacrifice and shit, and all this crap. And it's all you see on YouTube is these Russian propaganda films. Quite literally, that's what you see on YouTube come up again and again. Like I say, when I am done with this transmission, I go straight to YouTube and I'm there for the ass. I'm just going around for music videos, checking out chicks dancing and shit. But because I've been talking history all night, I get fed just through the aggregator this entire I'll just call it like slinging shit at the wall to see what sticks. They just keep throwing up all this Russian propaganda shit at me, it's all these Russian propaganda films that are shown, and Americans watch it and they eat that shit up. I've also noticed more and more Chinese communist propaganda films about World War II coming up, and I don't know how many Americans are watching that crap, but it's all out there. But the Americans have been eating up the Russian shit for years. And so they just mouth whatever the Russians say. The Russians will just say, we're making great advances. And the Americans will just repeat it like it's news. So whether that's happening in Ukraine or not, the Americans are going to be saying that. Because you got a bunch of Americans who just want to stop spending money on Ukraine. And so, that's always something to bear in mind. Obviously,
Well,
yeah.
I would think this would help generate money for Ukraine or a cause for it. But then again, a lot of people don't like the Ukraine. Whatever. I mean, I'm not one of them, but they don't understand what's at stake there.
Yes. Thank you.
But the world will continue with or without some of us. So I want to thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
It was this is a continuing story,
Yes.
and I want to remind people to donate to Douglas. I don't know if you got any more contributions since T-Tank Barry.
We'll take a look. I don't think any for tonight, but I'll take a look and find out right now. And definitely, I want to thank you as well for your service and just reminding everyone about the need to contribute, how important it is. I don't think anything has come in particular, no, but I do want to, as I said later, congratulate people who have contributed in the past. But continue, dear Peter.
Well, I'm at my end for the night. But, if somebody could send $20 to Douglas, it would be a big help to him. If you can send more, it'd be a bigger help. Get a little flow going, and I don't know if I get up in the morning and arrive late, I can brief you a little bit more.
Sounds good.
Some things we talked about earlier. If I have more information to relay on Wednesday, today's Wednesday, on Sunday, I will. This is a continuing, ongoing dialogue I have with Romania that I see continuing through October. So be it. But anyway, with that, it's we'll see where it all goes. Meanwhile, I'll be probably finishing the chapter on the Emerald Llama.
Excellent.
In the next few days, I would imagine the weekend at the very latest, and then
Wonderful.
I will start on what could be the Vox Arca. But what I will say about the green llama, I like to call him the Emerald Llama, is this aspect reaches, it's like a step up from your typical Christian Armageddon or your Christian apocalypse.
Thank you.
Rapture, it's a step up because we're going to the antecedents. And I'm only beginning to see this as I put all the information together. And it's just another look at the world, the way it is, the way it has been. And once you see all the parts of the world, the apocalypse, you have to remember that war is going on every day, or fighting, or drama. It's going on all the time. And there's also joy and happiness in the world at the same time. This is why the Greeks had the sad face and the happy face on either side of the theater. It's not all happy, it's not all sad. So I think we could replace I always say those faces were creepy, the sad face, the sad mask, and the happy mask. We could.
Yeah, there was always an eeriness to them, yes.
Yeah, the green llama on one side and the golden child on the other, or Aleister Crowley on one side, and who would be the happy face on the other?
I was thinking Elrond, since he was so working off Crowley's works.
But he would be a much happier face. But yeah, I thought of that too. But I'm trying to think of, somebody who smiles all the time and is not repugnant. Like who was that workout guru, Richard Simmons?
Yes.
He was easy to reject because he, I don't know, he was just, there was something about him that was very rejectable.
Yes, poor son of a bitch.
I think he ballooned up. We don't hear about him anymore.
That wouldn't surprise me, poor son of a bitch. He did have a problem with overweight as a child, so it wouldn't surprise me if,
That's why he was the workout guru.
Yeah, that's right.
Then he gets tired of working out, so it's bad. It's like he goes from the the bicycle to the couch with the ice cream.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
It's not inconceivable. It's almost expected. I do want to remind you that when we come back on Sunday, I do intend to just again reiterate what Aquino's agenda was with the Gospel of Thomas. The man he was working with was a Burton L. Mack, but we'll go into that on Sunday and a little bit, and also back to Rorik and Shambhala, which he called the Garthai, just to further confuse the issue. But we'll go back to that cosmology and both cosmologies on Sunday. But Peter, you've been wonderful as always, and we love you dearly. And blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay.
Okay, still got to think of a happy face for that other side. You don't see Jesus particularly smiling. You don't see Buddha smiling too much. He's just kind of content. Sometimes you see a happy Buddha with a big belly, but that happy Buddha looks a little bit like Crowley.
Hotai. You're speaking of the figure of the happy Buddha, or the laughing Buddha is known as Hotai.
There's even one of Crowley as in a happy Buddha position.
Disgusting.
And I'm trying to think is like who's smiling. There must be somebody.
I can't think of anybody that balances out against Crowley, really. His choking bitch, Winston Churchill, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like this is something I'm going to have to work on.
I mean, it'd be one evil balancing the other in that case.
Yeah, it's just like some happy roly-poly person that doesn't it's not offensive, or is like
well, Hotai is there. Hotai is in that range, but
how do you spell it?
HO-TAI. And I think that would be one romanization of it, but just laughing Buddha.
Yeah. He's good. Yeah, he's perfect.
There we are. Yeah.
Look up Hotai. No, he's good. He's good. Okay. All right. So good night. We got that solved. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Blessed night, dear Peter. Yes.
Good night.
Good night, Peter. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And so thank you so much, dear Peter, and hopefully people answer the call. And we will now call everyone else and all the usual suspects. I'll take a short refresher and basically gather myself and prepare for the night. We have Brendan Zogit's already on the call, but I'll add him again. Let's see if people are showing up on my list this time, because I neglected to do a cheat sheet like our man.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep reminding you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know what your setup looks like, but if you could see the amount of post-it notes that were in the vicinity of my computer.
Yeah, it would definitely make a lot of sense. Let me add Heather, because I know she doesn't show up on the list automatically. Then let me add Troy Bellamy, because he doesn't show up on the list automatically. And here we are. And then we'll see if I remember who else to add.
It'd be nice to have like a batch file that you could just run and be like, these are all the people I'm going to hit, and you just hit go.
Yeah, I don't think Skype works like that.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It could work like that,
Yes. Well, at least they seem to be showing up on the list this time. Yeah. Skype reformat it yet again, so they're showing back up again. So that
it's going back to my DOS days, like a batch file. Like when we used to run computers without Windows.
Yeah.
Like from command prompt and just DOS. And you had to know all the commands to get around and shit. And then like Windows came out, and I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, now any idiot's gonna be able to use a computer.
That's so funny. And yet none of them can.
Right. Because we were all pretty hardcore, like just running, command line operating system.
Okay, so I called pretty much everybody that I normally call,
But
and
yeah,
so that includes Victoria Lauren Hobbs, who I forgot last time. Not that she would normally respond, and especially with what Peter was saying about Christian literalism. But
I
let's see.
feel like she always swings back though. I feel she'll be back.
Yes, hopefully,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, she will.
Yeah, and let's see who else is out there that responds. Okay, cute little Heather has her face now in the icon of her Skype. She reminds me of Linda Blair. And George Knight might not respond immediately, but he'll be dropping in whenever he wakes up. Oh my god. Forgive me.
Did you hit the invite everybody?
I invited everybody. Amy!
Oh, why am I not seeing it here?
Amy! Amy!
Hey, I'm right here. What is wrong with you two?
Oh, I saw you.
Right here.
I saw
I'm
you.
awake. I'm all sugared up. Got all my sugar in me so I can hold the stage for you,
Oh,
Douglas.
God bless you. Thank you. By the way, everyone, Amy Como's birthday is coming up. She turns legal drinking age. And we will finally be able to pump her full of alcohol. This is
When is that? That's this month.
That's this month, the 26th.
Well, wait. We said we were gonna have a birthday whole month for her.
We're
So
gonna just start celebrating last month and just keep going.
Yes.
Just keep it going. Celebrate.
So it's like, just so people know, his birthday is on.
Oh, it is.
What's that? What's that?
I forgot that. I forgot that Noah was like a Aries, like right before me, right?
Yeah, I guess something like that. Yeah, I mean he's born.
What day is it on?
What? Noah's birthday or Amy's?
Yeah.
No. Well, Noah's is on Hitler Eve Day. He's on Hitler's birthday Eve Day, which is the 19th. Hitler's on the 20th. 19th, right. Yeah, so 20, he's on the 19th, which also, by the way, just so people know, that's Patriots Day. And that is a day that has been erased. The government has tried to replace it by claiming that September 11th is Patriots Day. And it's all bullshit because that's really 9/11 Remembrance, Service and Remembrance Day. But Patriots Day has been around forever. Basically, the shot heard around the world. It was like, what was that place in Boston where, they did that shooting? Or no, it was... where was it? It was up there in one of those northeast little bumfuck areas where they shot that shot. That ushered in the Age of Revolution. The militiamen, American militiamen, probably one of them just pulled the trigger by accident while he was trying to scratch his nose or something. And that was known as the shot heard around the world. That was on April 19th. And then, of course, it is also the day of the Oklahoma City bombing, which was in response to the Waco massacre. All of these happened on April 19th. And it is just a really fucked up day. It's one of the most fucked up days in history. It's atrocity after atrocity. It is also the beginning of the Ruby Ridge massacre. So it's the beginning of the massacre at Ruby Ridge. It's the beginning of the massacre at Waco. Yeah, go on.
That was in South Dakota? Ruby Ridge was in South Dakota?
I can't remember.
No.
What state was that in?
North Dakota.
It was like, where is Ruby Ridge? Let's look that up.
It's on the Pine Ridge res, yeah?
Yeah, Ruby Ridge.
Am I completely mistaken?
Oh, I don't know which state was Ruby Ridge in. Let's look it up because right now I'm getting Idaho, which makes sense. Which state was Ruby Ridge in? Yeah, okay, let's find out. Okay, Idaho. It's Idaho. That makes perfect fucking sense. Yeah, where else? Anyhow, Weaver family. So it was Boundary County, Idaho. August 1992 is how they put it down, but the beginnings was in this April 19th, because that's when Geraldo was in the helicopter. They made sure he had a camera. They made sure they had a famous cameraman. And Geraldo was a camera personality, and they took the helicopter down to the point where they buzzed and harassed Randy till he finally shot at him. And that was the beginning of when they said, we got to put this guy under siege. So that was the beginning of the massacre. Though the massacre didn't take place that day, that was the beginning of when everything went down. So that was April 19th. And then, of course, there was Waco on that day, and then Oklahoma City bombing on that day in retaliation for Waco. So there we have that. But I don't think there's anything that notorious about the next week, Friday, the Friday of the next week, which is the 26th, which is Amy Como's birthday. So, she gets off easy. Oh, so I've got to figure out something to send you. I've got to send you something. I don't know what, and I can't afford much, so I'll have to
Send
just...
me anything.
I'll send you a card.
You're fine.
Yes, thank you, honey. I'll send you a card, and I'll just have to try and find a good card, and even those are expensive, So, but I'll do my best.
I don't want you to try that hard. I think you should upcycle something.
Okay.
You should turn something that's laying around the crypt into a beautiful creation.
I maybe, but then again, I'll try. We'll see if I have the energy to invest in that. Oh my God. So I know you two can handle this. I'm going to take a short break, but before I do, Amy, is there something you want to bring to my attention before I take a refreshment, before I refresh myself?
There's a lot of stuff I want to ask you about, but it's fine.
Okay.
We can talk about it when you get back.
Okay, I'll be back. Yeah. Yes.
That's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to know if Aristides had anything that he wanted to discuss. And George is
we'll
supposed
figure
to,
it out.
right?
We'll
George will
figure
probably
it out.
show up.
Well, George will show up eventually, and when he shows up, of course, he's going to then pretty much dominate the scene. But he'll be here all night, so he doesn't need to dominate the scene. Usually we give him dominance because he's only here for about, an hour or something like that. But because he'll be here all night, supposedly, then he can afford to give everybody else leeway, and we can make an honest roundtable out of it. In the meantime, hopefully Brendan will join us sometime soon as well, and he should be. But other than that, you two have got this. I mean, both of you are skilled at this. You're both mature adults, and you both have a lot of things you can discuss. I want to bring to people's attention that we do want to give moral support to two ladies Brendan Zoget looked up, and I just have I think one of them is Jenna Ortega, and the other one is, let me take a look at Girl Fired from Scream franchise. I have to spell girl right first. Fired from... Now, for those of you who don't know, Scream is apparently very lucrative, and it's a serial killer franchise, and it's like, basically, for some reason, it's probably the only serial killer franchise that uses the basic core actors. Apparently they've maintained them in general through the franchise, which is interesting. It must be quite a challenge. I don't know how they do that, but by that I mean just the sheer writing of not having them all killed off. With the serial killer franchises, as you know, everybody just dies, and there's always the last girl, quote unquote, but she never shows up again in the sequel. But apparently they've been maintaining a continuity of staff with the Scream franchise. But basically, Melissa Barrera opened up about Palestine, and she said that Palestine has always been an open-air concentration camp, and that what the Israelis were perpetrating was a Holocaust. And she said it in a far more nuanced and subtle manner than I've just expressed it. And they said, "You're out of here, bitch." And then Jenna Ortega, who is the depressed little star, or she conveys that as Wednesday Addams, and she resigned in solidarity. And they told her, "You're gonna pay for that throughout your career." In other words, they're basically saying the Jews run Hollywood, and that anybody who says anything against their foreign policy is going to be blacklisted. So we do want to give them our moral support for what that's worth, and support both of them. Aside from that, they're both obviously ethnic I mean, one Pereira and the other one Ortega. They're obviously ethnic, and but they're not, I guess, the right ethnicity. So I guess they were filling quotas when they hired them in the first. All that being said, I am going to refresh myself. I will leave these two to talk about whatever they want, but that was an opener. Also, get this shit. Here's another thing to bear in mind. There have been, guess what? Ever since Israel's Nova Festival, which was all the peaceniks who wanted peace with Palestine, were all dancing together when, what they claim were the horrible Hamas terrorists swooped in and killed everybody, or at least everybody that they could, which was a lot. And I think that there's more people died at that festival than any other festival that I've ever known of, which is something like, how many fucking people died at that festival? Let me see if I can look that up. It's like, not many people survived, right? I mean, but one thing I do know is that all the ones that survived are killing themselves. And the last time they counted, which was, 364 people were slaughtered at the Nova Music Festival in the Negev Desert. And there weren't that many survivors, but all of them have since killed themselves. What do you think about that? Isn't that something? This is because, of course, they're killing them all so that they don't say, hey, it was all men in Israeli uniforms that were killing everybody at the Nova Festival. That it wasn't Hamas. It was a bunch of Israeli troops. Yeah, so now they're saying, oh my, they were all... And what few are still left alive are saying that, hey, they won't give us any post-traumatic stress disorder therapy. And we have to prove that we're traumatized. Well, I'd say that, everybody died and then that we're on a hit list. I mean, that's pretty traumatic. I guess it sucks to be you. So, that was like I said, that was 2 months ago. They said 100 people were killed. I didn't see any news on this until now. It was like a few days ago when I saw this on Taiwanese news. I have not seen it reported in American news. Apparently, this has only been reported in Hebrew, where everybody just accepts this as normal. Like, survivors, they just all kill themselves. But I think that that's, relevant. Other than that, any opinions there, Brendan? I notice Brendan is with us. Hello. Let's see if he can get off mute. There we are. Oh, thank God. Yes, Brendan. Let's test your audio. Yeah, he left. That's hopefully he'll get back in an area where we can hear him. There we are. Brendan, try now. Say hello. Let's see if we can hear you. Test your quality of sound before I go to refresh myself. Then he left again. Man, they're fucking with him.
He's trying.
He's trying. Yeah, they're really fucking with him. So there we have that. But yeah, before I go out on my refreshment break, Aristides, any immediate thoughts on all that I've just shared?
Yeah, I had a thought. What were you just talking about?
What?
Oh, I think I saw it was like allegedly a few second clip of like gun footage, where they have like the whatever it is. It's like, I don't know, it was like a thermal, or I don't know what time of day it was that this happened. But supposedly gun footage, from like the Israelis that were like shooting all the concert people.
Yeah.
It's only a very short clip, but
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know if it was legit, but like I totally believe it happened.
Thank you. Because they're considered race traitors by, everybody else.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What is it? You mentioned it last time. It was like the Hannibal Directive.
Yeah, that's right. It's called Hannibal Directive. Yes. And they would probably consider shooting everybody at that concert, basically carrying out the Hannibal Directive because they believe these are all race traitors. That would make perfect sense. It's kind of an extension of the logic, maybe stretching it a bit, but, they often do that. All kinds of militaries do that. Or rather, governments that give the militaries orders do that. Now, Brendan, let's see. Test, wave, say hi. There he is. We hear him now.
Am I audible?
You
Am I
are
audible?
finally fucking audible. Did you find out any further information about the dear lady Barrera, who was fired for basically being pro-life? By that I mean pro-human life.
Oh, this. Oh no, I did not. I did not.
Yeah, Melissa Barrera. And,
Yeah,
and-
Melissa Barrera and
Right. And
that
Ortega,
one-
Jenna Ortega. Jenna Ortega.
yeah, no, Ortega.
Yeah, both very ethnic names. And so aside
Yeah,
from that,
It
Peter,
just goes to show
go
that the younger generation
Yeah.
are actually have a brain, and
thank you.
I don't know if it's like there are a lot of downsides to social media and the internet, but there is an upside that it's an Aquarian technology, and people aren't getting stuck in these old ways of thinking.
Thank God.
Just
Yes.
they're questioning things more, and it's so in a way it's positive.
Yes.
These people aren't just going to sit there and take the line from these old ass fogies about we have to support these guys. It's like, no, we don't.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So
Yes.
that's the good news of it.
Yes. True. Thank you, and I appreciate that. And so I will now go on my refreshment break. Now, dear Amy, before
I'm in super bad reception area still.
Okay.
So it might have to be hefty on the other guys right now.
Okay, we'll count on the other guys for now. Go mute for a bit when you're moving
I don't
around.
know if this I don't know if this school is the poltergeist activity is increasing because it's about to be torn down and all the spirits are getting disturbed.
Oh fuck yeah, they're restless as hell.
Yeah, they're restless because they know that it's close to the end.
Yeah.
Of this, and this school apparently was built in 1938.
Yeah.
Which I found out recently, so it's definitely got some stuck energies.
Oh fuck yeah! It's no doubt it's got its own little cesspit or whirlpool. It's vortex. It's got its vortex.
Yeah, exactly.
And
okay.
Okay. Well,
but I'll be here if anyone is chatting.
Excellent. Love you dearly. And so, dear Amy, before I go, any thoughts? Any other thoughts before I go? I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes at the longest. More like 12 minutes or so.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, hurry back.
Okay, honey. Thank you.
We'll do a bit.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I'll go mute.
Okay. It's good to see you both again. It's been so exciting the last couple shows. I haven't been able to jump in, but I've been listening. And I really enjoyed hearing Douglas talk about the Asian founding fathers.
Yeah, that was
and
good.
how all of that transpired across the United States before Columbus.
Yeah, that was a really good segment.
I think if anything, those genetic tests that I took because somebody gave them to me, that those just sort of prove that out. Overall, there wasn't any native blood, but I also think that that's sort of the genome companies taking some liberties with what they decide is what label on what tiny little change in the chromosome might look like. But I feel like the native blood is showing up in my genome as Southeast Asian, or Aboriginal Australian. That was the smallest breakdown. It was
could be
2% or something.
How much of it did it say was there? What was the percent?
Yeah, it was basically, they couldn't get any smaller. The Aussie was the Aboriginal Australian was 0.25, and then there was 2% Polynesian, Southeast Polynesian. So I feel like that's sort of making the whole idea of the trade system from the jet stream just being so much easier across the Pacific. That those settlers, they they would just keep going. They would just keep going until they found another ocean.
Yeah.
Just keep on walking. I can't imagine. I can't imagine being in a boat across an ocean and then landing somewhere and then keeping with it, traveling forward,
Right.
moving on. Like,
Just heading off into the great unknown. Right.
well, and I think it's kind of naive to think that it didn't happen. To think that
Yeah. Right.
why,
Well, especially
like,
when there's like certifiable artifacts like etched into stone, like that's not really too far fetched,
right? Yeah, that's right. What was that? There was something was in this. There was just characters of a
Very
older
old script.
version that somebody had to put together. Oh, it was the Harris map. Was that it?
Yeah. Harris was the one person, I think.
Yeah, the people who were trying to make some fuss about it. That Harris map, and then the daughter got control of it and was having to explain to people that this was actually something that was done a long time, like 1420 or something was the date that they were able to nail down.
Yeah. 1421, something like that.
Something like that. It ended up being like just the right timing for this editing job I was working on about Baptists.
Yeah.
And I knew nothing about Baptists. I mean,
1421, the year China discovered America, was the book.
Yes. And that was like her father's book, or was that her book?
Might have been her. I don't know. I'm like trying to look, but basically you're right. You got it. It was like the daughter took it up and I mean, so altogether, yeah, it's pretty convincing. Yeah.
Well, and they do a good job marketing. They don't actually show you anything on the website. Like you have to really dig, and then it's still not giving you like the goods. Like you want to see like what they're talking about, but you have to like buy the book or whatever.
Secret maps.
It lined up. Go on.
No, guys, I read Secret Maps of the Ancient World, book by Charlotte Harris Rees. Secret Maps of the Ancient World. That was another book. It was the 1421 year China discovered the world. And then the other book, another book, The Asiatic Fathers of America. That was one book title. And Secret Maps of the Ancient World. So I don't know if they were, I didn't quite take the best notes, but they're one Harris or the other, or it was related to all that when he was explaining it.
Yeah, and I used that to kind of flush out this article that I was asked to edit for this group, and it's all about Baptists. And I thought that's fantastic that this all came through Baptist missionaries in Taiwan. I think it just was like, that is one of the best contributions I think that any sect can bring, is to kind of unite the cultures like that, and like not be counting people out because they've got a dissenting opinion. I mean, which is apparently that's a key founding concept within the Baptist Church, is the liberty of your faith is primary. And which I didn't realize. I didn't know anything about this. So it's great doing this editing work and finding out like, what do you really know about Mormons or the spirit, or any of this, like the Psalms or Proverbs, or I don't know anything about it. But when I'm editing it, I get to glean something from it and make it fun. Like try to piece bits together so that it's not just this AI generated bunch of garbage that somebody else couldn't edit because it was too cold and harsh and no feeling in it and no examples and no parables, nothing. It's just like the AI stuff is terrible. But that's kind of that's the project in itself. Is they're asking these common questions, putting it to the AI, and then sending it through a group of editors, which I think is a good way to get some good writing. They do end up with some really fantastic articles for the website. Yeah. What are you up to over there? Nothing?
That they're making articles for the website with AI.
So but it's not that. It's that they take all their Christian website and they take all they take like the top 50 most asked questions about Christianity. And then they make an article through AI answering the question. And then we go through as editors and we go through rounds of first edit, second edit. There's a couple of other constraints where there's like additional editing functions that have to happen before it gets approved, before it goes onto the website. But some of it is like really interesting. And I thought it was a different thing when they asked me to do it the first time, and thought I had to like generate my own stuff. Heather's here. Can we hear you?
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
So nice to have you on.
You too. Who is this?
My name's Amy.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we've been on together yet.
I was trying to figure out who you were from your picture. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. No, this is my grandmother's great grandmother.
Oh,
so
neat.
She was born in like the 1830s. Yeah.
I love that.
It's probably the
pictures too.
Oldest one I've got. Yeah, I think it's probably the oldest picture that I've got of family is this one. But
was it a pencil?
Thank you for asking.
Pencil ones that they have to fill in with pencils because they're so old.
Yeah, I wonder if they did that. I went because
Yeah,
in the album that it came out of, she had really rosy cheeks, but it's clearly, like a tintype. Like
or they called it daguerreotype or something like that. The name.
The daguerreotypes.
Yeah,
I wonder about those. It's not that though. It's more of like well, it was a posed picture with her husband, and it was just
and got pink rosy cheeks.
And she had like in the photo itself, you can't really see it in this, but it was like the metal, and then there was like pink cheeks.
Cute.
Which I don't think those were. I think they drew them in. Like you said, I think that was an add-on. They made that particularly. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
What's been going on, Heather? I love that you work at the Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, today that was just a bum mess because like something's going on with me. I found out yesterday that we lost another family member, and it was just unnecessary. And so I hadn't left the house, and then when I went to work today, everything just went to shit that I touched. I was not in the mental capacity to be doing any job, so I got the hell out of there. Yeah. So
nice. Well,
I tried to distance
sometimes
myself for a long time from my family, just to try to make space between us so I wouldn't be involved, because I figured that some stuff was going to go down, bad stuff eventually.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
I understand, like you're needing to have severance from all of it.
Yeah.
Get that.
Yeah.
On that.
Well, no,
myself.
not like all of the stuff that I've gone through. That is by the hands of my mom and my grandparents. My dad didn't even know about any of that, so he's really no help to me when I'm going through that.
Huh.
Yeah.
But your dad you said that your dad is doing poorly and needing care, and you're just hoping that you can find somebody to do it.
Yeah, well, he's not to that point yet. He needs a lot of attention. And like I just brought him something to eat today, and he fell last night on his face, and his nose looks broken, and it's had blood all over it. And it's like it took me like 10 minutes before I even realized it. Like, what happened to your nose? And he's like, oh, I was wondering if you were going to realize it or not. Shoot. So just stuff like that, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like I've had to
That's
pick
why
my
I
dad
was
up
a
off the
caregiver
floors
for
because
so long. I was caregiving because I had to prepare myself for this moment.
is that how you feel? Like
That's how
you
I've
feel
always
like
felt
all
when
of
I
it
was
was
doing
leading up.
it. Yeah.
Huh.
That's why I went to work as a caregiver for old people, is because I had to put up with all of that just to deal with what I have yet to deal with. You know, my dad's impossible. We don't get along, but I had to learn how to be like sensitive to the fact that it's not him that's in that, you know, if he's got Alzheimer's or dementia or something, you know.
I know, but I did it for 7 years thinking like, yeah, this nobody else can do this. And
Mhm.
now I'm a year off from it and I'm certain
You okay?
somebody else can do it. I'm
Yeah.
certain that
Yeah.
this is not my job. Like that
Yeah.
I'm
You learn a
not.
lot. You learn a lot from people at the end of their life, you know. It's really raw.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
scared. You mean when they're
Yeah.
scared and they know it's coming to an end and they just feel like they can get away with anything because they've
Well,
already
some of them
screwed
are
up
just,
some
they're
way.
obviously holding on for something. And yeah, like you said, they're scared, you know,
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, I guess I'm really like I'm so much better off if I just don't have it in my life. Like if I don't have
Right?
the daily constant demoralizations and like
Well, what do you do
just
now?
like the reminder. Oh, I was just talking about like right now I'm just doing remote work because I'm staying with somebody who's like in this place in the woods that's like it's a half hour down the road just to get to the main road.
Oh, wow.
So it's just yeah, it's better to just not have to commute every day back and
Yeah.
forth. Like
How do you like living
that's
off the
what
grid?
it's not quite off the grid. We're pretty spoiled. Like we're not,
Okay.
like we're doing okay. Like we had his mom over and like she was worried because she didn't know what to think and she got here and she was like actually just pretty comfortable with it.
She
Like
liked it.
was like yeah, like she was okay. Like it like and that was we were both like excited that she was here. Oh, it was for the eclipse. That's what it was because
Oh,
we had
cute.
yeah, we had full view of the eclipse here in this part of the state. It was like all right on. It was like, and we had the
Wow.
perfect weather. We had the best dance party. For some reason, the radio started picking up stations that have never played here before.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Isn't that? And I guess it's still going too. Like we keep testing it and like we're still able to get
Ooh.
these stations like from Canada. Like there's
Wow.
one,
Wow.
I don't know, it's
Yeah, I
like
remember there was a
Le
station.
Energy or
There's a station here in Arizona for a while that I found, and it's no longer broadcasting, but I used to think it was from the Angels because there was never anybody talking. It just went from song to song to song, you know, and there was never any person playing it. I don't know. And then
I
it was always
love
like
that.
weird, like house,
Yeah.
like music.
Yeah. Yeah. I lived in New Mexico for a while and we always said, thank God it's not Arizona, especially like July, August. At least we're
Yeah.
not in Phoenix. Like,
I don't know what people were
I'm
thinking when they moved out here a long
I
time ago.
don't know. I yeah, I don't know. I couldn't really get along in that community because I'm such a New England person. Like
Yeah.
Just like it just wasn't
A
it
little more
wasn't all that.
highbrow.
No, no,
No.
not even. Not like it just wasn't. It was a cultural thing where like the families and the communities, they like I thought I was like, just doing my life and having the best me, and they all had like 5 kids, 3 baby mamas, like
Mm.
I couldn't like, and I thought like, oh well, it's a big city, like there's always like an influx of people in a big city, right? Like metropolitan areas, you can usually like find somebody who speaks your
Your language.
language, or yeah, like that's always a concern when traveling is the language. But once you do it, and it doesn't matter, and it's all body language anyway, like it's
Where did you live when
not
you
a
came
big
to
deal. But
Arizona?
I didn't live in Arizona. I lived in Albuquerque, but
Oh,
I
okay.
drove all over the Southwest while I was out
Nice.
there. I went down to El Paso. I had already lived in Colorado, so I kind of knew people up there still.
Fun.
And I drove through Arizona a number of times because I was going to Vegas.
Okay. That's a rough road.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
That's a rough road.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
You
fucking
should see it
hot.
now. It's even rougher. It's bad.
Yeah, I remember like being scared to get out of the car. It was so hot. Like it's different. It's a different
Ridiculous.
climate for sure.
Yeah, there's got to be a payoff though. I don't know what it is. I guess if you have asthma.
I think that there's just something really beautiful about like getting into the mountains in the desert. Like I remember going up to Mount Taylor and thinking like, how does this exist in the middle of the desert? Like
Right.
this is like gorgeous wooded mountain, and apparently, it's right here in the desert, and
Did you go to the
it
Grand
feeds
Canyon?
all the roads. Did I go to? No, I've never had an interest in doing that. It just doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
I don't.
I've never been there.
I did go to Glacier National Park, which I think that's big enough where you could poke around and have some fun up there. But the Grand Canyon, I didn't ever want to go do that.
Is
And
that
like,
is that a national park, the Grand Canyon?
I think so.
Oh,
Isn't
didn't
it?
know that. Not sure, probably, but I didn't even know that.
No, have you been to the Grand Canyon?
Not me.
No, not you.
Oh.
No. And honestly, like traveling around, people who do it, they always come back with some hellish story. Like our car ran out of gas. We didn't have any tent. We didn't do it.
Oh, that's
It's
funny.
always some sob story. So I don't have any interest in doing it for that reason.
Right. I
It
remember
seems
what
like
happened to the Brady Bunch when they tried to go to the Grand Canyon as some like hailstorm.
the
Yeah, I remember
Brady
that
Bunch.
just occurred to me.
The-
When I used to watch Brady Bunch, they had a trip one time. They went to the Grand Canyon and just got lost in a ghost town. It all ran out of gas, like you said.
Well, yeah, like that's, and it does kind of seem like that is the place where you're gonna overthink it and end up like with not enough, like too many miles to go before you hit another gas station. Like
Maybe
Yeah.
National Lampoon should make a Grand Canyon movie.
why haven't they? Don't give
I
them
don't
any
know.
ideas.
That's what I'm here
don't-
for. That's
don't
what I
feed
do. Yeah.
kind of.
Well, it's good to meet you and
Kind of.
talk to you. I always see your name first on the call, so I always thought you were the one that was producing it or something, because Douglas never produced.
Oh
for
hell yeah!
himself.
I'm doing it all. I'm doing all of Douglas's for him. Sure. No, he
He does
just
this all
knows
by
that I'm
himself,
pretty.
huh?
Can you believe it? Like, I don't understand how he does it. Like, I take time off. Like, I have like
Right.
weeks where I just can't do it, and I don't
It's amazing.
understand how how he does it. I don't understand it, but good
Dedication.
on him. Well, and some parts must be working for him. I mean, I know he puts up with a lot of difficulty
Yeah.
just dealing with the public, but I
Well, you
I
know, and a
feel
lot
like
of
he
people, they
must be.
don't get it. A lot of people don't get him, and I love Douglas, and that's just the thing. People that love him, and then like he'll just go off on some he'll say something, and it'll offend someone, and they'll get all butthurt, and he's just being honest, you know, telling it like he sees it, and it's kind of, I think, a way that, because he puts himself out there, so he feels, you know, naturally, I would feel vulnerable, and so to put, you know, make it a little more fair, I think that that's what he does, because he's putting himself in that position every time that he comes and does this. And then there's like people who just sit behind their chat room or say, you know, something, or online.
Yeah, and I don't, you know, I don't claim to know anything along the
Come
lines of
on.
this talk about. I don't claim like Aristides said, like I have to take notes because I really don't have the recall. I totally get that, and that is when I first started listening. I would just have these random pieces of paper with like Russian ideology of cosmism, like
Right.
just
I do that too.
like things that like just don't get said in a daily conversation usually. And so I would just have little notes, and then I was looking back through this notebook, and I'm like, it's all Douglas. Like everything
that's
I've written
cute.
down
You know, he's
was
really smart.
all
And
this
as
show.
Douglas once said, that people, what did he once say? Oh, that in a conversation, a person doesn't even need to be talking straight to you, or you don't need to be listening directly, but indirectly, if you're in a room full of people and there's a conversation over there, your subconscious mind will hear the conversation, even if you're not listening, and processes what it says. So, you know, I have
Yeah,
to take
no,
notes too.
absolutely. Yeah. Just keep a little book. And then when you realize that most of it is Douglas, go ahead and throw some money at him, and he'll definitely, you know, he'll appreciate that you can
For
do
sure.
that you're financially secure and hanging on
Well, this is
in
what he
this
does.
crazy.
You know, this is his job. So everybody should be paying. Everyone that listens, anyway. I know I've got hours and hours of being entertained by it, you know, let alone being
This
a
is
part of
true.
it is something separate, you know?
It's true. I mean, I like to kind of reinforce the, you know, we can't make these decisions for him. He's going to choose, you know, what it is that he wants for
Oh, yeah.
himself.
I,
We're just here to
I,
Yeah, we're
I,
talking
I
about
just,
you.
I just got back. Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
always,
Oh, no, I heard Amy
it's
said.
always about you.
Yeah, I mean, aside from my narcissism and my megalomania, the way what I heard being said was he's going to have to choose for himself, going to have to decide for himself. And you know, my first image I had was that I was on life support and whether or not to pull the plug. And it was that is this a situation like that? Is there do you know something that they're not telling me? What?
No.
Oh,
No.
so what? Catch me up.
She said that my name was always showing up first on the list. I think it's because it's got an A in the beginning.
Oh, maybe.
But
Oh, okay.
yeah, I do all the producing for Douglas. I can barely even show up once a month, maybe.
Yeah, when she sugared up, yes, she showed me the sugar.
I'm all sugar up.
Yes, chocolate frosted sugar bombs. What the hell is that shit you showed me? What is it called? It's some maple candy, right? You said.
I found.
Yeah.
Oh no! I ate all the maple candy, but the one I sent the picture of, I found this Spokane company, this Spokandy,
Okay.
was in this little candy shop that I've been going to. And I
Okay.
was like, oh, it's from Spokane, Washington. And it's huckleberry. That's what's really good about it,
Cool.
is it's the huckleberry flavor in the
Cool.
white chocolate.
What does huckleberry taste like?
That's so interesting. I will send you some for my birthday, and you can have some huckleberry.
Oh, that's
No,
so cool.
I got a handful of the saltwater taffy. I got huckleberry taffy, and then I got the little huckleberry white chocolates from Spokandy.
Oh,
Out of
delightful.
Spokane, Washington.
Yes, and taffy's got like seawater, right? It has to have saltwater, seawater, right? Taffy?
I don't know. It's so good. Those did not last. I will have to get more. I will have to eat more.
How about yourself, Heather? Welcome aboard. What was
Hi.
why is Aristides on mute? What the fuck happened? Did he it's like he said something inappropriate?
Probably
Like
the train. Probably the train tracks.
the train tracks. What the fuck?
He lives by a train.
Does he really? I had no idea.
Yeah.
Is this true, Aristides?
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm here. I don't know. The girls were talking, and I was making noise, clunking around the house, and I'm here.
Okay. I thought it was something similar to what happened with what's her name? Let me take a look. There's that lady who responded to the photographer. I mean, this is one of the controversial things that, just for conversation fodder we might bring up. Let me see. Shuts down photographer. Or calls out, shuts down, calls out, photographer. We'll find out this latest incident that caught my eye. And let's see now. Hannah Waddingham basically is this very tall, statuesque woman who you had no idea what she looked like in Game of Thrones. She was only in for like a few scenes. Very bizarre. They had her wrapped up in a burqa. And apparently, just for the sake of trivia, she went through hours of literal waterboarding with grape juice, where they just filmed everything and showed almost nothing in the series of the torture they put her through. And this apparently still traumatizes her, and she sees a psychiatrist for claustrophobia because of it. But she came out in a dress with, I forget the proper name for these dresses, with the slit up the side. And the photographer said, "Show us some leg!" And then she came down on him like a ton of bricks, and everybody is saying, they're upholding her for it, saying, oh, it's so great she did this, but it's kind of like, that's, I hate to say it, not defending the guy, but this is kind of like what photographers do in modeling sessions. That's what they say. It's basically
Like work it.
Yeah, all that shit. They, push it out, inhale, this sort of thing. Show some leg. He may have been, it's like I don't understand. It's like whatever. I guess on a far more serious note, look up the other guy. But anyhow, I thought maybe Aristides had said something like that, basically talked about it's her 21st birthday coming up, so I felt he might have said something about Amy Como, like, oh man, now we can date rape her. Yeah, I'm getting the roofie ready. Yeah. And then both the ladies piled up on him, and he had to go mute, poor guy. Yes. By the way,
Amy
Yeah. So what are you doing for your birthday, Amy?
He's getting the roofies ready. He's getting.
Can't rape the willing.
Hey.
That
What
is
did you say?
That is.
Are you 21?
It's really unrepeatable. It's terrible. It's a terrible line that I learned from somebody in New Mexico, that you can't rape the willing.
It gets muffled every time you say it. It gets muffled. It's like you got a built-in sensor.
Are you serious?
Yeah, every time you
That's
say it,
too
it gets
bad.
muffled. I can't. Yeah, it's you can't. What is it you said? You can't get raped willingly, or you can't rape the willing, or something. What did you say?
That's it. You can't rape the willing.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Did you hear it finally?
I finally I heard it. Yes.
Reading it. It's so. It's not. It's not. It was just a flash in my head of like what this woman used to tell me.
Oh my
Like,
god.
can't rape the willing.
What was her point in saying that?
She was just mean. I just had a mean boss at work, and she was just mean.
Okay.
She just.
It's like having a rape
just...
whistle. I have a rape whistle.
You do?
Yeah. Do you really?
Yeah.
And like why does it make you feel? Does it make you feel more secure? Do you?
More safe, yeah, because I wasn't responsible with the mace, the bear mace, pepper spray, or whatever.
And you just went around spraying everybody you disliked.
No, it's just I broke it actually.
Yeah, over someone's head. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how it got broken, but probably the heat.
Oh my god. Yeah, it could be the heat.
So I have a rape whistle now. So if anyone tries to rape me, I'll just blow the whistle.
That's
not gonna happen. I'm just saying.
I mean, if I can. Well, I mean, don't say it's not gonna happen. It could.
No, it's not. It's gonna happen. It's like a whistle.
Oh, right. Got it. Yeah, I think these are somewhat sensitive topics. Yes.
Yeah, gotta be careful what we say.
Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, not too careful because it is, after all, just YouTube. The other people who got my YouTube videos hit, they were like really working at it. I mean, like with Ian West, he put up a deep fake of Joe Biden, and it was late in the episode because I was all brain fried. And then he put up this deep fake of Joe Biden just shitting and pissing all over. It's not Joe Biden saying it, of course, but just shitting and pissing all over trans people. And then, of course, the Bulgarian bozos who were working with Peter Moon then reported it and got it shut down. And it was like, it takes something like that to really get a hit. The other thing they're hitting is, of course, the history of the Battle of Los Angeles, because then we talk about, I'm even afraid to use the word, but basically we talk about vaccines. And so then they hit us for that. So, whatever you do.
You say inoculation and they might ding you.
Oh, good idea. But but we just,
Smart.
Yeah, smart. Yeah, but best not to talk about the topic anyway. I mean, the ironic thing is it had nothing to do with, but yeah, they just.
I heard little bits and pieces of Peter Moon tonight, and it was so interesting, and I kept having to get pulled away. And he was talking about the red hats. I love that topic. The red hats?
No. I mean, I know about the red hats. So tell us about the red hats, because you probably know much more about it than Peter did.
Oh, the red hats. I just know that they came from a long time ago, and they were the red hats. And you see it in history, and you see it a lot in art, but you don't realize about the little red hats. And there's even one guy that was the red hat. I don't know his name, but they have him like at the manger taking a dump at the nativity scene.
Holy shit! I guess that's the wrong term to use.
Like from I don't know what country it is, but everybody knows who it is. He's the guy that took a crap at Christmas when Jesus was being born.
What the fuck? Where Whoa! Where does this come from?
They were like, I just watched YouTube. I think it was the Christmas Unveiled by Mind Unveiled. It's like a 3-hour Christmas Unveiled video, and he goes and breaks it down all about Christmas. This guy is probably a contender with you because of the information, but he's just like gathering it. He doesn't know it in his memory bank,
Okay.
About history or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's the one who I learned about the Little Rascals from.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
So you watch this guy a lot.
Well, no, I watch his videos when they come out because it's very interesting, and syphilis and Tartaria, all the stuff that we conspiracy theorists tend to talk about.
That's cute.
Yeah.
So and what about Amy? Don't go mute on us, Amy. I want you to participate.
Amy, come back.
Yeah, come back. What?
I was messing with the fire. I had to get the wood stove together. I was trying to not have you listen to me slamming the wood stove shut.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's all.
I mean, that's adorable, but I
heard
mean,
it all.
you got yourself all sugared up for this. I mean, it's like, what is it now? A quarter after 1 a.m. where you're at, right? Yes?
It is.
Yeah.
It's late.
Yeah.
It's late, and you almost lost me.
How?
Like I literally was like 10:30. I was just like, oh,
Oh fuck! Don't even get
that
me
is
going.
so sweet.
Don't. Yeah. Oh man! Don't even get me going on that. What about So just another nice controversial topic that is hypersensitive and would get anybody else in trouble. So William Brock, I forget the name of the. Good God, his victim has got a quite the name. And I have to look that up. Now, what is this, dear Heather? What are you putting up here?
That is the video. So if you ever wanted to know, you could go, watch it until you see the little red hats. Fast forward through it until you see the little red hats, and then you'll know where to stop in the video.
Uh-huh. Okay.
He talks about how they were the ones in the charge of the money, and they were dark complected, and and they went around with the emperors, I guess, or whoever was in charge. I know they were in Italy, and they were the Moors. Maybe they were affiliated with the Moors somehow, or they are the Moors.
Uh-huh. Well, this is all fascinating. I mean, but they may not be the same people as the Tibetan red hats.
The red hats are the red hats. They're everywhere.
That's cute. That's cute.
You mean the triangle red hats, right?
I don't know. I've never really kept much track of it. I don't know if the ones in Tibetan red hats. I'll look up and see if they got triangular hats. Let me look that up. Well, so the deal with William Brock, he shot Lolitha Hall, and the horror story here, which brings us directly back to Amy Como, is because I want her to speak on this at length. Is first off, basically William Brock is this old white guy, and he looks distressingly like Peter Moon. Because all old white men, I hate to say it, but it's true. Everybody out there listening to me knows it's true. Generally speaking, the majority of old white men tend to look alike. They all start looking alike. They get a certain look. And William Brock, however, is older than Peter Moon. He's 81. And there is, of course, the usual thing we can say about white privilege that just goes in the direction of they watch too many movies, and in the movie the man takes charge. He's in charge of his own kingdom, and then you see really stupid movies like Liam Neeson movies where they basically, I will hunt you down, I will kill you. It's like the man has to assert himself, and there comes a point in your life, you're 81, you've got to really confront the fact that you can rely on authority without shame. You need to start calling people for help. And this guy got a bunch of scam calls all morning. Now, the thing that puzzles me, of course, with this sort of thing is basically, of course, I spent all my life being harassed. So this is why Amy Como can relate and why she needs to respond to this at length. Obviously, Heather can too. She can relate in a different sense. But this really, really speaks to Amy. I mean, she's a targeted individual, well, as is Heather, but, Amy, she stands out to me in this regard because she's got the military stalking her. And when it comes to this individual, somebody called him all morning. Now, because I've been stalked all my life, basically, my phone is off. I turn it on only when I'm going to use it. But this guy, he lives in the past, and so he kept answering the phone. And this person kept claiming they abducted a relative of his. And they said, we're going to kill your relative unless you give us like $21,000 or something like that. And we're sending over someone to pick up the money. So then these people, the same people whom nobody knows who they are, called Uber. And a black female driver shows up who herself is no spring chicken. This woman should be retired, and she's about 65 years old, and she's working Uber because everybody's fucking poor and they're desperate. And her name is Lolitha Hall, and she gets out of the car, and he of course, thinks she's coming there to pick up the money. So he comes out with a gun, says, "Where have you got my kidnapped relative?" And she knows absolutely nothing about it, is freaked out by a white man coming at her with a gun, runs back into the car, and he pumps her full of bullets and kills her. So this guy at the age of 81, he's going down for the count. This guy's going down for murder. He's gonna die in jail. He's gonna die in prison. This woman is already
Douglas,
dead.
that happened to me. Somebody called me and said that they had my daughter. The exact same story you just told.
Oh my God! And did an Uber driver show up?
No, what they made me do is they made me get in my car, hook up my phone to the car, drive. They're like I was going somewhere to meet them to give them money. Right? I didn't have money at the time, and but then they made me pull over on the side of the road and they like thwart the whole plan. And all that they cared about is making sure that I was alone and nobody was around, which I watch scammer calls all day long on YouTube. Like not all day long. I have other things to do with my time, but it's always playing. And that's their main thing is just to make sure that you're alone because anybody that's around you is going to stop you.
Uh-huh.
You know, it ended up in a nightmare. I was traumatized by it. I still am kind of trying to recover actually. Because as you know, I haven't even seen my daughter in 10 years. I couldn't even call her to make sure she was okay. So I don't know.
Was this right after she disappeared or 10 years later?
This was like recently, like within the last 2 months.
Well, I don't understand. I believe everything you're saying, but
no, I didn't believe it. I said, you must have the wrong number. I'm like, how, you know.
Right.
I didn't, yeah.
Right.
But
you drove out to rendezvous with these people all by yourself?
Well, it was like an instinct because I would do anything at this point just to know, you know, my daughter, to find her, to know where she is. And so that was just my heart thinking, you know, not thinking. You know, Vinny tried to stop me. Everyone tried to stop me. I'm like, no. I'm like, because if there is a chance, you know, and there could be a chance.
Vinny, you mean your boyfriend? You mean your boyfriend?
Yeah, he tried to stop me, but nobody could stop me.
But I mean, well, I don't understand. Why didn't he call the authorities?
He did. He called as soon as I took off. He said, hey, he's like, this is what's happening. And then eventually I made it over to my dad's house and there was an accident that was right down the street. So I just pulled up to the accident because I was talking on the car, you know, phone. Uh-huh. And the cops are like, I told the police what happened. I was like breaking down. I'm like, somebody says they've got my daughter and they're going to da-da-da, you know, whatever they said. And the police looks at me and he goes, well, you need to call the police. And I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? So then my dad walks up and then asks the police officer, because they were listening to this guy and how he was talking to me. And so my dad asked the police officer if he could, like, you know, cuss him out without getting into trouble. Or the cop's like, I don't care, sure, you know, I'm not going to arrest you. So my dad tells the guy who's claiming to have my daughter that he's going to cut off his head and shit down his neck, and hung up on him. And I was just like, I looked at the policeman and I'm just like, yeah, this is life.
Oh my God. But
yeah.
But whoa, wait. Look, I said,
for like 2 hours almost, I was alone with this guy and he was just I mean, what he was saying to me was just difficult, you know?
What did he say?
Well, at first he called and said that he was the DEA and that there had been a bust and my daughter was in a car, was in the back of a car, and then there was a shooting in the car where someone got shot, and they had my daughter, and then they even had a female come on the phone acting like my daughter.
You're kidding!
I don't think it was her, but again, I haven't talked to her in so long, you know, she was crying, or acting like she was crying. Everybody that was the police that we called, they told me, it's a scam. Nobody wanted to entertain that it might have really been something that was happening.
Well, you've got to admit that it's hard to believe that it would be after 10 years, right?
Well, yeah, but, you know, I don't know. It's just a motherly instinct. You know, someone's going to say that, you know, the chances of it might be, even if it's 1 in a million, you know.
But I don't understand why it strikes me as the most counterintuitive thing in the world to go out there alone. It would be more like a trap to abduct you. But I don't know what they thought they would get out of it.
Nobody would pay them for ransom for me. Are you kidding?
Well, I mean, maybe they want to do something to you, harm you.
Yeah, I took it eventually. Like, all my friends and family, after they'd heard and seen what I'd been through, they're like, you know, it just seems like, you know, someone knew your spot, like where you'd be sensitive about something, and someone was just harassing me or trying to get money, you know, like a joke.
Uh-huh.
But everybody, yeah, I guess it was on TV 5 months ago or whatever that people were doing this and scamming people out of thousands of dollars, saying they had their family member, and then they'd send it through Cash App or something like that.
Well, wait,
But
I
they
don't
were,
understand how anybody can even be fooled by these scams. But
yeah,
by the way, Heather Holman just sent 100 United States dollars. So thank you,
uh-oh,
honey. Oh my
you're
God.
welcome.
Yes, and
Everybody should pay for Douglas, that way he doesn't have to stress out for the rest of the month.
thank you, thank you. I mean,
You're welcome.
now
I have to work so hard.
is this going to put you out in any way or
No.
oh, okay, just
No, I
so
wanted you to come to see me. I wanted to surprise Noreen in California because I'm going to be going to California. And I thought it would be fun if you came and we surprised Noreen or something. But I know you're busy trying to raise money for your rent.
yeah, for the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
So until we get that done, yeah, then I'll certainly consider it. When are you coming to California?
Yeah, well, it's going to be Saturday, so you have to think real fast.
Oh my God! But wait a second. Why are you suddenly coming? Why are you suddenly coming to
My Q
California?
money, is that what you mean? Where's my Q money coming from?
What? I
It's
mean,
not Q money.
no, no,
Granny
no,
stuff.
no, no. I mean, like, what's the occasion? I mean, you just. I mean, but I mean.
The occasion. Well, I'm going to the temple. And I
Oh,
ordered some, yeah, I ordered some clothes, and she doesn't want to just send them without me knowing that they fit, you know?
who? Noreen?
No, the people at the temple.
Oh, okay, yeah, and oh, right, and Brendan will join us when you talk about the temple because he knows about this sort of thing.
Maybe
But
he can go.
yeah, it's up to him. Yeah, we'll find out. In terms of look, I want to hear more about this because what happened to you is outrageous. I want to hear
It was
more about,
horrible.
but yeah,
And then all the people that, tried to stop me or whatever, my loved ones,
yeah.
they all like, as soon as it was over with, they're pointing their finger at me like I was the one who was stupid. And it's like, I
Honey,
mean,
you
I
gotta
know about
admit you
scams.
shouldn't. Honey, you gotta admit that's not.
Well, the fact that I haven't talked to my daughter in almost 10 years, and then somebody's claiming that she's sitting right there, handcuffed and blindfolded, and they're going to cut her up and sell her on the internet. I mean,
Oh my God.
that's just my reaction. It
No,
was my
no, no,
response. It
this
was
is
straight past my brain, you know?
no. This is horrific. This is horrific. This is unspeakable.
Yeah,
This
they
is
picked the right person to call.
yeah, yeah. But that alone is suspect. That alone is. How did they know your daughter
They
was
didn't know
missing?
anything. They
No, but
didn't know
no,
anything.
they had to know that.
No, they didn't, because at first I'm like, I think you have the wrong number. I'm like, what is her name? I'm like, are you sure? Because I don't think my daughter would call me in that situation. She'd call her dad, you know? I also don't think that a DEA agent would call somebody in of a phone number just to intervene into a hostage situation
No,
to resolve it.
no,
Either.
this has to be part of a deeper conspiracy. This is by that I mean this has to be part of your being a targeted individual and a product of an MK Ultra program. Because it's in line with that. This is part of, but it brings us back to Amy, and I want her to participate. So, Amy, honey, when I spoke about the example of this person, what comes to my mind is that someone, think of this, someone has the time to sit down, harass an old man throughout the morning because he got dozens of phone calls, which, drove him increasingly stressed. But again, his own fault because, like I said, if somebody does that, the first thing you do is you call the police. They're saying, oh, I've abducted a relative of yours. How on earth does it not strike anyone to, oh my...
no, well, when the conversation initially was, the law enforcement was on the phone calling me, needing my help. To deal with the hostage situation, to deal with the people who are the bad people, who were being surrounded, and there was like cops all over the place.
Interesting, because this is they told him that they were a cop as well, and said something similar, and said that oh, we're a cop, and somehow they were impersonating an officer, and then
and then this
yeah.
is the funny part. And then he gets the bad guy on the phone. He's like, "Hang on, I'm going to hand him the phone right now." And it's the same guy, his same voice. I'm like, "Oh, come on, dude. You could do better than that."
But
So
once you knew that,
inside my head, I did. But it's like my heart was pounding, and it's just like, no one even mentions my daughter anymore to me. And it's like, I just want to know where she's at.
That's so awful. And but with this individual, nevertheless, when somebody is saying that, I don't understand how it doesn't occur to somebody that the police are never going to call you. It doesn't work that
told me
way.
to call the police. The police were standing right there. They told me to call the police. I'm like, are you kidding?
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. You call the police in such but this white guy should have known that. And at any rate, when they said, "Oh, we're sending some," obviously a policeman is never going to say we're sending an Uber over to pick up money. That's not anything a police person would do. And so then this then
You
this
can always call dispatch too and ask.
yeah, thank you.
I did call the actual police station, and the ladies told me that was a scam, and it was 100% not happening. Not to worry. They didn't take any information or try to file any kind of report, but.
Yeah, but then this same individual who's spending all morning tormenting this white guy then calls. It's the same individual called the Uber lady, sends her over to the white guy's home, and then she gets shot. So he puts this guy away for murder. This is like conspired. It's like this person.
So sends an Uber driver to go collect the money, and then the lady got shot. So there was really a bad guy.
At the phone, the other end of the phone, the poor black chick, 65-year-old retiree, or should be retired, Lolatha Hall, she's just some black chick who's desperate and driving an Uber.
Right, so what happened to your friend?
My friend.
The 81-year-old dude.
Well, yeah, you talk about him like I know him. I don't know this guy, but he's
I thought it was somebody you knew.
Oh, thank God. No. The guy I know is named Peter Moon, who's kind of like the...
He knows all about that stuff. Maybe he knows about this scaffolding that I keep pulling out of my hair. I'm having a crisis today with the mesh scaffolding that was in my scalp. And it's just like, I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Oh, is this kind of like nano stuff?
Yeah, kind of. Just part of the whole system of things that I fork out of my head.
Oh my God. We may or may not get back to that. George Knight is with. What?
Let's not get into that tonight. Till I get a handle on it, you know.
Yeah, right. Till we all get a handle on it. I mean, we're still trying to wrap our brain about what the horror you went through with that scam. So George Knight is with us, and George, let's let Amy respond to this. I do want to, so Amy, you're talking about this person targets this old white guy and winds up putting him in jail for life by sending a black woman over to just an Uber who's supposed to just pick him up. She has no idea she's being used, and then the guy thinks she's involved with this criminal activity. He comes out with a gun. Like an idiot, of course. This man is watching too many movies and thinks that it's a white man's duty to take charge and, where's my kin? And it's like, no, the police, you got to call the police. It's like, don't believe them when they say they're the police because the police are never going to call you. It's like, how is it that nobody has any common sense? I mean, Heather...
They want the phone number that they called from. That they don't care.
Well, what happened was Uber said they blocked the account so that they would not get further calls to their Uber drivers from that account. And then I guess they're going to try and give that number to the police, and the police will try and trace it. But they're not going to find anything. But the point is, this is obviously like the military targeting randos through the Operation Condor program and just destroying their lives for the sake of gratuitous sadism, like Aquino was doing. And this is like, so Amy, what is your intuition about all this? Everything that we've just discussed.
Okay, I feel like that this is what the Kings of Chaos do.
Yeah.
Like, this is the Adamic cult that you have gone on about forever.
Thank you.
And we don't have the privilege of knowing like what these poor people are dealt. Like, how did that guy not kill himself?
Yeah.
Like, haven't gone through something like that, and then know when he murdered somebody for nothing.
Yeah.
At 81.
Yeah.
It's a suicide campaign. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's that these are people who are unconscious of what they're doing. Like, they're not engaged. They're not participating in their own life. They don't have any curiosity, and they're just performing these things by rote under some kind of command. Like maybe it is like the They Live movie where they just have a signal coming through everybody's phone that programs you to ignore everything, ignore the signs that say, obey, consume, produce, and marry, all that nonsense that really is meaningless. And then when somebody is getting like repetitive phone calls that are abusive,
Yeah.
and they can't like disseminate that from reality,
Thank you.
like this is a suicide campaign. Like this is like meant to terrorize somebody to death, to do their job for them, to just take you out without having to even spend money on a bullet. It's all you, like that's my thought on what this is. And the fact that they're doing this to Heather is terrible.
Thank you. And
Like,
what do you make of that? Tell us what you think of what do you think is their intention with her?
Like,
to drive her to suicide, is it not?
I feel like what you need to do is pay attention.
Yeah.
But pay attention to what were you doing when that call came through.
Okay.
Like, because that's probably what they wanted you to get off of. They wanted you to be pulled away from whatever you were doing, whatever good feeling you were having.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then distract you with something terrorizing.
I mean, something beyond terrorizing. I mean, this is...
I felt it's been coming, but it kind of caught me by surprise, and I can't really recall what has been going on with me that's been making me happy. But yeah, the next day, I don't know. It was definitely they wanted to break me down because I had been in a 4-year appeal for my Social Security for my disability because I'm blind.
Legally blind. Legally. Yes.
Yeah, so I was almost facing homelessness. I mean, 4 years of me not being able to, and I tried to go to work and work as much as it would take to support my living, but I couldn't do it over and over. And then at one point my case was in Wisconsin, on someone's desk that never really surfaced. That person never even came to the surface. But this is the story of my life. I'm harassed everywhere.
Well, how did your case wind up in Wisconsin when you live in Arizona?
That's a good question. It's a good question. But I found it. I tracked it down finally, and they were under the impression that I had a lawyer. So I guess they were just waiting for my lawyer to contact them. And my lawyer backed out because my lawyer got harassed and threatened by my eye doctor. For wanting a supporting statement. So it's just a slippery slope, the whole thing with me. It's not even that important as it seems.
Well, it's important in the sense that, of course, we want you to be able to get the support that you need to simply make it through life. Are you still working for a few hours a week at the Chinese restaurant?
Oh, yeah, I'm good now. I mean, I had even gone, because I called the Social Security people. I'm like, what do I need to do to make my case, to win my money back or whatever so I get paid? They're like, oh, well, obviously, your mental health is affected by your blindness, right? I'm like, of course. It stresses me out when I can't see because I can't buy contacts because I have no money. And so he's like, well, try the mental thing. So I got to the point where I went into therapy. I signed up for therapy, took the pills, did the therapy for 6 months. And then they kept pushing me to apply for the SMI. They thought I should do SMI. That's all they wanted to talk about. They wanted to drag up all of my trauma, everything that broke me in the first place, and then they just left it there. I mean, they didn't want to fix it or deal with it. They just dug it up and then tried to pass me along to the state. I'm like, whatever. So I ended up getting that, and that is the only reason why I finally won my case, is because I had that. They can't say no if I have that designation. So
you've won the case.
I have never enrolled saying that I'm crazy.
Okay. Well, that helps.
So, yeah.
It helps.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's been telling me that my whole life, but I mean, that's what the whole system was. I mean, I know these people weren't even the real doctors that I would have been seeing. It was all on the computer, televisits or whatever.
Right.
And they were just seemed to not experienced as doctors. I mean, they just seem like kids to me.
Well, going over all of this on COVID was just a nightmare. So George and I, have you heard anything that we were discussing?
Oh, only for the last 10 minutes, Douglas. Thank you so much for having me on, by the way. And it's nice to speak to you all.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
No,
Oh,
I didn't
Heather,
hear
have
about
you
the
been
Uber driver.
introduced? I forget. I've been doing
Yes, I have.
to
Yes,
to
thank you very
George.
much.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Good. And so
Thank you.
George, so all you heard about was the Uber driver stuff.
Yes, that's all I caught, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I've missed.
Basically, this is like the reason I brought it up with Amy is because
Yeah.
Amy is can relate to this because Amy is also a targeted individual, but obviously Heather is a targeted individual, and she apparently suffered the same scam this Uber guy did. Now, what I'm still trying to wrap my brain around. So they told you to drive out in the middle of nowhere, but you were still talking to this criminal or government agent, pretending to be a cop, pretending to be a criminal, on the phone the whole time. You
Yeah.
never physically met them.
Yeah. No, he wanted to me to hook up my phone to the car charger, in the port in the car, and then he said, "Oh, well, they've got you on a loop." So something about my phone. I'm like, well, if you can override the loop that someone's already got on my phone, then you go for it, right? That's the thing, that having lived my whole life like this, nothing, just God is the only thing that really can scare me. And I mean, the thing about my daughter is just, it got me. They got me off guard.
Right. But George, you are aware, and Amy, you are aware that Heather Holman's daughter disappeared about 10 years ago, and no one's seen her since. You're both aware of this?
I'm not, I'm afraid, Douglas. That's tragic. I'm so sorry.
I heard.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah, I heard that.
Go ahead.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Go ahead, Amy. Yeah. Amy. Yeah.
I heard. I just wanted to say that I heard you mention that it's possible that she is alive and she just doesn't want to reconnect with
Yeah,
you.
and that she's well, and that she's just living a good life, and she doesn't, she's just separated herself from all the,
What you
because
mean
right
to say,
now-
Heather, is that you hope that's the case?
Yeah, that's the only
Yeah.
thing that makes me allowed to sleep at night. And the fact, I was reminded, I got a psychic reading a few days ago, and that person reminded me, I kind of chose it. I knew about being what I am, and then I didn't want her to be a part of it. I didn't want her to be affected by it. In a way, I kind of released her because I didn't want her to go through all the bullshit that I deal with on a daily basis, because it make her crazy too. It makes anyone crazy.
Right. Well, what the psychic is trying to help you do is cope with your situation, which is not necessarily a wrong thing to do or a negative thing to do, but it's okay. That's one way of
The
looking
fact
at it.
that she doesn't have an online an online presence is what scares me.
Thank you.
There's nothing.
Yes. Her daughter, just so both of you know, used to be a model. How long was she a model, Heather?
Oh, not that long. I mean, a while. And then she worked for Barbizon after that.
I forgot.
After that, I'm really not sure. I mean, that was about the time that I lost track.
Yes, and I am devastated. I'm just devastated. But what brings this scam beyond a scam is that when they called you, they knew you had a daughter. They knew she had been missing. This is not just a scam that's random.
Yeah,
They're looking at a dossier.
Yeah, the people that I live with and the people who know me and love me, they think that it was just a random call of somebody hoping that I had a daughter. And they had no idea. They
Do
didn't
you
know my
understand?
name.
Do you realize how stupid that is? How
Yeah,
fucking
no, I
stupidly
know.
impossible that is? That for them to even say that, to even suggest that, is offensive.
I know, but nobody believes the things I say. That's why I'm back, Douglas. Nobody believes anything that I say.
Well, you understand. I know what you're talking about because of my experience with pure raw evil. So I know what you're speaking of. Amy knows what you're speaking of because of her experience with pure raw evil. And this is what it comes down to, is that people around Amy don't believe what she's saying half the time, or just are they don't understand, or they just don't care, or something. I mean, it's
They're crazy.
yeah. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. They're just plain fucking crazy. She's surrounded by crazy people, truly crazy people. Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Holy fucking shit. This is like so. I'm sorry. Say
To remember though,
yeah.
what we have to remember though is if the three of us
Yeah.
have experiences like this,
Yeah.
and like we keep, and then like this guy Brock
Yeah.
who just killed somebody at 81 years old,
Yeah.
like there's other people who are hearing this and they need to know that it is a thing.
Yes.
It
It's
is a
not
thing.
always a scam.
Yeah.
No, it's beyond.
And it
yeah.
it
Go
can
on.
be
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah.
And you need to see it for what it is. It's a campaign to make you hurt yourself.
Yes.
You have to go back to taking care of yourself first. Find people who will listen,
Yes.
and it is so like what that psychic said to you about, like, you pushed her away because you didn't want to introduce her to your reality.
That was
But
my decision, yeah. And they just reminded me that I had made that choice and I'd forgotten.
that's a program too, the
Yeah.
isolation, to get you to isolate and to keep you from making connection. Like, you have to have a safe environment in order to even contemplate like what your next step is going to be.
Uh-huh.
But
And that's
the
what I
fact
thought
that
when I met this person that I live with, my husband, I should say, because he calls me his wife, but
Yeah.
it protects me, and he keeps me in a different bubble that nobody can get into, and we have
And-
weapons and everything else.
and you need more bubbles. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we have what?
But
We
you
didn't.
need more bubbles though, like,
Okay.
yeah,
bubbles.
or just in your world, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to believe that normal people have like more than a handful of connections where they feel safe. Like
A
this
safe support
campaign,
system, yeah, a support system.
it's isolation, and so just relying on a husband, or just relying on a parent, or even a child, if your situation is such that like you need some child of yours to be with you to feel safe. You want more than
I don't think the child
safe
being with me would
person.
make me feel safe. It made me feel more vulnerable.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
ultimately, your child was taken from you, or left you, as some people say.
Either
Or
way,
Yeah.
who knows if she's even in existence anymore. And Douglas, to be honest, that's why I found you in the first place
right.
in 2010 or 11, is because I was searching for a safe place.
I understand. So George, whenever you're having a shitty
Yeah.
day, just think about these two ladies and what they're going
Oh my
through.
god. Yes. They always say there's people far worse off, and it's certainly the case. I feel so sorry for you, Heather. As a father myself, I can't imagine what you went through, and then what you're still going through to this day. The only thing the only thing I can say is, because you said she's a model, that is, to me, that is the downfall to it, which indicates to me she was a targeted individual.
I'm sure. That's just the thing. I
yes.
didn't realize that she was already a part of it. I was trying to like separate her so she wouldn't have to be involved. But the grandfather that raised me also raised her the first 6 years of her life. So there it is. She was already a part of it. I didn't have to push her away or let her go because she was already involved.
It was, by the way, George, just so you know, her
Yes.
grandfather was a Freemason of one of the
Right.
highest levels, and they were messing with some very heavy occult technology where they were all dressed like Egyptians, and with these nuclear level goggles, that the kind you see them watch the Trinity site explosion with.
Yes.
And they were all
Yes.
barefoot so that they could maintain earth energy contact, and they were working with
Yes.
crystals, trying to focus lasers and shit. And Heather herself, of course, she would wake up every once in a while in an open coffin in the middle of a funeral home. I mean, this is how she was raised. And but
Yeah.
she basically, I don't know if you caught this part of the horror story, but what happened was she got a call that this is just only a few months ago. where the individual claimed that they had her daughter and were going to cut her up and sell the pieces on eBay, so to speak, if she didn't bring them money, and asked her to come out into the middle of nowhere to rendezvous with them. I mean, you didn't hear that part, right?
No, but that is alarming as well. That's it. That is, how did this individual know about that? It's something that's definitely connected.
Yes, thank
I
you.
thought so too, but nobody that I know in existence they all said it's a scam, and I was played. I was just
No,
fool.
it was a scam, and you were played. But this person knew all the details, so it's beyond
Yes.
a scam. It's more of state-sponsored terrorism. This is state-sponsored
Is
terrorism.
that why the police didn't care, or they didn't even want to accept any kind of like admitting that it was? Is because they're involved with it too?
Amy, you respond to that, please, before I do.
Yes. That is
Yeah.
my response. Yes.
I
It's all
Yeah.
cooperation, and it's all compartmentalization.
Yeah.
Like, they're only given so much information, and
Right.
I mean, when I look around in the world, everybody is so super on their last limb. Like, just can't take any more. Like, if you aren't going to give them some kind of happy relief at the end of your conversation, they're going to lose it. Like, people are really on their last nerve. Like, just, oh.
Yeah, that's
Um,
where we're living nowadays.
Well, and I wanna just let everybody know that it's all an illusion. Like, you have to get through it. Like, breathing helps a lot of people. Sometimes breathing can trigger people. That's all, it all depends on how you are in the moment. But they don't respond. The people who I've dealt with through different nonprofits, different organizations that take money to do stuff for domestic violence victims or whatever, like, they're all just like, they're only hearing your story so that they can feel good about their bullshit.
I know.
Like, that is it. Like, it's really, and Douglas always says they blame the victim first.
Yes.
But I think, like, when you're the victim and over again, there's nothing that can be helped by, like, following that path. Like, just trying to go back to the police and explain for the 15th time that, like, no, you've already filed a report. There is a report. I've already talked to the crime victim advocate. You've done nothing, and this is how many years that I've been going about it in the way that you've delineated is the appropriate protocol.
Uh-huh.
And again, it's like, it's all meant to provoke you to anger. And you can turn that anger in on yourself, and you're just doing their job for them. Like, you can't take it on at all. Like, it's very difficult. Like, for myself, like, the isolation, knowing that the isolation is part of the containment, I try to take different steps.
You know about, like, the blacklist? Like, this is supposed to be a 6th level of blacklist, or a 6th level, and there's, like, different kinds of blacklists. There's, like, the no-fly list, this list and that list. There's the celebrity list. Do you know about these lists?
Certainly, I know about the no-fly list, and But go on, Amy, respond.
I don't know. I don't know, like, a whole lot about all of this, and even if I've, like, read a little bit about it, it didn't really sink in, probably because I was so overwhelmed with, like you say, like, looking for housing.
I think,
like, why aren't you working?
Right.
Looking for housing.
That's right. I think the more immediate, to stick to the more immediate subject that impacts Heather directly, when Amy answered yes, in terms of the police, I have to agree, because I can't understand how the police could not respond to this by saying, oh, we really need to track this person down for what they put you through, because it's, in your case, they knew about your missing, they knew that you had a daughter who was missing. They may not know
The
any.
call was still happening. The people were on the phone when I pulled over, and it's
Right.
like I had them on mute.
Yeah.
But they were right there on the phone. There's
Yeah.
the police. This guy's threatening me. Can you help me? No, call the police. Oh, okay. And that's when my dad thought that he'd be smart and cuss him out.
Yeah.
And the guy ended the conversation with just look and wait and see what happens, Heather. Yeah. When he heard my dad, and then he hung up.
And with the threat, he hung up with the threat.
Yeah, he threatened me.
And what about the police? You said a policeman was there, physically there, and
Yeah, because by the time that I was just unglued at this point.
Oh.
I saw a car accident and I pulled over to the car accident. Yeah, pulled up on it, and I'm like, got out of my car. I'm like, listen, this guy is on the phone with me in the car. I was rational, calm, and explained it, you know, and then my dad came walking up because he was following me. And then he got into an argument with the police when I was trying to.
Yeah, your dad was following you in the car, or you were near your dad's
in his
home?
car.
Okay, in his
car.
Yeah.
Because what happened is Vinny had called my dad, told Heather just left. She's going to told the location and how they said that they had my daughter. So my dad.
Just out of curiosity, why didn't Vinny follow you?
Because I didn't tell him I was leaving. I just grabbed the keys and took off.
Oh, and is that the only car?
I took his car.
Okay, so he has an excuse at least.
Excuse is that he had been injured and he couldn't really move that fast. He was recovering from an injury.
Okay.
So he was couldn't run, you know. And then so he called my dad, and so my dad didn't think I was going to be going over there. So my dad went to where I was supposed to be meeting these people. But since they had had me pull over so many times, my dad missed me.
Right.
And so I was at his house. It was weird. The door was it was locked, but my dad usually didn't lock the screen door or something like that. So I'm like, something's going on. Then my dad came back, and that's when I had to try to explain it to him with the guy still on the phone, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so then the guy wanted me to go to a bank. So I said, okay, fine, we'll go to a bank, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, why not? I was just frazzled at that point. And that's when we saw the police. And I thought that the police were there for me because, you know, I'd called the police on the other line or whatever. I thought the police were already on the call or whatever, but they weren't.
Right. No, I get it. No, this is all just part of your targeting and your torment that they put you through. Somebody asked, Ahmed in the chat room, he asked if you were, believed that you were suffering from Morgellon syndrome. And Justice Allah, I'm sorry, my apologies, Justice Allah. I called him Ahmed. I almost, just to show people, this is where my brain is at. I took Justice Allah, and in my brain I turned it to Ahmed Jihad in my brain. This is like,
you know, actually he could what he say does hold merit, because the person who I think founder of Morgellons, his name is Edward Holman.
Okay.
I don't know if he's any relation to me or not. I just thought it was a coincidence, which there are none. So.
Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but at any rate, when it comes to welcome aboard, Cultivated Image, and certainly Jennifer Hawkins, do feel free to join us, dear Jennifer, please. And please jump onto the call. Let me call her again and see if she'll respond. A lot of people, they're not familiar enough with Skype to know how to jump onto the call. So I'll just call her and see if she responds. The more the merrier. George is with us throughout the night, so hopefully you know, he'll enjoy talking to the ladies as well for a bit until they fade out, and then George and I will come to dominate the conversation. Basically. So let me look up Jen here, and here we are, the Lady Hawkins, and press the add button. And so I'm calling you right now, Jennifer, and it says you're unavailable. So I'll just re-enter it into the chat to here we are. While I'm speaking to her, Aristides, your own observations on this. Aristides, what's your impression about all of this when you hear this? All this stuff. I know, it's okay. He's been through a lot. Yeah. And so aside from all of that, so George, we already know his impression. He's horrified. he's the more he finds out, the more. Now the photographs. Explain the photographs to George and myself as well as
Yes,
Amy.
please. Yes, Heather.
Yeah, I'm just going through my pictures, and you had mentioned the picture about my grandpa, and of course I want people to see it because it's too much.
And, tell us about what the young ladies. Who are they? Your daughter, I
Okay,
presume.
the young ladies, no, that's my mother on the very right, and I have these old 8 millimeter films, and that's just an actual photograph from one of the things that I have filmed, and it is what I've been told and what I've been led to believe is they were in the garage, like during the summer, the kids in the neighborhood, pretending, playing or whatever, that they're making movies, like they're movie stars or whatever. They're gonna, so they memorize songs and dances, like the Little Rascals. They memorize their show or whatever, and this was their show, and you can see clearly that the girl in the middle is total MK Ultra because she's like in that trance where they hypnotize you or they become mind controlled or whatever. She's the one, because it just shows the difference of their whole composure. There's also another clip on one of those films of my mom getting entranced, and she's jumping around having fun, and then next minute she's walking with her arms out like a Scooby-Doo, like when there's zombies, and they put their arms out walking towards you.
Wow.
It was like, yeah, I was like that. And my brother is the one who noticed that. Actually, he said, whoa. And we rewound it a few times, and he's like, what's up with that? Like, that was the first, and it didn't even occur to me, like, all this was going on. This was a while ago before I even knew about MK Ultra at all, before I had ever met you, Yes.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And of course, that's again just more to consider. And what about yourself, Amy? Any incidents like that or memories like that from your own background or childhood? This seems more. Yeah.
So the only, like, I don't have any real memory of my grandfather per se, but I do remember my dad's dad had been a member of the Knights of Columbus, and then for whatever reason he came home and was like, I'm never doing that again, and it was never spoken about. And my father never wanted to join any of those little like towny thing, the Knights of Columbus or the Masons, or I don't know, like what other organizations are connected. But it seems to me like it doesn't really matter if there's an organization, it got some infiltration from these other, malcontents who are gonna start trouble within whatever group is out there.
Yes.
My situation was a lot different because I'm not in a major city. Like, I'm in a really small town, like really rural community, and it's just part of what I was not in any gifted programs. My brother was in the gifted program. But here's the thing is, like, I scored off the charts for language, in language comprehension. That was like all throughout, like whatever the standardized testing was, I was like 99 percentile every year. But my family itself, like, we just didn't have, like, I didn't have any real connection with any of them. Like, I didn't spend time, like, with my mom or my dad. Like, they were always working. And it just seems like, there was this thing where I did everything by myself, and I was put in really unsafe situations as a kid. And then, like, before having like any real sense of identity, I was like given all this responsibility. Like, I was teaching young children how to swim before I was even 10 years old. Like I had a job doing swim lessons at a local pool.
That's outrageous.
Sort of, yeah. But it wasn't just me. Like there was a group of us. Like it was like 5 or 6 of us who had a job. We were like 9, 10, 11, and they would pair us up with the little kids who couldn't. Like they all had little swim diapers and everything. Like they couldn't
same.
manage on their own. And that was.
Did you
that
remember
was
taking
sort
the
of
hearing
like
test?
yeah.
Okay,
I
with the
took the hearing
blackboard,
test a
the
lot.
hearing test. Yeah,
Right.
see, that's just the thing. That's how they singled out the gifted kids. They give them the hearing tests, and if you are not if you can't be hypnotized, then you didn't pass or whatever. But people that could get hypnotized became a part of the gifted program, and that's what they were doing, is programming with those headphones with the cord on it, with the spirally cord. And you probably just couldn't get hypnotized, and so you weren't a part of that.
You know, that's really
Yeah,
funny
no.
that you're
Nailed-
sorry, so go on, Amy. You respond to that before I do. And I do want everyone to know Jennifer Hawkins has joined us. And before Amy responds to that, Jennifer, forgive me, I'm always so bad with this. Have I introduced you to George Knight? Or George Knight, have I introduced you to Jennifer Hawkins?
Yes, you
Oh yes.
Oh, okay.
have. Yes.
Okay, thank
Wait,
you.
do I have
Hello,
audio? I
Jennifer.
don't think I
You do. Yes, we do hear
Oh,
you.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So please be patient for a moment, Jennifer, as George is being patient. But Amy, respond to what Heather was saying about the hearing tests, and then I'll tell you my own experience with that. Amy.
I just like I didn't put that together. I really appreciate you being able to like say like, oh, okay, yeah, if you could be hypnotized, then they pushed you forward through whatever the next step in that program was.
Yes.
And you know, I gotta say, like, I really feel like my brother was easily hypnotized and did go down some really terrible paths with all of the programming and this kind of nihilistic attitude. And I that's so interesting that it's connected to like these like the auditory test.
You've never
like,
even
the other
mentioned
one-
your brother. You never even mentioned you had a brother. Tell us about this dude.
Oh my God, Douglas, I love how you're just so wasted that you forget everything. My brother works for Charles River. He runs an animal testing lab. I told you, he lives in Albany, New York. Oh my God. You're just so wasted sometimes. You just forget.
I don't absorb it in the first place.
No.
You can't forget it if you don't absorb it in the first place. Fuck, I totally forgot you had a brother. I had no idea. I mean, you probably mentioned him several times, and I just like it was in one ear and out the other. Yeah. George will be back in 5 minutes.
As you
go on.
Don't get along with your sister, I don't
Right.
really get along with my brother.
Right.
And I know that, you know, it sounds really immature to say it, but it's not. It's been a lifelong battle of wills between the two of us. And there's just no reason to, like, you can't forgive somebody if they're not even willing to be accountable for their actions.
Right. No, but
you can talk about forgiveness, but no. If they don't know what they've done and they're not sorry, you don't have to forgive them.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to repeat patterns.
Yes.
That's so interesting about the audio, though, that they would get you in there, they put the headphones on, they play these tones, and if you could be hypnotized, I get that. I can see how I would have to take those tests all the time, and I was never hypnotized. I remember this as a child, like playing with other kids, trying to hypnotize each other, and they could never get me to forget. I was never out.
Hypnotized to enter like the trance or whatever, where you're not paying attention to what you're thinking or whatever. And my mom used to give those tests, and I always thought that she was just doing extra testing on me because, you know, she was practicing for her job, because I would go in every day to the trailer, and the trailer had a big generator on it. They turn on the generator right before you put the headphones on, right? That's why you put the headphones on, is because that loud noise of the generator. And that's the programming. That is what they do. And to some levels. I mean, I was on a much deeper level because I have the actual technology or whatever from the time I was born. But it's pretty heavy stuff. And the Monarch programming, actually, the hearing tests, the equipment is manufactured by a company called Monarch. So I think that is why they call it Monarch programming,
Wow.
not because of a butterfly.
Wow. That's incredible. And what do you think about them bringing up the Monarch in the Godzilla versus Kong franchise? Or,
Me?
yeah, you.
I don't know much about King Kong.
It's just so you know, the modern day Godzilla versus King Kong franchise, the human villains or the organization, like a global cabal of people who are trying to exploit the monsters, are they're called Monarch, and so
The monsters. Oh, they're the good guys?
no, they're the bad guys. But
The bad guys killing the bad guys?
the bad guy's trying to exploit the monsters, which is it's a bizarre kind of a turnaround in sympathy, because you're supposed to love the monsters
The bad guys get to be good guys all of a sudden, huh?
Well, no, the bad guys are, I guess you'd normally consider them good guys if they're trying to take care of the monsters, but they're considered the bad guys, but they're considered to be trying to
What I
manipulate.
think about that,
Yeah.
I think they've just taken that name because
Yeah.
what they do is they coin some new thing like a cartoon or something like modern to get the kids hooked on or whatever, a trend, and then it flushes out Google. So when someone types in Monarch on Google, they get all that crap.
Hey, that makes sense too. I
Yeah.
like it. I like
Yeah,
it.
no, that's the truth.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. No,
And so many times I've gone to Google something that was like what I was trying to figure out,
yeah.
and it was just like washed out with all this cartoon crap.
Thank
know.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you. No, it's so true. It is so true. George and I is probably not back with us yet, so by all means.
I've just got back, Douglas.
Oh,
Thank
there we
you.
go. So
Just
George,
got back.
so George and Jennifer, listen to this. Both these young ladies have covered their experience, and this was the weird experience I had growing up. Was there were some hearing tests, but most of the time, all the while I was growing up, which I've said publicly on record before, was I would have adults call me at times when my parents were both gone out of the house. I mean, like totally. I mean, I wasn't in a house, of course. I'm in an apartment in the Tenderloin. So I'm in the middle of a war zone anyway. And I'm in an apartment on the 6th floor, cubicle 609. We were in the building known as the compound. But this is just to give you the ambience. So the building was known as the compound because it's one of the taller buildings in the Tenderloin. In the Tenderloin of San Francisco, which is the second most congested city in the United States, aside from New York City, you have, in the Tenderloin, not that many tall buildings because it's a super ghetto, a real war zone. But one of the taller buildings was the El Cerrito Apartments, which the police and community called the compound. So it was 10 floors of 10 units each, so 100 units. But we also had a bomb shelter for everyone to run into in case there was a war. But that being said, aside from these unusual things, it's a high volume, high impact, high volume crime area, a nightmare zone. And so I'd get these calls when my parents were gone and I was home alone for hours, and they'd be adults giving me surveys. Of course, I never thought about it. I thought every child grew up getting surveys from strange adults. But of course, nobody wants the opinion of a child who's around 9, 10, 11 years old for some survey, whether it's commercial products, as they often were, or for political. It was very bizarre, but they were obviously monitoring me and keeping track of me and keeping track of my development.
Yes.
But then at another period of time, I got, and now all of this is, of course, because of my background. It's obviously because I was the child of Adolf Hitler and they knew who my mother was, and they were just monitoring my development from this social engineering perspective on a very individual level, not like these young girls where they were targeted as part of a program that was much more inclusive. In other words, mine was a special case. But beyond that, I do remember that the few times we took the hearing tests, I passed with flying colors. I had much better hearing than your average person. But in terms of, I think this is Heather asking, what about the people fixing the light poles outside on your street? No, that didn't happen until we got here to Russian Hill. So you're talking about like a totally different phase of my life. Totally, that was after my sister was the main moving driving force to get us onto Russian Hill, and then then it was a different phase of that sort of crap, and that really didn't start until a few years later after we established ourselves here. But once it got started, it started big. But when it came to the other thing, aside from the hearing test, was that I was eventually put in gifted class. Now, what was interesting was I was originally put in what they used to call retarded class. So I was put in the group of people they said were developmentally disabled. They said, oh, your son's developmentally disabled. So I was placed with the development. Yeah, so I went from the developmentally disabled all the way to gifted, just based on like caprice and whim. But when it came to the... so there was this arc of development there. There was a few other things that stand out, but just in keeping with the weirdness of everything both of you were talking about. Oh yeah, I think the one thing that stands out when you talk about the headphones and the spiral cord, when you talk about this, I can relate to that because this was one experience that truly stands out for me. It was in
and the generator when they turn on that loud air conditioning thing outside of the trailer.
Well, it wasn't that I didn't get a trailer because we were in San Francisco. They couldn't have a trailer.
Okay, so they did it at like a place.
Yeah,
building.
Yeah. They just did it in the classroom. But when it came to the other place I took it, was at the Exploratorium. But when it came to the where was it? The somewhere in a grade school. It was like I can't remember which grade, 6th grade, maybe 6th, it had to be something like that. So there was this we were taken to like a sound lab where they were just like, you could review little like books and get the audio. So you could look at the books while the audio is reading the books for you. But they're like really simplistic books, like picture books. And so the picture book was this horror story. It was a horror story, but it was like teaching you to count. It's kind of like on Sesame Street where the count says, 1 bat, 2 bats, 3 bats. Only this book had terrifying art in it of like human heads. And this is not my imagination. It wasn't like, Doug dreamed this up. He had a really vivid dream. Or he did some good dope at a young age. No, it was like, this is the fucking book. It really was that. Because the one kid was looking at it. It was too scary for him to look at and listen to while they're going, oh yeah, 12 ghouls eating 12 heads and shit. and he literally, this was the shit. And then he said, I can't listen to this. And then he slammed the headphones on my head. And I was like, I don't want to listen to this. And then the stupid fat ass teacher comes like, you sit down, you listen to that. So I was forced to sit down and listen to this stupid horror story of 10 ghouls eating 10 heads, and then going through the rest of this, which left me psychologically scarred for life. So that was a bizarre memory that I have that would be along the lines of what you two are talking about. There was absolutely no rhyme or reason for that horrific experience. But even though I can see the humor in it as an adult, there's nothing humorous about that. It was actually abusive. And it was, but there we have that. So thought I'd share that. At any rate, so Jennifer, on hearing all this, I don't know how much you heard of the show before you jumped on. What's your general impression of everything?
Well, I literally popped on to catch, like when I commented and was like, oh, that's terrible. That's literally when I came on. But listening to that, what you're saying about the horrific type of story that you're accounting for when you were a child and the way that you felt about it and everything, I think that's becoming more prevalent as the mainstream of entertainment for many young minds right now.
Thank you. True. That's true.
Yes, they're literally just pumping this out into the youngest generations they can, and parents are not paying attention to this. But if you're digging through YouTube and like the type of information, like the type of, not information, but like the entertainment going out to these young minds in the gaming industry and not the gaming industry on the mainstream, but like literally through the apps and the little things that they follow that they're interested in, they are containing a lot of visuals that are designed to traumatize it to some extreme. But it's ironic because in the past that's been used, like as you're talking, that it does cause some type of, it's not a natural thing to be seeing. It's something created, intended to shape a certain mindset. And people are just oblivious to it, and it's just how it's happening. But these young minds, they will adapt to, to that type of protocol
Thank
for
you.
and to whatever is the future, what they are intended for as a future generation, because they are projecting these young generations, they are plotting for what kind of outcome they are hoping to accomplish from it. But there's always going to be those singular minds that can rise above that, as you have done, and kind of see the broader picture.
Well, you're very
you know.
gracious. I don't know if I've ever risen above anything, but what I can say is that, so what you're pointing out is the fact that they're scarifying and traumatizing younger and younger generations, but the ultimate objective, not that I'm doubting you at all, I agree with you, and I certainly will say that that's truly the case. But what do you think is their objective? What is their point? What do they intend to? What's the point behind what they're doing?
I couldn't possibly know, but I mean, they're desensitizing them to some
Callousing them.
extent.
That's right,
Yes.
desensitizing. They're desensitizing and callousing them to pain and suffering and trauma, and rendering them therefore more and more, like George Knight would say, they're basically preparing them perhaps for just basically a world war in which they consider other people less than human. George Knight, perhaps you could explain the whole point of this incessant tutophobia and the constant indoctrination for people to fight with what will ultimately be the Unterlanders as the surface world becomes much more uninhabitable. Then they're increasingly saying, "Oh, kill Germans on sight," and because so put this into context for people.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. I can actually go into excruciating detail on this topic regarding the what they would call a sophisticated propaganda campaign. It's an indoctrination program designed to basically create this irrational fear or phobia amongst the Western populace. So people who are Anglo-American across the northern Atlantic hemisphere, to be indoctrinated to have a pathological hatred against the Germanic peoples, against ethnically Germanic peoples, and what they would, that's why we refer to them as Teutonic, because they derive or originate from the Teutonic Order, the Knights of the Teutonic Order. So these are the Germanic tribes, the ethnic Germanic tribes, descendants. And the design and the idea of it is to indoctrinate the population into this pathological hatred where they would intuitively or instinctively kill Germans on sight. So what you would get when you ask the normal average Westerner, what's your opinions or views on Germans, or particularly when you use the term Nazi, which is an acronym for National Socialist. They will tell you that they will hate them. They say they have this they detestment or hatred towards them, and you ask them what would you do if you ever saw one, they would flat out tell you straight up that they would kill them on sight, that they would beat them down to a pulp. And this is pathological behavior. This is something that's not normal. And this is deliberately done to because we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich, or the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. And this has been a campaign that's gone on ever since proactive prosecution of hostilities, which is still in extent to this day. So since the declaration of war against Germany, which, by the way, Germany declared war first, and then the Allies followed suit afterwards. And so ever since this point in time, we have been at war. And this is not something that is by accident. This is something organic. This is something that's completely deliberate. And it's emphasized through your media, through academia, through video games that these children play. They play in these video games, first-person shooters, POV, personal. It's a perspective, first-person perspective first-person shooter video games where you're killing Nazis or Germans, and this is emphasized through these several franchises or series, such as Killzone or Castle Wolfenstein or the Call of Duty series, and through Hollywood movies, all the way from ever since the days of The Longest Day to Inglourious Bastards. That was produced by Quentin Tarantino, which is a Jewish master. How do you pronounce it, Douglas?
I say it's masturbatory.
Masturbatory, thank you.
Fantasy, a masturbatory Jewish fantasy.
Yes. Eli Roth is one of the guys that plays the character, the Jew. He carries a baseball bat. He's like the Jew beater or something like
Bear.
that.
They call him Bear or something.
The Bear, yeah. He's the German. He carries a baseball and he beats Germans' brains in with this baseball bat. But that is played by the Jewish individual named Eli Roth. He's the actor who plays, and he's produced many anti-Germanic Hollywood movies, emphasizing.
But by the way, he was the producer of The Green Inferno, correct?
That's it.
Yes.
Correct.
So just to give a little insight here as to why that's important, for those of you who don't know, The Green Inferno is this film that's supposed to be, quote unquote, a nostalgia trip in which they're trying to reconvey the flavor of the old Italian cannibal horror films, which for a period of time there in the 60s or the 70s, basically what happened was that there was a fascination with these cannibal tribes this was because, of course, one of these wealthy heirs to a considerable fortune became an anthropologist. I can't remember which family. It was a big-time family Rockefeller or something like that, one of them. But he became an anthropologist and basically got eaten by a cannibal tribe in New Guinea or somewhere in Indonesia. But because of that, everybody developed this fascination. These exploitation films were made. Usually they were using Vietnamese boat people who were all vegetarian Buddhists, and they would have them portray these cannibals and just give them a bunch of sausages to munch on, disguise them as intestines and stuff like that. So this was just what you would call just grindhouse material. But Eli Roth took this quote-unquote theme and he made it into a metaphor for Palestine. And it was in which he says, see, everybody says the Palestinians are the indigenous people and that the Jewish people are somehow villains for ethnically cleansing them. But he in The Green Inferno, he portrays the indigenous people of the Amazon as absolute villains, just these cannibals who torture people to death, feed them alive to termite mounds and fire ant colonies and skin them alive and eat them alive, etc. And what he's saying is that these are the Palestinians. These are your indigenous people, and this is what they're like, and you can't have any pity or sorrow for them. Now, the one white girl who survives in the end, when the authorities show up and are about to mow down the tribe, she holds up her cell phone and threatens them with filming them and of course sending that information out to the world, and they all back down and they don't annihilate the tribe. And his message is, see, this is what liberals do. Liberals will always lie, and no matter what the liberals have been through with these horrible indigenous people, they will still protect them because they're insane. That's his message so his message is, you've got to side with Israel and ethnically cleanse the indigenous Palestinians. That's Eli Roth's true message in the film. So this is the same people who produced Inglourious Bastards. You see, what people don't understand is that to the West, the Germanic peoples are another indigenous people. They're just a white indigenous people that they feel needs to be ethnically cleansed, but they look at them as a Germanic tribe. This is the term teutophobia, what the term teutophobia means. But when George Knight mentions Killzone shows them all as basically Unterlanders who are
Yes.
living in an environment which is hostile, which is basically a subterranean environment where
Yes.
they're working with heavy industry and there's a lot of toxic effluvia, and as a result the population is constantly wearing protective suits,
Yeah.
hazardous material suits, and they also have to wear them on the surface world because otherwise they'd be exposed to diseases they don't have in the subterranean world, which is very sterile, and they would die of diseases contracted by people who live on the surface world. So
Mm-hmm.
they're always shown to look inhuman and therefore suited up and therefore easier to kill because they're faceless. You just kill them because they're all uniform looking in gas masks, which is a common theme of how they portray fascism. And but the whole idea is to indoctrinate people for an actual invasion of Unterland because the uniforms are based on the actual look of Unterlander uniforms.
Yes.
That's the war zone was based on actual military information that was purposefully leaked for that. I can say this with authority as a former Department of Defense librarian. So take it from there, George, in terms of rounding off any more information that you feel can be rounded off
yeah.
on that subject.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So this has been a campaign that's been extended since proactive prosecution of hostilities. So ever since when World War II came to a ceasefire.
A cessation. Yeah, a ceasefire.
Yes, spelled CESSATION, cessation.
But by the way, one book George
okay.
Knight needs to look up is there's a book titled Unconditional Hatred that was written by a British officer immediately after World War II, in which he was warning of this. The British officer was saying, we can't maintain this hatred of the German peoples.
Yes.
And he was, but of course, this is a lone voice in the wilderness. He was like this lone voice of sanity who didn't understand the full strategic Allied intent. And but also emphasize, George, the fact that we have climate change, which is now exacerbating this issue and bringing it to a head. And this would explain a lot of this indoctrination of traumatization and scarification to callous people and desensitize them. But go on, George. Yeah.
No, absolutely. So once the government and I'm talking about most governments around the world, when they start to conclude that climate change and the climate crisis was evident and it was imminent and it's an actual detrimental threat towards the surface in maintaining a society or any form of life on the surface, that is when the campaigns started to become more heavily exacerbated, when they started to really heavily bomb down and really heavily drive that indoctrination campaign even further. This is when they started to this is when, through Department of Defense intelligence, they started to leak this information towards the Dutch to produce the Killzone series, and including even the accents that were used to portray them as Germanic, as more Germanized.
Well, the interesting thing about Killzone is that they portray them all because they know that people can't understand German and they can't read subtitles, they just wanted to make them sound quote-unquote European or at least foreign. So they followed the same tactic that they used in the old Nazi movies starting in the 80s, where they said, well, we got all these German people, but we can't have them speak German because Americans can't read subtitles. So they said, just make them all British actors with British accents. And so this is how generations of Americans grew up to identify Nazis as speaking with British accents. So all the Unterlanders in Warzone are speaking with British accents. That is that is part of the insanity that takes us to an even further degree of weirdness, or surrealism. But go on.
Yeah, to confuse the matter even more. Yeah, but once they realised that the only, because what the governments, and I'm mainly talking about the United States government, what they were contending with is what the solutions are to counteract climate crisis, to counteract this chain of events that's going to be inevitable, where we're going to be under conditions of it's hospitable and it's volatile for us to sustain any form of maintenance or sustainability on the surface world. that is when they started to heavily indoctrinate the population into more of a Teutonic phobia against Germanic peoples, so against the Third Reich government in exile. And so this is where they started to heavily expose the populace into this trope where you have to kill Germans on sight, because the Unterlanders that dissension into Aryan exodus, into a subterranean existence, they are protected from the surface world because of course, them themselves have adapted to a hospitable environment where it's very the temperatures that beneath the cavern systems, which is above the mantle, which is throughout the Earth's crust, is very what do you want to call it? Say it's steamy, it's hot. They've adapted, but to protect, so they have essentially relocated and avoided the threat from the surface, because climate change is going to inevitably either become extremely hot on the surface or extremely cold. And so the governments know they could either relocate the population to another planet, preferably within our own solar system. Of course, they know that is impossible to accomplish due to reasons.
Rather, it's impossible in the near term. It's simply impractical, impossible in the near term. So
yes. And so they could either do several things. They could relocate the population off the surface, or they could try to counteract or reverse climate change, or they could reestablish or establish themselves throughout Unterland, which is what is the German word for land below. It's throughout these underground cavern systems. Entry points are in the polar regions, in the Arctic, in the South Pole, or in Tibet. And there are several other mountain regions throughout Europe that are entry points into Unterland. But the problem that they're facing is it's already occupied by this government that they're still legally at war with.
Right.
So hence the reason why these video games have come out where you're shooting Germans, where you're killing Germans. So the average person, when you ask them what their opinions and views are of Germans, particularly Nazis, they will tell you they have to kill them on sight. They emote. They start to have this. They automatically emote. I've asked people myself face to face, and I see them shudder in tremble in fear. You can see them. So they're
thoroughly they're indoctrinated. They're thoroughly indoctrinated.
Yes.
By the way, George Knight grew up as a gamer, so many of the people he talks to are gamers, and these people. But by the way, gamers are generally any male child, any male individual growing up in the Western world generally is a gamer. That does not include myself, of course, because I'm before that time when these game consoles were available. But these modern day children, they grow up with this first person shooter indoctrination, which some people say contributes to the mass shooting effect. And there's various arguments about that are compelling. So with that as a general background for George Knight and my own understanding of this, please respond, ladies. Poor Aristides is asleep, so we have the three ladies with us, presumably. Amy, Heather, Jennifer, whatever this reminds you of, by all means respond and add your own insights into this.
Okay, well, I would think that what they're programming people for is like flying the drones for the Air Force and the military, because they're going to be flying not with pilots, unmanned whatever vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Drones, yeah, it's drone warfare. Yes.
Well, no, I mean the people that are gamers, they're just training them to fly the stuff, or whatever for their future.
No, it's definitely an aspect of it. No, it's definitely no. What you say is valid. It's definitely an aspect of it. I was bringing that up with my analysis of the Iran-Israel conflict with my latest episode. I brought up the fact that all of the Americans who are shooting down all of the Iranian drones and missiles over Israel all cut their teeth on video games. And so now, now they're all just staring at the radar at the incoming objects and deciding whether or not to take them down in a matter of seconds. They have to decide. And because you might take down an innocent aircraft that happens to be in airspace that they shouldn't be at the wrong time, and you could be shooting down, a passenger plane. But they have to disambiguate and take the chance, and so far they've been lucky in that regard. Looks like Amy's off mute, so how about you, Amy? What comes to your mind with all this?
I couldn't help but think of Henry Miller, the German-American writer. When you're talking about the Teutons and how they're just different, they have a different philosophy, a different culture. And I couldn't help but think about how his family were German immigrants in New York City. And he describes a horrific, traumatic childhood where, like, the adults would just place him in charge of these relatives who were developmentally delayed, and then that auntie trusted him, so they made him as a child bring the auntie to the sanatorium and drop her off, and he had to do it without any support, and he was just a child. He was like so young, and so this idea of trauma being part of, like, your whole culture. This is like not just the government, but also the people in your state, the people in your community, the schools. Like, they're all in some way playing a part by not addressing the emotional labor that goes on when you're just a child and you don't have the capacity to say no.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
That's part of it. What's really astonishing, of course, is how we even survive childhood. That's honestly, when you think about it,
Right.
Jennifer, I don't know about you, but just a good example
Right.
is two examples. One of them was on YouTube. I just happened to, look through YouTube the other night, and there's this poor autistic kid who his mother was raising him alone, and she said, "You got to go to school." And he was like, "No, I don't want to go to school today." And so instead of going to school, he took his backpack or whatever, went to the empty house across the street that had been under renovation, and which is a magnet to kids. Any empty house under renovation is a magnet to kids. And he crawled up on the roof and saw the chimney and figured, okay, I'll get into the house through the chimney, because logic of a sort still wins the Darwin Award, but logic of a sort, slid down the chimney and found out they had boarded it up, so he couldn't get up. They had bricked it up. So he's stuck there with his arms above his head and suffocates to death. They find him 23 days later, which shows you how retarded the police are, because why not look at the empty house across the street for the missing kid before anywhere else? Because that's where kids would go to hide, right? But anyhow, they finally found his body. But I remember when I was young, and when my dad and I visited my sister in the skyscraper, the Alexander and Alexander Insurance building she worked in. I was on the roof. She took us to the roof, and they had these planks off on the roof where they were supposed to put enormous potted plants. But because of earthquakes, they didn't put enormous potted plants out on these stupid planks, because they figured the potted plants would be shaken off in an earthquake and kill somebody below. So there was nothing on these planks, but there was no fences. There was nothing. And I went out on one of these planks 100 stories above San Francisco, and I was dancing on it. And my dad was going, come back. And I eventually came back off it, but I was thinking, that could have been my day. It's like, oh my fucking God, how do we even survive childhood? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Jennifer, did you get a new bicycle, or are you walking back from work, or Ubering, or what? What the fuck?
I don't know. It doesn't matter with this. I mean, the conversation is key. Like what you're talking about. I think that, I didn't get a new bicycle. I'm part way to fixing that situation.
Okay.
Like I've figured out a structural scenario. It's fine regardless.
Okay.
But I think that there's something, this goes way back, of what's going on with these coming generations. I think that there is, through the systematic, I don't know if there's much to it, but the concept that when they started instigating this sort of the nuclear energy, and there, if you look at some of the earlier nuclear tests, how people believed, or there was some idea that going and sitting in the when they were doing the nuclear tests down in the Southwest, many people would go out and they would sit at a distance in
And
order to be
picnic!
kind of,
And picnic! Go on!
yes, to be blasted with the energy of it.
Yeah, they wanted to feel it. They wanted to feel the wind. That warm
Yeah.
wind.
And the generations who come out of an era, a nuclear era, I think there's some type of an effect. And then when we talk about like autism or Asperger's or any of these types of things that are up and coming in the youth, and they moderate them with all kinds of medications, they've decided that they will instigate to try to, I think they're kind of playing around with that as far as the medication scales, the different pharmaceuticals and the things like that, and how they affect the masses. But in general, there might be some sort of moderate altercation in the DNA itself, and that may be intentional. But then in creating generations that are slightly genetically altered, or maybe even just, something about the DNA being slightly altered that causes these conditions in a way.
It's the word you're looking for.
Mutating slightly. And the way that would affect things, I think, plays a big role. In addition to that, though, as far as the first person shooter games and everything, I think that the concept about the drones and the training individuals for that, I don't know that it's for some type of future war necessarily, but the transhumanist agenda, which is like an ultimate agenda that seems to be at play for the entirety of this century, as far as like what the drive is, has not much to do with planning for a future war, but for training an AI battalion of sorts, a systematic world that's completely coming out of essentially this training. One moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so she's going to handle that, and
Yes.
when she comes back, I'll give her. Yeah, so continue.
Sorry,
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah. Okay, take your
Well,
time.
the transhumanist agenda itself, that will be kind of the world we're looking at. They take the young mind of, okay, you take humans that have been slightly altered by, these massive evaporative clouds that are continuously raining down on humanity, not affecting the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generations.
Thank you. Go on.
And the idea is that the input from a dissociative society where these children are being raised by these systems on the computers that they are constantly put in front of, what's put in front of them. It's just the natural state now. It's literally the natural order. And they observe the mind, the human mind, the ultimate mind. Under those conditions, the new mind. Its childhood is not the same as it was for previous generations. These children in these generations are growing up in an entirely different environment. It's a mental environment, a mental strength environment. It's totally different. So it's not reliant on physical, it's the mental. They want to focus on that because they're trying to train this AI to an epitome of sorts, or to a new type of mentality that's almost uber human. And then that uber mensch, that Superman mind, they can take that from these children by focusing on these generations, and then they can really truly formulate in this AI an ultimate of sorts. And then as far as any type of warfare, because the youngest mind is different than an adult mind. And so they're using those minds as they're playing these video games and everything else. They're mind mapping in a way. They are mind mapping. And these sponges that are also influenced by these altercations to their genetic makeup. And they take that information, and then it becomes, because children are becoming much more almost, they're already kind of, they're desensitized, but the way that they're being trained with these, they're surpassing that. Like, there are programs where they are obviously, in the past, there have been generations of children that are not even, think about the idea of the great massacres for the Inquisitions, like the saints or witches or things like that. They look the same, and the symptoms were the same, having these types of superpowers or super mental powers or whatever the cause. And there was a watering down of that. Well, they're trying to recover that, or they're trying to really pinpoint that. And I think that they're trying to find it through genetic manipulation, and then trying to capture that greater power mindset in a way of some sort, and to instill it somehow into these everlasting creations that they're trying to make in transhumanism.
Okay.
Kind of trying to come full circle with it, that it's the transhumanist agenda, but they are using it off of us, but they're intending to create a new species.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and to try and so basically what you're also saying is that it's not so much, from the way you perceive it, war making or indoctrinating people towards war, as opposed to a kind of worldwide peace through cybernetic regimentation, and that this would be expedited through the generations of genetic mutation via all that exposure to radiation, through all of those insanely unnecessary tests that they performed for so long, that was the equivalent of a full all-out exchange in nuclear war in terms of the number of nuclear weapons they all. But to add some further dimensions to that, Jennifer, what do you feel about the fact that, say for instance, this one woman took a bunch of dolls, and she does this personally. She customizes them by taking these kinds of popular dolls that they sell at places like Toys R Us or off the shelves at places like Walmart, and she basically strips them of their painted on makeup that they imprint into their plastic, and redresses them in girls' clothing, because, in case you haven't noticed, and I and I don't say this sarcastically, many people wouldn't notice this because they may not have kids and they may not have to buy dolls for kids. But if you ever took a look, all dolls sold from Walmart and Toys R Us these days for young girls, they all look like street walking hookers. They all look like prostitutes. They're all heavily made up. They're all wearing skimpy ass dresses and mini skirts and slit dresses. I mean, they look like they're going to, prom night or the nightclub, when they're for like kids who are like, prepubescent girls. And so when this woman makes these dolls and customizes them, parents will pay her thousands of dollars because they can't find anything like that on the market. So they'll pay her at least hundreds of dollars, and in some cases thousands, because they can't find them anywhere else. And so she's making a killing doing this, and of course it has nonstop demand. But what about this hypersexualization? What is that about?
Well, the hypersexualization is desexualization.
Okay.
I mean, what they're ultimately hoping for is a generation that is so associated with what natural sex is that they formulate an idea of what it is that's it's not actually a possibility. It's not even real. And so it can never be realized. It can never actually happen in those concepts, but they're desexualizing. If they're over sexualizing to desexualize, and because they make it unrealistically natural in any way, not even in desirable force. They create false idealism. They create false expectations in a way that aren't even natural to just the creature, to the animal, and what it actually wants. And so even if it gets what it wants, it doesn't actually accomplish what it hopefully desired when it first set out on its sexual journey. And so
Wow.
by creating this type of falsification of what sex is, you desexualize them and they become uninerted with themselves. They become disassociated from their sexuality. And then in doing that, you dehumanize them in a way to where they don't know what they are, because sex is directly linked to being human. And if you can control the sexuality of a human being, if you can control that, you can completely control the creature, and the outcome is a creature that is completely controllable by the state and by the governments that they live in, because they're not driven by sex, because they don't understand what it even is. They never do, because the concepts about what pleasure and what joy are in a sexual state are so dissociated that they can't ever accomplish it, and they don't know what the point is. And like any creature, the ultimate point is to produce another creature like themselves. It's the God state of creating life. I mean, if you take that away, and you take away the pleasure of it as well, to where that's disassociated, then you are eventually going to eradicate an entire species. And the transhumanist agenda is to eradicate an entire species, to replace it with another species that is not sexual, that is entirely of another state of mind. I have no idea why they would do it, but it's annihilation for humankind.
Mhm. I really want to thank you for that. So, Amy, Heather, George, respond to this. I mean, do so at will, fire at will, so to speak. Respond to that with what does that cause you to think of, or does don't everybody answer at once?
No, I'm trying to think how to start a response. Actually, I do
Yeah,
apologize.
me too. The transhuman agenda is a really heavy concept to get. It's like kind of like the metaverse. I'm thinking metaverse stuff, you know.
Mhm. And Amy?
Yeah, I've worked with some autistic kids, and everything that she's described about the video games and the pharmacy manipulation through the chemistry of the meds to make them better.
Tell
that
people
just makes them
tell people
worse.
about how your father was a pharmacist and your mother was a nurse. I think that's important. Let people know that.
Yeah. So my father was a pharmacist, as you just said, and my mom was a geriatric nurse, so she worked in nursing homes primarily. Yeah,
How did you get
I'm
involved working with?
particularly
Yeah. Go on. You're particularly, please.
I'm really concerned that we're looking at it from sort of an outsider viewpoint, but that like these are still people. Like, these are still creatures who can learn and be curious and adapt to pretty harsh environments if necessary. But if we're going to put our thoughts and energy towards something, it might be more productive to stick with things that we control. And if we're always going to take something like the way that our media is controlled and used as propaganda, you have to have like that sense that like it has to have a personal attachment in there somewhere.
As far
Like
as
there has to be.
the autistic children and Asperger's, I'm saying that they are a superior archetype, a superior mental archetype, superior to the previous in their minds for what they're trying to accomplish. They have literally pinpointed what they want to draw attention to so that the AI has something to focus upon, because they have pinpointed and perfected certain aspects of the mind beyond the physical body, and that actually children with autism or Asperger's are superior intellectually to the common man.
You mean in the sense that they are laser focused in terms of certain
way that
tasks.
the mind works in them? Yes.
But they're so dysfunctional.
But then we have them climbing in chimneys.
Yeah, that's
Not
it.
Well, because there's a differentiation as far as like empathetic, the way that they react to reality, but the way that the brain is working is actually incredible and superior in many ways. And so if they are not intending to operate in physical reality, but they intend to operate at another level or dimension.
Okay, so that explains.
That is operable.
Got it. So you're explaining the reason why when they're interacting with physical reality, they can win the Darwin Award by climbing down the chimney. But if you put them in a cybernetic environment where they're just functioning, in this repetitive mechanical mode, then they're essentially an extension of the machine, or it can
even beyond that, beyond it, because they're accessing the same limbic brain that is it's uncalculable. The human brain is incalculable, but we are only thinking about it on a layer of living in a physical reality, a material reality of these cause and effects. But if they are thinking of things on a cerebral level, and if you are imagining things, or they have an incredible grasp of that realm of visionaryism, then that's a lot more expansive than what people would consider average. The average intelligence of a human being is quite incredible. But if you take into account that some of these, they may not, that's all leveling for what's useful in the old world. The new world that is coming is not like this one. For example, there are many crafts and skills of previous generations that can never be replaced. Things like tool making, no automaton skills. Like people in the past could do things just with their hands, and they were very good with that, and that was considered superior. The world that they are looking at has nothing like that. It's not working with the hands, it's working with the mind entirely. So you're going into an entirely different paradigm.
Right.
These generations will become obsolete.
Wow.
So they have to create a new mind in a way that will operate in that type of realm.
Wow. That's wow. Of course, what that would imply, that would rely upon continual development. And the best laid plans of mice and men, as they used to say in my father's day. They even named a book title after that, just on the basis of how things can always go wrong so easily. I certainly get what you're saying. I get it. But
many of the old prophets and many of there was actually where they listened to individuals that would be considered under previous mindsets to be somehow handicapped in some way, in one of their senses, but they would be escalated in other senses because they make up for it. The human is an adaptive creature. And what's ironic is, they've put children with, for example, chimpanzees, and they hoped the chimpanzee would mimic the human, but the opposite occurred. the human began to become more like the chimpanzee, and they mimicked what they were surrounded by. The new mind they're hoping for is one that supersedes the previous mind. It doesn't mimic, but it sets a precedence of they no longer mimic. That's why they have this rebellious attitude. And if you look at the youths in general, there's an idea that they are above that, and they will continue to rise above the past. So it's an entirely different generation that does not mimic. They're trying to, and that's, people have said, well, that's always been in the past. That's always been the case with youth. But if you look, the actual, even the adults coming out of these generations they're confused about the past reality of humanity and what they stood for. And they are onward into a new mindset. But that's not for them. It's it's a system designed to create this, to introduce the transhumanist agenda, which is a system that is digital.
Okay. Yeah, but like this, go on. Yeah.
Possibly lower than the original creature. But there have been many species in the past displaced in the exact same way in favor of another species.
Wow. I mean, no, that's really thinking ahead. I mean, I love it. I love thought like this. This is how I think. But by that, I mean on that scope.
I'm not saying it's right or it's good.
Right.
I'm not saying that.
No, I understand.
I'm just saying it appears to be possibly what is occurring.
Yeah, well, articulation is not advocacy. So I think people understand that Jennifer Hawkins articulating a concept is not advocating it. So I definitely, like I said, I think on that scale, but I don't necessarily foresee that, simply because I think so many things will go wrong before they could realize a world like that. Now, Heather's got her hand raised, and I'll turn to her in a second. But yeah, just like she's in a class, and I'll turn to her in a second. But this is what I want to say, is that I was speaking to another individual the other day who is concerned about this sort of thing, just like Jennifer is. Believe me, there's a rising awareness of this. There's kind of like a personal question here to ask of Jennifer and myself. And there's kind of like a general statement I'll make as a response. Basically, as I said about the best laid plans of mice and men and all that, it's just usually everything goes wrong. It just goes to hell in a handbasket. We've got so many factors right now that are taking this society down, that the idea of the machine, which is kind of like, there was an author who wrote a short story that is kind of like the ultimate archetype of this, called The Machine Stops. And the author was foreseeing that the architects of the world machine would create a world machine, and all society would live as components within the world machine, and we're all dependent on the machine. And this was automation and mechanical development taken to its logical extreme. And the logical extreme is that everyone is totally dependent on a kind of life support, and eventually nobody is capable of doing anything. One individual, kind of an atavist, meaning that you go backwards in your genetics, he manages to escape the machine, go to the surface world, because the machine is all underground. And he goes to the surface world where people are living a wilder lifestyle, and joins them for a while, comes back to visit his mother, tell him what he saw up there, and then basically the machine begins to break down. At some point the machine begins to break down, and then everybody dies, except the people on the surface world. The author wanted to make certain that humanity survived in this model he created as what you would call an object lesson. But when it comes to The Machine Stops, it's necessary to write things like this, because obviously, people need to see how bad things can potentially get, and it's nice. It's a nice allegory, a parable. It will never get to that point. It'll never get to that point, because you're never going to get a global government that has established enough control over the human species to accomplish that. And it's certainly not going to get to the point where we get this kind of transhumanist leap in evolution or step backwards in evolution. It's kind of like both simultaneously, simply because the whole society is going to collapse before then. We've just got too much of a dislocation that's coming down around us right now. First off, here's the problem, is that you need an enormous amount of technical expertise to maintain this level of technical development. And all we're producing is stupider and stupider people. We're producing more and more illiterate people. We're producing more and more violent people. We're producing more and more stupid people. Yeah, none of these people are capable of maintaining a high technology society. We're not producing engineers. You might say, well, maybe they'll get them all out of Asian India. They certainly are trying to cut them off from China. Other cultures are producing their own engineers. But what you have in the West is there's almost nobody who can work with computers and maintain them at that level in a continually degrading society. It's like George Knight is in England, where he's working with trying to install 5G, and it's basically like it's like trying to empty wet sand at the beach. He's like digging a hole in the beach and the water keeps rising. Yeah. It's like
it's not going anywhere.
Yes, yeah. It's like, oh my God, they don't have the technology to have a grid like this, and who would maintain it? Whatever few technicians they have are going to be working with increasingly stupid people who have no comprehension of what they're dealing with, because they grow up playing these games, but they can't program them. They can't. It's there you go. I mean, so it's like, and beside that, add the violence. What are people using the internet for? To promote violent conspiracies that you got to go out and kill your fellow man because he's going to kill you first, because they're all, but yeah.
Come out and kill me because I'm installing 5G.
Yeah, tell her about that. Tell Jen about what they tell her about
terrorism. It's classed as terrorism where they attack us because we're trying to install the network, and you got all these conspiracy peddlers driving this indoctrination on the people that go online in the sewer shit to view all this content that telling the people that we're installing 5G and it's emitting radiation that's causing COVID. And so they're out attacking us. They're literally sabotaging our network. Yeah. Putting shards, needles in our network, so then we penetrate it and we contract HIV and a lot and other viral diseases, and it's just compromising. It's just Thank you, Douglas. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just you don't need to worry about the world machine, because the machine is breaking down, because it's, unfortunately, humanity, we're still a bunch of fucking monkeys. We're still a bunch of hairless apes and primates that are basically, out to kill each other. Now, I do believe the female species is superior, and it may as well be a different species, because they are, for all intents and purposes, quite different. But so, Heather, what was your question now that I said that? Oh, before that, yes, my personal question for Jennifer. So, I had this one dude named Daniel Arola who was on the show for a long time, and he had a sugar mama who finally died, and then he was left homeless, and then turned against me because I wouldn't help him reestablish himself in life. Life is tough. But at any rate, this dude, his sugar mama worked with autistic kids in particular, and she felt, I've never had a doctor diagnose this, but then again, they didn't have diagnoses like this when I was growing up. So she basically felt, Douglas Dietrich is at some end of the autistic spectrum. And I didn't find that insulting in the least. I just felt that she had a hammer in her hand, being that was her profession, and so everything looked like a nail. Because she also told Daniel Arola he was on the autistic end of the spectrum at some point, when in reality he was just a brain-injured jerk. But when it comes to myself, who knows, I might be. It doesn't bother me if I am. But has anyone ever said that about you? Because you have a very focused mind. You have a very your mind has this kind of, it doesn't operate or process like your average mind. So has anyone ever said this about yourself, or have you ever suspected such? Or, I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, if you line up with any individuals who now study this, there are a lot of them, they will, at least in my experience, they will find you, well, maybe not everyone, like maybe they don't say that to everybody, but there's a possibility that many people coming up in these generations that, you know, that they don't realize it. Like, for example, even in your generation, it was coming in because they had begun a lot of these things, but that a great deal of the population is being classified as being on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Or as being at some extreme level of the spectrum, or whatever the case. All the same, though, it's very impossible. It seems at first hard to identify who is, you know, because autism's become like I said, it's become a catch-all. It's become like it catches a lot of people.
Yeah, ubiquitous and pervasive. It's ubiquitous and pervasive,
Yes.
and people
Yes,
are
they
speculating.
immediately-
Yeah, people are
or
speculating it's the
even
wave of the
ADD
future.
or
I'm so-
ADHD or
Yeah, go on.
obsessive compulsive disorder. They try
Yeah.
to identify personality traits with all of these, you know, different, you know, letters that they put together that they think
Right.
describe whatever condition it is. But the fact is that I think that we are just we're coming into a time
Yeah.
where humanity is on the edge of something slightly different. And I'm not saying that there's any. I think that it's a progressive intention. The agenda, as far as transhumanism, the whole agenda was with NASA and with the entire space exploration, or the exploration of these other dimensions, with the molecules that they are what they are coming in contact with the hadron colliders, or what they're coming in contact with through the pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceutical industry is not what people think. It's much more complex than just it's not medication. It's to change the chemistry in the human mind, and it changes the reality of this world when you change the chemical reactions in the human brain, so they can change and affect the entire perception of reality. And so the pharmaceutical companies are not much different than when people are talking about things like finding the God particle in the case of the Higgs boson, Peter Higgs, who recently passed away, actually. But in those instances, the pharmaceutical companies themselves, who are now doctoring these generations, the pharmaceutical companies are dealing on another level with the human chemistry. If they can change the endocrine systems of humanity, as they have been doing on a very massive scale, they can change the way that reality is perceived. And it's not what people think when they think about the way that people are heavily medicated. I think it's something like, it's a huge percentage of the population right now is currently medicated with, I am not, but I can say that a mass majority of the population is heavily medicated with psychoactive drugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. And that brings us back to Heather. Your question, Heather, your hand raised, please.
That's a good segue, Douglas.
So,
to respond to that, I stopped going to the doctor, and once they thought that they had their knuckles, deep, I stopped taking my medicine. I don't take medicine. Of course, some people would say that I was better with the medicine, but I don't think that at all.
I mean, I certainly feel you're better these days, if that means anything.
I got my teeth fixed.
Cool.
That's why.
Wow.
So besides that, I was just going to ask Jennifer. She was talking about like a hive mind.
And Jennifer?
Well, I didn't say at any point hive mind.
A hive mind, like a collective consciousness of people at another level.
Oh, the way that it might be affected by prescribing,
or maybe what we're evolving towards is
the
monad, the concept of a monad. I think that if they change the way by prescribing these medications to the masses, and then they put upon them the type of imagery through their programming that they have pinpointed to create a certain psychological archetype of what they're hoping to accomplish, that mankind will drive itself to the desired outcome that they're hoping for, and that they are hoping for. Who is they? I would say that they are not human at all. I would say that the directive is some ancient species that is like a human being, but is not human. And once the human beings have kind of they've used up what their purpose is, or if the human species is in rebellion and they are trying to create a new species to take up on their burden that they were placed upon, because there is a secret occult knowledge that mankind is aware of, that they have been laden with a type of burden that was once belonging to another species that they have taken up as a slave race. And if they are intending to pass that on to another race, they may create a potentially another species that could take up that burden. And if that is what they are doing, and they intend to be free of it, or they think they will become free of it, like their lords have become free of it when they gave it to them, a sort of passing down of a curse of labor. If you were to look at the AI world, or what the world of computing, what it is, it's something that I think that the future world, when we're thinking about, will humanity exist in the future world? Will we be useful in a world like that? They're trying to convince us that it is to benefit humanity, but it doesn't appear to be that way by, any, there's no way to see that it benefits humanity, actually. I mean, in the long run, it's annihilation. It's to convince the species it's not worth existing, that the species is not worth continuing.
So you're pointing out what Amy, respond to this, because you saw this on an individual level, and Jennifer sees this on a special level, that they're trying to get a species to commit suicide, like you saw on a person.
Well, no, she's talking. Yeah, she's talking about the Cho.
Okay.
Like, they're trying to get rid of the Cho, and they send them over here, right? Is that what she's talking about? Or is she talking about, like, entities and servitors and...
Oh, well, I don't believe that I don't believe Jennifer's specifically familiar with the Cho, unless you've heard me speak about that phenomenon before. Jennifer, have you?
I am not familiar.
Okay.
I am not familiar with the Cho.
Okay, but so basically, the first thing I thought of was, I was thinking that she was going along that Jennifer. So I'm speaking to Amy now, just for all our listeners, about what Jennifer said, and what I thought Jennifer was talking about was, David Icke's, what does he call them?
Yes, like that. I am actually.
Oh, okay.
But
so
not what he is talking about.
Right.
Because there is verifiable reason to believe that a species of hominid, or intelligence, maybe not human as we think of it, did survive many of the past catastrophes, and that they are underneath the surface, or they are in some other realm, and that they have intelligence, Neolithic or previous, the Holocene era of intelligence that they are applying to our world. And when we look at our own people that we think have a different type of intelligence that's inferior to our own, but it actually is superior in many other ways, I think that that is more akin to what we could be looking at when we are faced with any type of intelligence that comes close to what we perceive to be human intelligence. When we look at other mammalians, we are intimidated by it, and we are also curious. But then we also try to figure out a way to dominate it. It's the species that thinks that way. And so how can we bend it to our own will? But that intelligence from previous species of intelligent creatures that may not be humanistic in the slightest, may have surpassed us a long time ago and never died, but have been paying attention the entire time. And though they are not human mammalian, are of a type of intelligence that is aware of human agenda and intention and how they can bend that to their will in a way. And if that is not progressive enough for humanity, but it works for them, they may themselves have found a way to manipulate humanity into doing what they would like them to do.
Okay, there's I can see the logic to that, and obviously I showed you some of these relic populations, as the government called them, when I worked with the U.S. government, that these sculpts they made of certain relic populations that are obviously intelligent, self-aware, sapient is the term. Just so people understand, the term sentient means that you can sense, that you have sensorial apparatus, and it in no way means you're intelligent. All creatures are sentient, but very few are sapient, which means that you're aware of yourself and you're aware of your existence and aware that you have a finite amount of time in this world. Therefore, you do what you do based on that realization. So yes, but obviously these sculpts were not necessarily of sapience that were evolved to the point that you're discussing, though you're saying some of these could be dwelling the term for underworld would be intraterrestrial or intraterrestrially, or they're dwelling extra-dimensionally.
Yes, I think that they have found a way on a cerebral level through consciousness to possess people. So literally a type of what we would call, when we watch movies and we think about possession, that actually is what they're accomplishing. That they don't need to come upon a physical realm in the way, or at least not to the surface, as we are thinking about, because they can't exist on the surface. That's the whole point. They cannot actually survive on the surface, so possession is a much more likely system. And transhumanism is a perfect blend of what would work for them, because I think that our brains cannot accommodate them.
Right.
And so it looks like an autistic fever, when in fact our brains just cannot handle it. But if they can create a creature that can house their intelligence, or their type of sentience, or their type of intelligence, I think it's more like that. And I think it's kind of like possession would be akin to it.
Okay, so this goes along the lines, possibly of what I presented about these archaeo dinosaurians, that they like a Baphomet or the Pazuzu, kind of pioneering a kind of possession, because they cannot practically live on the surface world at this point in history because of the geologic levels of oxygen in particular, as I mentioned, have changed so radically, etc. It's just not their world anymore. But in intraterrestrial pockets of climate-controlled environments, they can exist, but they can possess the surface worlders. And one way to do that at a special level would be through this technology that would both change their very genetics and derogate them to further technical roles as part of a grand machine that they would then become basically fused with in a very real sense, and serve some purpose. Of course, the climate change might all serve their purpose as well, making it more like perhaps the climate that they were used to. Something similar to the era, geological epoch in which they originally existed. So, such being said, before we, go, Amy is unmuted. So, Amy first. Amy, was there something that you thought of when with all this? Anything that comes to mind with all this?
Oh, I'm getting to the end of my.
Understood.
My
Well, we
rope.
love
I gotta-
you.
I
We
gotta
love
go to
you.
bed.
Oh, honey.
I know.
So your
I
birthday's
know.
coming up. I'm
I
good.
am enjoying.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying.
Yeah.
everything that's been discussed, and I look forward to listening later.
I know. I love you. Yes.
I love you too. Thank you all so much. Take care.
Thank you for being here.
Bye, Amy.
Nice speaking to you. Take
Yes.
care.
Okay, take care and get some rest. And so before we turn back to George,
Have a great night.
yeah, Heather, you had your hand up and you sent us some photos. So basically, when you say scaffolding, this is something that you pulled out of your scalp or fell out of your scalp that you feel might be technology that is a
No,
constant.
live. It's happening live. You're the first to see this. See it here first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a scaffolding. It's been broken down for a while, and it's just almost nothing, but it is still attached. And and now I just have it all. I have all these pieces and parts, and I'm like, I don't think it's more organic.
So this could be part of like broken down or disintegrated microchips or something.
It's a system of parts that, operating things.
A lattice work. It would be a lattice work
A
of
lattice work, yeah.
of some kind of technology that you feel was implanted in you, or that
It's remote neural monitoring.
right. I mean, well, why would it be disintegrating now? It just happens.
It's old.
It's old.
It's 50 years old. Yeah. It's
Right.
old.
Okay, so you feel that this was installed when you were basically an infant.
Yes.
Okay.
6 months old. And the thing about it is that if I wouldn't have taken that tooth out, it would still be like operating probably. It's dismantled right now.
Okay. Well, I oh my God. I mean, look, this has got to be terrifying whenever anything falls out of our body that we don't understand.
No, I'm not. It's not falling out. It's just
You're pulling it out.
Yeah, I'm taking it out.
Right. You're kind of pulling at your scalp, and this is what's coming out.
I'm just combing my hair.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Ouch. That's By the way, yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, just for people who don't believe in this sort of thing, people who have heard my story have heard me talk about this when I was hospitalized for the nanoplasma transfusion, the full body blood transfusion, in which they replaced my entire blood, the full load of whole body blood transfusion. Basically, during the few weeks I was hospitalized, there was a young lady who was brought in to consistently have sex with me several times a day, basically stayed with me basically for that 2 weeks. And she had an implant. She had an implant that was quite visible on the base of her spine, with the leading from the base of her spine, and it was like implanted right where the base of the the base of the skull meets the upper tip of the neck. And so it was right there at the base of her skull, and it was obviously surgically implanted in such a way that if someone removed it, it would kill her. It was just too deeply embedded within her nervous system to imagine otherwise. But yes, something like that conceivably could deteriorate with time and it just kind of begin to disintegrate. And it might be impacted by things that are done in other parts of the body. If it's so it's not necessary that Heather is imagining any of this. It's I've seen with my own eyes this reality of people who have been chipped. Certainly this young lady that I speak of. So I'm so sorry it's happening, Heather, but at the same time, maybe this is a good thing. Is that how you feel about it? Do you feel this is a good thing that it's kind of, falling out?
Well, of course, it's not making me feel bad. It's making me feel better.
Okay. So that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So that's a positive. And,
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. And so.
Well, maybe it could be a gene thing too, genetics. Most people maybe wouldn't, or.
But you said it's kind of like wires, right?
Oh, just pieces. Yeah, like I think they're called
Filaments.
Filaments, electrode, or something like that.
Yeah. So I don't think that's genetic.
No, not that. But the fact that I'm so resilient, or I do brag on the fact of like how I was raised the first 5 years of my life, but like what I was fed, and things like that.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. And Oh my God, yes, you are resilient. I mean, you're resilient emotionally as well to have been through that horrible terrorism you've suffered, so recently. Jennifer, it was
Yeah.
awful. She's been through hell. Yeah, you don't know, Jennifer, about maybe what Heather's been through, and we don't need. You can review it later at your own leisure. But yeah, she's been through a lot. And Jennifer herself has been through a lot lately, and I'm hoping for your safety. You're not walking to and from work. I'd hate to think of you walking to and from work alone, but you seem to have handled
Oh
this
no,
like you
I'm
said.
perfectly. Everything's perfectly fine. I'm
Okay,
perfectly.
good, good. And I'm so glad to hear that. And now, what you're talking about, of course, I certainly think that there's elements of it that George Knight and I have covered, but you've added further context. And I certainly think that, of course, I still feel that there's not too much for you to necessarily worry about. But before I go into my own,
No, not
yeah,
anytime soon. And I think that I've really enjoyed this conversation,
uh-huh.
and and no, I have nothing to worry about anytime soon.
Right. You mean about transhumanism?
I think transhumanism. I think that it's in the arc of what it's trying to accomplish. I think that there is an agenda.
So how would you now? Let me give you an example here, and how would you disambiguate or every ideology, like say for
I
instance,
Right. Go ahead.
communism, when communism developed in the Soviet Union and communism developed in China, they both came to the point of actual warfare. Communists' ideologies doesn't mean that everybody's on the same page. And obviously, as you yourself pointed out, you're one of the few people who knows about Russian cosmism. And you blew my mind when you broached the topic. And obviously, as you probably are aware of, Russian cosmism, unfortunately, has been much more influential than people in the West even know. A lot of people don't even know about its existence or what it is, yet many people are influenced by it, and it's impacted a lot of pseudo intellectuals in Silicon Valley. And so they claim to be ardently anti-transhumanist, and yet they are recommending ultimately the replacement of the human species with some.
Because they
Yeah.
believe in resurrecting the dead.
Yes. Yes. How would you disambiguate these cosmists that are infecting Silicon Valley and therefore all the rest of us because of the extreme influence of Silicon Valley? How would you disambiguate them for the public from transhumanists?
Because they don't have a spiritual basis in their belief systems. The idea of the original cosmos system is that we have an obligation to resurrect our ancestors. It is our duty that we are given with the Christ Spirit, with the Holy Ghost, with the saints of the ancient Orthodox Church, which is more ancient than that. It is going back to a beginning way behind that, where we have an obligation through a species that lent it down to us, that set humanity up, that they are obligated for this purpose through generation after generation, whatever means necessary, to reach immortality, that we must bring back our most ancient ancestors to the rightful place of living, to living ultimately, and that humanity is nothing. The spirit of life must exist eternally. That this intelligent life form that we were, that we have been, must exist eternally. And if it cannot be contained in the human body, it must surpass the human body, that the human body is superfluous. It was just a step into the position of accomplishing this that our existence continue to exist beyond any boundaries as the gods that have been endowed with the existence of reality, and that the intention is that there is no more death. And so the resurrection is the ultimate goal, the resurrection of the life of existence, and whatever means necessary, and that the human body, if it cannot contain it, it must surpass it, and that is the ultimate goal.
Wow. Thank you. You can articulate this idea again, just so listeners understand. Articulation is not advocacy. Jennifer Hawkins is not advocating.
No, I am not advocating, nor do I support this agenda. But I am saying that is the ultimate idea.
Yeah, and you articulate it so well. I'm impressed. And how do you retain this information? Like I said, there's a suspicion that you yourself may have an almost autistic bit, or it's somewhere along the spectrum. But like you said, we'd all be defined or diagnosed as such these days. They would just say that the entire human species is moving in that direction. That's what they would generally say, is something along those lines. And
I don't know, but I would say that is the intention.
Right.
Of point.
Right. There was one illustrator, and I can't remember his name. I'd have to, see if I could find it in some of my notes. But there was an illustrator who was fascinated with the Roswell incident and alien grays as a concept. And he was convinced that because he had an autistic brother, or relative, cousin maybe, he would bring him up when he was interviewed on Coast to Coast AM and other venues, but his own relations then, beat him so badly about that he would never bring that individual.
I do want to say that I am not advocating for this system.
Yeah.
I am not advocating whatsoever, nor do I think that it is good for the species or it is good for humanity. Mm-hmm. But the agenda is that type of progression.
Right.
That is the idealism of it.
Right. So
but it's not what I believe is good.
Right.
It's just it's not my personal position.
Right, right.
What I'm observing.
Yeah. So about this guy, he felt that he was bringing up his cousin as an autistic person because this individual was, in this guy's case, he couldn't keep his clothes on. The autistic person, not the guy talking on Coast to Coast AM, but he was describing the autistic kid. Just couldn't keep his clothes on, would always be ripping his clothes off compulsively, and having nothing to do with being a flasher or some desire to shock people. It was just the clothes were unbearable to him. And so, but the point he was making was that his thesis, or his hypothesis, was that humanity was devolving into an increasingly autistic spectrum that would ultimately devolve genetically as well into what we perceive as the alien grays. He felt humanity was devolving into the grays, that was our future, and that they were coming from our future to raid our genes because they were so degenerate that they had lost their reproductive organs. Is that just wild, or does that resonate with you on any way, or just another idea? And by the way, Heather Holman says, I've never said anybody reminds me of my mom until now. Far out. Is Jen there? Holy shit.
Jennifer, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Say again.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear what I said? And then I asked you a question. Did you hear any of that, or did you just kind of tune out?
No. Ask me the question again. What was it?
Oh yeah. So like I said, so this illustrator, he was.
What did Heather Holman said that no one's reminded her of her mother except to me.
Yeah, nobody's ever reminded me of my mom.
Yeah. Till you.
You sound like my mom. That's crazy. Yeah, no. You sound like you're intelligent, and your articulation. I mean, I cannot remember her talking, just like other things that she taught me by hand. But yeah, you sound just like my mom, like the level of.
But didn't you say also too that your mother was the one who subjected you to hearing tests?
She did she did the tests for everybody.
Yeah, she was a test administrator. She was a test administrator of these acoustic tests, apparently, among other things. Wasn't she also a Hare Krishna?
Yeah. That was her volunteering, her community service. The hearing tests.
Okay, interesting. I mean, wild shit.
It's interesting. But it's very interesting.
Yeah.
She was also, she was a pharmacist. I think she worked in the pharmacy, a couple of them.
Whoa.
I don't really know.
As it is.
Yeah. Well, Prabhupada, also the leader of ISKCON, he was a pharmacist, so it's not too far away, you know?
Well, you're talking now about the Hare Krishna, for lack of a better
that's
word.
what I was just going to say, but about the pharmacy, you know, that could be the link. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, one of many. Obviously, it can be used to control people, and Hare Krishna is known to most people as a cult, as you know, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And
it's a number of things. It's a philosophy. It's a lifestyle. It's a religion. It's like a culture, you know, way of life for the Vaishnava people.
Right. And for homeless,
it's not a bad thing. It's really not. It's the only thing that keeps me level.
Understood. And for homeless people, it's an act of desperation where they go in for the rice and sugar that they feed you.
Yeah, the Sunday love feast. Sunday love feast.
Oh,
love it.
Oh man. Jennifer, you were raised in kind of a cultic environment.
Yes.
in the sense that you were like homeschooled. You were like homeschooled, and it was like you were like isolated out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere with a family that wasn't that kind of a cultic environment in its own way? Kind of.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it was more of a breaking away from the general populace in a way, because society itself, as it's perceived, it's a cult to itself, and so there is a cult in every single circumstance. A culture is a cult, as it is, and everyone that believes that they are part of a system is a part of a cult. When you take up an opinion that is not bendable, you are in a cult. And so if you're not open to concepts or ideas outside of your own concepts, which is almost impossible, but if it could be perceived, but the same fact is that you may hold to your own idealisms that allow you to survive. And it's all about survival mechanisms. And whatever you need to tell yourself to get through day by day is a part of your cult and what you come from that defines the way you perceive reality. And then they are measuring everything off of that. That's why it's so very dangerous that they control these cults. And the system was designed to do so. And so that's why they ostracize any individuals who have any idea outside of that cult. And then they may relay them themselves to perhaps lay faces and masks on individuals you've never met in your life with something more familiar like your mother, though they are not your mother, but you mask them as your mother to create your perception of what you think this is all about. It's ironic.
Perhaps.
Wow. Are you trying to trip Heather out, or?
I don't think so. I just think that that's a unique perspective to be compared to somebody's mother upon a 20-minute conversation.
Well,
go
on.
It's on my mind because I'm planning on. It's funny you said about resurrection and stuff, because, like, I'm taking a trip, and for some reason in my mind, I'm planning on seeing my mother, and I know that sounds insane, as it should, but time travel, anything's possible, right?
Well, maybe. I mean, it's something could happen in the sense of consciousness and also in the sense of spirit, where you could encounter your mother. Certainly a lot of people see my mother. Usually when I become friends with ladies, at some point they see my mother.
I love her.
You've seen my mother?
I sure have.
Oh my God. Are you serious? Are you just, what kind of vision do you get?
I see everything.
Yeah. Okay. But by the way, I accept that. I accept that. I accept that.
No, I see you and I see your mother, and when you've told the stories of your heartbreaking stories of your experiences, just, unfiltered, and it was your life, and your story, and I could totally see it when you were telling that story. You were telling stories I could see like what you were describing in my mind.
Thank you. No, I get it. I totally get it. And I think that this impacts a lot of people so deeply that later on they have visions of my mother. And that's, so it's been very common that I've run across people who have said this. And so.
People love you, Douglas.
Oh, thank
love you so much.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you're so gracious. You're so gracious. Oh my God! And Jennifer Hawkins is a bit of a miracle worker herself. Honestly, she's an angel. She came in and saved the whole show the other day when I was with the Three Stooges, and she well, no need to go into it because I would only, I just can't express how grateful I am for Jennifer as well as yourself, Heather, and George Knight, honestly, and Aristides as well.
With this thing, and I think it's just you cover topics. The other day, you covered a topic. You're talking about the way about the English Channel in a way about the concept that people don't realize it, but that Great Britain was once united with France.
Yes.
And that this was a reality, and that really shapes the way that, and not just that, but just the way that the land masses were united, and the way that, and the great bridges and everything, and how that does impact our reality as a human and our history, as far as trying to understand ancient history and how it's impacted us today. That you covered something. You're talking about what was it? The Doggerlands, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Doggerland. Yes.
God, because you're the only one who ever mentions it.
Oh, bless you.
And I think you're the only person I feel comfortable ever having talk with, could even speak about it or conversate with about it. But when I heard you talk about it, it really hit a chord. And so you are doing a great work by talking about these things that some people do see as being influential into existence, and that no one will talk about, but you do talk about it, and that's very brave of you, and I just honor it. And I can't stay much longer. I just enjoyed conversating with you about this, and I think that I'm not articulating well enough how much I appreciate it, and that
bless you.
It's well done.
Well,
extremely well.
Honey, you're always welcome back, and you know that. I always call you with every episode, and just whenever you feel like jumping on, just jump on, because you're already on the call.
So
but before you leave, the question that I had asked was, so this one illustrator whose cousin or brother was autistic, and like I said, in that case, the individual, it was unbearable for them to keep clothes on. They just kept tearing the clothes off, not because they were streakers or exhibitionists, but because the clothes were unbearable to them. But he was pointing out that he felt that his thesis, his hypothesis, was that humanity, because more and more people were being diagnosed with autism or various ends of the autistic spectrum, he felt it was becoming so pervasive as to become special, that the entire human species was going in that direction. And he felt that he was fascinated with Roswell and the concept of alien grays. And he felt that was our ultimate evolutionary dead end. And he felt that people were losing their sexuality, as we touched upon, and that their genitals were gradually falling away, and that the future genitalious, asexual alien grays were humanity's future, and that they were returning to Earth to raid our genes because they were so degenerate they could no longer breed. So, I mean, does this resonate with you as a potential, or just, I was just asking you about that because it seems...
I think it's a regression.
Yeah, okay.
This is a ancient belief about the lack of genitalia, the concept that humanity is a species that is trying to make itself whole again through the genitalia. That's an ancient belief. You know that is the beginning belief, and we have developed genitalia in a way. It's a different thing. We're not going to some future where we will be genitalia-less and no longer mating. That's what we have come to an epitome where we're becoming raw-tized by it. But like, the original idea is that we didn't have those differences. So it doesn't make any sense that we are going towards a future where we are progressing towards where we don't have genitalia when we come from a past where we did not have that.
Interesting.
So I don't understand where we think we are going into some
Right.
type of progression where
Understood.
we don't have it.
Makes.
Where
Thank
we
you.
come from not having
Right.
it.
Right. I mean, fascinating concept. We'll go deeper into that in the future. How you understand that to be in the past, and but we'll speak about that in the future when it arises organically. That subject. We love you dearly, and of course, maintain yourself in safety, and obviously get enough rest. I know you work hard. Other than that, Heather and George, please say, good day to our lovely Jennifer Hawkins.
Yes, Jennifer, take care of yourself. Thank you for joining us, and please join again anytime during the show if you ever feel free to come back on.
Thank
By
you
all
so
means, you're
much.
more than welcome. Yes, thank you.
I hope we get a
Much
chance
appreciated.
to
Thank you
also
for
to
everything.
visit and to talk one-on-one about ideas that you have, and I'd like to do that.
Yes,
Wonderful.
absolutely. No, of course. Thank you.
Yes. And Heather? Yeah, I mean, she reminds you of your mom after all. She gave us some nice photos there, Heather did. Heather might be indisposed at the moment. Probably her boyfriend came in, and he's busy ravishing her right now because I think I heard some voices in the background before. So do take care, Jennifer, all right?
Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Yes, you as well. Blessed day. Okay, and that's Jennifer Hawkins, and she was going to interview me the other day, but all kinds of things happened. So we'll see if we can prep for another future interview, and obviously, we'll have to practice with her beforehand, make certain that we have a good command of the Skype. So Heather, oh my God, so what happened? You were indisposed there for a moment. Everything okay?
I was indisposed.
Yes. So,
yeah, she's just like breathtaking, right?
well, so are you, honey. So which of these photographs, they're both your mother?
No, I sent that on accident. I didn't see that I clicked on it with my hand.
Okay.
So yeah, that is just me acting stupid.
Oh, you mean the one with, who's the dude on the...
Yeah, that's me and Vinny acting stupid. I did not mean to share that, but I can't undo it, so...
But the one with glasses is your mother?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so like, that was just the age that she grew to, and so... just, I didn't want Jennifer to think
So she
that
died shortly after
the... my mom, she's 80 years old,
So your mom died shortly after this photo? Sometime shortly after this photo?
No, that was when I was born, but
Okay.
yeah, 5 years after that photo.
So sad.
She's incredibly young. Yes.
Yeah, so sad. She was how old again when she died?
28.
Oh my
Wow.
God. So sorry.
I know.
Yes, that's terrible. And
But that is horrible, that picture. I'll send a good one to replace it because I feel really dumb.
well, it's cute. It's really cute. Why is it cracked? Why is it cracked? Did you smash the frame?
No, it's not cracked. It's we were at a bar on New Year's. It was a New Year's Eve party.
But there's cracks. There's cracks in the photograph. Like
How
it's
so?
like it's got in. Look at it, honey. Look at it.
I'm gonna look. Hold on.
Yes, I mean, help me out here, George. Am I seeing things, or do you see what I see? It's like it's in a frame that's been cracked.
Oh, that's cracked.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes, on your face.
Yeah.
Is that my scaffold? That might be my scaffold.
No, it's not.
That's so weird. You know what? That is so weird because I did not put that picture on the attachment.
Interesting.
No, it looks like it's a hair, maybe. Or
No. It goes over your boyfriend's face too. The crack goes all
it
through
does?
the photograph. Yeah, it's over his face too, and it's definitely a crack, as if it were in a frame that's been cracked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's never been in a frame that was cracked.
Interesting. That's
No, it's
so
like,
bizarre.
It's like the Back to the Future when I'm starting to fall apart.
It's, oh my God.
Peggy Sue got married. You saw it here first.
Yes. Oh my God, that's funny. And
Yeah.
but definitely, and your
How
mother.
weird,
Yeah.
Douglas. That's frightening.
Yes,
I'm
it
frightened.
is. Yeah, I would be. Well, no need to be frightened, but you get my point. It's disconcerting. Yes.
Well, it could, I don't know. I don't have an answer for this. I really don't. I'll just send a better picture and we'll just pretend this never happened.
Yeah, but it is fascinating. I'm glad we got it out there for the record in terms of what we're all seeing.
I
But
wonder who's hijacking my phone, because I know that somebody's hijacked my phone.
well,
But
believe me, they do. They do. My phone's been hijacked plenty of times, and so our man George's just taking a quick phone call, and then he'll return to us hopefully. And in the meantime, it's just you and I, Heather. And
wonderful.
so I'm sorry. What was your boyfriend's name again?
His name is Virendra, but his name is Benny.
Benny.
Benny, yeah, Virendra Monaktala.
Don't you have another pet name for him? Something like Varney or something?
Benny?
Yeah, just Benny. Just Benny.
Vinny.
Vinny! Vinny! Yeah. That's it. Vinny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Easier. Infinitely easier. Yes. Oh my fucking God. My cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Holy shit.
I'm trying to find a better picture of us, because there are better pictures of
no
us.
worries. No worries. Honey, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
That is just, I'm going to have nightmares now.
Yeah, but it's intriguing.
Wait,
it's intriguing. Mystifying.
Listen, this is the picture that's in my phone. I wonder if it's the same.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is the same. Weird.
Yeah. And forgive me for yawning. It has nothing to do with you. Oh my
That's
God.
okay. I mean, this is the same night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. My phone's doing all kinds of crazy things. I think that means I get a new phone.
Oh, well, I think that too. I probably need to get a new one. Okay, so let's take a look at this one, the same night.
That one that doesn't have any cracks in it, I hope.
Let's take a look and we'll find out. It does. It
does as well.
Why does it show these cracks? What does that... Is that because...
It's going the other way. It's a totally different crack.
Yeah, it's a totally different fucking crack. Holy shit. But it goes...
Look at my head. It's my scaffolding coming out all this time.
It's not scaffolding. It's not scaffolding. No, it's a crack on the screen. It's somehow... But that's not supposed to show. You can have a phone with a cracked screen, take photographs with it, but the crack's not going to show up in the photographs. That is so fucking bizarre.
I have one more. Let's see where it is. Let's see.
Uh-huh.
I think I have one more.
Yeah.
Wow. You heard it here.
Oh my God.
Are you going to go monologue tonight, Douglas?
Fuck no. George is here and he's going to dominate. He's going to fucking monologue. Unless, of course, that's Sarah taking him away from us. Hopefully that's not the case.
Oh, no. It did it again. It did it again.
It did it again. God. It did do it again.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it keeps snapping, all kinds of other things. So these are paintings? You painted these?
No, these are... Oh, which paintings? No, this is just to see if another... of the same picture from the same night was cracked.
Yeah, it's cracked.
It added the Santa suit and all the other ones that I didn't mean to send.
No, but it's definitely cracked. It's definitely cracked.
I don't know what that one is. That ghost one just made my stomach sink to the ground.
Really?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
The
painting. What about the painting? Did you do that painting?
I don't know what painting of the mask or the decoration.
The faceless cowl. The faceless cowl.
Oh no, that's like it is a Khazarian, like the original people, what they wore.
Okay, the Hazoks.
I think I don't know why it's in my. I mean, I'm just saying the other picture is really.
Yeah. That one is ghostly shit. Yeah, that one's ghost shit.
What the heck? What's really going on?
Yeah, that is like something in front of. I don't know what it's in front of. It's not a computer screen. It looks like it might be like
okay.
What?
I was thinking maybe if you look down, you can see like there might be an eye or a nose hole or something like.
I have no idea.
Where?
Oh my God!
Oh my gosh, I'm not comfortable going to California by myself.
What about Vinny? Why can't Vinny accompany you?
He's going to Las Vegas.
Well, I don't get it. Why won't he accompany you to California instead of going to Vegas?
Oh no, because I want to go. Oh, I know what that picture is. Never mind.
Oh.
He's going because I'm taking a trip. I usually go to do these things by myself just to get away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. So.
What that picture is, it's our Echo. We have an Echo in our house. It's like a AI talking thing,
Uh-huh.
That is the Echo show, which has a screen on it, and the screen is not plugged in. It's just a black. So it's the speaker is on the bottom. And that was a picture that I took of a picture of my daughter and myself. But the flash just went off and went weird that day. Like, I don't know. I have hundreds of pictures, and I don't know why these have been selected. I mean, I hope it's not. It could be worse. I'll just say that.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah,
It could be worse.
yeah. At least you don't have fucking poltergeist activity. Yeah, the
Well, no, that one with the cracks, I'm not sure, but the other one, it's like, I know that's a picture, and it's a picture of my daughter with the red hat that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, that picture that's showing up all white? Look
Yes.
ghostly? Oh my god, so your
Yeah.
daughter was wearing a red hat that day, and this is what came out?
No, it was a red hat that I made after learning about the red hats.
Uh-huh.
I made a red hat for that picture, and I just took a picture of it because thought it was cute.
Uh-huh. Oh, but your daughter's not in that picture.
She's a baby in that picture. She's sitting next to me with her hands on my shoulder and her head on her hands.
Okay.
Like an angel.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And
I need to stop trying to think I know what I'm doing with this Skype. I really don't.
No worries. It's it is what it is. And
I used to be so technically savvy, and it's like not anymore.
Oh, no worries. I mean, like, tech has changed. That's why. It's kind of like what Aristides said. He was from back in the day when they were doing all the stuff that they had going before the Windows came in and rendered computers supposedly universally accessible.
So what happens, Doug? What happens when, like, someone's immortal and they don't age? And so what happens when they, like, catch things or stuff happens to them that they normally would die?
It's a hypothetical question, so we can only speculate, but I would presume that...
Well, they have the gene for the immortal gene.
Which is not inconceivable. That's not inconceivable, just so people understand. We have suicide genes, or kamikaze genes, as they call it. Both names are stupid. We have genes which force our aging process by simply our genes stop renewing. So since we've got this mechanism which kind of, or rather perhaps that's simply how they phrase it so that the layman can understand it. The way I would understand it is basically at some point your programming your cellular ability to renew just stops. As I said, the telomeres fray. There's got to be a number of comorbidities that cause a person to start to age. But if they find a way to check all of those and, in a sense, reverse them, maintain a person, I think that you're going to be sick the way that a child is sick. That maybe if it's a bad enough disease, then you would die. But think of yourself as a prepubescent teenager. If you're a prepubescent teenager, which is what immortality would effectively take you down to, because if you're immortal and your genes are constantly renewing, you're technically not going to need to reproduce. So people reproduce because they die. This is why we reproduce. If you are not going to die, you don't need to reproduce. So George, are you still going to be with us for the rest of the night?
I've just come back. I do apologise about that.
All right.
Yeah. So are you going to be with us the rest of the night? I hope you're not being taken away.
Hope so yeah, I just had a phone call, which I thought I'd better reply back to it. And so it was just it's nothing urgent, nothing to
thank God.
concerned about.
Okay.
Yes.
Because you and I will start diving deep into historic subjects now, but definitely Heather brought up a subject that I'd like you to tackle with me. Heather was asking, what would it be like for an immortal person if they got sick? And so here's what I was pointing out, was that basically the reason we start to age is several comorbidities, and the several comorbid factors would be our telomeres begin to unravel, which are we also have the cells just after a while stop renewing, etc. There are far more technical ways to explain this, but if all these comorbidities are ultimately checked, my posit my point to her would be that we would become like prepubescent children eternally, because if you're immortal and you're not aging, if you're continually renewing like a jellyfish, which is what they do, and you're effectively immortal, then what that means is there's no need for you to reproduce. Now, jellyfish do reproduce, but it's hard for us to imagine humans reproducing the way jellyfish do, which is essentially a way that it's hard to imagine a human body replicating. So I would think that it would become genetically unnecessary. It's like I told people, just for our listeners who have never heard this before, I've been telling people who have asked, because they've asked about certain, like, why did your mother get silicone injections? And it was because I pointed out that, well, she was half vampire, and if you're a half vampire chick, you're never going to be feeding your kids milk, so there's no reason for the genes to ever kick in for your breasts to even start to grow. So you're just going to be flat, because you're never going to be using your breasts, and this is a biological fact, and therefore that's why she had to get silicone injections, which is all they had in those days, as opposed to pillows that would be inserted surgically. They just injected silicone directly into her breast area, and this way she could pass as a baseline human female. But when it came to, shall we say, the if you become immortal, there's really no need for you to reproduce, so you would essentially physically probably become like a prepubescent child. And your mentation process would be similar, meaning that if you remember childhood, it was timeless. There was no concept of chronological time in childhood. So you would be essentially like a vampire in that sense, because the vampires genetically never really mature, because they don't need to, because they're not physically as vulnerable as human beings. I mean, true vampires, pure vampires. They're just not as genetically vulnerable as human beings, and therefore they never really need to mature. Human beings mature because they're vulnerable. Because that's why, see, for instance, that kid who went down the chimney, and, you know, he's at that childhood age where you don't have that sense of vulnerability. Then you do something stupid. Yeah. So, yeah, vampires are like that. To a degree, though I don't think any of them would have gone down that chimney. But nevertheless, I'm so sorry. It's so horrible what happened to that kid. That was horrible. That was horrible. I think that's one of the most horrific deaths I can imagine, is to just find yourself down there at the bottom of that chimney well and realize you can't get out. And at that point, you really wish you had listened to your mother and went to school. If only he had done that. And so, all right, enough of that. I don't want to dwell on that. But so that was my idea about if they got sick, they'd get sick the way a child gets sick, which means that they'd very likely get well, and most diseases would not kill them. But like some children die of diseases, some of them would die. It's that simple. Basically, whatever happens whenever you catch a cold, whenever you catch a flu, or like George Knight, when he and his entire family caught COVID, there's only one of two results that can happen. You're either going to get over it, or you're going to die. That's it. There's no in between. You're either going to get over it, or you're going to die. Even if you get long COVID, and in a sense you never get over it, you're still surviving. But in actuality, you're dying, because it shortens your life by about 10 to 15 years. If you're getting long COVID and you're simply not getting over it, then you know it's essentially shortening your lifespan. So in that sense, you do die. Oh, by the way, she says, is it more feasible to think a time traveler is more likely to be real than immortality? I would think immortality is easier than time travel myself, but, you know, that's based on what I know and what I understand. So, I mean, Michael Aquino told me that the Nazis had 4 great secrets. The Nazi secrets were immortality, time travel, anti-gravity, and what he called water as fuel.
Water.
Which I took to mean hydrogen power, but I might be wrong. So, for what that's worth. But if so, they're truly such a breakaway civilization. They're effectively not even existing on the same plane as us. That's like, they're like the elves in The Lord of the Rings. They're existing at a higher plane of existence. They're vibrating at a different frequency.
Frequency, yes.
Yeah, at this point. for all intents and purposes. Which brings us back to George Knight. So Heather, George, and I are going to kind of take it from here, but feel free to hang with us as long as you want and participate and interject and ask questions whenever you want. Okay,
Please.
Heather?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heather? Oh my God. By the way, George, dig this shit.
Yes,
Look at all the photographs.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, honey. But I'm going to show George. Look at all the photographs she put in the text.
Yes.
And look at that. They all have cracks that seem to be going in different directions. But if your cell phone is got a cracked screen, that should not show up on your photographs. Do cracks?
Of course not, no.
Yes.
I think it's like Back to the Future when the photographs spawn apart. The person's, somewhere else.
It's a way of interpreting it. Yeah, but it's definitely bizarre. It's definitely bizarre because she doesn't have these photographs in frames that are cracked.
No.
So that means that maybe the camera lens is cracked, but the crack seems to be different in each photograph. The pattern of the crack. Yeah. So whoa, I mean, just bizarre shit.
Yeah, you know what? That's let me just say one.
I think, I think I can actually just see. I think it's a photo of a photo on a screen.
On a cracked screen.
That's a monitor. It's a photograph taken because the cracks, they're at a different position on the face in one photograph to the other, but they're actually in the same. The crack is exactly the same, apart from you're in different positions.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can just see the outline, and in the top right-hand corner of the second photograph, I can see the edge of the monitor.
I took the picture with my phone off of someone else's phone.
It looks like it's a photograph taken on a monitor screen. Yeah.
From a
that
computer.
Is cracked.
Yeah, from a cracked computer monitor screen that you took the photographs.
I don't know. I kind of remember those pictures. It was New Year's, and I remember it could have been the person that was using my phone because she was heavy energy. I don't know. I don't know. It was my phone though.
But were those photographs on display on some PC monitor that she was taking the photos off of?
No, we had them hanging on the refrigerator. We had it printed out at like Walgreens or something.
Okay.
With all of them together at one time, but that's it.
Wow. But something physical. I think that George is onto something, and if it were pursued further, you might have further memories of exactly what the situation was. But it strikes me as like she could have taken those photographs that you talk of that were physical, and then put them up on a computer monitor and took the photographs and then sent them to you, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know what I was gonna say. I mentioned Edward Land that made the Land camera in 1948. Okay. He made pictures on this film, and I have some of these pictures that turn into cracks that move around and do stuff. But that's how it starts usually if you put it in water.
Okay. Wow. Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with these photographs per se.
That's what they look like. I mean, that's what I think of when I see that. I'm like, oh, it's another one of those. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird. Maybe, there's wonderful stories that could be written about this. That's for sure. So George,
okay.
Yeah. So like I said, Heather, just hang with us as long as you want and go to sleep whenever you want and ask questions whenever you want. And George and I will take it from here. So George, you can get started by talking about, say, for instance, I don't know if you had a chance to review what I had said. I sent you a link in the private messages on Skype. Did you have a chance to take a look at that? Oh, did you have a chance to?
Timestamp. Yeah, the timestamp. Is that the conversation between yourself and Peter Moon?
Yeah. Did you review that? Yeah.
The industrial.
Yes. So you reviewed that.
United States. Yes, it equated to around I think it was around 2 million, and then I think the final number finalized, it equated to 6 million disabilities. So it's an astronomical number, and these were all females that resulted in the sabotage equipment in the United States when they were fully mobilized during proactive prosecution of hostilities during World War II, what most people were unaware of. I did just quickly skim over that earlier on, Douglas, actually, just before I came on. That's what I was listening to. Excellent. Because I wanted to just be acquainted with what you were going to ask me about it. Yes. So thank you. Yeah, I'm aware of what you listening to yourself in the past about it. I do. Yeah, obviously the nuances of it.
So just to explain to our listeners that the reason that the German you had the submarine deploy, just like a few Germans, like about 4 to 6 Germans, and these guys were told to blow up a aluminum factory, and they immediately get caught because they're in uniform, and they are overwhelmed with America's vastness and apparently inexhaustible resources and supermassive industrial capacity. But these men were sent, just without their knowing it, as a diversion, so that the Americans would point to them and say, see, these men, as they were shot as spies, by the way, a number of them, I think, but then maybe some of them, when you hear the one say, oh, I was just so overwhelmed by America, maybe these are some German prisoners of war, because I think all of those guys were shot. Because those guys were executed as, they called them spies and saboteurs, even though they were in uniform, because they were obviously operating behind the lines. So since they were operating behind the lines, they said, oh, you're spies and saboteurs, and they were all shot. But the Americans touted this as a propaganda ploy to the American public, saying, see, America is inviolable. They sent these guys over, and it's just an example of how desperate they are and how little they have to throw at us. And the whole reality is, this way the Germans deflected and basically even the American authorities, except those in intelligence and who were aware of the catastrophe of American labor, all the American public was lured into thinking there is no threat, and therefore they stopped reporting any suspicious activity. That way, the Americans were all saying, well, fuck, they're sending over guys in uniform, and there's only a few of them, and, who needs to report anything going on? That guy over there who seems to be working with the machinery is just doing nothing, and they just went on with their lives. And this is one reason why the German sabotage asymmetric warfare campaign of guerrilla sabotage was so successful. And just so people understand the statistics that are just mind-boggling, for every American military casualty, there were 8 female industrial casualties on the home front. So, all you're told about is the soldiers, but that are killed and injured on foreign soil, but America's production soldierettes, the production soldierettes who manned the nation or womaned the nation's factories and mills and mines, they suffered far heavier physical casualties. And it's the Bureau of Labor Statistics that reported that each year between 1942 and 1945, each year, there were some 2 million deadly or disabling industrial accidents, which totals to more than 6 million. So
in those 3 years,
So more than 75,000 American women died or became permanently and totally disabled in industry during the war. And in addition, some 378,000 industrial workers suffered a permanent partial disability. So this was just far more dangerous to be a woman at home in America during World War II than to be an American overseas, which means the German sabotage campaign was awesome. Just how would I say it? Unimaginable in its consequences. It means that the German capacity for industrial espionage is so unprecedented as to be historic in its magnitude. And Americans know nothing about it. Instead, they're told, like Peter Moon brings up, these 4 guys or 6 guys, and oh my God, and it's like, see, this is what the Americans were told, and then and that's how the Germans additionally fucked the Americans over, because then they said, well, I guess we don't need to watch out for them. They're sending shit like this, and basically pulled all the security out and fucked themselves over. So there you go. It's horrific, but it's war. I mean, the Americans were bombing women and children, you know, with
Yes.
bombs, this is
Overseas,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
they were committed to total war. The Germans had to commit to total war as well. So this is something that people need to be educated about. But going from that over to your other specialties, of course, continue, for instance, with you know, Doggerland, for instance.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
go from there. I'm so grateful to her that she brought that up. At this point, I'm certain that
Yes.
you know about as much about it as I do. So please, by all means, you know, continue from there and
Thank
take it.
you, Doug.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. And Heather, if you're still there listening, which I hope you are, the very last time that me and Douglas were on together, they cut us off the show.
Yeah.
So if it's going to happen again, it's going to happen tonight.
Yes.
But just to forewarn people that it could happen, and it's more likely to happen because we're on together and the subjects that we're going to dive into. So yeah, you're in for a great show tonight. And please, anyone out there, submit your donations to Douglas. This is a fundraiser episode, so please contribute whatever you can. It's very much appreciated from all of us who love and appreciate Douglas. So yeah, please, from this point, please donate whatever you can spare. It will go a long way, and it will keep these shows going, certainly. And we love and appreciate Douglas. So that's just what I wanted to just say first off, Douglas.
Bless you. Also, before you get started, just some Cliff's notes here. Peter Moon, on his towards the end of his 3-hour period, he was saying, "Oh, Israel's probably got weapons that they haven't talked to anyone about." And of course, obviously, he seems to have forgotten specifically what that arsenal would be. But that would be the neutron bomb arsenal.
The neutron bombs.
So do dive into that subject as well in terms of its relevance to our current situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, thank you for bringing up with me recently, Douglas, that we were so essentially one of the episodes. Was it? I think it was an interview, maybe, or one of the episodes that me and you were discussing the hepatitis B epidemic shortly. Preceded 1942, February of 1942.
Oh God, yeah. Just remember,
we cannot
bring that up. They'll fucking.
Just so people are aware, we're not allowed to bring this up. But this is the equivalent to what we were just discussing. Yes. It is the equivalent of a Leningrad or a Stalingrad victory over the home front of the United States, because it's prolonged the war, and we're not allowed to discuss this for reasons of being demonetized or monetization, that these these policies that the Google empire have implemented. Yes, the DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency has implemented these policies that we are now prohibited from talking about, because it goes against guidelines and policies regarding, I think it's the medical journal, medical health. One of these, it goes against one of the online policies that you can cite on the Google website regarding certain historical aspects. We're not allowed to talk
basically,
about it.
their argument is that we're somehow trying to undermine the efficacy of vaccines, which is not the case at all.
Yes.
We're very specific about this historic example, but you know, but do let them know they can find out all about it in the book. So do
Thank you. Oh yes, it is in the book. I have found numerous articles online, also citations to validate. The largest, if people look up the largest hepatitis B epidemic in world history, on recorded human history, they can look this up and they will see from preceding February 1942, this is shortly after the LA raid, the so-called, what the newspaper articles were publishing was the LA raid over Los Angeles on February 24th into the night of February 25th. This was a violation of national airspace conducted by the Japanese. I'm not sure if I'm going into too much detail, if I'm allowed to.
I think we're okay. Yes. I think we're still okay.
Giving off that information because it's not going into what the repercussions of that violation was. Yes, what the American High Command response to it was. And that's what will implicate us, so we're not allowed to go into those details. So yes, but this was a victory. It prolonged the war. by 4.5 years
Yes.
at least, and it went on for much longer. As you mentioned earlier, with those what they would call them, they were regarded, the terminology as treasonous.
Yes.
The Germans that were over here, they were regarded as enemy aliens,
Yes.
the enemy alien of the state, under Roosevelt's presidential proclamation 9066. Regarded enemy combatants of the recognized enemy states such as Italia, Germany, and the Empire of Japan. They're regarded as enemy aliens.
Yeah.
And so these were enemy combatants all the way up until the talk down processes. Well, when peace was finally settled, it was signed in 1951, and then Japan was no longer regarded as enemy aliens because the war had illegally ended in the Pacific theater. And but yeah, we could go into that, Douglas, even further. We will do shortly, but there's other topics to discuss as well regarding Doggerland.
Mhm.
Yeah, appreciate that Jennifer mentioned that. Doggerland, there is, and the term Dogger, the origin of that name came from, I believe it was a Dutch ship or a Dutch fisherman ship that is known as Dogger. So it's a very, the term that was only coined very recently in recent history. It's not something that's been around for millennia, because Doggerland was an extent for thousands of years. It was pretty much a connection point, a bridge between what we know as Great Britain, or the United Kingdom today, to the continent of Europe. Of course, me and Douglas cannot overemphasize that. It's continent of Europe is a loose term, or it's not appropriate. It's basically a collection of peninsulas that is, and Douglas can explain that in much better detail than I can, just regarding that.
Thank you. Basically, Europe is actually a subcontinent, like India. They call India, South Asia, a subcontinent. Europe is actually a subcontinent, but we call it the continent out of respect to its cultural impact. But it's definitely really a super peninsula, meaning it's a peninsula of peninsulas. And back to George.
Yes. But Doggerland, and going back to World War II, and this is a fact that people are unaware of, that there was no, in the North Sea to this day, there was none of these oil rigs out in the North Sea, because the majority of all our oil reserves, where we would, the imports of oil came from out of the United States under Roosevelt. So it wasn't until after World War II came to a formalization, a cessation, a form of a ceasefire. That was when the British started to establish these offshore oil rigs in the North Sea, and Doggerland was ripe and rich with all these minerals and with I was going to say the animal species, the animal kingdom. It was rife with woolly mammoths, the mastodons, various types of tiger, various types of very exotic animals for thousands and thousands of years. And this is what resulted in large oil, what do you want to call it? Oil
deposits?
Deposits in the ground. And this is why we have these North Sea oil rigs that are out in the North Sea, past Aberdeen in Scotland, out in the ocean. And this is all because of Doggerland, which I did look up very recently some of the other explanations for Doggerland being submerged. There was also one of the things I wasn't aware of was there was a massive tsunami that was I think the final tipping point after the Ice Age came to a close, when it withdrawed from that region, from the region that is considered Doggerland. But the last vestiges, which there are still prominent vestiges or
vestiges,
prevalent,
or
vestiges. Yeah, thank you. That is still extant. That is on the surface. That is still visible. Which, like you said, Douglas, before, you can have these stilts that like suspend or support these oil rigs. You could have that on these vestiges out in these various what do you want to call it, archipelago group of islands.
Ridges,
are still,
basically.
Yes, thank you. That is still, which is still prevalent.
Another geologic term would be rises, ridges and rises that are.
Yes.
Yes. So continue. Yeah.
But thank you, Douglas. And but of course, what obviously Jennifer, she mentioned about Doggerland, but also about the Gulf Stream, which is what keeps Britain warm.
Yes, she couldn't recall the name. She couldn't recall the name. So, but many people can't. A lot of people have. You might remember the other lady, our friend in England. She conflated it with the Black Current. Yes.
Yes, which is in the Pacific. Yes, thank you. Which is a totally different ocean. But the Gulf Stream, it pretty much it starts in the Gulf of Mexico, and people can look at this geographically, but it starts from the Gulf of Mexico, and they can look at the current flow of the Gulf Stream, but they'll see it deters upwards across the Atlantic towards Greenland, towards Britain, and then it dissipates and it submerges itself. And this is what keeps keeps our islands, the Isles of Britain, warm, and keeps our water warm. This is why Devon and Cornwall are regarded as the Australia version of the Devon and Cornwall are what they call the surfers. I forgot what the colloquial term is. Just the layman colloquial term is what they call it, but it's regarded as the Australia surfing culture of Britain, Devon and Cornwall. It's because of the warmth of the water. This is at the very southwest tip point of Britain. So that's it. Just to qualify, just to make sense to people why it's regarded as the equivalent to Australia's surfing. It's I don't know. I'm lost for words because I forgot what they call it. But the Gulf Stream is what enables these.
They don't call it Land's End, do they? Land's End.
Yeah, do you know what? That rings a bell, Douglas. But I forgot what they call it. Just the colloquial term that they call it. But they've got a name for it where it's the equivalent to, in Australia there's a culture of surfers. You know, in America it was skateboarding, and it's very influential on the British, because we've adopted both cultures into Britain. When I was growing up, there was both a surfing culture and a skateboarding culture. I went towards the skateboarding culture when I was a child. But there is in Devon and Cornwall, people come from all over to go there because it is a cheaper location than it is to fly to Australia to go surfing. They get great waves, but this is because of the Gulf Stream. It's just makes more sense for people that aren't aware of that. But the melting of the ice caps in the Arctic and in Greenland, because the latitude line we are in line with Canada. Which is really high up north. You're talking about most of Russia is above the polar circle, and maybe Britain's a little lower than that, but not by much. If you take a look at the latitudes of Canada and England, they're high up there. Go on. Thank you. And so with the result of climate change, with the rising of the temperatures which is resulting to the ice caps melting, and the avalanches in Greenland, which are basically boulderizing all the ice that is flowing into the Atlantic. It is resulting in sea rising, and this will inevitably and ultimately shut down the Gulf Stream to a point where Britain will freeze over.
Yes, and explain to people, it's not the sea rise that's going to cause the freezing. No, it's the drop in temperature and the salinity. Also the drop in salinity, the drop in the salt levels, because the ice does not have that much salt in it. The drop in salinity will also impact the temperature. And
exactly.
So go on. Yes, please continue.
Because of course salt will melt the ice. Of course salt will melt the ice, but because it's dropped, then the temperature will drop. So then that will shut down the Gulf Stream, and so Britain will undergo a process which is like the term is necromantic winter. We will freeze over into another ice age, like it did if throughout the 16th century, through the deforestation. Is it deforestation, Douglas, or is it deforestation?
It's
under
D.
the result of
Yeah.
I thought so.
Oh, actually, my apologies. Reforestation.
It's the reforestation.
Yes, it's reforestation. Because what happened was before, over a period of many hundreds of years, the Native American Indians and the Black Africans of West Africa had deforested in a much more organic sense their environments and developed their environments agriculturally. But when they were depopulated, it was a D there, depopulated, then it reforested. And when this massive reforestation, take it from there.
Yes, no, absolutely. Thank you, Douglas. And what I was going to mention was, of course, we've mentioned many times, is the Thames River freezing over. And they were able, and people could look up the illustrations of the River Thames in London being skated over by the general public. You could ice skate because it was several feet under with ice, the surface. So the surface of the Thames River was several feet deep, so you were able to ice skate on it. And then people would see depictions of these illustrations of people skating on ice, and this was in the 16th century. And we can get up the exact year. I think it was 1640 something, I believe.
Let me go look it up. Yes, it's basically it was 1683.
It was 1683. Thank you.
Yeah,
much appreciated.
3 feet of fucking ice. 3 feet.
3 feet of ice.
And they're predicting that again by 2030. Tell them.
Yes, they forecasted this will repeat itself. There's a rhythm to this. There's a rhyme to this. That the River Thames and the surrounding area around London will be covered in ice sheets. Will be 3 feet deep with ice. That the River Thames will be basically frozen over, and you'll be able to ice skate on it again by 2030. This is what they're forecasted, and this is something they've actually, if people could look up, this is something they've actually been predicted for the last decade, or less than a decade as well. This is something that is for taking out the weather, or what do you want to call it, the what they call it meteorology, they call it the
modeling, the climate modeling.
Yes, when they're making these calculations and measurements, they forecasted that the temperatures of Britain, and I have seen articles very recently in the past several months that they say that the sea level will also rise. They have mentioned that the geographical areas around London will be very different. It will be a massive shift in the geographical locations because of landmass being submerged underwater, but also in the next preceding decade, it will be covered in ice. It will be they'll be frozen over again. And during the last 10,000 years, when Doggerland was eminent, when it was prevalent on the surface, these when you got the many of these great rivers like the River Thames was connected to other rivers that is flowing throughout Europe. So it was truly one mass continent. It was truly one mass connection point between Great Britain, what we know today, to the continent of Europe. It was truly connected. And also, I'm trying to think of the other great rivers throughout Europe, Douglas. I can't remember at the top of my head right now.
Danube,
but they're
the
all
Rhine.
interconnected. Yeah, the Rhine. Yes, they were all interconnected to each other, and it's just that's just astonishing. But that is just to prove that climate change is very real. It is something that people have to come to a realization that it does happen.
And this was all pre-industrial. This was all
before the pre-industrial age, before the industrial revolution as well. Yes, it wasn't until that came into extent that it just exacerbated tremendously. And so they cannot blame that for it. It was just but it truly, a human intervention does cause massive dramatic climate impact on the whole world. And just look, we've outlined before with the expeditions by Christopher Columbus, his ethnic cleansing, and his genocide to establish a new Zion, that ultimately resulted, and the ramifications still are in effect to this day, had a dramatic change in the climate, had dramatic results. And the River Thames in 1680, what was it, 1686 or
1683. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. It took a few centuries, but it got there. Yeah.
It got there. Yes, absolutely. It just had a runaway effect. It just had So it's people have to come to that realization that it is very, very real. And but many people aren't aware of that. But no, this is what we're warning people. This is exactly what we're warning people about. Yeah. And yes. Anything to add to that, Douglas? My memory at all? Yes.
We'll point out to people, of course, the ramifications of this is that obviously someone like Peter Moon, who's been watching too much Fox News and thinks of all this as some kind of like, oh, this is just climate change scaremongering. He feels that this is all like fear porn, and that this is a way that real estate developers can scare Britons into moving, as if they could afford to fucking move, as if your average Briton could afford to fucking move out of Britain. And that afterwards the real estate guys will sell all the land that'll be empty. No, it's not like that. Instead, millions are going to die, and then Britons
they're going to realize.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then they're going to respond and act. Then they're going to be desperate and then try to relocate whatever best they can. But as a matter of fact, we know what's going to happen. They're going to be on these rubber dinghies, just like these asylum seekers are crossing over the river, the Channel Islands, from France. They're crossing over. And then the population are complaining, and I see it online, Douglas. It's quite alarming. There is these xenophobic people in my town that I live in. There's this Facebook page that they're constantly complaining about, these asylum seekers, the majority of them are men. These are not women with children. These are men that are crossing over.
You know why that is? Because the men have the strength to push all the women and children away and jump in the boat.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
go on.
Thank you. Yes. And the irony of it is when this inevitably happens, this is what the British will be doing. They'll be jumping in rubber dinghies because there'll be no way of other transportation. So they'll be using rafts. They'll be trying to cross over and find any landmass they can get hold of, which is hospitable for them. Which is this was what will occur. As like you said, as if they can afford to move in the first place, but they're not going to act until it's all when it's the last minute.
Yeah.
Until millions of people have died.
Yeah.
So that's the irony of it, the hypocrisy in it, which is what. Yeah. I do apologize. Am I still here, Douglas?
No, I'm right here with you.
Live? Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? That that's exactly what they're complaining about is what they'll be doing in the next several years to come.
I get it. No, the irony is tragic. There's going to be that, and then at some point, of course, the British people are going to basically demand that something be done. And it's somewhere in that point while that's going on that maybe to prevent that, or maybe just as it's beginning, the British government's going to have to mobilize. This would be a state of war. And so unlike these Africans and these other people coming from North Africa and the Middle East,
yes,
Britain is a nation with nukes and aircraft carriers. So this is okay. So the situation's different. Yeah. You're talking about an armed population of not just hooligans with machine guns. Like, this isn't African warlordism we're talking about. This is going to be, if this is going to be a kind of an exodus, this is going to be somewhat similar to the Aryan exodus into Unterland. It's going to be a British relocation at a massive level, and the most really immediate, sensible target area would be North Africa, because that's the least path of least resistance. So I definitely want you to take it from there as to.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, just like as with Germany, just like when the Reich relocated, when the realm relocated, they relocated to various regions throughout the world. Every country took them in, but the ones that relocated into Aryan exodus, into exile, they went to various places such as Argentina, and this will be the equivalent to Britain, as you just said. We'll relocate to North Africa because, like you said, it's the path of least resistance. We would definitely flirt with nuclear war. They will threaten the British because they have the nuclear capability with their submarines. Most of our arsenal, our nuclear deterrents, are within our submarines. And this is give us the mobility to.
But tell them that they'll just stick nukes on fucking merchant ships and take them wherever they need them. Tell them that.
Yes, because my granddad, when he was in the Falklands in '82, he was on the Fort Austin, the auxiliary ship. He was transporting nuclear weapons, which it goes against international treaty. It goes against international law to transport nuclear weapons because they had them at their arsenal, at their disposal during the conflict, which was an undeclared war. The conflict in the Falklands was an undeclared war.
I'd forgotten that. I had forgotten that. I didn't know that was the case, to tell you the truth, consciously. I didn't know that.
Yes, thank you. It was an undeclared state of war. My grandfather was on the Fort Austin, who was it was a transport auxiliary. He was in the merchant navy, and it was the auxiliary ship that was transporting various logistics and various vital what do you want to call it? Vital it was just essentially the components also for nuclear weapons. He admitted that as well as various missiles or ballistic missiles or torpedo projectiles. It was various things. I remember as a child him telling me all this as well. But even my mother, in recent times, she can very instead of me vividly remembering, but she can distinctly remember him speaking about the nuclear weapons. They did carry nuclear weapons to to Argentina, to the Falklands, the Falkland Islands. And Margaret Thatcher was the one who definitely wanted to keep our maintenance on, keep Britain have its overseas colony on the Falklands, to have it as part of our Commonwealth, as part of our nation. It was a prestige. It was a vital asset to Britain, and that was the reason we didn't want to lose it. Margaret Thatcher sent out the teleprompter to my granddad, who was on the Fort Austin, to, even though he served 6 months overseas at the time, to then transport him all the way to the Falklands for this conflict, which only lasted several weeks. Or very few days it lasted. It didn't overstretch itself. And he was the transporter, and they did lose various vessels. They did lose, and several hundred people did lose their lives that were British citizens. And I do have a colleague of mine who does remember more vaguely, who knows more details on the people, the individuals, the names of the people whose lives were lost, and the names of the ships. But my grandfather did transport nuclear weapons, which is a violation of international law.
Yes, and
but Britain was prepared to use them.
Yes.
They didn't want to lose the Falkland Islands, so this is something that people need to come to realization that they tried to brush that over and cover that up. Just like my uncle, who was guarding when he was serving in the when he was doing his service, because we did have some form of national service at one period of time in the 70s when he was stationed in West Germany at Spandau prison. He was guarding Rudolf Hess's cell, and he always stated, and even my brother confirmed this as well, he stated that the British killed the man who was in that cell.
Yes.
They did. Yes. And so, yeah, the British government do cover up their asses. They are very more secretive than what the Americans are. So yes, they are more capable of more diabolic. What do you want to call it? Just they're more corrupted.
Yes. Yes.
And,
it comes with age. They've been around longer, so it comes with
Yes.
age. Yeah. So come on. Yes.
Right. And all these, these are all just relevant. Oh God, I'm sorry, Douglas. I had to just laugh there for a second. But yes,
I mean, you could make a historical comparison between Rudolf Hess and what they did to him and Napoleon Bonaparte. So feel free to do that. They were in similar situations where they were both murdered by the British in prison.
Yes, no, absolutely. Yes, yeah. So they were both. Yeah. So I believe, was he poisoned? Was Napoleon Bonaparte, was he poisoned at all?
He was poisoned so much that all that they allowed was they burned his body. The British burned his body, but they allowed a lock of his hair to be cut by that young British lady who took care of him, and who he, basically fell in love with, or kind of viewed as a daughter figure, or both, one or the other. Mm-hmm. But from that lock of hair, they were able to extract cyanide. That's how badly this guy was poisoned. He had so much cyanide in his body. It was coming out in his hair. Okay, that's...
Yes. No, thank you for putting that in perspective, Douglas. And with Rudolf Hess, my uncle, he was adamant that the British killed him, that he was killed off. He was, because they didn't want him to talk. Because I think there is various suspicions on the individual himself, but he was certain that the British killed him, and he always said that. He would say he guarded one of the top echelons in the National Socialist German Workers' Party. I do remember that as a child, listening to those tales that he was telling. True stories. These are not just his stories. These are true. And so this was his personal experience. And he was adamant that the British killed him off, this individual that he guarded. They took it in turns. He said that they would have like these periods or cycles where the French would guard in one period of time, and then it would be the Americans, and then the British. So they took it in turns guarding his cell. But this is when he was serving in the military. This is when he conducted a service, and that was in the 70s, apparently, according to my mother. What she said, when she told me, relayed that to me. These are all. But going back to the capabilities of Britain,
But it goes to show how important, how close your family has been to history.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. And my grandfather, another important, Douglas is fully aware of this, but my grandfather, my great grandfather had to lie about his age, so he was able to be, what do you want to call it? Would you call it conscripted? In the British, it would be conscripted, or
well, conscripted would mean when if they drafted him, but since he volunteered, it would just be he volunteered. He volunteered his service. I forget the term.
To conduct his services, his dues for the British government during World War II in what people in Burma, but people today would know it as Myanmar. How do you pronounce it? Myanmar. People call it
Myanmar. Myanmar, right. Yes. Burma is fine by me. I mean, I've always been annoyed when I would say something like Ceylon and some idiot would tell me Sri Lanka, like I didn't know that was their new name. And it's like, fuck it, half these new names are just so stupid that they're supposed to be a indication of indigenous peoples setting their own rights to themselves, but half the times it's a different form of imperialism. It doesn't represent all of the people of the nation. It's usually whoever's in power has come up with some stupid name. But anyhow, go on. Yes. But...
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Well, he was deployed in Burma. So what most people are unaware of is that when they look at World War II maps, they will see where the Americans were, but the British, a large population of them were stationed in Burma. And he didn't return home till 1947. and he always said that the war was continuing after 1945.
Thank you.
Against the Japanese.
Thank
so
you.
He's the man I'm named after. His name is George Edward Hoare. My name is George Edward Knight, and he's the man I'm named after. And
So that's where that comes from. Interesting.
Yes, that's where my name comes from. Yes, and he vetted and vouched for that. And even my cousin, who's one of these guys that does these role playing, he goes to all these conventions where they role play World War II in these American Jeeps, which he's not American.
But by the way, the term is reenact. Reenact is the more dignified term. When you think of role play, it's fine, but that's really what it is. Really what it is role playing. But yeah, they call it reenact.
Role play, yes.
Yes, but go on.
No, thank you, Douglas. I think I get that because I'm a fairly new father, so the kids like to roll. So I think
Yes.
that's where I get that from. Yes.
Yes.
But yes. So they reenact World War II.
By the way, you're going to run into that problem when Everly gets to the age where you're buying her dolls. You're probably going to run into that problem about all the dolls that look like prostitutes that are sold on the shelves. You're gonna look at them all, and you'll say, "Fuck, these all look like fucking pros and shit, like streetwalkers."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
yes,
anyhow,
yes.
so go on.
That's true. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so yeah, with like my cousin who would reenact World War II. When he's publicly stated, because he would talk about the uncle I mentioned who was at Spandau prison, he was named after his uncle, who was also called Henry Kempster. So my uncle's called Henry Kempster, who guarded Rudolf Hess's cell, but his uncle was also called Henry Kempster, and he died in 1943 in combat in World War II, and so he actually died in World War II, and so that's the man he was named after. But of course, my cousin always publishes the same photograph of him, and I've got it on my I can submit it in the comments in a minute, Douglas, if just the photo that he always publishes. He would always state this man who died. He was killed in action during World War II, and he would mention my grandfather, the man I'm named after, as a Japanese captive prisoner of war, because he didn't return until 1947, and he was a prisoner of war, and he wasn't released till 2 years after the war had ended. And I was like, that is so.
I never heard that. I never. Did you tell me that before and I forgot?
No. It's all right, Douglas. I probably haven't explained it in that context. But
Right.
he's under the impression, but he's conflating him with somebody else who was a relative of. Also, as a cousin, he was the man who was a Japanese. He was a captive prisoner of war, but when he came out, he overindulged himself with food that he ultimately died.
But he was released in 1945 or later after that.
When he was released, I'm not sure, but my grandfather returned because that was when proactive prosecution hostilities came to a close.
Finally, yeah.
So by the British. Yes, and it's the same with the British. I found and it's under His Majesty or Her Majesty's. It's the equivalent of a presidential proclamation. But I found the government documents regarding. So in the United States, December 31st, 1946 is regarded as termination of hostilities. In Britain, it was several months afterwards. So it was in 1948. In 1948, it actually came. Sorry, 1947. I'm lying to you. So again, sorry, I'm
See, you've now know more than I do in some of these areas of knowledge. See, so that's profoundly important.
I've got that. Yeah, thank you. I have got that. I haven't reviewed it for the last 2 or 3 years, but or excuse me, a lot shorter than that. But I have those documents saved in my archives. I can always bring them up. I can look for them and bring them up. But the date is several months after the official. So obviously, Harry S. Truman declared termination of hostilities December 31st, 1946. The British then declared it, I believe, several months later. It was in 1947, the early part of 1947. So that was then shortly after that was when my grandfather returned. And I found other various references to that the British were still stationed in Burma in 1947, and that's when they returned home. Right. And the war was still continuing.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely. How is it that this escapes the awareness of even the British people. Even the British people are generally unaware of this. They think 1945 and their brain shuts down there. This is incredible and very important, profoundly important. So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it baffles me. And the thing is, what me and Douglas reference and what we cite, especially when if I talk about these subjects to individuals, and I tell them that you can look this up and cite it, they don't do that. And it's literally that's obviously my struggle, and what my frustration is the fact that what we're alluding to is historically factual, and it's easily verified and validated and vetted. It astounds me, astonishes me that people won't even they don't even want to, they don't have the motivation, or they're not even intuitively or intriguingly want to investigate or research this. It's just they just dismiss it automatically. It's that is I can't wrap and comprehend that. I can't. That's what I struggle with. Understand why they don't want to. Whereas with myself, it is I am very, very interested in intricately wanted to dive.
Well, they all claim they are as well. They all claim they are, and they'll go so far as to role play to reenact World War II. Yeah. But if you go into these facts with them, they shut down because that's not the World War II they want. And it's but the World War II we're presenting, which is historically true, historically accurate, is far more interesting than their World War II, which is, for one thing, their World War II does not explain why, if you won the war, is everyone so fucked up today? Why is everyone poor? Why is it that you are still on austerity, for God's sake? It's like, this is not the living conditions of a victor. Britain, for years after World War II, people were living in, what were they calling it aside from austerity? There were rations. It was
of austerity.
Rationing, austerity,
it's like depression. It's like all sorts of different terminologies that you could use to describe Britain. Just the conditions of it. Obviously, various recessions, economic instabilities. There was various other factors. But it was ultimately the collapse of the British Empire in 1945. It resulted in the collapse, and they'll say they gave it up. People will claim these scholars and historians will claim that Britain just gave up, just gave it all up because they couldn't afford it. But that is more evidence that they lost the war.
Thank you. I mean, that's just so sad. It's this level of denial. It enters the pathological irrational area. So the irrationally pathological, or pathologically irrational, is the word for it.
Thank you.
So go on. Yes.
Everything else that is presented makes no sense. But everything, if you listen to the expositions of us. So we're not actually, these are not our claims, these are historical facts.
Yes, thank you.
None of this is our opinions, none of this are views, these are just historical facts. And it makes far more sense, it should do for any rational, logical thinking or critical thinking person that is rational and logical. Anything out of that makes literally no sense. And it's just like with all the propaganda, none of it makes any sense. But people dive into that. They dive into that realm of fantasy in their faith. And
because it's comforting. It's what they grew up with. And that's... If you take them beyond that, their world collapses. Go on.
You. Yes, absolutely. And they can't... And it's really funny. If people just want evidence of this, just go up to your average person and ask them about World War II. They can't cite any references from the top of their head. All they can say is, we won the war.
Right.
And how did war come to a close? Now say, we dropped the bombs.
Oh, God. And that's the worst.
It's the worst. We dropped the bombs, and they will tell you that they are the ones who invented them first.
Well, like your mother said, Yeah, the
Thank you,
Japanese. Well, if we didn't drop the bomb, they would all have killed themselves. And then,
Thank
like,
you. Do you know
think
what?
about that. They're all ready to kill themselves, but if you drop the bomb, they say, "Oh my God, we better not kill ourselves." Where is the logic? Where is the?
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you know what? That's really funny you mentioned that, because I only thought of that 2 nights ago, and I said I better mention that on the show with Douglas. Just what my mother told me when I remember speaking to her when this is going back many, many, many years ago when I was a child, and for some reason World War II got brought up, and she goes, they had to drop the bombs because if they didn't, the Japanese would have killed themselves. So I was like, really?
Yeah. And even then, your brain exploded, right? You couldn't wrap your brain.
Like what? It made no sense to me. It made literally no. It made no sense to me. And it's coming from, you know, she's very right in a lot of other things, but like that, I was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. But one of the things is, you know, if you ask a normal average person, so she's just a normal average person, ascertain the information from whatever she's been fed. But the one thing that she was quite right on, and she put it in like, what would you want to call it? Just a soundbite. Just, you know, when I asked a question many years ago when I was a child, you know, when we were talking about the Holocaust, and she said, well, the reason why they did it is because they killed Jesus. And that's not, there is validity in that. There is, you know, credence to that. And Douglas, in his 2-part video, what I discovered him on, will make far more sense for you know, the of course I'm not advocating that, but like, you know, there, if you listen to Douglas's 2-part video when he goes over the historical aspects of King Herodes Magnus, it will make perfect sense, and then you'll see the reasons. Like, yes, there is what do you want to call it? It is very there is credence to it, to that statement, what she said. And it was like going to bring up my former manager, my former boss in my previous employment.
The Croatian, right? The
Croatian
from
yes.
Yugoslavia.
When, yes. At a time when I would say I was an activist, and that's the term I was trying to think of many episodes ago, transmissions ago. I was trying to think, what did I used to refer to myself as? I would say an activist or an enthusiast activist, but not going out protesting. I'll just be advocating the self-determination of the Palestinian people as opposed to the self-determination of the Israelis, which are not ethnically Jewish. We can go over that, Douglas.
Yes.
But that'll be diving into the realm of where we got cut off that transmission we were on last time.
Yes.
Regarding the maps and the geographical settlement of the maps. Yes. Yeah. And the lines, but she stated once, because me and this other former colleague from my previous employment, he was more heavily into it than I was. I was just researching it, and then, but yes, I was more on the stance of the Palestinians at that point in time, which I still am. But I don't like advocate that so much because for reasons that people just go off on the tangent of, it's just
they instantly will call you instantly will call you anti-Semitic.
Exactly.
Of course you just can't win.
You can't win with that, no.
Yeah, no. Because once they pin that on you, it's like nothing you say will be listened to after that point.
Exactly.
Of course, things are changing now, and the younger people aren't buying into that bullshit.
No.
So things will change. But yes, continue. Yeah, by all means.
Thank you. Oh yes, absolutely. Before I go, and just to add to that as well, Douglas, that I did see the other day about the tactics that Israel deploy. They use that term anti-Semitism. So if you're on the side of, I do not advocate for bombing over Gaza or the deployment of white phosphorus, if you're against it, then you're against Israel, meaning you are anti-Semitic. So it's a ploy they use, it's a tactic they use to automatically label you, so then everything you say afterwards is disregarded. It's just something that Benjamin Netanyahu constantly uses when he conducts his public speakings. He would say that, if you're against these bombings, then you're against Israel. That means you're anti-Semitic. So it's a tactic they employ, and it works. It has worked up until this point. But yeah, the Croatian lady, she stated once, well, the reason why they established the state of Israel is so they can kill them all with one single nuke. Because it's the size of Rhode Island.
I'm sorry, who said that?
That's what the Croatian lady said. That's what she said.
Did she really? Oh my fucking
said
God.
The reason why they created the state of Israel is so they can kill them all there. They can take them from Germany and kill them all there. And that's what she stated about Israel. When me and my former colleague, his name was Joe, when we were talking about it, he goes, well, she just came out and said, well, the reason why they created Israel in the first place is so they can kill them all there. That's why the fighting's going on. And this is going back several years ago.
Right.
This is going back years and years ago. But yeah, just to show the insanity of these people's or perception or perspective on the world.
Thank you.
Other than what me and Douglas speak about.
Right. No, I mean, if you think that what George Knight and I speak of, this is like nothing compared to the stupidity of what people try to piece together in their ignorance to explain the world around them. Oh my God.
Yeah, no. This is something we can talk about for hours and hours as well. We can go over this just because I have to kafar and and just get it off whenever I come on it, because with Douglas, he's the only man that understands where I'm coming from and the frustrations that I deal with, because I'm just surrounded by him.
Yes.
And I always share these experiences with him because it's important. But yeah, no, I'm just having a quick. I'm just gonna take a quick leap, very quick.
Yeah. No worries. I'll take over for a second here while our man refreshes himself. And I want people to understand that, of course, one of the things that we started speaking about was Doggerland, and it's important to remember that even though the tsunami was cataclysmic, this was an apocalyptic tsunami. The real submerging or loss of Doggerland was climate change. We're talking about the Ice Age, sea level rise, human migration. These are all part of something that was pre-industrial and managed to completely change the evolution of humanity. So this is something that I'll go deeper into, and I do want people to understand that obviously if Doggerland had not been impacted by climate change, then all of human history would be so different. It wouldn't necessarily be unrecognizable, but it would definitely, it wouldn't be the same world that we know. Well, it would in a sense, because humanity is humanity. But, I'm trying to wrap my brain about... Thank you. Yeah, our man George Knight is back. And, of course, he has the name George of my father and the name Edward of my son. So there you go. He's got both of those in his name as well. It's just a bit of magic there, and take it away, George. Once again.
No, thank you. And in a couple of days' time, it'll be our biological father's birthdays. It's their birth dates. God, the anniversary of their date of birth.
That's right. Oh, that's right. Remind people of when your biological father was born. That's right.
Yeah, April 20th.
Yes.
20th, the same as Adolphus Jacob Hitler's.
Yes, my biological father's birthday. Yes, incredible.
Yes, that's why my mum would always say my dad's pure raw evil, because he shares the same birthday.
Did she really? Oh, that's cute.
The only thing I can just say is, well, one of them's evil.
Oh, I love it.
That's what I mean by that.
Yes. No, that's very important, and it's like, but of course it was. But what your other relation? This is what confused Brooke Gibson. Your other relation was very sympathetic to Adolf Hitler, who was your grandfather.
Yes, my great-grandfather. He was actually my great-grandfather who adopted my father, because my dad's real father killed himself because my dad's mother forced him to. He gassed himself. That's the one who gassed himself.
Oh my God.
So it was my great-grandfather who adopted him, who took him on. And so I think my father is the youngest of all his siblings. Yeah, so he's the youngest.
The man who
And so,
gassed
yeah,
himself. How was he? Why was he driven to this? What was she doing to him? Abusing him verbally or psychologically?
Probably just drove him to it. Yeah, probably he just felt that was the best way to do it.
my
You know,
God.
that's the best. To end it all was just. So yeah, he took his own life. He gassed himself with his own home oven.
Oh my
So
God.
yeah, he took his own life that way. Yeah, so a horrible way to take his own life. But that's why I asked my father once, did you ever want to pursue finding your own mother? And he said, no, I never want to meet her. And he explained it that way, so I didn't know that. Actually, I think it was my mother who told me the actual story. I don't think my father actually told me, but he was just, he just said no. Adam, he was just like, yeah, categorically no, I'm not going to ever pursue finding her. He was very adamant that she was still alive when I asked. This is going back many years ago when I was a child, but yeah, no, that's just to share some of my family's stories. Yeah,
It's incredible. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, honestly, that's incredible.
It's all true. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Mari Sini Helena Kiskonin in the chat says her birthday is also April 20th, this Saturday.
Mhm.
So, congratulations. Happy
It's
birthday.
a very
honey.
significant date as well, isn't it, Douglas?
Yes.
Very
yes.
significant date worldwide for many reasons, and it's certainly and I know, because of course I can't cite anything in great detail from memory, but I know that they commemorate many things on that day. It's to hide the fact that Adolphus Jacob Hitler was born on that day, because
Yes.
he's the most important man in history. So they try to obfuscate that date by giving you other things to remember, as opposed to it's Adolphus Jacob Hitler's birthday.
Yes.
So yes, this is something that was synchronized, something that's very deliberate.
Right. Well, it's his birthday Eve day that, as I explained earlier, April 19th, his birthday
Yes.
Eve day is the real fucked up day in America. It's, for years was called Patriots Day. They try,
it, yeah.
they try to call September 11th Patriots Day these days, but September 11th is properly known as Service and Remembrance Day, 9/11 Service and Remembrance Day, or something like that. I'd have to look it up. I think I got it right. And but basically, Patriots Day, they're trying to dissociate that now with April 19th because of so many horrible things that have happened on that day. But most of the time, the first horrible thing was the American Revolution, which, of course, for those of you who don't know, if you're a Native American, the American Revolution was the worst. The American victory in the American Revolution was the worst thing that ever happened in history to the Native Americans, because those that survived, which were the High Plains Indians surviving off the buffalo, were soon thereafter wiped out by the Americans. The Brits, as bad as the Dominion of Canada may have been, and it was horrible, there are still degrees. There's different levels of hell, okay? And Canada, Canada would have been one of the higher levels of hell, and America would have been the deepest pit of hell, or among the deepest pits. The worst would have been Spain, of course, wherever the Spaniards ran and anything concerning indigenous peoples. They really fucking just slaughtered them to. It was there's no redeeming there, no redemption. But the Americans are hardly more redeemable. But the Canadians know they were horrible, but it's still not as bad as the Americans. So when it comes to after the American Revolution, the shot heard round the world that was fired. And I'm forgetting now where it was where it was fired at the moment. But yeah, we could always look that up. Then there was, of course, the Waco siege took place on first the Ruby Ridge siege. Ruby Ridge took place first, where what would result in the family massacre later was started by Geraldo Rivera being on a helicopter where they wanted a cameraman who was well known, and then they buzzed the Ruby Ridge residents until Randy Weaver fired at the helicopter. And that gave them an excuse to put it under siege, which ultimately resulted in the majority of his family being mass murdered. That was, and April 19th was a part of that. April 19th was also the very day of the Waco siege, where everybody was killed, and or the majority of the people were killed in the so-called cult compound. And the April 19th was then the date of the Oklahoma City bombing, which was a strike
Yes.
back, by the militia movement against the federal government for having committed the Waco siege atrocity. So anyhow, back to George Knight. Yes. And for those who don't remember as well, on Adolf Hitler's birthday, they tried to dishonor it by the Columbine massacre. The Columbine school shootout was on Adolf Hitler's birthday, April 20th. Yeah. So.
No, very important. And yes, I'm happy to go into any other direction that anyone. It'd be helpful if people would, if they wanted to ask questions. It'd be great just to have the time to ask. And if any questions from our fans overseas or over here, yes. Well. So this is the time and opportunity. I'm happy to speak about anything, Douglas. There's so many historical aspects we could go into. The
arsenal.
Should be talking about.
The arsenal in Israel, the arsenal of neutron weapons. You can go a bit into that and exactly why that's such a threat to the world. Or if you feel that that's too obtuse for the moment, you could continue along the lines of. We were speaking earlier, of course, of the indoctrination of people into the tutophobia. We could address elements of that and elements, of course, of how, in terms of course, we appreciate any help from our listeners in the chat, and we've got a good number of them now. Whoever wants to suggest something about the direction we go in terms of conversation, please do. I, of course, have been inspired by somebody who delivered a presentation recently to kind of speak about, quote unquote, making America great without using the term again, because I'd say that we can make it truly great, and it never was before, really. But when it comes to, or at least it was never just, it was... how about reminding people of the fact that Britain, of course, was an evil empire, just like the Soviet Union and America, but Britain preceded them both in its mass exterminatory atrocity of the Great Hedge of India. You could go into that. I think that's always relevant, and too few people know about it. And when I first spoke of that years ago, nobody knew about it, and there was only one book on the subject. But now you can find out about it anywhere. Yes, so go on.
Yes, it's now more readily available, or it's now readily accessible in the public domain, and more people are made more aware of it or acquainted with it. Whereas before it was very esoteric, whereas very little known about it. And the only book I'm aware of, Douglas, like you said, is that book, The Great Hedge of India, and it's to outline the atrocities committed by the British Empire under the British Raj rule. It was known as it's the line. It's called the. If you remind me, Douglas, it's called the line. It's
there was a term for it that was like having to do with my mother's father was a customs inspector, so it's called the Great Customs Barrier.
When you go through the airport, you go through customs. Yes, it's the customs line. Yes, it's So when the under the British rule, under the British Raj, what they did is they cut off the whole of India into 4 corners where they can isolate. And they could basically deprive the population of resources, of sustenance. So they could. This is how they kept each region, you call it, under control and at bay, under the British control, under British ruling. And so this resulted with the hedge itself. It was grown, and reached, and I would have to look this up to get the actual details of how high it was, how thick it was. This took a massive campaign to try and knock this down, or to deroot these hedges, because it was just astronomical. But the British had a great talent in growing
hedgerows.
Yes. And this is one of the things that Irvin Rommel was able to adopt in his campaign in the Bostage in France.
Bocage.
The Bocage. Thank you, Douglas. Appreciate that. Yes, which resulted in a large number of loss of life after the successful breaches of Normandy, when the Allies conducted the expedition to land on the beaches of Normandy in World War II. And the Bocage forced for I think it took about 6 months, the campaign to get through all the hedges that Irvin Rommel was able to construct, to able to reap and to grow these hedges. It resulted in the death of an enormous amount of life, far larger than what occurred during the invasion of Normandy itself.
Yes.
And this resulted in an enormous campaign to try to breach these hedges. And of course, you had these armored mechanized columns all there to obviously on the offensive to counteract the invasion from the Allies.
Yes.
And throughout France. And this was successful, but this is one of the things that Irvin Rommel is not really credited for, but this is one of the things which made him certainly noted, and certainly one of the greatest threats under the all the Allies. They regarded him as one of the greatest threats, from. That's why they I think colloquially, if I'm right, Douglas, what historians will call him is they give him a title, haven't they? A name of
Hedgerow Hell. They called it Hedgerow Hell.
Yeah, they called it Hedgerow Hell. Yeah,
but
I think Irvin Rommel was guarded as like God of War. Was that?
Yes,
the
he was
given?
Yeah, he was called the God of War, and just so people understand, he was his role in the Normandy was far more important than his all his time in North Africa. And this is what historians need to learn to appreciate. But yes, and beyond that, of course, ultimately his intent to deploy atomic bombs operationally to deter the invasion, or rather stop it cold. He says that, again, I never remembered the title because I would just forget the title. I would always say that John Wayne movie about the Normandy invasion. George Knight looked it up. The Longest Day, yes, in which he says not a single Allied troop will reach that beach alive. But they never allude to what the hell he's talking about. Like, well, how's he going to pull that off? What is he talking about? And they never allude to the fact that he's talking about the deployment of atomic warheads. And but Adolf Hitler forbade it because it was he just was informed by Josef Mengele that the atomic bomb that was deployed in Kurland that stopped the Soviets cold and enabled the largest human relocation effort, rather the largest human evacuation in recorded history, Operation Hannibal. That resulted in, of course, the realization that there's no immunity to radiation, that the cells cannot protect it from it. It will, unlike any disease, the cells cannot adapt and develop an immunity. It just burns right through. And therefore, he felt that this was a threat to the future of the race, of Aryan man, and just the health of European and Europe's population. So he forbade its deployment on the continent of Europe. And the other thing you can mention was, instead, he allowed the submarines to try and deploy it in America. And so several advanced U-boats were dispatched to nuke America. They were all interdicted, but
Operation Seawolf, I believe, wasn't it, Douglas?
Yes,
Operation
that
Seawolf.
is correct.
Yes,
absolutely.
Which the Americans were successful in deterring or to intervention.
Interdicting. They interdicted. They sank all the subs, about 6 of them. But
But this proved a point that they could deploy an atomic weapon over any city state or any city center anywhere in the United States, because they were able to actually reach the what do you want to call it, the curtilage, the boundaries of the United States, the coastline. They were able to. Yes, they were able to get there, and this is what the Operation Seawolf was in 1945. This is towards the end. He just proved a point, the Americans, that we can deploy it, and I believe there was several broadcasts to stating that they were on atomic alert, just like the British were after the deployment in Courland. The fire brigade and the several of the news stations did publicize this, that they were on atomic alert after deployment in Courland, because it was the sound, the shockwave was detected, and it took out, I believe, several. It passed around the. I think I'm trying to go by memory, Douglas. I could be wrong with this. I think it transferred several times overseas, so the shockwave was heard from one country to another, and I'm worried about I'm going to say something that's not historically accurate.
You shouldn't worry about that. It's like I said, nobody really gives a shit, but to get the point across, just so people understand, basically at Courland, the Germans deployed a atomic warhead via a cruise missile delivery system launched from the Isle of Riga. That's near the V2 rocket island, more familiarly known as Peenemünde. This was 8 months before the end of the war, as Americans understand it. This, of course, was several months before Trinity. It was in October of 1944. This is based on affidavits concerning the interrogation of Luftwaffe test pilots that were finally released during the Clinton administration. Also, the affidavit of SS General Jacob Sporenberg, his Polish war crimes affidavit. And the mushroom cloud was on the Baltic coastline. It was a full kilometer in diameter with a continuous internalization of combustion, leading to electrical interference with instruments all the way to Berlin. And Great Britain, of course, then put its entire civil defense infrastructure, the constables, the fire departments, the medevac or medical evacuation teams on atomic alert. Of course, as George Knight would say, this is why the United States troops hit the D-Day beaches with Geiger counters, which they did. All of this, of course, then the Germans proceeded with Operation Seawolf, which was from April 15th through April 24th of 1945. But it was in January of 1945, in anticipation of this, that the United States Navy announced to the American public to prepare for atomic attack. So the public was told the Germans were going to launch an atomic attack, but all 6 of these very advanced long-range U-boats were intercepted. And this was, of course, the message was delivered. It was certainly the important thing to understand is that had they not been intercepted, they would have launched via rocket their atomic warheads and devastated the American coastline. Of course, by that time, the Germans, their war machine had progressed to the point where they had Die Glock, the bell bomb, and they could just threaten to phase out of existence half the mass of the Canary Islands that belonged to Spain, and that would, of course, generate a tsunami that would wipe out the American coastline in toto. You're not talking about just the loss of a few cities. This would have wiped out the entire Western Hemisphere's coastline within the North. It just would have been, the entire American society would have collapsed. So they had to allow the Nazis to escape and take it from there, George.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yes, and that was yes, no, I really appreciate that. Excuse me, let me just just get back to my train of thought, Douglas. But I was going to say, with let me just get back to my train of thought. I do apologize.
No worries. No worries.
No,
Yeah.
it's because I'm taking it all in as well, what you're saying as well, because it's important, because it's great to reminisce and recite these, and so it's just refreshing my memory. So yes, it was October 12th of 1944 that the deployment of the nuclear ordnance was conducted over Colam, it's pronounced Regan, isn't it? Regan Islands, the Regan Islands.
Oh, Riga, Riga.
Riga, yes. Thank you, Douglas. And it was on October 14th when Adolf Jacob Hitler ordered Overmel to kill himself. So it was 2 days after the deployment, because he wanted to deploy himself. And of course, this is where he got the information, the intelligence, that it would compromise, or it would violate your genetic code, and it would compromise the very development, and it would essentially, there is no cell immunity, or there is no human body immunity against radiation, because it breaches the cell walls and it mutates. And so there was no there is no viability against it, or no immunity against radiation. This is why Adolf Jacob Hitler didn't want to compromise the genetic, what do you want to call it, the genetic code, or the genetic genome of the
surface-dwelling Europeans, the people of Europe.
Europeans, yes, thank you, Douglas. So that is why he was ordered to kill himself on October 14th. And yes, when Operation Seawolf, which was a success, of course, you'll be, anything that you find about it, they would say that the Americans successfully intercepted, or what's the word,
intercepted is fine, but
yeah,
I mean, you say that's what you'll find. I doubt you'll find even that. But go on.
Yes, the U-boats that was carrying the atomic ordnance, but it just proved to the Americans that they could deploy an atomic weapon anywhere in the continental United States, in any city center. It would reach the coastline, and so it just proved a point to the Americans. And there's so many other factors to go into it. With Operation Hannibal, it was the mass evacuation of the Germanic peoples around all over the Baltic littoral, and many of these the vestiges, or the bastions, were still in extent after 1945, after what they would call, when the Red Army were closed in on Berlin in the Battle of Berlin, which they lost 1 million men. The Soviets lost 1 million men to this battle, and this is at that point in time, men were coming from all over the world to fight against the Allies at that point.
Thank you.
And this is why Stalin gave the order that after they overthrew Berlin, and once they've sieged it, and once they had control after the invasion, after the battle, then he ordered his troops to go collect Napoleon Bonaparte's body. We're going to go take it back to Moscow. And yet he was told, we don't have any men left.
Yes.
And who was the individual that told him that, Douglas? I've got the name of the man who said to Stalin, you crazy? We don't have any men left.
Actually, it was Stalin who told Zhukov that, basically. Stalin told Zhukov there are no more men, there are no more divisions. Yes. That's what he said. Yeah.
So this is the
and that was before the battle. Understand that Stalin told Zhukov that before the Battle of Berlin, and it was and
get
then
the body, yes,
and they
go to France, bring back the body. Yes, go grab it and bring it. I want to bring it back to Moscow, and of course, it was never accomplished. Why was that? Because he had no men left.
Yeah.
And then you had General George S. Patton, who was warning that we fought the wrong side. We fought the wrong enemy here. Yes. And he was forewarning it until he was assassinated, until he was killed off. Yes, it was. There's so many things, Douglas. There, it's just all coming back to me now regarding history. But and then all of a sudden, then the people, what we had in Britain was, we could go back to the British Raj, we could go back to the atrocities committed under the nobility, the overwhelming vast majority of the echelons or the nobility, the elite, were part of the Hellfire Club, which were this elite group who were conducting these sex magic rituals, orgies. They were into all sorts of the occult, and they were the ones that were basically influencing foreign policy. And one of the things that they took massive advantage of these the mass genocide in India that occurred, where ultimately it resulted in 100 million Asian Indians dying in India. This is what resulted in I would say why it's got such a I don't want to sound like I'm just bringing up history. I'm not advocating anything. I'm trying to articulate it as best as I can from memory. But with the end result of so the Great Hedge of India was able to corner off 4 regions into 4 corners, and they're able to deprive of any form of resources, which resulted in what do you want to call it, drought, in I was going to say
famine.
Just like what happened, famine. That's what I was going to say. Thank you, Douglas. I was thinking of the Holodomor, and it was a similar situation there with the famine that was caused, which resulted in just starvation. And this resulted in it was a genocide, a complete ethnic cleansing. That was deliberate. This is how they were able to keep the Indians, the Asian Indians, at bay under this horrific ruling. This is how evil the British Empire were for a very long time, as well as other things, other factors like Benjamin Disraeli comes into my mind. I can mention so many different villains throughout history that were in control of Great Britain at various points in our history, that have conducted atrocities or wars that have resulted in the deprivation or the prevention of any country of becoming a form of development, any form of constructive development in their own sense. Other things come to mind is like with Africa, with hemorrhagic fevers, that outbreak like Ebola. The reason why Africa never developed into, even though it was such a rich nation of in terms of resources and minerals and everything else, it never developed because of hemorrhagic fevers. But when it comes down to countries such as India, it never properly developed into what it is, what it could have been, or what it could be today. It's still quite a impoverished nation because of British. Yes, similar to what happened in you would say Southeast Asia, or throughout throughout Cambodia, Vietnam, other nations such as that, because of Western intervention. We could
also talk about the Bengal Holocaust. What do you remember about that?
Yes.
Committed under Churchill. Whatever you remember about that, and then I'll help you with some details if you need them.
Yes, much appreciated, Douglas. Yes, so the Bengal, referred to as the Bengal Holocaust or the Bengal genocide. It was it resulted in I believe the conservative number is 3 million, but you know it's more than double that. 3 million.
Yes.
Bengali,
I mean, let's put it this way: when it comes to the horror of the British Empire, there's just no describing it. Honestly, if we started in on describing it, we could spend the entire rest of this show describing it. It's just never. There's no justice to be done. It's honestly, you're just left shaking your head as to where to start. I mean, first off, you've got to remember that this is just one of a series of genocides. You go back to the mass potato famine in Ireland. Is just a start, and but when you by the time that you come to and there's no like noble myth that or you've got this big myth that the British Empire nobly withdrew from its colonies when it realized the days of imperialism were over. You know,
Yes.
but take one look at Cyprus. That proves the myth to be just a feel-good fairy tale. You know, between 1955 and 1959, the British responded to a Cyprus rebel bombing campaign by rounding up and torturing 3,000 ordinary Cypriots. I mean, the victims of this internment campaign were held for years without trial, violently abused as being suspected terrorists. The detainees, they received regular beatings, waterboarding, summary executions. You had children as young as age 15 had burning hot peppers rubbed into their eyeballs, while others reported being flogged with whips, embedded with shards of iron that would flay their skin off. That's what they meant by flaying of the flesh. And those found guilty of rebel sympathies were relocated to London. I mean, talk about the ultimate punishment. Who the fuck would ever want that? Yeah, but anyhow, that's where a UK opposition party inspection found inmates with their arms broken and jagged scars running across their necks. I mean, in short, this was an appallingly sadistic policy. Medieval. It was medieval. I mean, this is Game of Thrones shit, people. You know, one that showed the British to be even lower than the terrorists they were meant to be fighting. You know, I mean, that just comes to mind. But when you talk about India, of course, I mean, think of there's a painting depicting the Amritsar massacre of April 13th, 1919. This is World War I, when British soldiers shot dead at least 379 unarmed protesters. So, you know, there's a painting of that. It's, I think that the man who ordered the massacre, it was only uncovered because of that painting. Brigadier Reginald Dyer was his name. You know, in this Parliament was so shocked when they learned about this painting and what it exposed, they ordered that man to face trial. But, you know, as usual, the British public labeled him a hero, and they raised about 26,000 pounds sterling. This is 1919. You know, in today's money, that would be about, well, basically close to 900,000 United States dollars at least, calling him the man who saved India. You know, I mean, that's like calling, you know, fucking, that's like saying Hitler's the man who saved Israel. which is actually much more appropriate. So, anyhow, so he died peacefully, you know, convinced in the right that his mindless slaughter had been morally justifiable. I mean, this is, but basically when it comes to the partitioning of India, think about that, you know, all the fuckery they did to make it impossible for any peace. But, you know, that's geopolitics. Most people won't respond to that. The Bengal famine, this is when Winston Churchill starved 3 million Indians to death that are acknowledged, as officially acknowledged, in the man-made Bengal famine of 1943. So you're talking about, you've got this deadly famine that swept the Bengal region of modern East India and Bangladesh. 3 million people died in what was obviously an orchestrated famine. This was Churchill's version of Stalin's Holodomor. At the time, the extent of suffering was put down to, you know, incompetent British government, too busy dealing with a war to look after its empire. But the reality was the lack of famine relief was completely deliberate. The deaths of those millions had been intentionally engineered by one man, Winston Churchill. You can read all about it in a book titled Churchill's Secret War. Subtitled The British Empire and the Ravaging of India During World War II. And that's written by a science journalist, Madhusri Mukherjee. You spell his name so you can look his book up. Mukerjee. And of course, people automatically say, "Oh, he's biased. He's an Asian Indian or a Bengali, even worse." Yeah. But anyhow, it exposes British policy in India in the Second World War and how they caused the Bengal famine. Now, Churchill refused to divert any supplies away from the already well-supplied British troops. Who, for all we hear about the British troops in North Africa and shit, you never hear any of them saying, "Man, I almost starved to death." You never, no, unless they were taken prisoner by the Japanese, then it's different. Yeah, then they come home and they stuff themselves full of food until they die, like a goldfish and shit. But which is really sad, but hideously funny. But at the same time, jeez, I feel so bad for your relative doing that. I mean, imagine if you were there, how would you have stopped him? How would you have stopped him if you saw it?
For goodness sake, I would have tried to knock some sense into him, essentially, because he just overindulged in gluttony. Just literally filled himself up until he probably had a cardiac arrest.
That's so.
So he had,
It's like that's almost. I mean, I believe it. Of course, it's obvious it happened, but you just wonder. Something went wrong. Something went terribly. Obviously, he was traumatized, but there's got to be. Come on, after a certain point, you got to feel full, right? I mean,
exactly. That's because you'd feel awful. You actually, what's the point in overindulging when it just makes you feel worse?
Thank you. That's what I would think. Yes, but anyhow, so like I said, there's no British troop outside of Japanese prisoner of war camps and maybe some other conditions. There's very few British troops in the field who are gonna say, "Man, I almost starved to death." So, but anyhow. What happened was that Churchill said the war effort would not allow any more supplies to India. Now, this in itself wouldn't be too damning, but at the same time, he blocked American and Canadian ships from delivering aid to India. And nor would he allow the Indians to help themselves. The colonial government forbade the country from using its own ships or currency reserves to help the starving masses. And meanwhile, London was pushing up the price of grain with astronomically inflated purchases, making it unaffordable for all the dying and the destitute. But most chillingly of all, when the government of Delhi, the capital of India, in case you didn't know, telegrammed to tell Churchill people were dying, Churchill only replied to ask why Gandhi hadn't died yet. So, I mean, that's Churchill for you. I mean, fuck Churchill. But remember that before the British conquest, India was the richest land on earth. The conquerors drawn to Bengal in the 18th century were where they knew that this was the jewel in the empire. I mean, that's what they called India.
That's what it was called that. Yes.
And under colonial rule, Bengal became a synonym for poverty and the setting of famine repeatedly. You had the prevalence of effectively landless peasants in Bengal, all a result of British policies in India, which created a landlord class from what had been tax collectors before the conquest. And during the Second World War, the colony was made to contribute extraordinarily to the British war effort. India's industries, manpower, foodstuffs were made to serve requirements of the war the empire had involved itself in. So, but if you ask why Bengal, why that northeast corner of the crucifix on which India had been crucified, the great hedge of India, which went in both directions, and I think that most people just don't understand that it was going in both directions, 4 quarters. They think it was just in one direction or something. But the reason it was that northeast quarter was because that's where the Japanese were invading, and Churchill knew all of the northeast Indians would side with Japan. So he said, I've got to starve them all. So just like Stalin starved the Ukrainians because he knew they would side with Germany. And so there you have that. But this was all merely the latest escalation in just a forever exploitation of the colony. How would I say it? Just you got to remember that some other examples. How would I say it? Like the British felt that their unwanted presence in India was some kind of service. And so they extracted payment for it. They extracted payment for it in the form of what they called the home charge. And as the British obstructed the expansion of manufacturing in India, otherwise India would be a fully developed nation today, they wanted to deindustrialize it, lest it provide competition for their own domestic industry. Because think of all the cheap labor the Indians had. Of course they would overwhelm British industry. So the export of agricultural produce presented the only way of realizing this transfer, and it starved the Indians to death. Finally, since the empire set the transfer so high, so much grain was extracted for export that the colony itself, which continued to produce more food than its need throughout the 19th century, was artificially kept in a condition of chronic malnutrition. Unsurprisingly, there was a strong resistance to colonial rule that could only be overcome by large-scale repression. And as part of the August 1942 crackdown against the Quit India movement alone, more than 90,000 people were locked up and up to 10,000 people were killed. So, since they were short on manpower, the British would sometimes resort to attacking crowds with aircraft. They would literally strafe and bomb. And so in particularly rebellious districts, the authorities burned down homes and destroyed rice supplies. British India was an occupied land. You talk about these movies about look what the Germans did in World War II in Russia. Look what the Japs did in World War II in China. You got to start making movies about what the fucking Brits did in World War II in India, and you'd cry your heart out. It's beyond appalling. It's insulting. It's insulting and offensive to your intelligence that you don't know this. Everybody should know this. It makes me sick.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. No, I quite agree. And also, if people take a look at the Bengal flag, the national flag, which is known as Bangladesh today, it is the rising sun symbol. It's the Japanese flag.
Thank you.
Behind it is the field of grass, which is the green background. And it represents Islam.
Yes, thank you. Yes, the green represents Islam rather than it's called the Mon in Japanese. Just think of Monday, like Mon, M-O-N.
Yes.
Yeah, so the rising sun is known as the Mon in Japanese. The Americans would call it the meatball. But the Mon in Japan is on a white field. But in Bangladesh, which was liberated by the Japanese and inspired the Bengals to resist the British, it's a red sun on a green field, meaning rising sun over Islam. And so, and people should just look at that flag and it should tell them everything they need to know as to where the sympathies of the Bengali people lay. And honestly, I'm just appalled. But the fact is that this goes back a century before the Nazis. That the British were pulling this shit. So it's like, do the British people even deny their empire's crimes? No, they're simply completely ignorant of them.
Completely oblivious.
Thank you. They're just ignorant. There's one thing you can say for Holocaust deniers. At least they know what they're denying. In order to sustain what they're saying, which most people would say are lies, they still have to engage in strenuous falsification if that's so. But to dismiss Britain's colonial atrocities, no such efforts even required, because nobody's even aware that anything needs to be denied.
They're completely oblivious.
Yeah, they think it was all benign. They think they brought enlightenment to the world and shit.
They think they've done a service.
Yeah.
They've accomplished a service.
Yeah.
For the world. Yes.
You would weep. You just want to weep. It's
Yes. And if you ask any Westerner what their national hero is of India, they would always say Mahatma Gandhi. And of course, if you ask any Indian, they'll most likely say Chandra Bose.
Yeah.
Who,
Thank you.
Yes, who was the fought against, who rose up and was the resistance against colonialism, the British colonialism, and so that's why they allied with Germany during World War II.
Yes.
And this is the nationalists. These are the nationalist Indians in Bengali that were part of the resistance movement. And so, yeah, it just put things into perspective and makes more sense. As you know, that is the result of the atrocities committed by the British during World War II. And this is the end result. And I think Chandra Bose, if I can remember correctly, he relocated to Taiwan. Is that correct, Douglas?
That is correct.
They try to say that of course, Taiwan is regarded as the last bastion of the Axis. That's a correct term, isn't it, Douglas?
Yes.
I just want to confirm that with you. Yes. Thank you. And so, yes, but they were trying to claim that he died in a helicopter crash. But no, he relocated into exile.
Plane crash. They claim. And if you take a look at the headlines, at the headlines, they'll say, Japs told us so. Literally, it says that. Japs told us he died in a plane crash. So I guess it must be true. This is the funny part, is these people were blood enemies, and yet they're claiming, well, if the enemy says who he sided with, if the enemy he was allied with said he died in a plane crash, I guess it must be so. No point in investigating that. Yeah. What the fuck was going on there? But what was going on is basically the Allies had lost. They'd fucking lost.
Yes.
And so he was going over to Taiwan where he'd be left alone. And the Allies, of course, had never invaded Taiwan.
No.
So it's, and that's where he struck out at the British Empire while they were fighting in Malaya. And ultimately, he is far beyond Mahatma Gandhi. He's the reason why the British ultimately left. Waging the war was untenable. He was striking out in a submarine known as the Surcouf, which is spelled Surcouf, single F or double F. And the Surcouf was before the Japanese built the incredibly large Sentoku submarines, which were submarine aircraft carriers and largest submarines prior to the advent of nuclear submarines. The largest submarine in the world before that was the Surcouf. And the Surcouf, which people can look up, has battleship guns. It would do all its damage by surfacing and then blowing ships away with battleship guns at their waterline, the most vulnerable part of the ship. So torpedoes were fairly unreliable in those days. Torpedoes were a new technology. So this was a surefire way of sinking ships. And but everyone says no one knows what happened to the Surcouf. It was this French submarine that the Germans captured, and then the British will say, well, we sent a British commando team to hijack it and bring it back to England so it wouldn't fall to the Axis, and yet it never made it to the Allies. And they'll say, well, somewhere along the line, the submarine collided with a merchant ship and sank. I mean, bullshit. And basically, no, it was gifted by the Germans to the Asian Indians, and basically specifically fell under the command of Subhas Chandra Bose. And oftentimes I would make a mistake. We're talking about little mistakes here that George Knight says he's afraid to make. It's like I make mistakes all the fucking time, and it doesn't really matter. People get the message. I would often call him Sirhan Chandra Bose, like Sirhan, but his name is Subhas Chandra Bose. And
HAS, I think. Yes.
Yeah. And there's another aspect somebody was asking me about, and it's a legitimate question, even though we can only speculate. By the way, have you ever seen that photograph of the Japanese produced a photographic image of Hitler, which was altered to make him look Japanese? Have you ever seen that photograph?
Oh yes, I have, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. I think you brought that to my attention before, I believe.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Not the one where he's wearing... I'm sorry. Go on. Say it.
Yes, if we're thinking of the same... what's it called? Is he wearing... I'm trying to...
No, he's not the one where he's wearing a kimono. No.
Kimono, that's...
No, that was a private photo taken by my mother, who got him into the kimono when she was seducing him, because she'd been ordered by the emperor to get a sperm sample. And so that got loose on the internet after I had released it, And then they
Release it, yeah.
splashed that all over the internet and tried to deconstruct it. Just try to say, "Oh, this is false" and shit like that. And it's like, why even claim that's false? What is it about that photograph of Hitler in a kimono that you find so fucking threatening? But we know exactly why. This is actually something different. So let me take you over here to. We're going to do some screen sharing, and let me see if I can do that. So I'm going to share the screen, and can you see the cursor moving around here on your...
Yeah, just waiting for it just to load. Yes, it is now, Douglas. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to see if I can scroll up here. Now, let's take a look and see if you can see these images. It'll probably take a while because the longer we stay on transmission, the more my computer takes time to do anything. And so we're going to keep scrolling up till we find it. But basically, can you see these images barely while I'm scrolling up? I'm just basically scrolling up, and these were all like set to... They're too small?
Yeah, very clear. Crystal clear. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Oh, you can see them. You can actually see them. Okay, we got to wait for the computer to react. And, of course, there's some silly images sent by our dear friend Aristides, but there's others that are more meaningful. So give it a second here to hopefully solidify. And we'll find the one that I'm looking for, which is was sent by him. Of course, some of these are just silly. He's just showing them because they're funny, like, that one, stupid one with Trump and Putin sleeping together. Let's see now. Looking down there, that one's just silly. That one was done for humor. But we're going to roll up a bit, and this will probably take a while because he sends me a lot. And that's good in a way, and it's bad in another. But while everyone is listening, I'll just tell them what I'm scrolling up to. What I'm scrolling up to is that the Japanese had produced a photograph of Adolf Hitler, which they had altered to look more Japanese. They wanted him to look Japanese so that the Japanese people would be comfortable with him. And this was something that, ultimately was, people are comfortable with people who look like them. And so in order to get the Japanese people to be more familiar with Hitler as an ally, that photograph was produced. Now, if I don't find it on the first swoop up, we'll find it on the second swoop down. But we'll get there. We're slow, but we get there. So my point was that when someone asked me about what did Hirohito want with Hitler's sperm, we know he was a marine biologist. We know, of course, he funded Unit 731, which dealt with biological weapons. So these are not people who don't know what they're doing. But why specifically? What was their intent with Hitler's sperm? At the time, I didn't really respond because I said we could only speculate. But the more I think about it, India comes more and more to mind because the point is that when somebody like Subhas Chandra Bose ultimately died like he did in Taiwan, there was, basically sometime after the war, he died in Taiwan. He learned to love it there, and he just basically decided he was going to stay there. If he returned to India, of course, he would have been arrested because he was considered an international terrorist. Yes. So the end result, as a international pirate terrorist, he stayed in Taiwan. But the myth arose in India that he would someday return. Now, in India, it's not like other places. India, they do believe in serious reincarnation. So at some point, somebody could easily return and say, I'm the reincarnation of Subhas Chandra Bose, and kind of remobilize the public and lead a revolution. So because of that, the Asian Indians were always very cautious of that. But when it comes to the situation with that, if the war had progressed differently on the surface world, which as it was, it progressed very well for the Axis. But if it had progressed differently and it had gone along more along the lines that Americans understand it, because Americans keep thinking war is all about territorial aggrandizement. Bear in mind, of course, if you're an American, understand that the Germans and the Japanese gained far more through industrial policy and economic success than they ever dreamed of gaining militarily in terms of improving their quality of life. I mean, this alone, of course, is indicative of their victory in World War II, because there's nobody who loses a war and accomplishes that. You don't get rich by losing a fucking war. It's that simple. So when the Japanese and the Germans accomplished what they did and won the war, territorial aggrandizement is completely unnecessary. But if, for instance, say Hirohito was forced to kill all the Americans, or the vast majority of them, if the Americans hadn't sued for peace, and he had to unleash his biological weapons and most Americans died, at that point he's without a market, and at that point he's without an ability to rebuild Japan. At that point it becomes necessary to really conquer other territories. Now, at that point, for those of you who don't know, one reason Asian Indians did volunteer to serve Germany, and there were Asian Indians in the German Wehrmacht and the SS, both places, both services, both branches of service. The reason for that was because in Asian India, they thought Hitler was the incarnation, the avatar of the Asian Indian god Vishnu. A lot of people don't know that. But the woman who wrote about that was Savitri Devi. If you remember her, you do know of her.
I've heard of her, Douglas, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
She wrote the book titled The Lightning and the Sun. So if anybody looks up the Lightning and the Sun, it's written by Savitri and Devi. Devi means female goddess, but Savitri Devi was German. And she was known as Hitler's priestess. There's even a book about her titled Hitler's Priestess. And she used to dress in an Asian Indian kind of regalia, I guess you'd call it, clothing. And so when it came to what she was about, she was one of the people who helped to propagate the idea in India that Adolf Hitler was the incarnation of the Hindu god Vishnu. And because of this, what Hirohito desired was probably to clone a more Asian-looking Adolf Hitler, probably combine his genes, create someone who looked like Hitler but was much more Asian-looking, and then probably dispatch this individual to India to gain their allegiance and say, I'm the Asian Indian Hitler. This would be in the event that he had to really take India and get the population on his side. The funny thing is, I know Aristides sent me that picture and I can't find it, but whatever, we'll find it later. As a matter of fact, you could probably just look it up. I'll stop the share and I'll go look it up.
That's all right. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Japanese photograph. Photograph of Hitler. Photo of Hitler made to look Japanese. Now, the funny thing is, what we're probably going to find is my mother's photograph of him in the kimono. But we'll see if I can find the other one here. And of course, I'm not really finding it. Certainly not immediately. So we'll have to ask Aristides to get it for me again. He got it for me before, and then we'll get it for him again. Of course, I find my mother's photo of him in the kimono. Yes, that's right. That's shit. That's what I get. It's but at any rate, so with that in mind, just putting that some information out there about why Hirohito would want Hitler's sperm. That's the most logical thing I can think of. So going back away from that and back to the concepts that you, by the way, our dear Heather Holman left us. Hopefully she's getting some sleep. We love her dearly, and goddess bless her. So aside from that, what about that photograph that I swear Aristides sent me that was, now I know what happened. The guy's putting it, the problem was he was putting these photographs inside of the stupid conversations rather than in the private messages. And he sent some photographs from the last few episodes of 3 of those, Andromeda Gerats.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and there were 3 of them in a single photograph. Let me see if I can recover that from our latest couple of conversations.
Yes.
are from. So while I'm looking for that, please talk about the Andromeda Garrets and tell us what you think about. Okay, the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich in exile in terms of its space capabilities, and take it from there, please.
Actually, yeah, Douglas, what I was going to mention, I was going to bring up Martin Bormann, just like I brought up Subus, Sandra Bowles. The other individual, Martin Bormann, what they will try to outline or try to portray or what's the word I'm looking for? Try to elaborate or to claim that Martin Bormann died. They try to say that he died through various circumstances, and of course, if he's for people that don't know, he's the most wanted man in human history. There has been no one that's been more wanted on the search list than Martin Bormann. And Martin Bormann was the man who helped establish a government in exile, and he was one of the members, one of the 12 that was allocated to be on the Nuremberg trials hanging list. So he was one of the 12 men that was supposed to be hung at the Nuremberg executions on October 16th, 1946. The day Michael Aquino was born or accepted into this world as the arbiter. Yes. And so Martin Bormann is, if people take a look at the Willy Wonka movie, directed by Mel Stewart, I think that was produced in the early 1970s. That was released. If they take a look at the golden ticket, they would outline what they outline in the movie is that they found the golden ticket. But the irony of it is they portray a picture in that movie of Martin Bormann, that they have found him because he was the most wanted man in history. But of course, what the Americans alluded to or tried to portray before that time was that he mysteriously died, and they can't find his body or they don't know what happened to it. And they tried to, just like with Sandra Bowles, they tried to say that he died by a plane crash. That's something that people can find. That's the explanation.
And you know, they were so willing to go with that because that way they didn't have to conduct any investigation to try and find a body. But go on.
Yeah. Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And yeah, that brings us back to the breakaway civilization with Martin Bormann. He helped establish it because he was in charge of the finances. He was in charge of the money side of things. So it was because of the mass boycott and the mass sanctions imposed on Germany throughout the early 1930s, when the German Workers' Party, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, became into power, when they were democratically elected in Germany in 1933, they were immediately on the moment of their inception, they were imposed by these trade sanctions, by heavy boycotts from the Jewish diaspora and the Jewish community. They had to then obviously negotiate with several different parties or several different elements. One of those was the Havara Agreement with the Zionist movement, and another was through the let me see if I can get this right, Douglas, with the I'm trying to think of his name. It was a dynasty, a family dynasty. I'm trying to remember. It will come to me in a moment. That was going to relocate a large population to Manchuria in the Jewish autonomous.
Yes, Sassoon.
It was
the Sassoon.
The Victor Sassoon. That's it. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah,
Victor
Vidal.
Sassoon.
It was Victor at the time, but he was related to the famous Vidal Sassoon of fashion fame, and so continue.
Yes, much appreciated, Douglas. Yes, and cosmetics, through the fashion, industry. So it was, there was several of these different, basically collaborations that was going on. And so there was some of these agreements, this was referred to as in Hebrew, the Moving House Agreement, to move German Jews, or what you would refer to as European Jews, to Palestine with their assets in exchange for money. This is how they were able to overcome some of the boycotts or some of the sanctions. But during time of total war, when the Allies were dedicated to total war, the mass extermination, air raid of strategic bombing, the mass genocide, the mass flame, kindle, incendiary deployment.
The Holocaust, a true Holocaust.
A true generated Holocaust over the major city centers over Germany, such as Hamburg, Dresden. I'm trying to think of several others. I think Saxon was the capital of Dresden, I believe it, or the capital city within Dresden.
Well, Dresden was, I think, the city. Dresden is the city. So Saxony might have been the state. They call them states. In those days, of course, they called them Gaus. More like Gau would be the term for the divisions of the administrative divisions of Germany and the Reich. But they'd call them the Reichsgau. But when it comes to we could always look that up, but it doesn't really matter. Dresden was a horror story. Yes, so continue.
Oh, yes, much appreciated, Douglas. And so, because of the advent of strategic bombing, this, of course, resulted in mass starvation because all the infrastructure was being compromised from these mass bombings, which were terrorist operations. There was nothing strategic about it at all. It had no impact on the war machine, but what it did have was an impact on the infrastructure. So any influx of resources were unable to get into Germany. So this is what ultimately resulted in the final solution. What people will note is that the death camps, the Totenslagen, the death camps, were the majority of them were outside of Germany. That infrastructure was never compromised because the railway tracks were never sieged. They were never breached. And this
bombed. They never bombed the rails.
They never bombed them.
Yeah,
and the ultimate. Yes, thank you. Thank you, much appreciated, Douglas. But the ultimate truth is because they didn't care what was going on in these Totenslagers or these concentration camps. So strategic bombing wasn't working in a strategic sense. It was just terror bombing. And so this is what resulted in the final solution. And so this is why Adolf Hitler was presented with the question, do I feed my own people, or do I let the prisoners of war, which are regarded and they are recognized as enemy combatants, enemies of the state, the Slavic populations, the Roma, the Juden, he chose to feed his own people. This is what resulted in the extermination camps being conducted. The Reinhard Hatred camps being he was the man who instigated or I would say implemented these death camps into Totenslagen, into the mass extermination of these of the detained and the captive prisoners of war. These were regarded as enemies of the state, and they killed them in a en masse in a what you would call these gas chambers. Then they cremated the flesh down to the bone, cremated the ashes, and then converted the ashes into diamonds, which is what funded that Aryan exodus into exile, which is what funded and I think it equated to something like, if I can remember, Douglas, anywhere between the regions of 50 to 70, I think it was, or was it, am I conflating this? I can't remember if it was billions of Reichsmarks or it was hundreds of millions, but it was a large amount of money.
Let's just put it this way. I mean, the exact number is almost a moot point. It was obviously a lot. It was a lot, enough to fund enough to fund quite a bit, and it was it's the real reality is we'll never truly know because we don't have the bookkeeping of Martin Bormann. Only Martin Bormann can tell us exact amounts. But it was definitely, it had to number in today's worth. It would be billions and billions of, perhaps up in the level of close to the $1 trillion range. In this modern economy, at that time it would be, of course, billions. Yes, please continue. Yes.
Oh yes, no, I can do.
But by the way, if you take a look at your private messages, if you take a look at your private messages, you'll see the that, and tell me if you've ever seen these photographs before. That apparently was brought to us by Aristides. He'll have to tell us the source later. But it sounded almost like
yes.
okay.
Yes.
You've seen
I
these.
have. Yes.
Okay.
And yes, thank you. No, carry on, Douglas.
No, 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 no. I mean, it's yours from this point. I'm just here to kind of back you up. Yeah.
No, thank you. The so there is a special case. I could get the name of the individual, but I have him. I have the so-called interview saved regarding his testimony of when he encountered three of the Andromeda Gerats. And Gerat is the German word for, it's translated into the English from the Deutsche Sprach. It's translated into the machine or device. It is a vessel carrier. It's a craft carrier.
Yeah.
And it houses.
Or what you'd call a another term that they use, which I don't prefer, but I could understand why they use it, a parasite craft carrier. That because these are because you couldn't call these aircraft in the conventional sense.
No.
They're obviously craft, but they seem to be interfacial craft, meaning that they're both atmospheric and space. So that's what would be called an interfacial craft. But basically, because it's carried within a mothership, then you would call it a parasite craft within the mothership. Maybe that's not appropriate either because of different, but whatever, it'll do. So continue.
Yes, no, much appreciated. There is an individual case that people can actually look up. I have to probably present it just so people can then ascertain it and to review it. It's the case where an individual, and I believe he was I believe by ethnicity he was a Mexican. I believe he's somewhere from the south of the border, and he encountered three of them all in line with each other. And what he described was these rows of windows with figures or with human features pointing at him as if he was an exhibit at a zoo. So he was describing the feeling that he was like an insect in a glass jar bowl, being viewed by people just by observers, just watching him. But he goes, he felt very intimidated. That was the feeling that he was experiencing. And he goes, he just felt very humiliated. He felt very degraded that there was these three craft. They were emitting a mist as well, which is prevalent, or it is consistent with other cases that people encounter, because it does emit a mist from the vessel itself. It's just one of the and the people describe it as like a whistling kettle when it's making a noise, and it's just whenever it's stationary or whether it's or where it's about to what do you want to call it, just execute a mobility, it does release a plume of mist.
Yes.
And it does dissipate. And so I have an actual video of it descending from the atmosphere through the cloud to the Earth's ocean. And so, this is very prevalent. This is, consistent with what this special case that this individual, and I have to look up just to get his name, and then I have the link for people to review the actual testimony, because he's describing it in an interview. And there was three of them in the line, and they're all just pointing at him, and he goes, he couldn't identify any features, but he just described them, these are people that were pointing at him, that were looking at him, and he felt very humiliated. And this is a very similar, like the pictures that are presented that is attached that I'm looking at. There's three of them in a row. They usually they very rarely you see them in threes. They're either operating ones or twos. But certainly when it's just the disc craft, when it's certainly the cylindrical, the Andromeda Gerats are the cylindrical. When it's the elliptical craft, they usually fly in squadrons or what you call scouts. They're conducting scouting runs.
Yes.
Or they're
reconnaissance.
Or they're conducting either reconnaissance, scouting runs, or psychological warfare operations. Which is very apropos, because we're still legally in a state of war with them.
Yes.
And so this is what they're conducting. When, of course, and we have to, it's important to clarify and disambiguate between the plasma balls, which we have discussed about these are life forms. These are actual biological. They conclude or concur that these are life forms that are biological or living organisms that are plasma balls that are very real, and they have a form of intelligence. They have the capability of maneuvering at their own will, as opposed to something that is a result of a swamp gas.
Thank you.
or electrical interference or electrical outage or surge. So it's something that is natural. These are got intelligence to it. But yeah, no, thank you for sharing that, Douglas. And yeah, we can always go into that aspect. And of course, I was reviewing some of Frank Ficino's interviews the other night, 2 nights ago, about the UFO flap of 1952. And I'm trying to retain the Air Force definition of a flap. So during the summer months of 1952, the United States were under a flap. The term flap under the auspice of the Department of the Air Force. The definition in the dictionary, it's a condition or state of being which is categorized by a group of people which is which emits confusion or imbutes confusion, but it hasn't reached panic proportions yet. So it's basically during the 1950s, from the years of 1951 until 1956, what the United States was contending with was this UFO flap, and it is consistent throughout those years, where the public were in a state of confusion because they kept seeing sightings of these flying saucers or flying discs. They were being reported, and this brought upon the population as a state of confusion, which I know that the United States military junta or complex was definitely going along with their naivete, the public's naivete or ignorance with the perception of UFOs at that point in time. They were heavily involved with this propaganda campaign. And and again, fast forward to the 1995 under Clinton, under the William Jefferson Clinton administration in 1995, the very year they brought out the Roswell autopsy video, these documentaries regarding Roswell, New Mexico, the case in 1947, and the advent of the Hollywood multi-million blockbuster movie, the Independence Day movie franchise that is turned into a franchise now. That was released again. That was 1995, I believe. It was around about the same time where the military invited this production team that was producing the movie Independence Day. They invited them on site, the Tonopah Army Airfield installation. They invited them in because they were promoting extraterrestrials. And it was the same propaganda campaign under this point in time, under William Jefferson Clinton, because he was covering up the arses of these discrepant war criminals that were hiding the fact that they committed atrocities during World War II, still during proactive prosecution of hostilities. That was in 1947. And yes, we could go into so many details, Douglas, if you want to. Yeah, we want to stay on track with this.
I think that we're covering this well, and feel free to stay on track with it for now, and then I'll break in with a kind of a complementary subject, when you feel that you're slowing down or petering out with this. But continue for now.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas, much appreciated. Yes, so in the year of 1995, I remember as a child being presented in the newspaper articles in Britain. They released this fake, and it was a fake autopsy video, and it was in these newspaper articles saying that, there is this video that's been leaked, quote unquote leaked, released regarding this. It looks like this cadaver. It's a cadaver. It's basically a dismembered cadaver with a dismembered leg. Looks like it's been as a result of a shot wound or shotgun wound, and they try to portray or perceive it or give the perspective that it was a retrieved body from Roswell. And of course, this was at this point in time in Japan, geopolitically speaking, it was I'm trying to think, what was the name of the Hokkui City.
Yes.
Fukui City, Japan. They were going to open up a memorial museum dedicated to the Japanese prisoners of war that suffered at the hands of the Americans during World War II, that were kept prisoner in these army camps at Roswell, New Mexico. Bear in mind, this is where the 509th Bomber Group was also stationed, was at Roswell. And actually, that night where I was mentioning last time with when Peter was with us, I mentioned to my best mate, because I didn't engage with the cargo cultists. I was trying to explain everything to my best man, who was sitting next to me, whereas they wouldn't engage any conversation with me. I just knew who they were, and they're fully aware of who I was. But I did present to him that.
And like you said, one of them was a lady bartender who just walked away from you.
She avoided me. She completely avoided me. So when I actually went up to the bar, she, instead of, as a former barman myself, I know who's next in line. I would clock who's next.
Yes.
I was next, and she walked away and she served somebody else. She eye contacted me and then walked away. And it was just like she felt very, I think, embarrassed, just ashamed. Maybe,
I would hope.
I don't know. I would hope so, because, there was no credence to anything that, what I was basically alluding to with that conversation that we had online with Tom Heath. I can mention his name because I don't care.
Good for you. Yes.
No, because I actually don't give a because he don't give a toss. So I don't care either. But the this is I explained this. I explained the situation with Roswell, and of course my best man was fully aware of Roswell. He said to me that I remember when we were kids that they brought up in school. It was shown in school. One of the documentaries regarding the Roswell incident, because that night there was a heavy storm as well, and that was how they started off the documentary. And it was just these thunderclouds and thunderstorms that were going on. Of course, this was to I think it was to convey the whole situation when they were exploiting these Japanese prisoners of war with their with the supermassive dirigible that's captured. So with the incident at Roswell, it was an atrocity committed against the captive Japanese prisoners of war.
Yes.
And on Douglas's website, you can see various articles that was taken from newspaper scripts. I should say, scriptures taken from newspaper articles that are planted in with the photographs of these transcripts or these texts from various newspaper articles. It's published on Douglas's website. You can see this just to bring credence, to qualify, and to validate what I'm saying and what Douglas has always said, that these camps did have Japanese prisoners of war and German prisoners of war. Yes. They had both sides that were captive. But it's just to note, come on, please, this was where the 509th Bomber Group was stationed. Their mission statement that they were the only department capable of deploying an atomic ordnance or atomic weapon anywhere in the world at that point in time. That was their mission statement. That's what they claimed. And so this was at Roswell, and this is where supposedly an extraterrestrial craft from outside of our own solar system apparently crash landed miraculously at an army camp in New Mexico in July 1947. And then this is
and it got worse when Stanton Friedman was pushing his bullshit like a pro. Then at that point he was saying that there was 2 alien spacecraft from foreign stars that crashed into each other. Made it all the way across the light years just to play chicken with each other and crash.
I was going to say that. Just to play chicken here on Earth with each other, and then they just crashed an army camp miraculously. What a coincidence! Yes, thank you. Yes. This is the bullshit that Stanton Friedman and Aquino Cultis, a fellow associate with Aquino, that also orchestrated that myth about Roswell. Yes, and that was what I explained. When Sergeant Melvin Brown, when he started speaking, when the year that man landed on the moon in 1969, and this was vetted by his own daughter, that he never brought up until 1969. And when he told his family that the bodies, when he looked under that tarpaulin in that Humvee, when he looked at the bodies that recovered at Roswell, he identified them as Asian. And she described as Asiatic. The term he used was Asiatic. But what he meant was these are Asian people, these are Asian Pacific Islanders or Japanese or these are just people of that descent or origin, ethnicity, I should say.
Yes.
But they had yellow skin. He described them as burnt orange. It was a tinge of orange in it, and it was you can tell that they were charred or scorched by fire, and they were yellow, and then later on they turned grey when rigor mortis kicked in.
Yes.
And so when he started speaking of this is because it was an army issue, because prior to July 1947, there was no such thing as an air force.
Yes.
Two nations in the world during World War II didn't have an air force, and that was the United States and Japan.
Yes.
And these are the only two nations on Earth that didn't have an air force during World War II. But in 1947, in July, there was no such thing as the United States Air Force up until that point in time.
Yes.
And so it was an army issue. It was never an Air Force issue. So this is why people get very confused and discombobulated when they mention, whenever you see these charlatans and shills like Stephen Greer or anyone of that nature, or this other Jeremy Corbell, that's the other one I'm thinking of. When they talk about when it goes in regards to Roswell or any of these other military men, there's plenty. Sorry, Dave and Douglas. There's plenty of other these David. What's his name? There's an. I'll get their names up in a minute. But these other individuals that portray with Roswell, they always bring up the Air Force, but people forget there's no such thing as an Air Force.
Yeah, at that time, yeah. And just for people who are truly confused about this, understand that what the Japanese and the Americans had was air power. They had aircraft, but these were subsidiary to either the Army or the Navy. So neither one had an independent air force. The Japanese under Hirohito created a secret air force that was a branch that was not officially acknowledged. And that, of course, was ultimately what brought America into suing for peace. But when it came to the Americans, they had no such thing going on. So they just wanted their own Air Force. And then they, in order to rationalize it, first they had to say that they won the war with a fucking atomic bomb, because they say, we couldn't have dropped the bomb and couldn't have done this, all this bombing without the Air Force. And therefore you got to have an Air Force. And so it was all born in a lie, and but this was all part of rationalizing funding for it, and the Americans acquiescing to it. So back to George with that.
Yes, because the one thing that they didn't want, which was the Army was susceptible to, they had a Senate committee oversight, so they didn't have any black budgets, they didn't have a bottomless pit where they can exploit taxpayers' money and to take advantage of taxpayers' money. That's why they created an Air Force, where there was no such thing as a Senate committee oversight. They had they were not obligated to submit any form of adhering or to justify any of the taxpayers' spending on these covert programs, which is hence why they were able to create the SR-71 Blackbird. It's because it was a covert program in the 1950s, and that was that was because of the establishment of the Air Force, but they couldn't justify it or rationalize it without promoting that they won the war through strategic bombing.
Thank you. Which, if you ever read the USBS, with emphasis on the BS, the United States Bombing Survey, the United States Bombing Survey concludes that the Japanese lost more industry to domestic earthquakes than they ever lost to American strategic bombing. And they conclude that the entire American strategic bombing campaign was a failure. I mean, that's concluded in the USBS. But the reason I say there's an emphasis on the BS, you might think I'd try and promote this and push it, is that you have to know how to read the bureaucracies and the specific language that they use in order to understand what they're saying. And most people would just look at that and just say, oh, okay, whatever. And I guess this means that, all their bombing won the war. But that's not what they're saying. It's not their conclusion. And yet they use that as part of their rationalization for winning. It's very bizarre. And yet they use it as their rationalization for getting your taxpayer dollars to fund a separate branch of service dedicated to nothing but this kind of operational failure.
Thank you.
And I think the way they promote it, or the way they hustle it, rather, the way they spin it, they spin and hustle it by saying that, well, you know, if we had a separate branch of service, this never would have failed. See what I'm saying? And that's how they got their separate branch of service. And so there you go. Back to George with that.
Yeah, thinking that's how they were able to ascertain or to accomplish their what they wanted. Their objective was to create a separate branch of service, which was an air force. Before that, they had the United States Air Forces. It was used as what
Army Air Forces. It was United States.
Yeah,
Army
it was
Air
an
Forces.
Army Air Forces. Thank you, and it wasn't an actual separate branch of service.
That's
a
right.
subsidiary
And they actually
to
called
the
it
Army.
Air Corps. They actually called it Air Corps.
United States Army Air Corps. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
like Marine
yes,
Corps.
thank you.
Like Marine
Oh,
Corps is
thank you.
technically not a separate branch of service. It actually is the infantry branch of the Navy, even though they act like a separate service. You know, but that's what the Air Force originally was a U.S. Army Air Corps, and then they made it a separate branch. It's so ridiculous because for the longest period of time, and we're talking about well into the modern fucking age, like we're talking like postmodern, like we're talking about like the 90s. At that point, the Navy had more planes than the fucking Air Force. It's like, you know, I mean, they're a joke. It's like golf courses. People think I'm joking, but it's all quite true. It's considered part of their defense plan for any Air Force base has to have a golf course.
Yeah.
And they even have it for helicopter landing pads, what they just call lily pads for a single landing pad for a helicopter. If they build that, it's got to have a golf course. So long as it's not transitional, like something they're building like on the spot where it's just going to be temporarily used. If it's going to be a permanent fixture, it's going to have a golf course. This is how, you know, this is what they do with your taxpayer dollars. Anyhow, back to George.
Yeah, thank you. So true. And if people just take a look, I've done it myself. Just go on Google Earth or Google Images, go on Google Maps. You'll be able to see every single like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. You look at all these Air Force bases, and most of them, a lot of them, if they're not on the coastline, they're landlocked. So they're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Sorry if I had to swear, Douglas, but they have a golf course that is within the vicinity.
Thank you.
It's a part of the it's a part of the whole facility. It's within the compounds of the facility of the actual base itself, or just on the outskirts. So they are able to do nothing all day apart from play golf.
Thank you.
Else they're doing with your taxpayers.
Well, beyond that, if you just think of, like we mentioned before, you take a look at the 509th, which claimed, the 509th made the claim, we're the only atomic bomber wing in the world at the time that at the time of Roswell. And then when people were confronting them years later, we're talking about, you know, at the time that Stanton Friedman was pushing his alien shit, and people were asking them, what about these children's coffins? What about these children's coffins that were ordered for the bodies? And then the officers were saying, we use that. And they seriously said this. This is on record. They said, we use that to smuggle in booze so the enlisted men don't steal the booze from the officers. But if you have any familiarity whatsoever with the U.S. military, you know they have fully stocked bars on every base. So when the only requisite is that you be off duty when you drink. So what they're telling us is that they drink on duty. The officers who are supposedly running the only atomic bomber wing in the world are basically confessing to drinking on duty. There is no other way to interpret that. This is the insanity of their position and how much they hold you, the taxpayer, in contempt. But go on. Yes.
And today, in today's today's society, drinking on duty is classed as gross misconduct. You're automatically sacked. You're fired.
One would hope. One would hope.
Yes. If you get away with that, my God, there is corruption there.
Yes.
There is something. Yes. So,
well, there's no limit. At that point, there's no limit to the corruption. I mean, this is basically a mafia in uniform. So, but continue.
Exactly, you're exactly right, Douglas. Thank you. And the reason why they use child-sized coffins is because nobody's going to look at a coffin of a child, are they?
Yes.
If there's a child cadaver, nobody's going to want to look in there. That was how they were able to smuggle it in, or into the site. And so, yeah.
But that's just the story they were making. Of course, the child-sized coffins were ordered for the Japanese prisoners of war, their bodies, of course. But go on.
Yes, exactly. Of course, Douglas. No, thank you. That was the bodies that they were getting out. All the prisoners they kept, and they kept them on site up until I believe none of them actually returned home as well. A lot of them.
None of them were returned home. They're now still at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which has been renamed Area 51. They were taken from that Roswell shithole, but the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base was originally the name for Area 51. And they changed the name to Area 51 when both the CIA and Air Force took it over under a kind of condominium, meaning they ran it together. And the CIA was meant to keep everything secret. The Air Force, of course, was just using it as a testing field. What's her name? What was her name? The one that they forced to add 17 pages to her book, Annie Jacobsen.
Amy Jacobsen.
Yeah,
yes.
Annie. Yeah, Annie Jacobsen.
Annie, yeah, that's it. Annie Jacobsen.
Yeah, she wrote this enormous book on Area 51, which was this very complex history, or complete history. It was fairly exhaustive, almost definitive. And then they fucked her over by saying, "Oh, this Douglas Dietrich is coming out with his public informant, info, and you got to put these 17 pages into your book so you give people something else to chew on and help confuse the issue, help muddy the waters." And then she added those 17 pages, and it ruined her career. She's still paying the price for it. Yes. I mean, she's still publishing. She's still writing books and publishing, but it's still she's still impacted by that. She's still haunted by that. And so, it affected her the rest of her life. And it was bullshit about, it doesn't even bear relating. It's so crazy. And her source was a man who was clearly suffering from senile dementia. But
he was, yes. She's admitted that as well, but she wouldn't give the source of the name. She wouldn't tell you who it was, but she would tell you that he was suffering mentally through dementia, senile dementia. I think he was.
They forced her to compromise her reputation. It's awful. I mean, you have to feel sorry for her. But come on.
No, thank you, Douglas. And it just brings to mind with that Jeremy Corbell character. He's regarded as the expert in the field of ufology. I can't even pronounce it.
I never even heard of the son of a bitch.
No, this Jeremy Corbell is the one with the beard. He produced that Bob Lazar documentary that was published on Netflix, and I think it's on YouTube and Prime, I believe. But Jeremy Corbell is regarded as the ufological expert in ufology. I can't even pronounce it. It's
fine. You say it fine. That's how they pronounce it. Ufology. Yes. Yeah, ufology.
Yes. Yeah, he's regarded as the so-called expert, but he's the man that ascertains or gets these military videos, these military recordings of these various objects, and he publishes them, but he never gives the source. He's reluctant to give the names of any individuals who give it him. So it's a military campaign. It's obviously an asset that is being used to exploit this.
Yes.
And obviously the actual videos themselves, they are authenticated, they are authentic, they're legitimate, but they are they're trying to portray that trope, that trip with extraterrestrials. They're trying to make the public think that these have got to be something else, but they don't want to tell you that. But they're alluding to it. So it just exacerbates the confusion even further. And that's the whole point of it. And even with that naval aviator during the Second World War, who conducted several combat missions, Donald Keyhole, he published several books saying that these come from outer space. And even Harry Truman publicly stated that these discs that are flying over our heads, they come from outer space. And that's what confused the public even more, because They were.
And by the way, he's not lying in the sense that the Germans had space travel. So since the Germans had space travel,
yes,
and these are space-worthy craft, Eisenhower can say shit like that without hurting his conscience, so he can go to sleep at night thinking he's not a liar. I mean, whatever, whatever the fuck, but yes. Go on. Yeah.
That's so true, Douglas. No, that is so true, and it's just to for his own self-consciousness. Yeah, it's just so he doesn't have any guilt. Yeah. It's so true. But he was also, what people also bring up is they go, he had some form of agreement, or he had conversations with aliens, and it was what they conflate is the peace talk down processes between Japan and the United States, and they were talking with enemy aliens as opposed to extraterrestrials. He was in, yes, and that's the other aspect of that, which brings nuances to this whole situation regarding this whole aspect that we're talking about with regards to, Eisenhower was in contact, or he had meetings, communication with aliens from other worlds, and know what people with their ignorance or obliviousness they disregard the fact that this was during the period of the talk down process between Japan and the United States, and when the Americans were suing for peace. And so yes, that was the other important point I wanted to bring up, Douglas, as well, that factor in that, regarding that aspect of what people always bring up is that Eisenhower was in contact, and Truman was aware of it also. People just seem to bring up these charlatans and shills, which most people would obviously confuse or conflate with.
Thank you.
Yes, no, much appreciated. I was going to just mention also about what just came to my mind is something I was thinking I've got to bring up as well with Douglas, is because I think it's only you and me that remember this. This is a entirely different subject, but it's the Momo challenge. And if most people would be unfamiliar with what the Momo challenge was, it's like the Blue Whale challenge. Yeah. This is going back several years ago, but it was a major thing. It was an actual thing that was going on in Britain at the time, where the children were watching their favorite programs on, I think it was on YouTube, or it was some form of social media outlet or social media program application, that it would go to this Momo figure, this Momo person, that would tell the child to stop doing harm to themselves or to give them challenges. And then, but the end result was the child would then do something that would compromise their own life. Yes. And this was a serious incident, but nobody's aware of this. But I remember it very well, because the schools published warnings to the parents. I remember that going back several years ago. But I thought I'd bring that up. That just came to my mind just regarding disinformation, because that was something that was during that point in time, it was most people were conflating this with some form of conspiracy, but it was like the Blue Whale challenge. If people look up, it was a Russian disinformation campaign where they're able to attack you on your homeland soil without invading you. And this was many of those factors that came in, where they take advantage of people's susceptible ability to believe what they read online. And so that was
I'm going to look that up to find out if we're thinking of the same thing with Momo. Yes, go on. Go on.
Yeah, this is before I was heavily involved in coming on the show. I remember distinctly thinking that, I think it was either Brennan Zoga or somebody came to the conclusion that they're like, hang on a minute, this is like the Momo. If you take a look at the Momo character, if we go on type in Momo, it was sort of like, it had long black hair.
Yes.
Do you remember? And it was grotesque looking.
Here it is. That's so in case, so just so people understand, Momo was like another Aquino fucking play on myself that was meant to look like Douglas Dietrich. It has this look very similar to myself. If you look up Momo, you'll see it, and compared to Douglas Dietrich, and it after you get used to it, looks kind of cute, but basically
it's like uncanny. It's like uncanny.
The uncanny valley. It's called the uncanny valley when something is basically has this familiarity, and you can see how it's presented here. Even you can see the New York Times presented Momo as real as we made her, and so they even give her makeup and shit, and and there's several plays on it, of course, but and then they have one that's a much more flat looking here, mongoloid, I guess, and it just goes on. The further down you scroll, the less you'll see, or the more you'll see, depending. But at any rate, so the Blue Whale Challenge. What was interesting was that the Russian cult leader was victimizing primarily Russian teens.
Yes.
So it was almost like a trial run or a test run.
It's a trial run. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
thank you.
Yeah, and with the Momo, kind of like testing the atomic bomb at Trinity site before you drop the plutonium bomb, which they fucked up anyway. But that's what the Russians do. Yeah, with Blue Whale. And but when it came to Momo, the artist who created Momo, this was in Japan, was where it existed, and basically the artist was Japanese, and he claimed later on that he destroyed the doll. He destroyed it because of the terror it was creating, but he was claiming that the doll was beginning to rot or not. He didn't use the term melt, mind you, like it was made of wax. He said rot, and it was beginning to decay as if it were a living thing. He spoke of this as if it were a living thing. And so the whole point is that there's an incredible campaign behind Momo. The origins are extraordinarily mysterious. It was supposed to be the statue of a woman who had committed suicide on a lonely road in Japan. And this was her ghost, what you would call a vengeful spirit. So this is in that Japanese tradition where they can come back looking like with chicken legs and shit, so that they can, fuck your day up all day long. It's like it definitely. It was something that we basically dealt with by said, you need to pornographize this, because then it actually renders its power.
Yes.
It kind of renders its power less. It lessens its power. Lessens the impact. And
saying that you have to romanticize it. Romanticize the whole aspect of it. Or sexualize it.
I said sexualize it. Yeah, just pornographize it. Yes. And that ultimately, after that, the entire campaign kind of flopped after people began to pornographize Momo. So what brings this to mind? What brings it to mind?
It was because I was bringing up the aspects of how they how the military junta, or the military industrial complex, took advantage of the population's naivety or susceptibility in believing in their ET fantasy. And this is brought to my mind because it was again to do with the population's naivety, and it was something that it reminded myself going back several days ago. I was like, I've got to bring that with Douglas, because Douglas will remember this. I remember him talking about it on his critical emissions going back several years ago, and I remember the schools issuing warnings to the parents: please monitor what your children are watching online, because this is circulating and it could lead to them doing something harmful to themselves, because it pops up and it's asking them to do challenges. They give you so many challenges, and it's supposedly they give you rewards, but the final challenge will result in you doing something very harmful to yourself. And so this source from during my own due diligence, I researched the Blue Whale challenge, which is something that you brought up, Douglas, that brought it to my attention. And that is where obviously that is where I dived into that whole aspect of how Russian propaganda or Russian disinformation can impact nation states. And this is outlined in Michael Aquino's book Mind War, where you no longer have to use conventional military operations using armored mechanized columns or mobilize an entire army in order to invade a nation state. You can harm a nation state by feeding them all this propaganda, where they start to do damage to themselves. And this has been outlined, as we mentioned earlier, during COVID, the 5G conspiracy, where people were believing that these telephone masts were emitting this frequency wave, which was causing people to what's the word I'm thinking of? To just contract
COVID somehow. I mean, just
Somehow,
the entire insanity of that proposition speaks for itself.
Yes. Oh yes, and this is just the it's and I want to bring this up, Douglas, with you, probably privately, maybe first, but there's something I actually brought to my wife's attention regarding her work, because what they do, they are the only, and it's a government contract. It's a government contract that I'm very familiar with, because when I worked at the hospitality industry, the work, the company that she worked for basically stayed there, because they are based somewhere else in the UK, so they come to where we live, because up the road from where we live there is an airfield where they conduct these maintenance on aircraft. But there are two specific planes that are capable of deploying a substance over the ocean surface, which would contain or hold any oil spills on the surface. So these are government contracts, but there is this campaign out there, and it's very, very aggressive. It's very malevolent in the situation right now, where there is this propaganda or this conspiracy that they are committing these chemtrails. They are flying over our airspaces, dropping chemicals on the population. And so they're trying to, what's the term? They're trying to accuse, I'll use the word accusation, accuse this company of conducting malevolent activity using these two aircraft.
Alleged, yeah.
Yes, which is detrimental to the reputation of this company. And I actually brought it to my wife's attention. Then she forwarded it over to some of the departments, the official departments within the company. So now they're actually having this legal claim, this legal process where the police are involved and an investigation is taking place regarding this. And the person who published it on my friends list is a guy who tried to claim that the videos I was publishing of the Third Reich in Exile are all fake and all hoax. But yet he's here publishing and trying to, he's publicizing these fake videos of them making these alleged claims that this company is conducting malevolent activity, ironically so. So I wanted to bring this up with you, Douglas, but I don't know if my wife will appreciate me talking about it on air. But it doesn't. I think it's important.
Yeah.
I find it very important, and you have to talk about this. Because, again, it's the absurdity of the people's perspectives. They truly believe that the government, and this is what, when, bless her heart, if Jennifer Hawkins is listening, when she was speaking earlier, and if people know my stance is, I'm very parallel or very on the stance with Douglas. I always ask the question, well, what's the agenda or the motive? There has to be some form of agenda or motive. If the government had any form of agenda where they were going to depopulate the population, you have to ask the question, well, what's the motivation behind that? Because it doesn't make any logical sense of why they would want to do such a thing. And it goes back to taxpayers' money. They need a population in order for the population to pay taxes, in order for them to sustain themselves, in order for them to carry on. So there's no reason or agenda why they would do anything that would compromise that in a sense. So it's always that question you have to ask, well, what's the motivation behind it? What's the agenda? There's got to be some form of end objective.
Absolutely.
Which is what I wanted to respond with Jennifer, and I didn't know how to ask that without. I didn't want to sound skeptical or cynical, because I was quite ambivalent towards what she's saying, but I didn't. And of course, she wasn't. She was just articulating her stance or articulating what she has learned or researched about. But it always comes down to that. You have to ask the question: what would they gain from it? What would be the benefit of doing such some form of conspiracy or some form of campaign or to conduct something such as depopulate the population? What would they gain from doing such a thing, such a diabolical thing? It's like during COVID when they thought that the governments, they're against us, it's now us against them. Again, that was just I think it's a tactical ploy. A lot of it sources from Russia, from the Russian Federation, state-sponsored media, because people get their information online. They don't go to government sources. They seek their information online. And so that is why I brought up, this is why I wanted to bring up the Momo challenge. It's one of those examples of that. So it's just to make an awareness to people that most things that you get online are probably disingenuous. And, when earlier on, when I think Heather was speaking about her daughter going missing, it brought to mind Madeleine McCann. Oh, Victoria's joined us.
Wonderful. Welcome aboard, dear lady. And so glad to have you with us. But do continue, George. But do say hi, Victoria. Now, of course, I think I remember introducing the both of you in the past, yes?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent.
Hey, George.
Yeah. Now, George is just going to finish up his thoughts on this because I don't want him to lose his train of thought. But then we're going to go right to you and ask you how you've been and, get a situation report. Your audio is kind of glitchy. So let's hear you say a full sentence just to test it out.
Give me 1 second. I'm moving to a better part of the house.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Sound very clear. Thank you.
Yes, that sounds clear. But whenever I talk, I'm getting some feedback, and it might be that you have something on that's broadcasting my voice from out of a computer or something. Do you have like a second source of sound, like a stereo system or something that my sound is coming out of?
No,
Okay.
just you're on your phone. So, but yeah, continue on then.
Okay, no, but yes, George will just kind of round this up, and then we'll turn towards you, and then I'll bring up some other subjects as well. So George, round up your thoughts, and then
Actually, I really appreciate that little pause then, because actually it brought something else to my mind. When I was talking about Madeleine McCann, and going back to Heather speaking about her daughter going missing, and she's under the impression that her daughter is still out there. And if you ever take a look at the Madeleine McCann case, the parents still believe that their daughter could still be alive. But again, this is, like I said earlier on, my suspicion is because she was a model, she was probably a targeted individual. When it came down to the Madeleine McCann case, it's a very significant and important case. And most people turn towards the parents being responsible or liable for the disappearance, or somehow conspired or were complicit in some form of this malevolent operation which caused her disappearance. But from what we know, Douglas, and I know you've been acquainted with this in the past as well, when it comes down to these individuals, the Podesta brothers, being within the vicinity, within hours of her disappearance at the same time,
yes,
they are suspects to the Portuguese police or intelligence. The Bureau of Investigation in their department concluded that the Podesta brothers were suspects in that case.
Yes.
But the case was, I would say, just it was rendered
non-effective.
Non-effective. Sorry, I'm just getting some feedback noise.
Yeah, see, that's what we're getting, Victoria. We're getting this feedback. We're wondering how it is that your phone is generating the feedback. It's definitely coming from your phone. Somehow it's like registering us and transmitting the sound to you, but feeding it back somehow so that we're hearing it. And it becomes very distracting to us when we're speaking. But do you hear it at all? You don't hear it, honey?
No.
Okay, that'll help. That'll help. Yeah, mute until you talk. Yes. Whenever you speak, unmute, and then whenever you're not speaking, then just stay mute. Yes. Sorry.
Looking forward. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Really looking forward to engaging with you, Victoria, as well. We both are. With the Madeleine McCann case, she disappeared in a place called Praia de Luz. This was back in, I believe, what year was it? It was 2007. 2007. And Praia de Luz is within hours of Spain in Portugal, and to have sex with someone at the age of consent was 13 in 2007. I believe that's correct, isn't it?
I think so. Yes, in Portugal.
Yes, and in Portugal, thank you. And the law has changed now, so it's gone up to 16 now. But at that period of time, this is why the Podesta brothers, John and Auntie Podesta, were having these vacations in Portugal / Spain
of course
period. Yes, so they're obviously suspects in this case, and it's never drawn to a close. This case is still like it's still a mystery or unsolved, and yet there's this. And there, do you remember a few years ago? Even I believe Brooke brought up the German individual. It's always a lone wolf or lone gunner. That's always who's always the guilty man, the man who's involved with this. But still, even that's unsolved. And of course, the reality is that the Portuguese police department have major suspicions that the Pedestro brothers were in fact involved. And there was another individual, I have to look his name up, I've bleached his name from my memory, but he has a villa or a complex within Praia de Luz. And so there was a high tide that they were there in meetings with this individual, and they were all felons. They're all convicted of this. They're all suspected of it. As a matter of fact, was it with Pizzagate, the Pizzagate scandal, Douglas, that when the FBI asked Anthony Podesta, I'll get these two brothers mixed up. I always think of the one that was connected to Hillary Clinton. She was, I think it's maybe John, the skinny one. There's a fat one and a skinny one.
Oh, to me, they're
Yes,
all...
John.
There we are!
John.
Oh, that was beautiful! Oh, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, you have no idea how beautiful your voice is. Very forceful, very delightful.
I'll stop.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll
I
talk
plugged
in a
in
second.
headphones, so
Oh my
hopefully it's a
god,
little
that's
better.
so infinitely, oh my god. It's like, this is like phone sex now. Now I'm just like, I'm just ready to climax, just listening to you. This is so cool.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Victoria, are you acquainted or are you aware of anything that I'm speaking about? Are you familiar with this case?
I'm not. I don't think I'm familiar with the woman you're speaking of. No.
Oh, right, not the young girl, that went missing. Yes, Madeleine McCann. It was a very significant case. It touched the hearts of many millions of people in the UK because they were British citizens. But yeah, the reality is, it's like going back to what that brought to my mind when speaking about Heather, because her daughter went missing over 10 years ago. And she's, bless her heart, she's under the impression that she could still be out there, which is a nice, comforting, it's a nice comfort thought, yes.
Or she could be repurposed like John Bonet to rear Katy Perry, possibly. I don't know.
But the
but by the way, is that just out of curiosity? Because Heather Holman also is convinced that many celebrities are what she would call robots or androids. Is that what you feel is true? That's...
I'm not sure complete. I just know there's speculation as to John Bonet Ramsey. Is that her name?
Yeah.
I think there's photos of her with suspected what's Epstein's lady friend with her.
Oh, right, yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Thank
Ghislaine.
you.
Ghislaine literally in the photo behind this. Yeah. So I don't know. There's definitely a lot of speculation around that. As far as the Android thing, I think it's more likely they're putting Biden robots up on occasion than anything. Or obviously newscasters. There's a lot of these MK glitches seen on YouTube. Of people glitching out, rappers and newscasters and stuff like this.
Okay, I mean, yeah, definitely. There's some. Okay, for what it's worth, there are rappers out there who claim that they have cloned themselves, and maybe this is all part of a maybe this is all part of a gimmick. Who knows? But just to show that they're getting into this, and maybe even brazen enough and bold enough to admit that something is going on. But at any rate, thank you, Victoria, and we're so glad you're with us. Just let George finish up some further thoughts, and then I'm going to, ask for your adventures, because I know you've had quite a few recently. It's so exciting. I'm so excited to have you back. And so George, so continue when you're talking about Pizzagate and the questioning of this individual. Yes. Continue, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. I think I'll wrap it. I think because I wasn't going anywhere. I was just feeding some information just for people, just regarding that. It's just to add any context for people that are unaware of it. But I'm quite excited to have Victoria on, because I know we've touched on various subjects in the past regarding 9/11 or Israel. So if you want to speak about these subjects, we can go into that as well. We can go into that direction. Victoria, whilst we have you, how long have we got with you, by the way?
Yeah.
no specific time frame. So
Okay, good,
I'm
good.
here for now.
Good. You're on
Wonderful.
time frame. Yes.
Yes, your timing is impeccable. We're definitely glad to have you, and we've got a good, 1.5 hours left at least. And the incredible resonance technologically with your headphones being in is that I get this much deeper, richer experience of my own microphone. Seems to be working much better now since you've done that. It's pretty incredible. By the way, I'm not making any sexual innuendo here, just so people understand that. It truly is not. It really is. My microphone seems to be resonating much better. It's incredible. So, such being said, let's hear from you first before I take this in any other directions. And certainly, we'd be excited to hear about your opinions on current events. But first off, tell us about your trip to Mexico, whatever you're willing to share, how you returned alive. And, yes, share this with us.
Yeah. So I had planned to go to Mazatlan for the eclipse for 2 weeks. I only ended up going for 1 week. I'm just wanting to come home and be with my cats. My landlord said he was going to spend some time up here with my cats, and he only ended up spending 20 minutes. I was like, all right, I'm just going to go home.
Oh, wow.
And make sure I'm here just in case anything goes down, and I would just want to be closer to family and friends and stuff. So yeah, but it was cool. I didn't see the eclipse, but I don't really care about that as much. That's fine. I mostly just wanted to get out of the country for a bit because America's lame. But yeah, so
I could go for that. Yeah. Yes, so go on. Yes.
I was kind of like waking up slowly and listening to you guys, and of course I ended up jumping in when y'all were talking about what 5G or depopulation or whatever it is, because I guess like I do know that blaming all of everything on one thing is kind of ridiculous, but I do know that radiation can make people sick. And I do think that the elite want depopulation. Now, why that is, I'd love to know why they don't care about their grandchildren. That's a damn mystery to me, but pardon my language. But, yeah, I don't know. And as far as like the chemtrails thing, like, they're banning geoengineering in Tennessee right now. And Dubai just got 2 years worth of rain in 1 day. But chemtrails are fake. It just depends on how you phrase it. Chemtrails are fake, but geoengineering is real. So, yeah.
Well, in terms of, just so people understand, certainly you know that both George Knight and myself are in no way saying that radiation is harmless.
Of course,
yeah.
But
We alluded to earlier, didn't we, Douglas?
Yeah.
you're saying that there's also obviously some sort of sickness going around as well, and it makes perfect sense because truly they're these flus that shouldn't be transmissible to humans. Well, when you culture all of our vaccines on embryos of beef and chicken and all these things that they want us to be allergic to eventually.
Yeah, I get it. Look, honey, just so you know, this is not Douglas Dietrich selling out. This is Douglas Dietrich trying to keep his channel open. It's
No, I know. It's not really. It's not really.
My God. So just so
Yeah,
you bear in
really
mind, we can't go deep into, like Heather Holman said, we're going to use the term inoculations.
Oh.
That'll be a nice cover
Yes,
term,
yes.
and we're going to.
Well,
go.
I'll just go ahead and say that I am pro-vaccination for the
Thank you.
internet. I'm
Thank you.
pro-vaccine.
Thank you.
I believe that building antibodies is extremely important. It's been being done since we've been putting toad venom on our arms. So I'm definitely pro vaccine. I just don't sometimes trust every single one that comes out. I wish for more long-term studies, etc. But yeah, I think that maybe they have some reasoning behind it, even if we don't know. Now we can watch Bill Gates and Melinda or Manlinda, whoever it is, giggle about how people will certainly pay attention next time with their evil smiles on their faces on a live camera, but we don't have to talk about that. That's fine,
What is? I might have been distracted. What exactly are we talking about that they were addressing again? With
Bill and Melinda. There's a video of them online where you can see them talking about how, maybe people didn't quite pay attention with CV this time around, but how with the next one, and of course they seem to know.
Oh, the next
big
plague.
next one,
Got it.
that people will pay attention, and then they both smile. They smile very evilly. It's very creepy. I don't know. I just think he probably should have stuck to computers and not bought up all the farmland. That's just me. I don't know.
Look, no, I hear you. I hear you. And I mean, look, the guy's a geek. He's completely. He has no charisma. There's beyond that. He's there's just every reason in the world to dislike Bill Gates, and so he doesn't really help any cause that he stands behind. You automatically have kind of ruined the brand. It's just he doesn't help whatever he promotes. So now that being said, thank you so much for qualifying what you said about vaccines, because that's what they've been taking down. Whatever episodes and whatever strikes I got these days, it's all recently been about vaccines. So it's like, so we got to, like, we're on eggshells. We're on eggshells about that. Because we definitely don't want the channel taken down. So that's why we're using the code words, but thank you for qualifying that. That being said, if you bring up anything in that zone, just be careful. Now, with the chemtrails, we could probably go to town on that. And the chemtrails, I don't believe that that George Knight or I have ever deconstructed or argued against the fact that something is going on with these chemtrails. But the stance that I take is that we have to be aware of the limits of such technology and what it would be used for. And you use the term geoengineering, Victoria, which is almost certainly what it's being used for. So, it's being used for geoengineering. But if people want me to explain that, I'll be happy to. I'm not quite sure what that. But here's something about 5G. When it comes to 5G, what you're probably thinking, or what you're probably reasoning through logic, would be that if it were to somehow lead to COVID, or it would basically be through a compromise of the immunosystem. In other words, that the radiation would compromise the immunosystem and make you more vulnerable.
Susceptible, correct.
Susceptible to something that might be weaponized. Which COVID, for all intents and purposes, as I've gone into before, we've gone into the source of COVID at great length, and it's very complicated. So, but it's a fascinating story if people are truly interested. But, for all intents and purposes, just so people understand my stance on this, COVID may as well be weaponized, because it was the original deployment of a bioweapon that ultimately did lead to COVID. So, so in that sense, combined with the fact that the communist Chinese did everything they could to prevent any sort of response to COVID in their own country, as if they were just in serious denial or actually trying to incubate it. It ultimately, for all intents and purposes, yes, it may as well be a bioweapon. So, but that being said, so let's put this to the people so that they understand how a chain of events might kind of converge. Understand that basically COVID, or rather 5G, let's take a look at 5G just briefly. From what little technical, and remember, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an expert on radiation or frequency, I'm a historian. But as a historian, I'm forced to try and learn as much as I can about everything. So what I can say is, the first thing that comes to my mind is radiation frequency. So 5G might be considered a killer in a sense. It could be very dangerous on many levels, in the sense that it might cause, at a compacted or congested enough distribution, meaning if you were saturated with it, then it might cause damage to our DNA, since it emits non-iodized radiation. Now, bear in mind, these are just theories.
Yes.
Yeah. So 5G is a high-frequency radiation signal that might cause serious health issues because, look, experiments were done where there's a known depletion of sperm in male rats so far. Okay, but this is under laboratory conditions where they're microwaving them with it, okay? But nevertheless.
Now, if I might,
Yeah.
inject,
Sure.
there also, even before 5G,
Okay.
women were coming into the doctor and finding that from keeping their phones in their bras, they were coming back with like rectangle shaped freaking tumors right where they keep their phones. So all to say, you know, when you get a smartphone these days, if you look at the sticker, no one ever really pays attention to it, but it does say these years to keep the phone an inch to 2 inches away from your skin. You know, we don't often do that. Now, I'm wearing my silver lined shirt right now, so I'm being a little more lenient, but which helps a lot. It really does. People think it's BS, but it's helped me a lot. So
Okay, and so thank you for that, and and to kind of like return to the technical lesson here for people, and I appreciate your input. It's so back to what I was saying is like so understand that 5G is not like going from 2G to 3G to 4G, and just so people understand, G is for generation. It's not it's not like going from second generation to third generation to fourth generation. 5 generation is going from 1 to 2 megahertz all the way to over 100 megahertz. Okay, so this is a very high frequency that networks up to 100 gigahertzes, and it needs repeaters everywhere. That's why 5G is an infrastructure, okay? It's not like technology where, you know, I got a phone and my phone is 5G. No, your phone isn't shit unless you've got access to an infrastructure, which means every telephone pole, because the waves only carry for a very short distance. So in that sense, this is how you could wind up blanketed, and that would be if I were to like say phrase this in such a way that it's accessible. Basically, it's back to what is 5G. It's basically like this: like every next generation wireless, next gen wireless network technology, 5G will give your phone a speedier connection, about 10 times faster than 4G. That's what the industry experts
that's what
expect.
they say.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, once it's all up and running. Now, important to include though is that that's why they want the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies, because it's all these smart devices are also in the network. So we even have, what do we have now? Smart refrigerators. So all of that is sending off these signals. Sorry, continue.
Absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. Otherwise, the Internet of all things would not work. And not that I'm justifying it. I'm just saying that's the mechanics behind it. Thank you. Yes. So that's enough to stream 8K video. Okay. 8 kilobytes, or a download a 3D movie in 30 seconds. On 4G, that would take about 6 minutes. So this extra capacity will make service more reliable, and it allows more gadgets to connect to the network all at the same time, which is what Victoria is referring to, the Internet of all things, where you press the button on your phone screen and you open your fridge door before you get there, so you can rate it and get fatter or something. But anyhow, 5G is about much more than smartphones. Sensors, thermostats, cars, robots, other new technology will all connect to 5G one day, theoretically.
And soon our brain implants, right? Our brain chips.
Right. But it's not going to get to that point, honey, because we got other factors. It's like, this is what Jennifer Hawkins was talking about. A nice young lady before you was worried about, developments where we might all be, as a species, changed and become more part of the machine. And I'm like telling her, honey, society may not even last that long. Okay, but anyhow.
That's what they want. That's certainly what they want. Yes.
Again, that may, regardless of whether they want it or not, that's very likely to happen. Social disintegration, mass dislocation, this is all very likely to happen whether they want it or not. So it's almost a moot point whether they want it or not. We're almost off the rails at this point. We've got a Gulf Stream in England, which is about to shut down within, by 2030 is practically tomorrow. So it's like, at this point, nobody's going to be worried about 5G, all right? They're going to be starting fires. Just tire fires and trash cans. But go on.
Question, did you guys see the giant black blob on the weather radar moving up from Antarctica up the Atlantic? And then all of a sudden, all the weather radar systems across the U.S. Suddenly weren't working. Pretty fun
Wow.
times.
What do you think this is? What do you think it was?
I'd love to know. That's causing 85-foot waves, and they're blaming south winds. So exciting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of these things. I'm not saying it's a hoax or an internet thing, but it might be. I mean, let's hope that's all it is. But we'll look into it.
Yeah.
Big black blob out of Antarctica. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, it's horrible, but
Share the link for you.
okay, thank you. I'll take a look at the link and I'll tell you what my instinct is on it. But just again, so people understand that. Okay, so she shared this link. I hear the noise. It sounds like the way Peter Moon describes it. It sounds like Luke Skywalker's lightsaber going bong. Every time we get the link popping up or something pops up in the text box. So okay, I'm gonna look at this. I'm clicking on it, and it's YouTube. Okay. That's already not too reassuring for a source, but there's plenty of good stuff on YouTube. Let's see this. Into Thin Air. Starts off with a guy wearing a hood. That's not too reassuring.
I mean, the important part is a lot of different channels were going over this, but the important part is that the radar systems all over the country were kind of bugging out after this.
Okay. So, all right, this might be legit. Looks like a big black blob. Strange, it's not moving, but then it's not there. It's not there later. It says something massive left Antarctica during the solar eclipse caught on radar. It looks to me suspect. Looks suspect to me. How about you, George? You looking at this?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not moving. It's not moving. Everything else is moving, but it's.
You can look up other videos. It definitely moves all the way up the Atlantic
Well, I
Ocean.
mean, it's moving in a sense,
It spreads out.
but it's really slow. It's like, I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but it's.
Well, there's a bunch of news articles already trying to explain it away, so they're taking it seriously. Just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look for it. It seems to change when it hits the African coastline. Is that where you're talking about the tsunamis? Kind of happened there?
I haven't heard about any tsunamis actually.
Okay. Waves. You said waves, right?
Yes, there's a bunch of articles trying to explain away the 85-foot waves and et cetera, so
right.
And then all of a sudden the weather radars are not working. So
well, since it's all the way up to Ireland now, the way they're showing it, I mean, I think they'd feel it by now. I mean, if it were really causing that, I don't think the Irish are feeling anything, or we'd hear complaints, right? I mean,
well, I doubt the 85-foot waves are still 85 feet
by the time they hit there. Okay.
Correct, right. But still, it's interesting to see, and I wonder what would have caused such an anomaly.
It's we'll follow up on it. My first instinct is I'm not too impressed, but it could be something, right? I mean, there's usually where there's smoke, there's fire, so there might be something.
I mean, CERN did crank up during the eclipse, during all the planetary alignments. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're messing with some energy.
Do you worry about CERN?
Oh no! I mean, they can have their Kali, statues and try to bring over demons. It's fine. I don't care. Whatever.
But by the way, I do want people to understand they do have Kali statues. There is a Kali statue at CERN. There is they're having some
Shiva Kali. Yes.
Yeah, it's like so they have this sense of humor that's not necessarily appreciated by the body politic, or whatever. That their spirituality is a little, shall we say, quirky. As physicists, they are, what they are. They think it's got some sense of poetry to it, but obviously it does harken back to "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Okay, so that's like that's pretty bullshit. What do you It's like they're almost seeking to make people afraid. It's so
they
you got
definitely like to troll. They do.
Yeah. There's something going on there with that. So just again, so people understand. Today's fourth generation networks just simply don't have the bandwidth for all the vast amounts of data that all of those devices I alluded to earlier, the sensors, thermostats, cars, robots, etc., will transmit. So 5G networks will also reduce to virtually zero the lag time between devices and the servers they communicate with. So for driverless cars, that means uninterrupted communication between a car and other vehicles and data centers and outside sensors. So that the driverless car can finally fucking work instead of killing people like it's been doing, like they've been doing. So to accomplish all that, 5G will need to travel over super high frequency airwaves. And the higher frequencies bring faster speeds and more bandwidth, but they can't travel through walls. They can't travel through windows.
No.
They can't travel over rooftops. And they get considerably weaker over long distances. And for that reason, that means wireless companies, I'm taking a look at what else Victoria put in here, and I'll take a look at that in a second. Okay, so that's what's going on in Dubai. Let's take a look at that little thing. I can't resist to click on this. And hopefully George is looking at this too. And let's take a look at Dubai flooding prompts orders to stay at home after city gets 2 years of rain in one day. Fox, which is bad, but it's not that bad. It's pretty bad, but it's not that bad. It's like they can't lie about this. So Fox wouldn't lie about this, and so this is climate change. This is like climate change. This is like right? You agree with that, right, Victoria?
They're certainly trying to change the climate. I mean, yes, totally.
Okay, so what you would feel that this is man-made climate change, but why would they strike Dubai when most of the rich motherfuckers live there?
Yeah, well, that's just it. They don't want competition, and they don't care about third world countries. That's why Kazakhstan is also underwater right now. Okay,
well, look, just to go along with that, I mean, I mean, look, it's not like I don't want this to be true. I would love that our government or some secret cabal wiped out Dubai. I mean, I would just be, I would orgasm to that, okay? It's just, I'm just, I'm thinking this could just as well be natural, but it could be impacted by maybe geoengineering to a degree. We have to know more. But I do think that. And then, okay, the next one I'm not going to read out loud because
you don't have to read that one out loud.
That one's sensitive area. Okay. Ouch. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah. So
Douglas.
That's Daily Mail, though. So go on, George. Yes.
Oh yeah, I was just going to bring to your attention. Peter Moon has joined us.
Oh Jesus, I didn't even notice that.
Cool. Yes.
So welcome aboard, Peter. So Peter,
thank you, but I think we need to hear about the trip to Mexico.
Yeah. Some more about that, Victoria, for Pete, and then I'll go back to 5G for a little bit.
Welcome aboard, Peter.
Yeah, welcome aboard, Peter.
Honestly, I was kind of just sick from the food and the water half the time. All of us were.
Wow.
And I didn't even make it to Mazatlan, so I was in Puerto Vallarta and Rincon de Guayabitos and some other little towns, but I didn't really get to see too much. Because I ended up coming home early, Peter. I came home a week early. I didn't go the full 2 weeks.
So was
okay.
it a success?
I mean, I didn't see the eclipse, and that's kind of why I went. But I'm still glad I got out of the country for a bit.
Reasons.
Pardon?
I thought you were going more for romantic reasons.
Yes and no. I mean, more I was just going because I had already kind of paid for the trip, and I was like, all right, I guess I'm just going to go because I actually had the time.
It doesn't sound like a very romantic trip, but nevertheless, I would, this reminds me, my wife and I went to Cancun in 1987, and we took black market antibiotics before we went.
Nice.
And, we were kind of warned on that, and don't drink the water. I remember that. And
I only drank spring water from bottles, but I still ended up getting.
It's in the food.
We all were sick. Yeah, it's in the food. It's in everything. So, oh well.
So that's
our
a good
whole
warning.
group, yeah, our whole group was kind of sick the whole time. So
I didn't know you went with a group. I thought you went with some guy.
yeah, no, well, I technically went with this guy, but we met up with other people. So it was fine. But I missed my kitties and I wanted to come home and just be close to family and stuff. So, but I'm glad I
There's
went.
no
I got
place like
a
home.
good tan.
You got a tan. That's so cute. Yes.
Yeah.
You see, Peter, what happened was she rendezvoused with this gentleman, and once they rendezvoused with this other, these other couples, this group, she realized she didn't want to participate in an orgy after all. And with that change of heart, she decided, look, I'm really sick, guys. Oh my God.
Not
It's
quite
good
that,
cover.
Douglas, that's
Good
funny.
cover. Yes. And congratulations on your, being quick on your feet with that excuse. I love it. Very admirable, Victoria. That's exemplary for all of us. So, in terms of, so Peter, you perhaps, how much have you heard thus far? Did you hear me trying to cover 5G?
At least the last hour.
Oh, good. So, would you mind if I try and just finish up what I was saying about the 5G? The point I was.
No, you guys put me on. I didn't.
Hey, yeah, no. We're glad you're here. We're definitely glad you're here, and certainly appreciate. Look forward to your input. But yeah, just to kind of finalize my thoughts on this, so that everybody understands where I'm coming from with 5G, and they understand how the only way this might be, in some way, kind of rendering people more vulnerable. Basically, 5G, of course. Because the signals get weaker over long distances and they can't really penetrate any barriers, that means wireless companies will need to install thousands, perhaps millions, of miniature cell towers on top of every lamppost, on the side of buildings, inside every home, potentially in every room. So that's why 5G will complement 4G rather than outright replace it. In buildings and in crowded areas, 5G might provide a speed boost, but when you're driving down the highway, 4G could be your only option, at least for a fairly long while. So when I'm trying to emphasize again about exactly how this could in some way perhaps compromise the immune system, basically when I said it's going up to the high gigahertzes, when you're networking up to 100 gigahertzes and you need repeaters everywhere, every telephone pole, because the waves only carry for a very short distance. Well, if you're in an area that is truly congested and truly infrastructure reoriented to 5G, then yes, in that case, the population would be bombarded with radiation. And a person might imagine that it might cook the people there with microwaves, increasing cancers and other illnesses, maybe dramatically. But the place that we would see that first, any example of that would be communist China, and almost nowhere else. That would be because they would use it for blanket surveillance. So that being said, I really don't see 5G infrastructure even developing anywhere to any great degree, except in very specific areas like, government centers or command and control centers. And outside of that, there would just be too many paranoid people. But yes, that's the only way I can see it really compromising somebody's immune system to the point where maybe you're so compromised that you could contract COVID easier. Does that make sense? Is that, for anybody listening?
Absolutely, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, both of you. And yes, and so with that, we turn towards Peter and welcome him aboard. And sometime while Peter's on, I'd like to talk a little bit about what I was thinking of when our man, Mr. George Knight, brought up something he was thinking of with the Andromeda Garrats. When the Mexican guy saw them and felt like he was a bug being, kind of laughed at by a bunch of people. I'll bring up a like scenario with that on the Nazi theme. But I'd like to do that. But in the meantime, having made that point, that I'd like to get that out there. Peter, by all means, tell us about what's on your mind, how your morning's going. What about your dreams? Share your dreams.
Yeah, I did have a dream, but I don't remember it. I might have had a couple, but I'm still processing the more intense ones.
Okay.
That I had earlier.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to talk about 5G. I stay away from it because it's too effing complicated.
Yes, and it's incendiary. It's incendiary, and it's too complicated to respond to, easily.
And one gets a viewpoint and says blah 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 blah, and it's. But I will say this: I sat in a. I've talked about this sitting in this forum where this guy, when I started talking about the Freemasonry and the Shin and the secret word, and he started like shaking. Man, he was like he couldn't handle what I was saying. It was shaking his core. At that same UFO conference, people were getting up in the audience, and these were like doctors / scientists, medical doctors talking about 5G before it came out, before it was on the thing. And they were giving very learned or quote learned dissertations on 5G, and it's not good. They were so skeptical of it. It was very pessimistic, and I'm sitting there listening, and I'm like, okay, it's extremely pessimistic. There's nothing good about it except for the obvious. It can process data fast, and it's just kind of like, okay, and as negative as they were, and I don't say that they were negative out of some. I think it was a UFO conference, so most of them probably had some false ideas about UFOs, to say the least.
Yes.
But I would say that the negativity did not come to pass in the way they were anticipating or quote unquote hoping. Negative wish fulfillment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is what.
Good way of phrasing it, by the way. Go on.
Pardon?
I said good way of phrasing it, by the way. Negative wish fulfillment. Go on.
Well, yeah. And when I evaluate a situation, I evaluate it with life. That's because that's what it's all about. And I remember so many of the sessions we'd have in my house with the Montauk nights, and people would be, Long Island's going to be taken in by a tidal wave. I'm going to have to leave, and all this sort of shit. And it's like fulfillment, because their lives, they wanted everybody to be reduced to the level that they're at, or to think that you have a handle on disaster. Preston himself would talk about scenarios, where they're going to divide the United States by the Rocky Mountains. And these were not his ideas. They were ideas that he said the government had. All sorts of, like all this War Plan Red and War Plan, these were War Plan Iraqis, I guess, divide the United States, not by red and blue states, because they didn't think in red and blue so much at that point. This is like, 25 years ago. They're thinking in terms of Rocky Mountain West and Rocky Mountain East. And all of these scenarios that are all in the think tanks that you once wanted to be a part of, it's kind of like pissing in the wind. I remember in early 1970s telling me that as early as the 60s, they had whole warehouses of funny money that they were ready to release as currency, new currency. This is back to the Gary Allen days of none dare call it conspiracy. I don't know that he talked about that, but there's all sorts of if, ands, or but scenarios that the government is waiting to unleash upon society, and they never come to pass. It's so it's like, how much time are you going to invest in investigating who killed JFK? It's not that these things should be ignored, especially when it comes to what you eat and what you consume and how it affects food. you have to keep up to date on that, at least to some degree, or listen to more learned folks. And there are people doing a lot of radical things to revolutionize agriculture on the positive. There's a lot of positive counter reactions to a lot of this stuff. It's not my passion. I seem to be able to wield my way through what I'm doing and with the Qigong, and not exclusively Qigong, but that includes, trying to eat better. By the way, the beef liver definitely gives more energy, and the
cool.
The salt,
yes,
the salt, the Celtic salt or the sea salt with water, it just really it does help.
Yes.
So
lime juice. Try it with lime juice.
I have to get some limes, but yeah.
Yes.
So thank you for that, and these are coming through Douglas, the
thank you.
Decadent vampire.
Yes.
And it's like, wow, where is it coming from? It's like it doesn't matter where it comes from as long as you can take it and make use of it.
Yes.
So you'll wake up tomorrow morning, most likely.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And, so as I say, we can make too much of 5G. We can make too little of it as well. I believe it does. It's not good for your immune system. And what Victoria was saying about keeping the cell phone away, I think that's very important.
Thank you. Yes.
To not people underestimate the power of the cell phone.
Yes.
In terms of its, how it can affect you.
Yeah, it's just good precaution. It's just good precaution to use headphones with a cell phone, honestly, and you sound infinitely better anyway, like when she put them on. And
But I didn't get to complete last night because I forgot about it. I went off and, we kind of ended it at an appropriate point. But where I wanted to go was where geometry and spirits come in. And this was a very interesting topic that arguably I could take or repeat in our next show. But when you do an IQ test, there is a certain point where they start asking you questions about spatial references.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's like your ability to see in other dimensions, like particularly third dimensions or fourth dimensions, and visualize and compute, is where people will cut off. There's a certain point where I cut off. That's a point where Preston Nichols will thrive and have this outrageous IQ.
Interesting. Okay.
Perhaps Einstein. Now, I don't know the history of IQ tests, but I noticed this, and it's like, so it has to do with dimensional intelligence. Now, what's interesting about dimensional intelligence, and this is where, Radu is working with all these, crystals and geometrical formations, and it doesn't matter who you are or what, or even if whether he actually is working with these things or not. John Dee was the great geometer. He brought geometry into the English language, and that's what he's mostly his introduction to Euclid. And the stuff he dealt with in geometry, three-dimensional, fourth-dimensional geometry, is so tied to not only the Enochian language, but the spirits that he gated in. Now, Jonathan Gee, Gee, who is just like savant when it comes to the John Dee work. He's not a magical practitioner. He just lays it out, the intricacies of it. It's more complicated than 5G. And if you could wrap your mind around that, you would have a deep understanding of it. But he's a savant. He doesn't claim to be a practitioner. I feel like engaging him at this point because I don't know that I will, but because when we're dealing with geometry in consciousness, this is how spirits gate themselves in. So I was thinking, when you get to a certain level, your intelligence cuts off. So I've talked in the past about, there's an IQ, an emotional IQ. An emotional IQ is pretty much a part of our normal vocabulary these days. An emotional IQ.
Right.
And I said there's also a social IQ.
Yes.
Like, okay, social IQ. And now there's a spiritual IQ.
Mm.
There's a spiritual IQ. Like, where does the spirit come in? And I just had it the other day with one of my friends who's a targeted individual. I said, you're dealing with ghosts. And I just, because of what she was saying.
Right.
And I'm not.
Are you willing to share that, or just a taste of that?
I will share. Well, just that she was talking about things changing around the door, or hearing the door click, and it was too much. And she's worried about intruders. Mm-hmm. And there's no intruders. Right. There's no physical intruders. I said, it just like hit me, like boom. I said, this is a ghost. And then I related a story to her, which she had heard me tell the story before, because she was probably dealing with it before. My daughter, I took her up to see one of my friends up on the Hudson, in a very nice, neighborhood. She had a lot of animals in her house, and my daughter loves animals, so I took her up there when she was fairly young, probably about 9, and I took her up to visit these animals. She's got her kitchen full of animals, and there's cats, there's dogs, there's birds, and they all behave. They're just they're sitting all around her kitchen, and it's a huge kitchen. I mean, it's not like it's a huge kitchen. It's a big house. And I said, how do you have all these animals behaving? She says, I keep them in line. I said, if they get out of line, I keep them in line. And I think one of the more, highlights of this was when her husband. Now her husband, he was this. I've talked about him before. He's this, incredibly famous organist. Well, I think he's still alive. I once went to one of his recitals, and he had Cameron and Wilson lineage. Okay. He either was or had been in the OTO, and she didn't even know it. He was in the OTO, yes. Yes, Peter. So you're a Sweeney, are you? You're a Sweeney. Sweeney, he says, yes, I know a Sweeney Cameron. She's the funder of Yale University. She's one of the, what do they call it, the sponsors, the underwriters of Yale University. And this, caused me to look at my own genetics, because my mother's name is Sweeney, and my grandfather was born in Yale, South Dakota. Yale was named by the Sweeney family after Yale, because they were proud of whatever they had to do with Yale University. Now, my grandfather did not go to Yale University, but so there was that lineage, and she was a Cameron Sweeney, which tied to the Cameron lineage, which I studied, that because he was a Cameron and a Wilson. Because the Sweeney Cameron, like I had some lineage. And this is where I learned and perfected the Connecticut accent. He said, from Connecticut. He says, Peter, after you told me about the Skull and Bones, I couldn't go to Yale anymore. It's just horrible, because I told him about the Skull and Bones. Yeah. And I guess he'd met Bill Clinton or something. And he says, I was making $300 an hour there, but I can't go back. And I learned this, and he was a really nice guy, and I liked him, but I think he was a Pisces, and as a good Pisces, he was very sensitive and very prone to alcohol.
Sorry, what'd you say he was prone to? Prone to what?
Alcohol.
Oh, okay. Drinks like a fish. Get it?
Yeah. Pisces are very prone to drugs. And he, but anyway, he was sitting there very concerned because they had this huge, I think it was a Mastiff dog, and they had this prairie dog, and the prairie dog is so tiny, and it's like on the carpet, and the prairie dog is just staring it down territorially, and it's like, I mean, it's like David and Goliath is nothing compared to this, you know. And it's like, and he's looking, and he says, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned. So I guess they separated the two. But this prairie dog they're so tenacious and vicious. But this isn't really the story. So my daughter and I are sitting on he's not around, and we're sitting on the couch, and she's in the kitchen. We're in the living room, and it's a nice day, probably a spring or summer day, and I'm sitting on the couch, and the door is open, but there's kind of like a screen door, and all of a sudden, the door just opens.
Yeah.
And it closes on its own. And my daughter just quick looks at it, just goes, Dad, you know, and I don't know if she said anything, but it was like a ghost. That's what my daughter, you know, was saying. I don't know if she said it or thought it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to Christina in the kitchen, I said, you know, I think my daughter just saw a ghost, or I said that, you know, and she just laughed. She says, oh yeah, he comes in from time to time. Like she didn't miss a beat. Like she knew it, the ghost.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they had problems on the property trying to build a garage because it was Indians buried on that area.
Oh, of course. And
So
by the
I
way,
was
just to how would I say it, drive that point home, as far as I'm concerned, all of North America is built on top of a supermassive Indian burial ground. But go on, yes.
Good point. Now, so anyway, I saw my friend. She, you know, I just saw. Okay, there's a ghost in this, and you got ghosts in your house, and I told her that story. So it's just kind of like sometimes ghosts will come into consciousness. Not frequently. It's not something, you know, I would ever go out looking, you know, with a spectrometer trying to, there's a ghost in the bathroom. There's a ghost. That's not what I do, but they're a part of life, and you have to acknowledge them.
Yes.
Just like you have to acknowledge the dead and respect the dead and respect, you know, the vampire colony and all these other people, all these other different factions of life. And this is where, when you get to the geometry of John Dee, you're dealing with, you know, he was a geometer. He was had the whole geometry of the globe figured out, and he was also channeling entities. Now, he was the most educated man of his time. We're talking about, he had a universal education, when a university was a university where you learned everything, when you could learn everything that there was to learn in academia before it became so complex. And he, so, you know, when you get to a certain point of academic education, then you go into, you're going into the spirit realm. And that's where the geometry of Buckminster Fuller, of even the geometry of a good feng shui layout, it's like, where do spirits enter? And it has to do with the vibration. And so when you get to certain areas of, I guess what you'd say, accelerated development, intelligence, evolution, there becomes a cutoff point with the IQ, or the spiritual quotient, because the intelligence quotient goes into a spiritual quotient. And here's where the spirits take over. And here's where you have the intellectual professor who's like, hey, I'm so smart, I go to Harvard, I've got all these degrees, and I'm tenured. I'm shackled by the establishment. And they're going to tell us to go for Palestine. Oh, no, now it's back for Israel. Oh, now we're going to change the definition of Semitic back to what it was originally. You know, whatever. It's like they're they're very intelligent, they graduate, and then they become under the influence of. Now that's a very common graphic example that's not so subtle. Or you get to a billionaire such as Sugar Daddy, and he's probably by far not the worst example. But you get to people who become a billionaire, and it's like, okay, what are we going to do with our billion? You know, if a million, all we can do is, you know, fix out how to buy another house or buy a business in distress and make our next million and just kind of slowly build up. That's a millionaire's far from a billionaire.
Correct.
And now a billionaire is much more empowered than a millionaire of yesteryear, because he can you know, buy things. He's trying to buy immortality.
Yes.
And so it's like, what are they trying to do? And then what forces are they going to align with? In the case of Sugar Daddy, you have him aligning with the disenfranchised, for sure. You know, the orphaned.
Yes.
You know, genetically challenged, or what do you want to say? That's the right way to put it. I don't know, but in other words, and he's salvaging their lives, and he's also getting a benefit from it, and that's an ecosystem exchange.
Yes.
Without, you know, casting any morality judgments on it. But it's like, okay, I'm going to get life, and you're going to get life. We both get life out of it, and, you know, side benefit for Douglas, who happens to be, you know,
yes,
like my spouse's best friend. So it's like, wow, and because Douglas had salvaged this person,
yes,
his son,
yes,
and so it's like, wow, you know, that's. But as they say, the typical billionaire, they get into weird stuff like this Bigelow guy and who's this Peter Thiel, and they become into this very negative Plutonian power dynamics, where they're basically playing an out of tune piano that can be destructive if you listen to it too much.
Yes.
And this is the geometric cutoff point, and this is what I was talking about it with regards to Radu Sinamar, because, you know, he's laid out this beautiful paradisical pathway, and then, well, what can you deliver? You delivered information, you inspire, like Jojo said, it completely changed your life.
Wow.
You can't underestimate the value of the inspiration. Like I remember one of my friends, and he out in the Hamptons, and he had a son who would things just weren't working for him in high school, and he read the Montauk Project, and it just woke him up. He says, God, it changed his life. He just, wow. You know, like made him aware of things that he wasn't aware of. So I don't know what happened to him in life, but he certainly woke up, and it woke him up during his high school years and gave him a kick in the head. And that you know, you can't underestimate what giving information to people does.
Yes.
I also remember some guy had written me a letter and was complaining, and this is very early on, that the Montauk Project, you know, forced his friend to commit suicide.
Whoa!
And he said, you know, he read the book and he could not stop talking about it, and he said, oh, this is very insightful. And then, you know, and then he, you know, lost his life. Now,
Jesus.
I don't know. I mean, he was like, I don't even know if he was an attorney. He was doing these legal implications, and I just filed the letter away and didn't answer it. You know, I said, this guy's, and this is the kind of like, okay, they're coming for the juggler, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
and I knew how to handle it, was just to ignore him and see, if he comes
Yes.
back again. If he comes back again, he never came back again.
Right.
But it's like, okay, it created a response. I don't know what this man's, what his circumstances were. Suicide is a great, I wouldn't say virtue, but it's a great facility in the novel, the Riverworld series by Philip Jose Farmer, where Sir Richard Burton is incarnated on a planet with every human being who's ever been on Earth, and there's a big river, and it's divided up into ethnicities and whatnot. It's a majority of an ethnicity in one area of the river, and then you have to you can't, there's blockages you can't get from to the other regions, and he finally figures out that by death you reincarnate on another place of the planet, in another place. You don't reincarnate in the same place. And so he's trying to figure out the whole world. That's the only piece of literature where suicide was not a virtue, but a
expedient. Yes.
I'm not in favor of suicide. I can't judge what happened to this guy. But back to the geometry, it's like John Dee, maxed out academic learning for his time. And he was also, engaging in the nonlinear aspects of the brain. In other words, you can't just be completely linear. So he's engaging the nonlinear, and he was so brilliant in his linearity but then he engages up with the Edward Kelly, who's just a scoundrel.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the scoundrel and the academic genius have a partnership. And that partnership, is that you and me, Douglas? No, it's not. There's a little bit of harmonic mimicry there in terms of your lifestyle.
Yes, the nefarious aspect.
A little bit of mimicry, not a lot. Because I'm not really like John Dee either, but it's funny. But anyway, he engages this absolute scoundrel, and has some talent. He has some talent, and his and then they get in concert with this angelic reference frame, spiritual reference frame that has a lot to say and is decidedly smarter than John Dee and Edward Kelly. But it's adulterated. It gets adulterated to the point where they're having them swap wives. They were the first wife swappers.
Jesus.
I don't know, they're the first ones, and this was a time when wife swapping was not, kosher.
Right.
Not that it really ever was, but it's kind of strictly forbidden in the Bible. Well, gosh, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Well, I didn't covet her. I just had sex with her. I didn't want to. But so anyway, the so this is a very so there enters this adulteration of energy, and that's not the only example where they get over their heads. Let me put it this way: they get over their heads and they're talking. They become like John Dee was a big fish in a small pond when it came to his academic credentials in all of England. He had the biggest library outside of the Vatican. And he didn't just have a library, he read it. Then you have these angels who are just, John Dee was like a comparative little leaguer. And I compare it to that. It's one of the handful of sports movies that I actually like, The Angels in the Outfield from, I think, 1951. When
I
they
love
have
that
this,
movie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The 1950 or the Pittsburgh Pirates are in last place, and they have this cantankerous old manager, and then this you know, he's visited by angels, and then this little innocent girl in an orphanage, Catholic orphanage, she can see the angels behind the players, and the angels come to, make Pittsburgh win the pennant. And it's a very touching movie, but the the angels are just like manipulating these has-been players to win. They're good enough to play the field, but they that all the breaks go right and they win. And it's like, but this guy is completely, the manager is completely being overtaken by higher powers. And baseball is a very 3D reality game with winners and losers and all this stuff, and a crowd. The John D scenario is like, he's like this baseball manager who's getting invited, and told this and that and the other thing, but it's not about him. It's not about his team winning. I suppose you could say the English Empire, it's about the English Empire winning, because that he's, it's attributed to him, the whole British Empire, the power of what went through him. He was like a vehicle of tremendous power. But as for him personally, it wasn't like he won out. And Joe Matheny told me, who was like quintessential scholar of John Dee, told me that, it was so depressing to see in Mortlake, where he lived, was you go there and you'll see these apartment buildings called the John D apartments. The John D apartments.
Jesus.
That's like if they took that old building where you lived, where the Cho lived.
Yeah.
Is it still there, by the way?
Yes, the El Cerrito Apartments, 270 Turk Street, the compound. Go on.
Yeah, if they named them someday the Douglas Dietrich. And it could happen.
Yeah, I hear you. Go on. Yes.
This is the Cho wing. Cho wing. Here's the Emerald Llama Suite. Gosh, one of my friends who he went to, I think it was Indonesia, and there was while he was there was some park in Indonesia. It was like, God, what was it named after? God, I think it was something like Tiger Balm or something. It was this whole park, this whole theme park, was just like really corny, as if it was like, I don't know. I think it was after the Tiger Balm product. Yeah, it was just really cheesy park, and it was like up in the South Pacific somewhere, or that part of Indonesia or something. But yeah, the Dietrich Apartments, the Aquino Corner. But the spiritual cutoff point is so interesting and so relevant. Now, when I start looking at this stuff as myself, like with my Qigong, here's where you get this is where you start to feel, oh God, I can educate myself here. And how does it fit? Because I'm looking at this guy doing certain feats on YouTube, and Mark Rasmus is his name. And he's, I think, from Australia. And he definitely knows what he's doing. And he's talking too fast for my liking. And I could actually seek him out and learn from him, and I could have a dialogue, and he'd see that I knew X, Y, Z, and I maybe could learn things from him. And then I'm thinking, what am I gonna learn it for? Yeah. So I can toss my neighbors around in the front yard and start doing and attracting an audience. and be a qigong teacher. You know, my teacher used to say, he says, I can do demonstrations. I can attract thousands of students. He said, I can attract thousands of them. And, you know, but were they the right students? What are you attracting them for? What's the purpose? And, you know, he always sort of liked and appreciated students. Then again, he would also reject students. So it was very peculiar. I wouldn't say particular, and peculiar. Most people would consider peculiar because I see people wanting attention, and it's like, what do they want attention for? And this comes to Douglas. I was going to talk about this in private, but it doesn't hurt to say it now because I do have other private stuff I want to say. Is that somebody has this Taoist thing on Facebook, and I get it, and he's insulting the Tao every time he posts almost.
Wow.
Because he's like, I want to find out more about the Tao, you know, and it's like, it's just, you know, just shut up, you know. You know, too much talk about the Tao is not the Tao. I'll say stuff like that to him. I want, you know, it's kind of like, it's good for sobriety because it's like, you know, it's like he's too curious. He's too, you know, he's read a lot of it, but I was looking at some quote, either he put up or I looked up myself, and it's like, you don't want to be too famous. You don't want to be too famous. and this is a big thing for me because I never wanted to be famous. I wanted to have my books on bookshelves. I didn't think of that as fame. You know, I didn't think of it. So, but you need X amount of fame to sell your books. Notoriety, reputation. But you and I, and I'm saying as you talk about getting secular power, I don't think secular power is what you want. That's up to you. In other words, you know, because it's like too much notoriety, then everybody becomes looking at you for a little solution. You know, there's 6 murders in the neighborhood. What are you going to do about it? You know, if I was perceived in my neighborhood as some great sage, it's like, and people had a great repute for me, but that was beyond just being a writer. It's like, what's this? They start bringing you their problems.
Yes.
Hubbard suffered from this.
Yes.
And that's part of what caused his, you know, isolation and distancing from people, because it's like they don't want to bring you, you know, because you're solving problems. Oh, solve this.
Yes.
Solve this. And it's like, it's not necessarily what you want. What one story I really liked was my friend Chelsea, when she went to Egypt. She was brought to Egypt for part of this whole, it was supposed to be this big documentary that eventually turned into a big joke, with Charlton Heston narrating it. I think it was called Mysteries of the Sphinx.
Right, right.
Yeah, and she was part of this team that was put together by, basically funded by a very wealthy podiatrist who I knew. And he actually helped put Zahi Hawass's kids through college.
Jesus.
You know, he glad-handed Zahi Hawass and had influence over there. And then there was Boris Zahid, who was a cinematographer, my friend Chelsea, and the podiatrist, and they went into, and she had studied the work of David Lewis and knew where all this stuff was under the Sphinx. And she talked about being in this big room, like a huge board of directors or something. And this was probably and Zahia Wasp was there. All these people were there, and it was about this big production because you had Boris, I guess, was the cinematographer, but they also had other, probably a production crew. What was the name? There was some Shore. I think his name was Robert Shore. He was like tied to the ARE, and he was like this big millionaire or something that was like funding a lot of this stuff, the Shore Foundation. I used to get all the skinny on this stuff.
Wow.
From her, because we were like really close. And then she told me that like she's in this big room of people, and she's like starts taking over the dialogue and telling them this and telling them that, because she knew her shit. She knew her stuff. And finally, she was countering their arguments that were just bullshit. And it had to do with stuff under the Sphinx. And they finally looked at, who are you? Who the hell are you? I just keep her the records. She didn't have a title. She was just this, rather attractive girl who was very knowledgeable and was a seamstress by profession. And, she's very knowledgeable. That's why she was brought over there by the podiatrist. And, he was in awe of her. And she was awestrucking these people. And they, who the hell are you? Well, she didn't have a title. So, keep her the records. It's like very low profile. And then they actually, her, the podiatrist, and Boris Zahid got into these places beneath the Sphinx that had never been acknowledged, let alone penetrated. They took videos of it. It was later, for a short time, sold on the Art Bell show.
Yeah.
And my friend Vonda, who took me to Romania one year, she knew a lot of this stuff because she knew Boris and she knew. So we had some synergy there, and she was going to try and retrieve it, but we never could get the video of it. It's not on YouTube that I know of. And then Chelsea said all these, the podiatrist had about 13 heart attacks. He's still alive to the best of my knowledge.
Jesus.
She died of cancer, and Boris died, I think, of cancer too. And she said that the energies. She said that. She said being in the Great Pyramid, in the King's Chamber, and taking the pure white gold, which right about in the Black Sun, which she educated me on, was one of the high points of her life, being in that Great Pyramid. But she said there was a big price to pay for, penetrating all those areas and whatnot.
What was it?
She got cancer. She died.
Jesus.
Boris died. Bruno had a lot of heart attacks. I don't know whether he's still alive or not. I could find out, but yeah. So in other words, she was basically saying all that stuff of the curses or around that energy, is you pay a price.
Yeah.
And I have never, ever, ever, ever been interested in going to Egypt.
Yeah. But by the way, Victoria has to charge her phone, so so Victoria, say good morning to everyone before you charge your phone, okay? I just want to make sure she gets that across before she takes her leave of us.
Yes, everyone have a good morning.
Thank you, Victoria.
Yes, we adore you, Victoria, and join us again on our next Sunday, okay? If you can, okay?
So
yeah.
So I think going into the crypts would be less dangerous than going into certain areas of the Great Pyramid.
Hell
it's
yeah.
Not that everybody goes into the Great Pyramid or the Sphinx gets sick.
Yes, but
she was penetrating certain energies. And I told the story of my friend Stephanie South, who was being escorted around by this guy who says, I'm going to napkid you. And then she had all her stuff stolen in Greece.
Oh my God!
It's the energies, and Stephanie's like she's like dealing with heavy duty energies in the wake of the Mayan civilization. And, you know, so it's like, you know, if you're just going there as a tourist and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And Chelsea brought me back a gift from there she'd purchased, or I guess she said her friend had purchased, and she bought some gifts, and it's a scarab beetle. I don't know where it is, but the scarab beetle, when you look at it from either the front or maybe the ass, it might be the ass, I don't remember, when you look at it, it's like one of these wood carved scarab beetle. It looks like an alien. It's like, and she pointed that out to me. And Vonda, I don't know if it was her or Vonda or both. I think it was Vonda told me. All sorts of, in the basement of the Cairo Museum are all sorts of alien, which we would identify as aliens, you know, artwork and stuff that would indicate there were aliens. Now, whether those are, this is not, I don't think Graham Hancock's ever talked about this, but I don't know. I didn't even know if he knew about it, because she was, you know, was not a favorite. He was not a favorite of hers, because he was over there. And all these people, she said, they, and, you know, Robert Bouval and what's his name, John Anthony West. She said they were all over there for the wrong reasons.
Yes, thank you. All the usual
She
suspects.
was not a Hancock fan at all.
Yeah.
At all. She was very, very sharp. And but apparently there was all this knowledge of quote unquote aliens that they bury, and that Zahi Hawass just will not talk about. He will hide, he will deny. Now, the gut reaction is these are aliens. She used to talk to me, not a lot, but consistently, about the connection between the Egyptians and the Tibetan culture. Okay? Big connection. Ancient Tibet, ancient Egypt. This would suggest Cho.
Yeah. Yes. Comes to mind.
Yeah. So there's a connection between Egypt and Cho. There's also a connection between Romania and Egypt. And of course, the white gold is the consciousness which excites the, you know, the opening of the pineal gland. And another thing, you were talking about something the other day, and it reminded me of, and it had to do, I don't know if it was on the subject of white gold. I think somebody mentioned it. I think you did. But what had happened was, when I was studying the white gold, and I went to see this guy I've talked about, Joe Petito. He had the surface barrier transistors in his employ. He was in charge of the ET company. He had the ET company, which is Montauk Revisited, the transistor. And that's a whole story. Maybe we could revisit it. We've talked about it before, but I went to visit Joe Petito, and I started talking to him about the white gold, and he knew exactly what I was talking about. Exactly. And he says, oh yeah, we have a bunch of it on order. We get it from this guy in Florida. Like, okay, you're getting white gold from Florida. Why in the hell are you getting white gold? You're making electronic components. I said, was it to give it to the Montauk boys? He goes, something like that.
Wow.
Just casually, like, and this was a guy who was so, and he was the one who invited me and Preston to this sex farm in Virginia.
Oh, God.
To make a deal with Orion Pictures. Oh, right away. I mean, he was ready to buy up the rights, or he wasn't. Arrange it and go to a sex farm and, you know, make a deal. And Preston and I, of course, didn't take him seriously. He had a huge falling out with Preston, who he accused of stealing the surface barrier transistors, who, according to one of mine and Preston's psychic friend said Preston did steal them because they would have been so valuable to him.
Mhm.
But I don't know. And that's how I got involved as sort of a go-between in between them.
Mhm.
You know, in the Dr. O, who had brought this Joe Petito, who I believe was a KGB agent, at least part-time, ozone doctor, and had brought the two of them together. And I was very friendly with Dr. O. And became friendly with him because I became involved. And Dr. O was very impressed that I could communicate with Preston so well, because he was always trying to get information out of Preston. Preston didn't like people always trying to get information out of him. And I explained to him, I have a business relationship with him. That's why, I'm doing something for Preston.
Right.
So anyway, Joe Petito was a lawyer for the mob.
Mhm.
I don't know that, well, he still had some connections. And he was, kind of moving into his old age, but he'd sit there and talk about, at a restaurant, and talk about this girl who was sexually servicing all the men underneath the table. And he'd tell stories like this, and it was inappropriate. It was disgusting. I thought it was kind of funny. Not amusing, but funny. Like, what, this is like watching a cartoon like Family Guy.
Yeah.
And Preston is like making all these funny sounds, because he's basically, not buying into it, but he's like, he's bragging like an adolescent about these sexual exploits.
Right.
And then I one time had brought my friend, the one that looks like everybody thinks she's Nicole Kidman, and and she's not Nicole Kidman. I would never mistake her. There is a resemblance, and while she's not unattractive, she's not a Nicole Kidman.
Mhm.
And I brought her in to meet this guy. I forget what reason, but it might have just been potentially for a documentary we're working on. And he's like looking at me the whole time, like his eyes are like lighting up, like, where'd you get the chick? Where'd you get the chick? Wow, where'd you get the chick? Like, and just assumes that we're like a sexual couple, which we were not. And it's just like, he's just like, his eyes are lighting up like a pinball. Wow, you scored. He would also like kind of look at you, like not in reference to this, and just kind of scan you. Like his eyes would scan back and forth. That's entity driven.
Yes.
And he'd say, I'm working on a new book. He says, am I in it? Am I in it? The problem, and he was in one of the books, as we call him Joe Petone, because, Preston wanted to use his real name. I don't think he wanted it used either. But the thing is he would always say, oh, I'll tell you about this. I'll tell you. And it's like, finally, it's like, okay, yeah, I'll tell you about Jack Parsons. I know a lot about Jack Parsons. Like, he's like some executive who's like a lawyer for the mob. And then in his older age, all his employees were stealing from him.
Wow.
They'd take his mailing list and go set up another company. They were like, I would never steal from a mob lawyer. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to steal from anybody, but that's the last person I'd want to steal from. But he seemed defenseless.
Wow.
Because, in other words, he was just old, and, I don't think he was doing much work for them, and I don't know what work he did for them anyway. But he knew, when I mentioned the Montauk Indian case, he knew it backwards and forwards. It was really weird. Like, how would he know this? How would he know this? What a weird guy. And I had sent my wife over to him to actually do a job. Now, what had happened was, this was really weird. So I was thinking about doing some creative financing probably to build an addition onto my house for the business. It's probably, I don't even remember what it was for, but I was looking at things, creative finances, and I was talking to Dr. O about this creative financing. So he goes back and talks to Joe about it, and they're going, "Oh, Peter needs money. Peter needs money. Oh, call him up. Oh, okay. Yeah, come over. Can you do a logo for us?" Like, "Oh, I need money." I didn't need money. It was like, "Oh, Peter needs money. Oh, well, do a logo." So, I think, I don't know if I went over, because usually it was me who would go over and get the check, the down payment on the check, which was, I think, in this case, $350 or something. It's a down payment. And then I sent my wife over to, meet him. I wanted her to meet him and see, what this guy was like, and to get the specs for the job. And she went over and met him, and she says, "Man, he is really weird." and he never followed up on the job. So, we got $350 for nothing.
Wow.
Because he would never say what he wanted.
Huh.
Just wanted to give me some money.
Interesting.
I mean, really weird. So, that was so, that was what the Montauk weirdness was just filled with. So be it. But back to what I was saying is the cutoff of the intelligence. I guess, what do they say? Everybody rises to their level of incompetence.
Yes, everyone rises to their ultimate level of incompetence. Yes.
Well, yeah, because the good point is you rise. The level is there's always something you can learn more about, and you're never done learning. And so, as I say, when I get to these feats of accomplishment where I could say, "Wow, what if I could do this and do that with Qigong?" Well, what would I be doing it for? It's nice to be able to do it, and it was something my teacher was very well schooled in, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate anybody can do it. But and it's not that I wouldn't like to do it, but what do I want to do it for? As they say, doing demonstrations in the front yard. This is not healthy. Or look what I can do and you can't do, sort of thing. But what I'm saying is, I think the main point that I wanted to talk to you about is like too much notoriety is not, especially according to the Tao, is like, you want to be more invisible.
Mm-hmm.
And I saying this role of Chelsea with all these people in Egypt is like she's very low profile.
Mm-hmm.
And we are very low profile because we're delightfully ignored.
Yes.
And that's good.
In its way, yes.
It's good in a way because, it's like it's better to have, this stupid thing on the History Channel come out and say, well, there were actually Japanese balloons. Wow, there were actually people imprisoned right after the balloons came or the war started. So it's like this slow, subtle acknowledgement, and that's more powerful.
Yes, truly
being on the news and saying something stupid. Because most of what's said on the news is stupid.
Yes.
Or getting up on the news and saying, "I believe in Israel," or saying, "I despise genocide," and it's like these things will ultimately take care of themselves, and it's so that's just what I wanted to, I guess I appreciate the people ignoring me, because I've seen where some of these Scientology channels are saying it had 500,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
And even if that's inflated, it means myself and you and are potentially on a inevitability where these people will approach me.
Yes.
When they've heard everything else there is to hear. And I have to make a decision, whether I want to just me engage them, let alone you engage them, because that can be more problematic. It's like, and it's like, okay, do I want this much notoriety in my life? Especially when I'm dealing with all this backdoor business in Romania.
Right.
It's like, okay. It's like there's an advantage in being, well, better than I do, incognito.
Yes.
So it's, I guess we just have to count our blessings. Did you get any more donations?
Yes, 100 United States dollars from Heather Holman, and Holly Kaditis Kiefer promises to send money as soon as possible, and she usually sends 100. So that's 200.
This is encouraging.
Yes.
This is encouraging. I'm glad to hear that. Heather was she going to appear last night, or is that in the future?
I was just saying in the future when I feel that it's opportune to bring her on, like if I feel she's there to bring her on. I don't know exactly what time she shows up or what time her hours are, so to speak. We'll get used to it and then bring her on at some point, when during the opening hours to talk with you. That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you communicate to her, tell her, I thank her for your contribution to you and happy to engage with her.
Excellent. Wonderful. And hopefully she's hearing that now. But, because it's hard to tell when she's sleeping. But definitely I will relay that to her. Yes. And most grateful, of course, for your help in making this possible, as always. Let's take a look at the call and the chat and just where we're at. Aristides has woken up, I believe. And dear Victoria, Lauren Hobbs says, thank you for having me on, sir. So very honored, of course, to be on with yourself. And she did giggle at some of your humor there, which would be that's a lot of people wouldn't get what you're saying about the Dietrich apartments and whatnot, the Dietrich compound and all the rest of that, but she certainly did. And I want to thank Aristides. He's been putting a lot of notifications up. I haven't had a chance to acknowledge them. He's doing that, of course, in our text boxes. And so deeply appreciate it. And with that, we've got a few minutes left. And Aristides, do come on and say good morning to everyone, because George Knight is no longer appears to be with us at the moment. Let's see if... our man Aristides. There we are. And so, how about you? Any dreams last night that are worth relating?
No, it's all foggy.
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yeah. And how about yourself, Peter? Still foggy with your dreams? They still need some digestion before you're...
For the time being.
Yes.
For the time being.
Yes. Oh, wonderful.
Wow.
So let me
had a busy night, huh?
Yes. Quite the busy night. And I'm glad that we made it through, because there was always a concern that they might knock us off. And fortunately, that didn't happen, so we didn't have to deal with that stress. But aside from that, apparently, okay, so now Victoria sent us a link saying that in Indonesia volcanic eruption sparked tsunami fears. And here we are. Aristides just put into the link here, the text box here in Skype, the Times of Israel. Trump says Israelis should be immune from International Criminal Court. Well, there you have it. And apparently they're beginning to sacrifice the red heifers, or some people are concerned that they are, so they may very well be preparing for, maybe they think it's Armageddon time, and it's time to bring back that old-time religion and get us all ready for apocalypse and shit. I'm hearting it simply because, okay, if it's at that point, well, fuck, go all the way, and we can... rearrange the maps. So
Get this party started.
Yeah, get the party started. So, dear Peter, in a few moments, we have. Let's see how much time we have left remaining. A little bit of time. Victoria, she says, GM friends. Not quite sure what that means, but I'll just give her a nice heart look. And with that, Peter, say good morning to everyone. And you've helped so much thus far, and you might as well close off the show, the stream.
Well, okay. I want to say thank you for tuning in, and thank you for those contributions to Douglas, and do keep them coming. He still has to make some rent, and I've been working hard on the book. I'm really looking forward to finishing this chapter on the Black Brotherhood and the Emerald Llama, and getting to the climax with the Vox Arca.
Yes. Excellent.
And so anyway, good night, everybody. Good morning.
Yes. Blessed be, and my love to all who support me morally or financially, and you've been such help, so much help so far. Special thanks to T-Tank Barry, Heather Holman, and of course